Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Controls Time and Space. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A cold feeling sends shivers down Izuku's spine, unfortunately waking him from his slumber. He groans and tries to turn over, reaching for a blanket. But what turns up in his hands instead are twigs and leaves. Blearily, Izuku blinks the sleep out of his eyes to make sense of the strange sensation. What? His eyes snap awake and he takes in the forest around him. The sunlight peeks between the foliage of the overhead canopy, and he is blinded by the brightness. He sits up frantically, his head whipping around. He shouldn't be in a forest. He shouldn't be outside at all. He went to bed in his dorm just last night, he was sure, so why is he here? He stands and brushes off the leaves and dirt that cling to his clothes. He's still wearing his pajamas at least, a t-shirt and gym shorts, and when the wind shakes the trees, it causes him to shiver as well. A closer look at the immediate surroundings reveals a riverbank not too far from where he was presumably sleeping. When he moves towards the water, he observes belatedly that he is also barefoot, which is normally how he falls asleep, but not having any protection over his feet leaves him a bit put off. It seems almost like a dream to him, waking up in a place he shouldn't. It would be easy to assume it's a prank too, if Izuku wasn't used to things having a more sinister meaning. With the League of Villains lying low, and no clear explanation to why he's here, a sense of dread fills him. It's not like he's in any immediate danger either, but his breath quickens nonetheless, visible in the cold morning air. As his toes squish into the mud of the riverbank, Midoriya realizes with a jolt that he does actually know where he is. The Sumida River. It's a river that's not too far from his home where him and his mom live. Why would he be here though? It's a long way from UA and the dorms, that's for sure. Way too far to chalk it up to sleepwalking or a harmless prank. It's definitely puzzling and a bit alarming as well. But there's a relief that comes with the knowledge too, now that he can orient himself. Just to be on the safe side, he checks himself over, looking for signs of an attack, maybe a struggle. There are a few bruises that could be explained away with training, and all his scars are accounted for with no new ones. There really isn't anything that jumps out at him that could explain how he got here. He's a fairly light sleeper too, certainly not heavy. Even if he was exhausted, as he is sometimes after school, he would surely wake up if people moved him to this extent. Definitely puzzling. The wind blows again and Izuku's body is racked once again with shivers. He may not be in immediate danger, but he isn't inclined to stick around, especially now that he knows where he is, approximately. He has never been to this particular spot on the river, but he's sure he can make his way home and work everything out with his mom. She'll be shocked to see him show up unannounced, but it'll be nice to see her regardless. The wind blows once again and it becomes the only sound he can hear as it rustles through the surrounding trees. For an apparently peaceful place, it's awfully eerie and Izuku hastens to leave. A thought occurs to him as he works his way over the forest floor. Maybe he's been asleep for a while. He doesn't actually know that the morning he woke up to is the tomorrow he assumes it is. His circumstances aren't exactly promising. Perhaps there's more to the story. It's definitely a possibility. He might have been worrying everyone, which makes a heavy pit settle into his stomach. He needs to hurry then, just to be sure. He may be overreacting. But, then again, the time it takes for him to get to his apartment allows the sun to rise further into the sky. It doesn't abate the wind chill though, and Izuku being barefoot doesn't help either. He jogs up the stairs of the complex and knocks on the door before tucking his hands back under his arms and releasing a hiss between his chattering teeth. He must look ridiculous if anyone were to see him. He's definitely not dressed for this weather, but to be fair, it shouldn't be this cold at this time of year, even if he were wearing warmer clothes. Sure, it's just at the beginning of spring and could still be chilly, but the weather has been beautiful lately. He hopes his neighbors don't look out their windows to see him barefoot in short sleeves hopping up and down outside his own apartment door. His mom really ought to open the door if she doesn't want him to freeze. It takes him longer than he would have liked for him to realize that she's probably at work. His mom does work at the hospital and her shifts have her starting at the earliest hours of the morning. He wants to face palm, but he'd have to untuck his hands for that, so he settles for banging his head on the door. He'll just have to call her, or maybe just go to UA and explain his tardiness to Aizawa-sensei. He untucks his hands reluctantly to fish for his phone, but it dawns on him, once again, that he is in his pajamas. There is no phone in his non-existent pockets, no school ID to get past his school's security system, and he obviously doesn't have his uniform. But with no phone, he can't let anyone know to let him in either. It's a little concerning that Izuku didn't realize the absence of his phone earlier, and he chastises himself for that not being his first reaction to waking up in the middle of nowhere. Not that it would have done him any good. Either way, he needs another option. Izuku checks on top of the doorframe where they keep a spare key securely taped to the wood. His hand runs over the ledge that he can't see, but he doesn't feel anything. which is really just his luck. He attempts it a couple more times, just in case he missed it, but no, there's really no key up there. He's a little frustrated and decides to search just about anywhere his mom could have put the spare key. She still has it right. She didn't get rid of it, right? Thankfully, when he pulls up the welcome mat, he finds the key lying there innocently. It's an old hiding place. His mom and him decided to move the key around every half a year or so no one can know consistently how to get into their home. The welcome mat was their most recent hiding place before they moved it to above the door just after he got into UA. It's really no big deal that his mom decided to move it back. After all, he's been at UA for a year now and thus she would have given it a new spot. Although moving it to a previous hiding spot doesn't seem very secure, not that there are many options. Oh well, he's determined not to think too hard about it since he finally has a way to get out of this wretched cold. He swings the door open and steps into the warm air of his apartment. Izuku switches on the light and is struck by a sense of oddness. It's nothing big really. The apartment is almost exactly as he remembers it, but that's it. It's only almost. There's something wrong about it, but he can't pin it down and it doesn't go away. It's like when he woke in the forest. No impending danger but an unshakable belief that something was wrong. His eyes flit over every available object, so he can locate just where that wrongness is coming from. With a growing sense of dread, Izuku wanders around the place. Everywhere he goes, he notices how spotless it is, which isn't usually something worrying. But his home has never been a tidy place. It feels a little creepy to walk around and be unable to see the signs of a person living among the walls. Except he knows his mom lives here. He even peeks into her bedroom, which is noticeably more lived in. But if he were a stranger, he might have mistaken the rest of his home for an IKEA display. It's not until he looks into his own bedroom that he knows what's wrong. Before, it's just a creeping anxiety. He can pretend the shivers running along his back are from the lingering cold, but not when he sees that. By all accounts, when he opens the door to his room, he sees his room. To anyone else, it is a normal boy's room. A boy who obviously has a love for heroes and all things All Might if you take in all the memorabilia decorating the shelves and walls. But to Izuku, it's completely and utterly shocking. He had thought maybe that if he didn't wake up immediately, he may be a couple days, maybe a week into an unknown future. It would appear that he had it backwards. Before him stands Izuku's old room. That is, the room he had before he packed up all his things and moved to the dorms of UA. Which doesn't make any sense, because he knows he decorated his dorm with these same All Might posters and that All Might bedspread should be at UA, not here. Izuku's not sure what it means. What any of it means. He enters his room in a daze. It seems to be the only place not immaculately cleaned. It is organized exactly as he remembers it, and therefore tidy, but there's a thick layer of dust on the shelves and the desk, and even the air feels thick with it. It looks like he hasn't lived in it for a long time, which he hasn't, but that didn't explain why all his possessions were still here then. Izuku isn't sure how long he stays in his room. He has upset the dust in many places as he rustles through his drawers and closet and shelves. There are a few things he can't account for, which is a bit worrying. There are no UA uniforms anywhere, which they would be in his dorm, but it's weird that they aren't back here if all the rest of his stuff is. His special red sneakers are nowhere to be found as well. Izuku even checked the entryway again, just to be sure. He's missing his last hero analysis notebook, number 13, as well. There's an empty space on the shelf for it, but that also brings up the location of his new notebooks and school supplies too. He does find his backpack though, which is once again weird. It should be in his dorm. Izuku grabs his backpack and finds his missing notebook 13 inside in all its exploded glory, which is good. But the other contents of the bag are old papers and textbooks from from middle school. And if that isn't confusing enough, Izuku finds his All Might wallet and his phone in one of the drawers. At first, he's relieved, but when he looks in the wallet, there is no UAID. Just a normal middle school one with his smiling face plastered on it. Izuku knows that in this particular picture, he's faking the smile. It's like that for all of his old middle school photos. After all, he didn't have much to be happy about, but he also didn't want to not smile. He's starting to panic a bit now, a picture slowly forming in his head, an explanation too impossible for him to accept. He is just being paranoid. There's obviously a logical explanation. After all, time travel doesn't exist. That's just too far-fetched, even for a quirk. So he brushes it off and turns to his phone. It's shut off. And when Izuku tries it, also dead. Trying to take calming breaths, Izuku plugs the phone in and attempts to ignore any more conspiracy theories. It couldn't be time travel. It just couldn't be. He decides to change into warmer clothes finally and ignores the way his fingers shake as he opens the drawers or the way he fumbles the hoodie over his head since he's shaking way too much. He's comparatively warmer, but he still feels ice cold. After changing, he rushes out of his room, too spooked to stay there any longer and possibly discover something else. What now? He wonders. The silence in the apartment presses in on him and Izuku thinks he might suffocate. Nothing makes sense, and the one thing that does should be impossible. He really needs to talk to someone who can help him figure this out. He needs his mom. Izuku's at the landline in an instant, and he pauses only briefly to wonder if it'd bother his mom too much if he disturbed her at her job. After all, although certainly disorienting, nothing he's seen is exactly life-threatening. But it really seems as if he time-traveled. And that's a little serious. He doesn't know how else to explain any of this. Before he can think any more about it, he picks up the phone and dials his mom's personal number. When he hears the ringing, he realizes she may not even answer. After all, Izuku thinks she is on the clock. She might not even have her phone with her. But just as he's about to hang up because it's been ringing far too long, someone answers. "Hello," his mother's voice asks, sounding cautious. But the sound instantly floods Izuku with relief. "Who is this? Why are you calling from my home phone?" Which is fair, Izuku thinks. He has a cell phone after all, and he'd usually call her from that. He doesn't even remember the last time he used the landline. And he should be at school at this time. His mom really couldn't know that he's home right now. "Mom," Izuku starts hesitantly, wondering what he should tell her. "It's me, Izuku." There's an exhale of air and then a jarring noise as if someone is banging the receiver against something hard, almost like his mom dropped the phone. "Mom," Izuku asks again, confused and a little worried. There's a pause in which Izuku can hear more noises he can't discern the origin of. Then, "Izuku, baby, is that really you?" And her voice is a little frantic and very wobbly, like she's on the verge of tears. It instantly rings alarm bells in Izuku's head. His mom may be emotional, but there should be no reason for tears as far as he knows. "Mom, are you okay? Is everything okay? What's going on?" He fires out one after another. The panic from earlier is growing and something must be wrong, and why doesn't he know what it is? Is it a villain attack? Is someone hurting his mom? He's seconds away from booking it all the way to the hospital. "Izuku, honey," his mom says, and then she really is crying. The phone is racked with garbled sobs, and she continues even when Izuku frantically asks her what's wrong. "Izuku, everything is fine. Just stay right there, sweetie. I'll be there soon, I promise. Just stay there, okay? You've got to stay there. I'll be there soon." She finally chokes out, and Izuku tries to ask her what's wrong. What could she possibly mean? But she tells him not to worry and she's going to hang up now and he's got to stay put. So Izuku agrees, if only because he really doesn't know what else to do, and the line hangs up after a broken "I love you" from his mother. So, maybe not a villain attack, since his mom has freedom of movement, but what could make her upset like that? Sure, she cries a lot, Izuku can attest to that, but she hasn't sounded that distraught since Dad... He shakes the thought away. After the dial tone, Izuku puts the phone back in its holder and slumps to the floor right there in the hall. He's close to crying too, but he's not sure if it's from hearing how distressed his mother is or just the overall strangeness of his morning. Probably both. Eventually, he pulls himself up from the wall, because he needs to be able to pull himself together to greet his mother and hopefully get some answers. He finds himself back in his room and sits down heavily on his bed. It stirs up more dust that Izuku can see as it catches in the sunlight filtering in through his blinds. He searches for a distraction because he doesn't know if he can hold off a panic attack before his mom reaches him. He really hopes she's okay. His hands are still shaking and the dread in his gut has not gone away. In fact, he has to fight to swallow the bile as nausea threatens him. In the end, he picks up his old phone. It's charged a bit, enough to turn on and hopefully use. The phone boots up and Izuku sends a prayer that he isn't about to discover anything else that will send him over the edge. But when his lock screen shows a picture of All Might smiling up at him, he sees he isn't so lucky. There on the screen is today's date, September 26th, just a little over a year and a half in the past. Izuku drops the phone just as his heart drops. His breath quickens, but he doesn't get a chance to process as he hears the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. His mother rushes into the apartment calling his name, and Izuku runs out of his room to meet her. He doesn't think about how quick she got home, as if she sped the whole way. He doesn't think about the confirmation that he has indeed time traveled. All he can register is being crushed in his mother's tight hug, but it seems he can't enjoy it. There, behind his mother, are two policemen standing in the entryway. His mom cries while clinging onto him for what feels like an eternity. Izuku's tears also spring unbidden from his eyes. What can he say? When his mom cries, he cries. It's just how it is. Nothing to do with his crumbling mental state. Not at all. Whenever he makes eye contact with the policemen behind his mom's back, they give him an awkward smile. Izuku is not reassured. He doesn't recognize them. Not that he's close to any policemen, but he's sure they aren't among the ones he's interacted with before. One is a man with sandy blonde hair and a bit of stubble. He looks athletic. The other one is a woman, her hair dark purple and pulled into a tight bun. Her eyes catch the light, or seem to emit some of their own, and it'd be fascinating if Izuku was in a better mindset. As it is, he can scrub the tears off his face faster than his mom can and attempt to start what is probably going to be a long and confusing conversation. Mom, hey mom, look at me. Izuku coaxes. His hands unfurl from around her and grab her hands from around him. His mom's eyes are wide and wet. She fists the fabric of his shirt that is now thoroughly tear-stained and stares up at him, holding back more waterworks. Izuku's making an effort to stay calm. Goodness knows one of them has to. What is going on? He tries. His mom takes in a shaky breath. Why are the police here? Izuku. Oh Izuku, where have you been? She pleads, as if he has any idea what that means. But she looks so heartbroken and he feels so guilty even though he's sure he hasn't done anything wrong. He needs her to answer his questions, not give him more confusing ones. Ms. Midoriya, the female officer, cuts in kindly. Perhaps we can figure things out together after everyone is more comfortably situated. Izuku studies the woman, silently commending her stellar idea. She seems like a seasoned officer, if she's able to read the room like that. When she sees him staring, she flashes a sympathetic smile. His mother nods and sniffles, likely suppressing another bout of tears, but she still clings to Izuku like a lifeline and doesn't let go until he walks her gently to the couch and deposits her there with the promise of making them all some tea. He thinks his mother only lets him because she realizes they have guests, or maybe because the kitchen is within her direct line of sight. But before he can effectively escape, a hand pulls on his shirt. He turns, and his mom is looking up at him with the most miserable set of puppy dog eyes he has ever seen. You won't go, will you? She asks. It sounds more like a plea. Just to the kitchen. Suddenly, Izuku finds it hard to swallow, so he simply nods his head. He reaches down to unclasp her hand, and gives it a squeeze before he lets it go. The officers watch things with pained expressions. Izuku beats a hasty retreat into the kitchen. The officers take their seats and Izuku can hear hushed conversation from the other room. They're starting the questions probably. To answer what, Izuku doesn't know. Something is seriously wrong and he would really like to know what. His mom obviously thinks that whatever is wrong, it has something to do with him. Is it some side effect to his time travel? Or something else? Should he even bring up time travel? Is his mom aware of it? He isn't sure. But, seeing her this upset, he doesn't want to add to her worries if he makes her aware of it when she wasn't before. He'll have to see what they know first, and grasp the situation that way. Brewing the tea helps calm his nerves, if only a little, because it's something easy and practiced. Having something to do makes him less nervous, even though when he carries the tray with 4 cups on it back into the room, the shaking in his limbs makes everything rattle audibly. Thanks, each officer says as they accept a cup. They both have kind eyes and kind smiles, but neither helps settle Izuku's nerves. He serves his mom her tea and takes a cup of his own. Although he doubts he'll drink it, then sits beside her. Her hand immediately reaches out to find his free one and grabs it in a vice-like grip. It's quiet now, the muffled conversation completely dying as soon as Izuku reappeared. The male officer sets his tea down on the coffee table and clears his throat. Izuku, he begins. And Izuku feels as if he's back when he first met All Might and the man tried to gently tell him how he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. My name is Officer Tanaka and this, he gestures to the female officer, is my partner Officer Hikaru. We need you to answer a few questions, if that's all right. He's being gentle, absurdly gentle as if Izuku is an easily frightened animal. And Izuku is frightened, but that's because he doesn't know what's going on. When he doesn't answer, Officer Tanaka continues, never letting his sympathetic smile drop. There's nothing to worry about. The questions aren't hard. That's not really the problem, at least not to Izuku. He's pretty sure he's one misstep away from a panic attack and the only thing grounding him is his mother's hand in his. And that's only because it hurts. But he needs answers one way or another. That's fine, Izuku answers, and his voice is shockingly calmer than he feels. But I'm not really sure what's going on. That's all right, Officer Tanaka assures. We'll help you out. You just need to answer all our questions truthfully. Which is easier said than done, but Izuku agrees anyway. The officer beams at him. Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember what happened the day of April 18th? And Izuku is already stumped. If he is in the past, which he's starting to believe he is, then he has to remember the 18th of 2 years ago. Still, time travel? He might as well take this chance to confirm it. And what would? I mean, could you tell me what today's date is? Year included, please. He asks and shrinks in on himself. It's an odd question and it feels as if he's incriminating himself already. Surprisingly though, the officers look only gentles. His mother sobs into her hand. Of course, today is September 26, 30XX. Officer Tanaka responds softly. Fortunately, the confirmation doesn't come as too much of a shock. He likely knew, in his heart, that the conclusion he'd come to was correct, even if he didn't want to believe it. After all, what would it mean if he has gone into the past? Was this the result of a quirk, or some gadget? Then why couldn't he remember anything like that? It had simply been another night where he went to bed. only to wake up in the past. What could possibly have caused it? Izuku, are you alright? He's broken out of his reverie by Officer Tanaka. It seems he accidentally zoned out. He blinks back to reality to see 3 worried faces staring back at him. I'm fine. Sorry. You can ask me the questions now. Officer Tanaka stares at him for a moment longer, seemingly searching for something before he sighs. Right. Do you remember the events of April 18th? Since it was 2 years ago, it would be hard to remember a random day like that if it wasn't one of the most important days of Izuku's life. That day was the day he met All Might and the sludge villain incident happened. The day he was told he could be a hero. He'd never forget it. Just to confirm though, Izuku says, of course, that's the day of the sludge villain incident, right? The reaction is instant. He's apparently said the wrong thing because his mother looks at him alarmed and the officers share a wide-eyed look before focusing on him once more. Sometime during everything, Officer Hikaru had pulled out a notebook. Sludge villain, please explain, Officer Tanaka urges, and Izuku is confused. Well, more confused. He only went back in time, right? The events of the past shouldn't have changed. Then again, the sludge villain may have taken a hostage, but he was a fairly local villain, pretty minor compared to something like the League. Maybe these cops just didn't know about it. The sludge villain. Izuku tries again, looking to his mom for help. He took Kaken hostage and I tried to help, but All Might ended up stepping in and saving him. And well, it was on the news. I thought everyone knew about it. His mom shakes her head from beside him. Her eyes look close to spilling again. Officer Hikaru is dutifully recording what he just said. But Officer Tanaka is sitting there with furrowed brows, his smile having vanished. I was not aware of this incident. I'll have to look into it. This Kaken is Katsuki. His mother chimes in, voice hoarse. Bakugo Katsuki. I believe you've already spoken to him. They were childhood friends. It's Izuku's nickname for him. Of course, Officer Tanaka says and turns his attention back to Izuku. So what happened next? Next? What do you mean? Izuku wonders, a little rattled that no one here knows about the sludge villain. Shouldn't his mother? What happened after the sludge villain was defeated? When Izuku is still thinking of how to answer, he adds, a little anxiously, he was defeated, right? Yes, Izuku finally says. He was taken care of. But I'm not sure what you mean. After that, I just went home. Nothing happened. This time Izuku knows he said something wrong because everyone looks at him again. Even Officer Hikaru has stopped writing to give him a confused expression. He feels a bit embarrassed. Maybe he wasn't descriptive enough. That must be it. Well, I got scolded a bit for interfering by the pros and I had to walk all the way home, which took a while. But I couldn't just stand to the side when someone was in trouble and it was Kaken and he looked like he needed help. So I had to. But it's fine cause everything turned out okay. He trails off, didn't it? His mom looks more distraught. Izuku, honey, you need to be honest with the officers. You won't get in trouble. Just tell them what happened. Izuku freezes, pierced by his mother's piteous stare and the strangeness of her words. What happened? What happened? As far as he's aware, that is what happened. Why does she think that isn't the truth? Better yet, why doesn't she remember that at all? When he came home, she practically smothered him in worry. She had seen it on the news and wanted to be sure he was okay. Why didn't she remember? Something is still not right here. Izuku is missing a big piece of this puzzle that has nothing to do with time travel. What happened? Yeah, Izuku's been wondering the same thing since this morning and nothing has made any sense since then. He wants to cry. His anxiety swarms him a little more and it takes everything in him to just stay grounded. He can't let go now, not yet. I don't understand, Izuku says, and he really doesn't. He's been 100% honest. After that I went home and I talked with you about being a hero and then I started training and I was training to get into UA by clearing trash off the beach. And everything was finally working out. He almost whispers the last sentence, because it feels like he's backtracked. Not just in time, but in his efforts too. He tried so hard to get into UA, to get one for all to work for him, and what would that all be worth if he was forced back to the start? Baby, his mom says, and she's crying again. That didn't happen. You didn't come home. Izuku, why you never came home that day? I didn't know what happened to you, if you were all right. Until today. It doesn't make sense. Of course it doesn't. He did come home that day. A cold sensation of dread spreads through his numbing limbs. It couldn't be. Why are things changing? Why is it different? Izuku would never leave his mom alone, so why did she think that? It's starting to get hard to breathe and before he can stop himself, he mutters, impossible. Izuku, Officer Tanaka says, and Izuku's attention swivels to him. You've been missing for a little over 5 months. Missing? Izuku echoes, because that's all he can manage around the closing of his throat. Officer Tanaka sounds just as confused as Izuku feels, his brows creased as if Izuku is the one saying utter nonsense. He had thought, originally, that he was still in his own timeline, that he woke up in the woods the next day. It was odd, not alarming. Then, when he'd seen the state of his room, he was confused, a niggling suspicion starting to creep into his head. And that was the idea that somehow, someway, he was transported into the past, which was actually pretty concerning. But Izuku could handle that. What he couldn't handle was this idea that things had changed, that somehow he was not just back in time, but in an entirely different timeline as well. He couldn't even deal with time travel. How was he supposed to deal with this? Izuku, Officer Tanaka says again, his voice laced with concern. Izuku, do you not remember where you've been? Oh, Izuku knows where he's been. He's been at UA. He's been at the dorms, in the hero course. He's been 2 years in the future with a fantastic quirk and even more fantastic friends. But here, the place they want to know where Izuku went. He doesn't know. He doesn't know if everything he was working towards up until this moment was just some cruel dream. He's choking on air and he can't answer as his sight warps and sways. The edges of his vision turn black with static, and in an attempt to ground himself, Izuku pulls his legs up to his chin and closes his eyes. He can vaguely feel his mother's hand still in his, and it sounds as if someone might be calling his name. But Izuku can't be bothered because he can't breathe. An eternity passes. Izuku's heartbeat drums erratically in his ears. There's a hand rubbing soothing circles on his back and someone's voice in his ears telling him to breathe. Come on. In. And hold it. Hold it. And out. Good. Now and again. Count to 10. Then release. You can do it. It's a feminine voice, and Izuku finds himself following its instructions. It's hard. He's coughing and wheezing. There's tears and snot and sweat all over. His limbs are shaking as well, but the blackness finally recedes from his eyes. Hey there, are you okay now? A face swims in his vision. Bright blue eyes and purple hair framing a youthful face. Not his mother then. He uncurls himself and tries to shake out the fog in his head. He feels like he's done a rigorous workout routine, but without the endorphin high that comes after. Officer Hikaru stands from where she was kneeling in front of him. She turns to the side and directs her attention there, a frown forming on her face. It's clear that he was starting to panic. Why did you persist in the questioning? She asks angrily. Izuku shifts his gaze to see who she's talking to, landing on a guilty-looking Officer Tanaka. He turns to Izuku and his mother, who has been beside him the whole time crying, and bows. I apologize. I failed to read the signs. It seems I've caused you major discomfort. His words cause Officer Hikaru to relax and her scowl to ease. Izuku wants him to lift his head. It wasn't such a big deal, but he's too tired to say it. Officer Tanaka continues. I would like to say we can continue the questioning later, but I'm afraid there's something serious we still need to discuss. He sounds apologetic. What is it? Izuku croaks out, wincing at how his voice sounds. The officers exchange looks. Officer Hikaru turns to him. Izuku, you don't need to be included in the following discussion. It's just something we need to talk with Ms. Midoriya about. She explains gently to him. Now that the panic is gone, Izuku doubts hearing anything else will make it come back. In fact, keeping him in the dark could be the worst possible thing for him. No, Izuku says, and he mentally congratulates himself on how steady his voice sounds. I want to hear it. Please, Izuku, his mother starts. The officers look conflicted. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. Please, Mom. And his voice cracks as fresh tears spill over his cheeks. I don't know what's going on. The questions help and I need to hear everything they have to say. It'll help me, I promise. He begs. His mother whimpers, more tears cascading down her face, and turns to the officers. It might be okay. I couldn't keep anything from HM anyway. She manages to get out. The officers still look as if they are debating it before they both sigh simultaneously. They return to their seats and Officer Hikaru reaches for her notebook as Officer Tanaka scrubs a hand across his face. Izuku, Officer Tanaka addresses him. Are we correct to assume that you are unaware of the events surrounding your disappearance? Izuku nods. And can you tell us what you remember happening instead? He questions. A second passes where Izuku debates telling the officers about the time travel, how he's from the future and how he doesn't know why, but he's back in the past. But the moment passes and Izuku takes a breath. Well, after the sludge villain incident, like I told you, I went home, and my life carried on like normal. I applied for the UA Hero course and trained to get in when I wasn't at school. He explains, trying to recall his life from before without outright mentioning All Might. That's still an important secret, especially now when he suspects he isn't supposed to know it in this timeline. Officer Tanaka frowns, deep in thought. So life was just normal for you, up till today. Yes, Izuku agrees, relieved he doesn't have to lie for this one. And what about the phone call? The one to your mother. What made you compelled to call her? He asks. Might as well say the truth for this one too. Today I woke up in the middle of the woods near here and I found it strange. I came back home and something seemed off, so I called my mom to find the answer. He could hear Officer Hikaru furiously scribbling away on her notepad. The woods, eh? Could you tell us where? Would you recognize the exact spot? Under the woods that stretch along the Sumiter riverbank. I don't know the exact spot, sorry. I didn't really stick around there once I found out where I was. Officer Tanaka smiles. Of course, it's fine, that's more than enough. His expression turns a little more strained and his eyes stray down from Izuku's face. An awkward pause stretches and Izuku shifts uncomfortably. And the scars? He asks a little hesitantly. Tanaka, Officer Hikaru shouts, making Izuku jump. She then goes on to scold her partner, but Izuku tunes her out. He clenches his fist and realizes it feels just the same as always. His eyes trail down to catalog himself. Same scars, same muscles, and if he reaches for it, the same thrum of electricity of one for all rushing through his veins. Why didn't he notice that before? He's still the same, even if everything else is different. And isn't that peculiar? The officers argue across the coffee table. Izuku's mom hasn't stopped crying and she doesn't look like she'll stop anytime soon. He's in a daze, too caught up with the implications. He still has one for all. He's still in his original body, despite being back in time. So it wasn't a transfer of consciousness, more so a complete removal of him from his timeline and thrust into another. Did that make this an alternate dimension? Would that mean there are two Izukus? After all, if he isn't currently inhabiting his younger body, doesn't that mean that his younger self is walking around somewhere? That's how time travel theoretically works, right? And that he isn't supposed to meet his younger self no matter what. Isn't that a rule as well? But wait a minute. Does that mean his younger self is currently missing? Maybe he was too quick to assume that he wouldn't have another panic attack. Thankfully, Officer Hikaru interjects and snaps him out of it. Don't worry, Izuku, you don't have to answer that. We'll be speaking with Ms. Midoriya now. He wasn't quite following whatever they were talking about before, but he's a little too preoccupied to care if he's missed something. Everything seems a little far away. Even the voices sound a little echo. Why? Maybe he's dissociating. Is that better or worse than a panic attack? Or just a different form? Through the disassociation, Izuku sees the officers say a few more words, maybe an attempt at further questioning, before they stand and lead his mother into the kitchen. Izuku vaguely registers his mother's hand sliding out of his own. Their voices are hushed, but Izuku would be able to hear them if he wasn't so out of it. As it is, a few words break through for Izuku to focus on. Amnesia, possible kidnapping, villain, scars, hospital, and doesn't that paint a pretty picture? But Izuku doesn't protest. They can draw whatever conclusions they want. He's going to figure this out one way or another. Maybe later he can reveal his circumstances, but not now. He doesn't think he has the energy to explain everything right now, especially with emotions running high and incomplete information. What would his mother say anyway? If he told her son was probably still missing, right when she got him back, would she or the officers even believe him? Then again, what would he do if the other Izuku did come back? Or even worse, if he returned to his timeline as quickly as he'd come with no explanation? Would his mom think she had lost her son once again? He doesn't even register his mother crossing the room until she kneels right in front of his face and takes his hands in hers again. The officers once again hover awkwardly in the background. Izuku, his mother sobs, shakily rubbing circles into his hands. We're going to go to the H hospital and run a checkup, okay? Nothing be bad. We just want to make sure that you're okay, okay? The way she says it makes Izuku think that she expects him to disagree or bolt the first chance he gets. Which he won't do, but it still clenches his gut with guilt anyway. Hopefully he doesn't get spirited away before he can explain things to her properly. He nods slowly, not trusting himself to speak, and watches his mother release some tension even as tears continuously stream over her cheeks. He stands and his mother releases one of his hands, but still holds the other in a death grip. She leads him to the door and they walk down the steps, the cold cutting through the cotton in Izuku's head, if only a little. The sun has risen completely now, and the walk to the police cruiser allows him and his mother to compose themselves somewhat. They are ushered gently into the back seat, the cage separating them from the two officers in the front. They pull away and Izuku puts all his effort into pushing down his anxiety. His mother swipes at her eyes and the only sounds are the hum of the engine and the occasional sniffle. "I'm glad you're here, Izuku," his mother eventually says, her voice breaking, and she offers him a watery smile. Her voice sounds so loud in the silence. "I think you've grown an inch or two since I last saw you," she observes, one of her hands flattening his fluffy hair as if she can measure his height just from that. "No longer my little boy." Her eyes drift to the scars, obvious on his skin, but she doesn't comment on them. Izuku wonders if she's noticed the other things too. The obvious muscle gain, the aging of 2 years. Would that even show? He knows that she's trying to lighten the mood. She wants to focus on him being back, rather than the time he was away. He saw how she said, "I'm glad you're here," rather than "I'm glad you're back," as if acknowledging it will make him disappear again. Izuku feels the tears on his own cheeks and God, he wishes he would have gotten over that. But he looks at his mom and he knows that even though he never left, she still thinks he did, and it causes her more pain than Izuku could ever know. "I'll always be your little boy, Mom." He chokes out in a whisper, "And I'm not going anywhere. Not anymore. I promise." And he means it. Damn whatever mysterious force that brought him here in the first place. He won't let it take him away until he needs it to. His mother's smile wobbles and he pulls her into a hug right as the sobs rush out of her mouth, racking her whole body. It's ugly and messy, but Izuku doesn't mind. He owes her this much, he thinks. If the officers look back on the scene through the rearview mirror with fondness, Izuku pretends he doesn't notice. They pull up to the hospital and Izuku feels much better than he did before. The only thing that starts his anxiety up again is whenever he thinks of how to broach the subject of time travel with his mother or the officers. Of course, it won't be now, or soon probably, but he doesn't think he can keep it a secret forever. They will eventually have to know. Maybe he'll do it after he tracks down the original Izuku so his mother won't have to worry. The walk through the hospital is uneventful. The nurses have been alerted of their arrival beforehand and prepared for the checkup. It's normal things at first. Breathing, heart rate, eyes, ears, reflexes. His height has increased and his weight even more so. Considering Izuku is being compared against his middle school self, he's not surprised. The doctor checking him over frowns when he sees Izuku's scarred and deformed right hand. Everyone gasps when they see the large scar running over his shoulder and down his arm. That's when they move on to the more complicated things. It's X-rays next, of his whole body, and that brings forth a wave of panic as the doctors see the breaks and new growth of bone all over his body. They panic, his mom panics, the officers panic. Izuku hears the word torture thrown around quite a bit as they talk about him from the other side of the door. He hears his mom break down again and he clenches his fist. He knows it's from his quirk. He knows, but they don't. And it's not something he can explain because it doesn't seem like his mom knows he has a quirk. And, if in this different set of events he never got All Might's quirk, then he now has it by mistake. Now there could be one for all quirks being wielded and Izuku is in possession of sensitive information he now shouldn't know. He picks at the paper gown he wears and tries desperately to drown in the bland environment of the hospital room and not his own thoughts. How could he explain it to them? How could he reassure them that it's fine and he was alright because this was actually the backlash of inheriting the #1 hero's quirk? Would it even be possible to tell them of the 2 years of pain he experienced improving his new quirk without revealing his background as a time traveler? Probably not. When the doctors come back in, they are wearing fake smiles and treat him considerably different, like he's fragile now and going to break if they don't speak softly or handle him gently. Izuku lets them, if only because his mom is looking at him like he's a dead man walking and this stupid physical was supposed to reassure her that he was fine. They do a CAT scan to check for brain damage, maybe hoping for some physical tell as to why he has amnesia. They don't find anything. His brain is normal. He didn't expect them to, but now he knows that the officers are drawing a different conclusion than he would have liked. Except, he's not really sure he can dispute it without telling the truth. And the truth is something he just decided not to tell. The visit to the hospital ends with them taking some blood to run tests, checking for diseases, foreign entities, etc. The doctors promise results in a few weeks, but recommend an observation period. They want him to come back over the course of 2 weeks so they can monitor him and check for any other developments. His mom agrees immediately to the doctor's wishes and the police officers thank them, leading both Midoriyas back to the cruiser. The sun has started to set. It took almost all day, mainly because of the hours spent waiting around. Izuku feels numb. The ride back is just as silent as the way there, which is fine. Izuku has too much to think about, namely, whether there are some things he can tell his mother or if he must keep it all secret. It's tempting to tell his mother everything, to have someone understand why he's different now, before it hurts them both when he's not honest with her. Not only that, but revealing his knowledge of the future could help the heroes and police stay ahead of the game for threats to come. And yet, he hesitates. Messing with the future is something that requires caution and forethought. Plus, if he reveals his knowledge, he can be thrown into an asylum or targeted by villains. It's too risky, too many unknowns. But, above anything, Izuku doesn't know how he got into this dimension, as he decides to call it. And like he's thought before, at any point he can be transported back as well. Changing too much without seeing it through can have dire consequences that Izuku won't be around to fix. And that brings up the other mystery: what happened to Izuku? Not him, obviously, but the Izuku of this dimension. He had apparently gone missing and had yet to return. Where had he gone? Why didn't he come home? Or was this some sort of switch scenario where they traded places? But that wouldn't explain why the other Izuku went missing before he arrived. Maybe he ran into some trouble? Maybe his dimensional time travel was a result of something this version of Izuku did, rather than him. That would explain why he doesn't remember much. It's necessary for him to conduct an investigation immediately, although he is a little reluctant to usurp the identity of a pre-existing Izuku if he is still out there somewhere. It's clear then, before anything else, Izuku just needs to figure out what happened to his counterpart by retracing his steps from 5 odd months ago. He can't do that if he starts throwing around time travel and dimensional theories with the pro-heroes and police. It'd have to wait. Izuku just didn't have enough information. They pull into the driveway sooner than he realizes. The officers stay a bit longer, making small talk, establishing avenues of communication, and letting Izuku and his mom know what comes next. They say he'll have to come to the station tomorrow so they can fill out paperwork and officially make him no longer a missing person. They also tell him they'll have to ask him a few more questions while he's there. Standard procedure, Officer Tanaka says with a strained smile, "I hope you understand." And Izuku does, even if his mom looks like she doesn't. Her mouth is set in a grim line, as if she's upset by the very notion. Izuku nods before she can protest though, and the officer slumps in relief, his smile shifting into something more genuine. And Izuku's not really sure how to feel about that, so he elects to ignore it. He'll face tomorrow's problems when it's tomorrow. The officers say their goodbyes after that, politely refusing an offer to stay for dinner. It's quiet once again with just the two of them, uncomfortably so, but not as bad as either time in the police cruiser. His mother goes into the kitchen to make dinner and Izuku sits up to the counter and watches her. She hums a tune under her breath as she works and Izuku can almost pretend everything is normal, except he catches her glancing at him too often to be natural, trying to assure herself that he's there. He fights the urge to go to his room and stays in the kitchen so he's in her line of sight. It's the least he can do. Dinner is excellent as always, and Izuku even manages to make conversation by asking his mom about her work. They blatantly avoid talking about his disappearance, or the hospital visit, or the stark physical changes he now sports. Every time the topic veers a little too close, the conversation stills until one of them makes an awkward effort to bring it back to something safe. It's avoidance at its finest, but Izuku's too tired to care. And, seeing the heavy dark bags under his mother's puffy red eyes, he thinks she could use a little time before they even begin to broach the issue as well. Izuku does the dishes, even after his mom insists that she can do it. He tells her she ought to go to bed and stays firm when she protests. He knows she's scared that when she falls asleep she'll wake up to a house without him in it. He doesn't know how to reassure her, but she really does need to sleep and Izuku will be damned if he is the reason she won't. He lets her know he's tired too and finally gets her to agree to sleep if he's in there with her. It would be funny, in an ironic way, the parent asking the child for comfort from the nightmares, if it wasn't depressingly heartbreaking. Izuku agrees instantly, and that's that. He wakes up the next morning to his mom running a hand gently through his hair. His eyes crack open and take in his mother with a sad smile on her face. "You're here," she whispers as way of explanation, tears in her eyes. "You're here." He's reminded suddenly of playing hero with his mother all those years ago. Himself in an all-might jumpsuit, her hiding under a sheet and calling for help. Izuku's own eyes grow wet and he takes her hand in his, giving it a squeeze. "I'm here." When they arrive at the precinct, they have to wait in the lobby before they can be seen. The police are busy, scrambling around in a haphazard manner. Even so, every officer who passes them offers them words of gratitude for Izuku's return and safety. He doesn't even know these people, so it's touching that perfect strangers have worried over him. Eventually Officer Hikaru comes to welcome them. Her bright eyes crinkle into a smile even as Izuku sees the bags hiding underneath. Her purple hair is still in a bun, but it's a little more frazzled than it was before. "Ah, Ms. Midoriya. Izuku, it's nice to see you both. I hope you've been well," she greets. They rise at her appearance. "We've been good, thank you." His mom responds with a smile. "It looks like everyone is rather busy today," she remarks as her eyes follow around the bustle once more. Officer Hikaru laughs. "I'm afraid it's always like this. Not that I mind. How about I take you two back and we can get started?" "Yeah." His mother nods and they are escorted back to a different room in the building. Along the way, his mother and Officer Hikaru make small talk, but Izuku doesn't pay attention. He's looking around the precinct with curiosity, and perhaps a bit of trepidation as well. They're led into a room that looks like an interrogation room, except it's a little more homey and lacks the one-way glass. There are even little waters for Izuku and his mom to enjoy. Despite that, Izuku can't stop the rising anxiety when he sits in the cold metal chair up to the cold metal table. His mom's presence beside him helps, but he still feels a bit too much like a prisoner, like he's trapped. Officer Hikaru sits across from the both of them, and not a second later Officer Tanaka enters with a manila folder and sits beside her. "The Midoriyas," he greets enthusiastically, ready to knock this out. He lays the folder on the table and Izuku barely catches his name on the front before it's flipped open. All we need is some signatures saying that Izuku is no longer missing as well as statements from the both of you. Then we can close this case and you can move on with your lives. He smiles, like he's told them great news. His mom returns it. He doesn't. In actuality, He's moving on with someone else's life, not that Officer Tanaka knows that. The paperwork is a little lengthy, but his mom is eager and the cops are patient. Izuku supposes this must be one of the happier moments when dealing with missing persons cases. After all, sometimes there is no happy, tearful reunion. They crack jokes, ask questions, share stories. His mom loosens up a little at the easy atmosphere. Izuku does a bit as well, but he is still waiting for the other shoe to drop. "All right," Officer Tanaka says as the last page is signed. "Now all we need are your statements. We already have Ms. Midoriya's, so we just need Izuku's." And there it is, the other shoe. Izuku plays it cool. What am I supposed to say? Didn't I already tell you everything yesterday?" he asks. Officer Hikaru gives him an absurdly gentle look. "We know it might be confusing and repetitive, but we just need you to recount to us once again everything you remember leading up to and during absence. While we've already heard it, this will be a more official and permanent record. Sometimes having time to think on it as well reveals new details we might have missed before." She explains, and Izuku realizes they're back to treating him like glass. He sighs. "I'll try, but I doubt it'll change much." "That's fine," Officer Tanaka reassures. "It's mostly a formality anyway." Izuku looks at his mom, thinks of the truth once again, and promptly swallows it down. "Before the day of my disappearance, I went about life per usual. I went to school and came home. Sometimes I stopped to watch a hero fight or ran errands. On the day of my disappearance, there was a villain attack. The slime villain I mentioned before, but it was dealt with quickly. I remember going home and then living life normally once again. Although I also trained to get into UA too. And then I woke up yesterday morning in the woods and it felt a bit off, mainly because I don't usually sleep in the woods. But I found out I was close to my house and so I went there. I was a little disoriented. I called my mom and now we're here." He says, a shortened version of what he told them yesterday, with no new details. He watches as they write it down on a form. "It makes sense." Officer Tanaka muses, almost to himself. "Fits in with our theory at least." And Izuku exhales in relief, before the words catch up to him. "Theory?" Izuku asks, curious. Yes. Officer Tanaka confirms, looking uncomfortable. "Judging from your circumstances, we have come up with a theory as to why you don't remember your time away. Although we can never be sure." The pause that follows is a little awkward, but Izuku doesn't mind it. "What's the theory?" he asks. "I'd like to know." He steals his face into something serious. Officer Hikaru elbows Officer Tanaka rather harshly. "Izuku, honey, are you sure?" His mother wonders worriedly. It might not be pleasant, but Izuku just nods that he is sure, because he already knows that it's unpleasant since he thinks he's guessed the theory. Officer Tanaka sighs, then bites his lip. "With you having no memories of what has happened to you over the past few months, we have reason to believe that a memory-manipulating quirk has been used on you, or maybe even some psychological reaction to block unpleasant memories. This is enforced by the lack of brain damage found when we got you CAT scanned, coupling the amnesia, or false memories, with the extensive breakage we found in your X-rays. We're led to the conclusion that you were kidnapped and likely tortured." He sighs again. Of course, nothing can be proven, but all evidence points to this assumption. Until you get your real memories back, we might never know. But if we are to believe this theory, we still have no idea what their aim was or if they will try again, with you or someone else. In response, we're upping the patrols around the area and opening up old kidnapping and missing persons cases. Probably for the best to cordon off that forest as well to investigate. Ms. Midoriya and I have also talked about putting in place a curfew for you and contacts in case of an emergency. Additionally, someone from the precinct will come by your home frequently to check on you both. Hopefully we'll get a lead or scare them away. This new information has Izuku sighing internally. There is no villain or kidnapping, so there will be nothing to find. It's going to be a pain if he has to spend his time here walking on eggshells. He can wait it out to the best of his ability, but he isn't going to be stopped. He has precious knowledge of the future to act upon and another dimension Izuku he has to find. That will definitely involve breaking curfew. Officer Tanaka glances at him worriedly when he doesn't respond soon enough. "I see. That's good that it's being handled," Izuku says. He can tell his words shock everyone present, but he's not in any danger. Even if he had been kidnapped by villains, Izuku has dealt with villains for a while now. It's not really as shocking as it once was, which is worrying, but he's not going to dwell on it. "Okay then, I guess that's it," Officer Tanaka concludes, throwing up another easy smile. "We'll keep in touch with you and you let us know if you need anything." "Thank you," his mother says. "Thank you both so much." Officer Hikaru smiles. "You're welcome anytime. It's not like we did much besides paperwork anyways." That earns a laugh from the adults, and then they are led back out to the lobby. The mood is bright, but Izuku keeps stealing glances at the folder held in Officer Tanaka's grasp. It's his folder. Did they have any leads before he showed up? Any clues as to what actually happened to the other Izuku? He could have really been taken by a villain, or kidnapped in general. He could be dead as well, or maybe he just ran away. Izuku doesn't know. It's frustrating, but what's more frustrating is not knowing why either. If it is someone else's fault, in the cases of a kidnapping or murder, he can understand that. But what he can't forgive is if the other Izuku left of his own volition. Not if he left his mother grieving like this for him. But Izuku wouldn't do that, right? So now he has to find the truth. When I disappeared, Izuku starts, and all eyes are on him. Did you know where I was last? Who I was with? What I was doing? Officer Tanaka blinks before opening the folder and sifting through the papers within. I'm afraid we never found any leads. The last place we were able to verify your presence was at the middle school. By Bakugo Katsuki, Tsubasa Komori, and Sudarechi Yubai. They told us they saw you at the end of the day, but then left before you did. And no one saw you past that. That's it. There wasn't anything at all he could use from that. It matched almost exactly with what happened before. But in his timeline the sludge villain attacked, which it didn't hear. He doesn't even know if he met All Might or not. Oh God, was he killed by the sludge villain? It was a possibility, but that didn't seem like something that could be hushed up. He'll have to put a pin in that one. His only other option from the info then was to talk to Kaken. Not that Kaken would talk to him, considering they were still in the past where he was bullied by the blonde daily. Still, Izuku has had plenty of time in the future to move past that and forgive Kaken, becoming something close to friends. Maybe there was a chance the blonde would tell him what he knows. Izuku, don't worry about what happened before. You're home now and that's all that matters, his mother says to him, grabbing his hand and giving it a squeeze. She thanks the officers for their time and Izuku nods in agreement. They smile and offer their own thanks and services for the future. It's a moment that perfectly resembles All's Well That Ends Well, thinks Izuku, and even he is put at ease by the feeling. They go home and it isn't as awkward for his mom and him to make conversation. They still avoid the topic of his disappearance, but Izuku no longer feels guilt closing up his throat when his mom keeps her eyes trained on him. He still has a million burning questions, but she isn't the one that has the answers. There is one thing on the forefront of his mind. Mom, did I apply to any high schools? He asks. If the timeline matches up, he should have applied to UA before the sludge villain incident. But, with some things being off, he wonders if he did in this world or not. His mother gives him a strange look. Izuku, why are you asking me that? She starts to look a little worried, so Izuku hurries to explain himself. I mean, my mind is just a little fuzzy and all my memories seem jumbled. But I did apply to UA, right? He clarifies, a little apprehensive at her answer. His mother exhales in relief, but still looks confused. You did apply to UA. It's the only school you applied to. It's been your dream since you were small. Honestly, I don't know how you could forget that. Are you sure you're okay? And Izuku releases his own sigh at her words, sagging in relief. He's not sure what he would have done if he hadn't gone to UA. Not only for the chance at meeting his friends again, but the school would also be instrumental in his plans to change the future. It's okay, Mom, I'm fine, he assures her. That's exactly what I thought I did. It's just, and he smiles a little sadly. The whole situation has got me questioning what is a real memory and what might be a fake, implanted one. He looks down, not able to look his mom in the face as he lies to her. He sells it though, if the way she leaps at him and crushes him in a hug is any indication. Izuku, she sobs, already crying, it's okay. I'll help you, so if you have any questions about your memories, just ask. I'm sure it'll wear off eventually. Izuku pats his mother's back and resists his own urge to cry. It'll be helpful, though, to have someone who might know the difference between this timeline and his own. And the cover story the cops came up with gives him a perfectly logical reason to be asking. Thanks, Mom, he finally says. He stays in the embrace for a long few minutes until his mother releases him. They don't talk as much after that, even as they eat lunch together and watch some TV. His mother tells him she took off from work and will be home for an indefinite amount of time to help with Izuku's adjustment period after his visit to the hospital. All of his mom's co-workers know the details of his kidnapping and are more than understanding. He doesn't know how to feel about it. Not that he doesn't enjoy spending time with his mom. And time off for her is rare. It's just that he has a bunch of things he needs to work on immediately. It might be hard to do that if she's around. It's not as if she can stay at home with him forever. But he can't just wait it out either. If only his mom is like how she acts in the future, where she trusts him. He's already had plenty of physical and quirk training from his time at UA. Although his mother doesn't know it, Izuku is perfectly capable of handling himself. After a while, Izuku retreats to his room. It's still jarring to be in his room from before, but he's quickly getting used to it. He leaves his door open and starts deep cleaning the whole thing. The dust flies everywhere and he ends up coughing quite a bit. He even rearranges some of his things so it feels just a bit better. He still can't find his red sneakers, and that makes him upset because he wears those literally everywhere. Maybe the other Izuku is still wearing them. And that could be something, a clue of some sort, except he isn't sure how he can use it. He picks up his backpack and pulls Notebook 13 from its depths. Its burned edges are the same as he remembers all that time ago. When it was burnt, it was close to being finished, and Izuku had ended up just buying a new one for his term at UA. He had come to associate it with his mindset. Before UA, things didn't look so good for him. He was quirkless and quickly losing hope, burned both literally and verbally by others. But after entering UA, he was given a fresh start, a chance to be more, a chance to continue his story. Izuku pages through the notebook fondly and eventually closes it, returning it to its empty space on his bookshelf after number 12. It finally feels like things are falling where they need to be. And now that he's got a clear workspace, Izuku is ready to solve a mystery. Where did he go? Or the other him go? He pulls out a notebook, not one of his nice ones, and begins to write. He starts by writing everything he can remember that happened on that day originally. It will pay to know how much this timeline differs and where. Hero fight observed with Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. School. Walking home, almost dying by the sludge villain. Meeting All Might for the first time. Walking home. Sludge villain incident with Kaken, almost dying. Run into All Might for the second time. Home. That was the basics. And if word of mouth was trustworthy. His last known location following this order of events was the school. So the next question is, did he encounter the sludge villain? And what had happened from there? Was he saved by All Might? Or did something terrible happen? He could ask All Might, and then All Might would tell him if he remembers anything strange. Izuku has his phone in his hand in an instant and browses through his contacts without thinking. Except All Might doesn't know who I am. Izuku thinks with dawning horror. He knows that, or he should have known, but it's so easy to forget when he was taught by the man for so long. It's almost ingrained in his head to go to All Might whenever he has a problem. Now though, he has no way of knowing where All Might would be to get his attention, until UA. He also has no guarantee that All Might would even remember him if he actually was saved by the number one hero. After all, getting one for all was by chance, and therefore getting to know All Might probably wouldn't happen again unless under similar circumstances. Even when they met under that tunnel, Izuku was starstruck with the meeting, and then the autograph had been more than he hoped. Never would he have dreamed of being his favorite hero's personal student. A thought occurs to Izuku. The autograph. The one that All Might gave him after saving him from the sludge villain. It should be in his notebook. Izuku hurriedly yanks number 13 off the shelf again. Bits of paper flaking away in his carelessness. He's so focused he doesn't really care right now, although he'll probably regret it later. He flips towards the back of the book and to the page he knows it rests on, or where it's supposed to be. He reaches the page and it's there, written in bold, black permanent marker. All Might's signature. Seeing it still makes Izuku smile, and he clutches the notebook a little closer to his chest, letting out a shaky breath. Because now its presence has cleared a few things up. He has now moved up the confirmed timeline to meeting All Might for the first time. So either he met All Might in a different way, which seems unlikely, or it's safe to confirm the sludge villain didn't take the other him or kill him, which is good. Realizing he could probably just look it up, Izuku searches the date with All Might. It takes some scrolling, but Izuku finds it. It's a small article, not much fanfare, about how All Might brought in the sludge villain. There is no Kaken. No battle on the streets, but no mention of Izuku either. Thinking back, he doesn't think his first experience with the villain was ever officially recorded. So, this is where the timeline diverges. Somewhere between his first meeting with All Might and the initial capture of the sludge villain and the villain escaping to get Kaken, something changed. Did he never interfere with All Might and inadvertently set the villain free like last time? Or did the bottle holding the slime never fall this time? Or did the villain escape and just never capture Kaken? Was he instead found later, without ever encountering another would-be victim? It still seems as if All Might will give him the answers he is looking for, if only he could think up a way to talk to him. He could always wait until he goes to UA, but that would be such a waste of all the time he's been given. He doesn't even know what to do with himself in the meantime if the investigation doesn't progress. There are other things that need his attention, but Izuku knows he'll still end up with free time that could be better spent tracking his other self down. That's his biggest priority. Doing so will allow him to move more easily and feel more comfortable in sharing information, not to mention reuniting his mother with her actual son. But there are other things that Izuku has to address as well. First, how to get back to his own timeline, if he even can. He doesn't have any leads for this, no ideas as to why he suddenly traveled back in time. It could very well end up that he is stuck here in this alternate dimension. He'll have to look into interdimensional travel or time travel and maybe hack into the quirk registry to look up possible holders of such a quirk. And if it's the result of a device, he'll have to investigate support and engineering companies. Secondly, Izuku intends to exploit the fruits of his future knowledge. The rise of the League of Villains is imminent. UA has experienced firsthand the struggles caused by them. With Izuku interfering, he may be able to change the future. Maybe All Might doesn't have to give up his place as the symbol of peace. Maybe Eraserhead and 13 don't have to get injured at the USJ. Kaken won't have to get kidnapped at the training camp. All of their problems could be solved if Izuku only dedicates his time to plan ahead. Lastly, he needs to keep things relatively the same. Now, he did just say that he would change things. And he plans to, but changing too much will present to him a timeline he can't predict. It would defeat the whole purpose of having future knowledge. Like the butterfly effect, or wanting a nail, he could alter something so much that it becomes catastrophic. Izuku also still wants to make some of the same choices he made in the original timeline as well. He wants to befriend everyone he did before, and help those that he did once again. Like Todoroki and Ida, the list of all the things he has to do, alone at that, leaves him feeling restless. He's already cleaned his room, organized his thoughts, but he wants to do something. A run sounds nice, maybe through some of the locations in the city that All Might shows at often. If his mom would let him, of course. He's not sure she'd agree to him leaving her sight, especially around the area he initially disappeared from, but it would help him clear his head and burn some energy. "What are you up to, honey?" His mom calls from the doorway, making Izuku jump. He didn't hear her approach. Her eyes scan over his newly cleaned room and rest on the notebook in front of him on the desk. Izuku adjusts himself so that he covers it up, although he doubts she can see what's written from her vantage point anyways. "Oh, I'm just doing some cleaning," he says a little too cheerily as he gestures to the room around him. His mother hums in response, studying him intensely. Izuku tries not to squirm under her gaze. "Of course," she responds, but instead of leaving him alone, she walks into his room. Izuku swivels in his seat to track her movement while inconspicuously leaning over his notebook. She's facing away from him, looking all around his room, her hand brushing over his All Might figurines and furniture. When he catches a glimpse of her side profile, her face is uncharacteristically blank, her eyes a million miles away. "Is something wrong?" Izuku asks her, worried about her strange behavior. She is usually quite easy to read, as is he, and the change bothers him. His mom turns to him again and he watches how her eyes rake over him. They land somewhere to his right, below eye level, and Izuku knows that she's staring at his scars. Ever since he received them, Izuku has never wanted to hide them. He was proud of what they represented. Now, he shifts uncomfortably and wonders if he should switch to longer sleeves. "No, nothing's wrong," his mother replies eventually. It's almost a whisper, the way she says it. "Not anymore." Izuku watches her in the way it seems as if she's trying not to cry. It must be hard for her to lose her son and then to get used to him being around again. She's missed him, still plagued by the fear that he'll disappear again, and here he is, already wishing for her to be out of his hair. He swallows over a lump in his throat. "Hey mom, you want to watch a movie together, or something?" She smiles at him and he wonders when it will be genuine. "I'd love to." And so he closes his notebook, still in the midst of his theorizing, and decides to fix something a little closer to home. The following days, Izuku spends a lot of time with his mother. It's absolutely wonderful to spend time with her, but there's a strange feeling accompanying him, as if he's walking on eggshells. There's a tension in the air, something he can't explain, but it makes him think something has shifted in their relationship. For the worse, the officers come by a few more times, and stay for around a half hour each time for small talk and tea. They also visit the hospital for more checkups, although thankfully they find Izuku's condition isn't getting any worse. It is peculiar, they note, that his new bone growth in some places looks to be over a year old. Yeah, truly a mystery. What's new, however, is the additional visits he has to make to a therapist. Because of their running theory of kidnap and abuse by villains, Izuku has to be evaluated for any repressed memories or underlying trauma. While he may not remember what happened while he was in captivity, his subconscious could still show signs of his mistreatment, they reason. And, if he does get his real memories back, a therapist can help deal with the fallout. Izuku can't exactly tell them all of the reasons that seeing a therapist isn't going to help him, so he goes along with it. It's not bad either. The sessions are ultimately driven by him and what he wants to talk about, so he doesn't feel like he's trapped or being psychoanalyzed. The therapist herself is very nice as well. Her name is Hikara-san and she's around the same age as his mom. Her quirk is very minor. It can change the color of her hair, and Izuku spent most of the first session marveling over it and asking her more questions than she asked him. He visits her twice a week, at the request of the officers, doctors, and his mother. The rest of the week passes like that and Izuku officially thinks he might go crazy. He doesn't think he's ever stayed at home for this long at one time. The only time he goes out is when he accompanies his mother somewhere. The downtime gives him plenty of time to think and plan, but no time to act. He knows he has time. There are about 5 months till the entrance exam and 7 until the UA school year begins. But it doesn't sit well with him. Disregarding the missing Izuku, who he wants to find as soon as possible, the USJ attack had to have been planned months in advance. The best way to stop it would be to take preventative measures now. Except Izuku can't do that while under house arrest. It's not even an official house arrest either. It's more so his mother being a helicopter parent. Not that he blames her. Every attempt he has made to go outside for one reason or another is instantly shot down, or his mom insists on going with him. Eventually, Izuku stops trying. So to burn off his endless energy, he works out in the house, does chores all day and researches. His mother lets him have his privacy, at least, though there is still that strange rift between them that only seems to grow. But Izuku really can't take the waiting game any longer. He starts to formulate a plan to leave the house and work on his preventative disaster measures. It makes him feel guilty, how he'll have to sneak behind his mother's back, but it's a necessary evil he supposes. This is all for the greater good. That night, after Izuku and his mother wish each other good night, he waits until enough time passes for him to ensure his mother is asleep. He creeps out of bed and pulls on a black hoodie and black pants. He finds a pair of old sneakers that don't fit him anymore, but he has yet to replace his red ones, so they'll have to do. He finds a plastic All Might mask from a Halloween costume years ago and slips in over his face, clipping it to the hood. It's probably terrible as any disguise goes, but it's the best Izuku can do for the moment. After ensuring no green curls are peeking out, Izuku rips a list of names and locations out of his notebook and slips out of his window and into the night. This plan of his is a little tricky. He doesn't want to use the term illegal because that makes him sound like a criminal, and it's not like he's doing anything that illegal anyway. This is just recon. Yeah, he's just observing, for now at least, and if something were to develop, then he might step in. He isn't doing anything wrong by wandering around at night and watching people. As a future hero, he knows what is within the realms of the law. He activates full cowl and jumps onto the roof of the neighboring apartment building. While he still doesn't have good control of Black Whip, he's managed to control it enough to use it like a grappling hook or Ciro's tape. He doesn't want to tempt fate though, so he only uses it until he reaches the inner city where the buildings are closer together, enough for him to jump across unaided by Black Whip. And then it's just full cowl the rest of the way. He makes sure to stay out of sight for the most part, but he can't deny that he purposely takes a longer route. He knows that time is precious, but he's been cooped up in the house for so long, and the wind whipping under his hood and through the holes in his mask makes him feel freer than he has for a long time. A hidden grin stretches across his face, mirroring the one on the mask he wears. He can almost forget about the worries weighing him down, about all the responsibilities he's piled on himself. Right now, he's just a boy enjoying the usage of his quirk. Once he reaches the part of the city he is looking for, he slows to a stop, the crackling energy of One for All fading away. He crouches down on the ledge of the building so he can get a good vantage point of the people wandering around below. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out the crumpled list of names and unfolds it. When the USJ event happened, Izuku had very little interaction with the lesser villains that came through the portals to kill him and his classmate. After they had dealt with the villains in the flood zone, their immediate vicinity, Izuku was more focused on the big bads than the random other criminals, or as Kaken would dub them, extras, scattered throughout the area. Now, he wishes he'd paid more attention. There are two ways to go about stopping the force that invades at the USJ. He can go for the head, or he can go for the feet. Either way, the operation can't run. While he would like to go for the head and effectively shut down Shigaraki, all for one in the league before they ever announce themselves, Izuku knows he's not enough to deal with them alone. He knows the two locations of their hideout from when Kaken was kidnapped and he could bust right in. One for all at the ready ... if he wanted to die. If he wants to take out the head, he needs evidence of the League's actions. He needs to send in an anonymous tip and have the heroes take over to initiate a full-fledged raid like they did before. And Izuku fully plans to do that, starting with gathering the evidence and intel. However, he doesn't want to be blindsided by any unpredictable variables like the heroes not believing him or the information getting intercepted, so Izuku also plans to take out the feat, and that he can do on his own. So he spends his time under house arrest searching through the quirk database for quirks he knows the minor villains at the USJ. However, that is a very small pool of people due to Izuku's limited knowledge, so he makes a list of potentials too. Of course, Izuku isn't one to condemn people prematurely, so he looks into those with prior records in the Musutafu area and near Kamino, former criminals and ones currently on the run. He even adds those with no criminal record that have inherently dangerous quirks that could attract the League's attention. If all that doesn't work, Izuku will have to scour through the backgrounds of the hundreds of people that live in the area to catch any possible villain indicators. And while Izuku would certainly do it, he knows it'll take a while and would prefer not to. It would be a lot easier if he could ask his classmates who they encountered, or if he had access to footage, but that was impossible, so Izuku doesn't dwell on it. As it is, he has a good beginning of a list and he might be able to track down more through the ones he's already found. There has to be some sort of organization and communication leading up to the USJ attack. So, Izuku starts with the first person on the list. He knows this villain personally, although in this timeline they've never met. He's a man by the name of Kaiose Imhata with a shark quirk. His quirk is a mutation quirk that allows him to breathe underwater and gives him a large set of razor-sharp teeth and the ability to remove them. His skin can also turn blade-like, resembling the properties of scales on sharks when you stroke them the wrong way. The scales don't protrude though, so it acts more like having cactus skin than blade arms. Yeah, Izuku encountered this villain in the flood zone with Asui and Mainta. The first few names on the list are those he met too. Some of the few Izuku can actually confirm the identities. This particular man does have a previous criminal record and has multiple warrants out for his arrest in carjackings and a couple mugging. He usually operates around this area, and with an outdated home of record, it's Izuku's only option for catching him. The wait is long, which Izuku should have known it would be, but he's too eager and impatient. He leaves the rooftop pretty early on and removes his mask to roam around the area. He keeps his head down and his hood up and no one looks twice at him. There are a few bars that he enters just to sit in the corner and eavesdrop. He manages to get some good information, but the bartenders look at him weird after a while since he doesn't actually buy anything. He walks around the back alleys too, passes through the red light district and takes notes. The information he records isn't especially relevant, but it might come in handy. As he roams around, he even catches word of what might be the League. Just whispers really, rumors that he can't find the origin of no matter how hard he tries. It makes sense though, that it's not that easy to track them down. He marks down the places he hears about as meeting places and visits a couple. There are lots of shady deals going on and Izuku's list of potential USJ villains lengthens considerably. Overall, it's not the productive night he was hoping for, but it is something. When the sun threatens to rise in a few hours, Izuku decides to turn in. He ends the night by stopping by the Camino locations and scoping them out. He's a little against approaching too close, wary of all for one and his unknown locating quirks. The bar is active. The factory is not. Izuku takes pictures of everyone that goes in and out of the bar, but doesn't dare go in himself. He's scared, downright terrified. He knows that none of the League will recognize him, but the fear is still there. He doesn't think he can confront them and act natural. Even from afar, his limbs shake as he holds his phone. Although he would be careful, if he slips up, it's game over. Still, if he can work past it, maybe formulate a plan and a script, craft a persona, the bar could be a key tool in bringing down the League. As it is, Izuku can't stay too long and packs up to go home. On the way home, as Izuku bounds over the buildings, he catches sight of a scuffle in an alleyway, nearer to the poor part of the city. Not one to ignore a dangerous act, Izuku stops to take in the sight of a couple of thugs extorting an innocent man. One of the aggressors is large and tall, with two horns protruding out of his head and a metal ring in his nose that glints in the low light. The other guy has hair spiked up and out, like a sea urchin, and a nasty grin on his face as he holds a knife to the victim. The man under the knife is trembling, face pale and warped into a fearful visage. Izuku only has the forethought to snap the All Might mask back over his face before he rushes in. He goes for the knife holder first, since he's the bigger threat. One for all sparks over his limbs and he comes in close while they still haven't noticed his presence. He grabs the perp's hand and twists until he loses his grip on the knife. It falls and the guy screams out in agony. At his partner's scream, the big guy notices Izuku's arrival. He only has a split second to be shocked before he snarls in barely concealed rage. Izuku takes stock of his features, both human and not, and determines his quirk must be a mutation-type quirk that grants him the abilities of a bull. It seems his anger also isn't dissimilar from that animal. He charges and Izuku plants himself in front of the victim who is still cowering in fear. The bull man is heavy, but Izuku has fought Namu and muscular, and in comparison, this guy is nothing. He easily stands his ground against the rush and catches the man by his horns. He now has a close-up view of the red in the man's eyes and the saliva dripping from his frothing mouth. Yikes! Izuku releases one hand to send a punch at the mountainous man. He doesn't bother to channel any more of One for All. His full cowl should be enough. And it is. The punch connects. Izuku gets the satisfaction of seeing the man's face shift into something absurdly cartoony under his fist before he flies back and knocks out cold. The spiky man stands off to the side, staring incredulously at what transpired, one hand cradled around what is probably a broken wrist. There's a stare down in silence that Izuku fills by cracking his knuckles. He wonders what he looks like, being dressed as he is, with a plastic smiling All Might mask on his face and glowing eyes barely visible through the cutout holes. He'd be lying if he said that when Spiky's face paled, it didn't give him a little bit of sadistic glee. He runs away, leaving his cohort behind. Izuku turns to the victim and requests that he call the police. It sounds like something sketchy. He is capable of calling the police as well, but he really doesn't want to get involved in anything that will thwart his efforts too soon. He's just barely getting started. He doesn't want to ruin it prematurely because he couldn't wait until he got a license to help people. The victim, Fujimoto Nagisa, is all too thankful for Izuku that he agrees readily to anything he asks. Fujimoto has tear-filled eyes when he shakes Izuku's hand for too long and places in it a business card for a family-run service and repair shop. It's a little awkward and Izuku blushes madly the whole time. Not that the man can see it, but he slips the card into his pocket anyways. He leaves before the police arrive, bounding up the fire escape with his full cowl until he makes it back to the roof. There is one more stop Izuku makes before he retires for the night, and that's to the store. He goes out of his way to choose somewhere his mom or him would never go usually. It would be suspicious if he entered with a mask after all, or a hood up, so he has to go in as good old Izuku. He only makes 2 purchases, and that's a black beanie and black gloves. He would have liked to buy a better mask, maybe one that's a little sturdier and less themed, but he should have known most stores don't just sell things like that. Izuku smiles innocently as the cashier rings him up, nervously trying to appear casual even as he knows what he's buying isn't all that alarming. It's getting colder, you know. He offers with a forced laugh as the cashier bags his items, but the man doesn't seem like he cares. He hasn't even batted an eye. He looks tired from working the graveyard shift and must be used to stranger purchases and patrons. He'll get off of work in an hour or so and probably not even remember Izuku. Speaking of a couple hours, that's also about the amount of sleep Izuku will get, so with his newly bought items, he finally returns home. The next 2 weeks are spent in much the same way. During the day, Izuku desperately clings to consciousness and spends time with his mother or researches. Dark circles grow under his eyes and he takes naps many times throughout the day. After the first few all-nighters, when his mom sees him, she can immediately spot the bags under his eyes, and she worries. She asks him if he's having trouble sleeping, if maybe he's having nightmares or remembering anything from his imprisonment. It's obviously not true, but nothing he says can assure her. In fact, anytime he talks with her about his health, she never believes him. But, despite the fatigue, Izuku is thriving. And maybe that's what stops his mom from asking anything more. Because Izuku has a light in his eyes and a bounce in his step and a smile he hasn't had for a while. And she really can't speak against that. That doesn't stop his therapist from asking about his lack of sleep during their next session though. Izuku had been yawning quite a bit, but he reckons his mom talked to her beforehand. She says the same things that his mom did. How if it's nightmares or strange thoughts, he needs to let someone know, if not her. Her eyebrows crease in worry for the first time since they've met. Her hair is white today, and the color coupled with the wrinkles between her brows makes her seem much older. It's not nightmares, he says immediately. I'm working on something, Izuku admits, even though he won't divulge more. I've told you how I want to be a hero. Well, this is something that will help me onto that path. Sometimes the time gets away from me or whatever I'm doing seems more important than sleep. It's nothing to worry about. Hikara-san snorts at the smile he flashes her. Well, it is worrying your mother, she says. Hikara-san knows that Izuku's decisions are based widely on how they'll affect other people. She thinks if he knows he's worrying his mother, then he'll stop. And normally, he would, but this is a special case. Even with the guilt, Izuku has to continue. Regardless of whether the sleep loss is the result of nightmares or something less sinister, it isn't good for young people, or anyone, to get so little sleep continuously. It might be better if you just managed your time better to fit in your project with plenty of time left available for sleep, Hikara-sen advises. A fair point, but it isn't an issue of time management in the first place. Izuku already manages his time, strictly because he doesn't know how much he has. The threat of being sent back to his timeline is very real. And even if it isn't, the time until the USJ is fast approaching. He can't waste what little time he has. Speaking of the USJ, I have a question for you, Izuku says instead of agreeing to anything. It might be changing the subject, but he really needs the answer to this question and his therapist could be the best person to answer it. Hikara-sen looks at him curiously. Perhaps she senses his serious tone. Of course, ask anything you'd like. Izuku thinks of the nights he stands outside the bar in Kamino. He thinks of the shakes in his limbs that won't dissipate no matter what he does. He thinks of how pathetic he feels every time he returns home without making any progress towards stepping inside. He thinks of the few nightmares he does have, of events yet to happen, cold, reaching hands and swirling darkness and a man's deep sinister voice. What would you do? He wonders, his eyes glued to his shaking hands and the scars that adorn them. If there was something you had to do, but you were too afraid to do it. He looks up at Hikara-san and sees her frowning. He doesn't know what she's thinking, but he wonders if he's gone too far. He's trying to prove that he's fine, right? What will admitting he's scared of something do? It's not wrong to be scared of something. Even irrational fears are very normal to have. I think it's a matter of what you're scared of and whether you can face it, or if it'd be better to avoid it. Personally, if there was something I was scared to do, that I had to do, I'd look for any way around doing it. Sometimes we can get stuck on checking things off a list, that we don't realize there are other options. It's great and all to want to face your fears, but there's no need to do it if you don't have to. But if you do have to, or really want to, I'd suggest working your way up through the fear. For example, if you're scared of spiders and you have to hold a tarantula, you don't need to just hold the tarantula. It would be better to work yourself up to that, maybe holding various insects or smaller and more harmless spiders first in controlled conditions. But even then, do you really have to hold a tarantula? I can't think of any situation where that's her only choice. It might be better to just avoid it altogether, especially since not doing it won't present any dire consequences. She explains, Izuku hanging on every word. Tarantulas are actually one of the most harmless spiders, despite their larger size. He muses. Hikara-sen huffs. That's not my point and you know it. I'm just saying sometimes it's common sense rather than irrationality that keeps us from doing things. And there's no shame in being afraid. Her response helps a little, but not quite enough with his current scenario, so he draws it out. But what if you have to defuse a bomb? Obviously, you'd be scared of messing up and you wouldn't want to do it necessarily. But there's no other way. In that case, you couldn't avoid it because people's lives are on the line and you can't afford to think up another option because there isn't enough time. Where is the bomb? Hikara-sen asks instantly. Izuku sputters. There's no specific location, but it's a scenario based on my response. And to respond properly, I need to know where I am and where the bomb is. Seeing her point, Izuku scrambles for a location. Okay, here. Let's say a bomb just flies in through the window, and it's got 5 minutes left on it or something. What type of bomb is it? Does that matter? Of course. How can I defuse it if I don't know what it looks like or how it functions? She says, a teasing smile on her face. Izuku doesn't know where she's going with this, but he answers anyway. It's an improvised explosive. Some chemicals in an impenetrable container attached to a laptop counting down by the seconds. So, what would you do? He huffs. Hikara-sen smiles. I'd grab you and we'd run out of the building and far away from the blast. Maybe we'd jump in my car. I bet we could get very far away in 5 minutes either way. Izuku's jaw drops. You can't do that. What about the bomb? It'll explode and destroy the buildings. It could hurt or kill everyone around here. She shakes her head. This block of buildings has very few inhabitants, but even so, I'd have them evacuate as well then. Maybe I'll pull the fire alarm. 5 minutes should be enough time for everyone to get to safety. Izuku closes his mouth and frowns in contemplation. She's missing the point. Okay, what if the bomb's counting down from 30 seconds? Then there's not enough time to run. Then I'd throw it out the window, up high so it doesn't blast anyone, or at least won't kill them. She shoots back. Why don't you just defuse the bomb? Izuku wonders, frustrated by her answers. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Hikara-sen frowns now, obviously noticing his distress. But my solutions solve the problem too. Why do you want me to defuse the bomb? Because, Izuku insists even as he feels a little helpless, sometimes there are no other options. I just gave you a bad scenario. Sometimes you have to find a way to defuse the bomb. That's what I'm trying to show you, Izuku. Hikara-sen says gently. Your scenario was just fine. I'm trying to teach you that there's always another option. As long as you get the desired outcome, the method shouldn't matter, right? And Izuku's starting to see it. But he's a little skeptical to believe that his problems will be solved through an alternate means. Aren't you supposed to encourage people to overcome their fears as a therapist? Izuku jokes. Hikara-sen laughs. Maybe so. But knowing you, I think any fear you have is well worth avoiding. I know I haven't had sessions with you for long, but I can tell you have a very selfless heart. I'm sure that you think whatever you have to do in order to save people. And I just want you to know that that isn't the case. You can save people without putting yourself in danger. It's okay to be afraid. And wow, this is probably why people think therapy is terrifying. Hikara-sen is able to read him so well. He didn't even disclose that much about himself, or so he thought. At this rate, he won't have any secrets left. Regardless, her words strike a chord with him and the knot that is built up in his chest begins to unravel. Maybe he has been falling back on his old All Might hero mindset, where he has to save the day with a smile and he can't be scared of anything. Does he really have to go into the bar to take down the league? Well, that remains to be seen. Though I guess there is one fear I'd like you to face. Hikara-sen adds. Izuku looks up at her inquisitively. She gives him a knowing look. Have you talked with your mother yet? Oh, that? No. Izuku sighs. I haven't. You need to. She presses. If you think there is some sort of rift in your relationship, the only way to repair it, or even confirm if it's true, is to talk with her about it. You may even find that it's easily fixed. I know, and I will. Izuku states firmly. I just don't know how. She's only barely got me back, and we've finally gotten a routine going again. I don't want to ruin that. Hikara-sen nods, sympathetic. You're scared. Izuku smiles sadly. I suppose. In truth, Izuku has many reasons to put off the conversation with his mother. The first is he doesn't know if he has the right to interfere in the relationship between other Izuku and his mother. Her worries stem from his disappearance, and Izuku hasn't resolved that yet. It feels wrong to tell her not to worry about him when he's not really her son. Secondly, he doesn't want to spin a web of lies around them. There are many things he can't tell her, and if he trusts her with some things and lies about others, he's going to end up hurting her, and therefore himself. He doesn't want to uproot what they have, however fragile, just to rebuild it on a foundation of omissions and half-truths. You told me I can avoid something if I'm scared of it, Izuku points out, although he's only half joking. Hikara-san purses her lips, clearly not amused. Just talk to her, she insists. Izuku yawns, tired from more than lack of sleep. Okay, even though he promised. The conversation with his mother does not come for a while. He has at least another couple sessions with Hikara-san where she urges him to do it before it finally comes up. It's one of the days where Izuku can't take being in the house any longer, and today especially. He can't wait for the night in order to sneak out. It's been at least 2.5 weeks since he's been back. Surely that was enough time for his mother to no longer fear that he will be kidnapped if he leaves the house. It's worth a shot. Although Izuku already thinks, without having to ask, that his mother has not changed in her feelings one bit. He finds his mother in her bedroom giving it a good clean. She shuts off the vacuum when she sees him approach and gives him a smile. Izuku, what's up? He smiles back. I was feeling a little pent up and wanted to burn off some energy, so I was going to go on a run. He tries to keep it casual, but can see the moment his mother's face falls. Actually, honey, she begins with a strained smile. I was wondering if you could help me go grocery shopping. We're running low on ingredients and I was planning to make something extra special tonight, she says, averting her eyes. Izuku thinks of the full cabinets in the kitchen he had seen just that morning and hopes the disappointment doesn't show in his own smile. Of course, I'd love to help. They go to the supermarket and walk around a bit. His mother picks up things here and there and continuously asks him if there is anything he wants. He always answers no. It's mundane and would be nice if it wasn't so utterly frustrating. His mom doesn't trust him to handle himself anymore. He can't say he's shocked. Mainly it's the grief making her think that way. But he's reminded of an unpleasant moment. The moment when she gave up on his dream. It's not fair to her. He knows it's not. She is a wonderful mother and has always been. But when he was diagnosed as quirkless and his dreams of being a hero were breaking, he had looked to her for the glue to hold them together. And his mother, the only one he could count on, unknowingly swung a hammer instead. He was persistent though. He provided his own glue and his mom didn't stop him. For the longest time he pieced his dream back together by himself, cutting his fingers on burnt and broken glass. It wasn't until he met All Might that he was able to finish the repairs. His mom, for a while afterwards, treated him like glass as well. She must have known, on some level, what effect her words would have, but she also must have felt, maybe even subconsciously, that her quirkless son couldn't be a hero, and Izuku never held it against her. Yes, it had hurt, but he moved on from it. His mother even rescinded her words and supported him when he moved into the UA dorms. She knew she was overprotective and said the wrong thing that day. Izuku only wishes she realizes she's doing the same thing now. He doesn't want to be treated like he'll break, like he can't handle himself. He's spent years in a future proving he can. He just doesn't know how he can show that to his mom. He wants her to see his resolve, for her to acknowledge his dream, without him having to tell her about his quirk. He knows he will have to eventually. He certainly can't hide it, but it would leave a sour taste in his mouth if she only trusts he can take care of himself after he reveals he has a quirk. They start walking home and he convinces his mom to take the long way. He could use the extra time to center himself. He's carrying all the groceries, which really aren't that many, and his eyes scan the streets in front of him. There are crowds, as there always are, but it's a beautiful day and Izuku's trying to appreciate it without focusing on his task ahead. Here's to the calm before the storm, he thinks sardonically, a smile playing across his face. He hums a bit under his breath, a tune he remembers Jiru playing in the dorms one day while she was working on her music. He doesn't think she ever finished it, but it was catchy enough for him to recall it. Just then, the woman in front of him walking hand in hand with her daughter finds her hand empty. A young girl is holding a ball that bounces out of her hands and into the street. She follows it thoughtlessly, pulling out of her mother's hold, the car in front of her screeching to a stop, but not soon enough. Izuku acts before he can think about it. Time seems to slow down as One for All flows over him as soon as he calls and he's surrounded by the green and red lightning of his full cowl. He surges forward, scooping the girl up, and tumbles a bit haphazardly on the other side of the street when he lands. He releases full cowl and surveys the girl cradled in his arms. Her eyes are closed tight as she braces for an impact that never comes, almost as if time restarts. The car that tries to stop runs over the spot where the child once was before swerving into a telephone pole. The mother of the child screams, and the driver rushes out of his car, frantically scanning the street. There's a moment of confusion and then of realization. All eyes are on Izuku now. Pedestrians have stopped to stare. Even his mother is staring open-mouthed at him from the sidewalk on the other side of the street. He uncurls his limbs from around the girl from his place sitting on the sidewalk. She's crying and looks up at him with big, brown eyes, wide with confusion and fear. Izuku brushes a thumb across her cheek to catch the tears. "Hey there," he says softly, a bright smile on his face. "Don't cry. You're all right, see. I got you." My name is Deku. What's yours? The little girl sniffles. Hinako. It's almost a whisper. He has to strain to hear it. Wow, Izuku praises. That's a great name, Hanako-chan. You're such a brave girl. So I need you to remember that you can't go running out into the street like that or letting go of your mommy's hand, okay? Hanako nods, eyes downcast. Izuku stands up and brings the girl to her feet gently. He grabs one of her hands as both their mothers finally make it across the street. Izuku, are you? Hanako, baby, are you all right? Hanako's mother cries and kneels down to inspect her daughter, wrapping her in a warm hug after she notices no injuries. Both of them are crying. Izuku lets them have their moment, and his mom is patient enough to speak with him until after this is all over. You, the mother calls, standing to address Izuku. Thank you so much. You saved my baby. Thank you. Thank you. You're a hero. She grabs him in a bone-crushing hug and then plants a kiss on his cheek. Izuku blushes madly. He'll never get used to getting praised or thanked. At her words, the surrounding onlookers start to clap and cheer for him. A few whistles can be heard as well. Izuku feels his cheeks grow hotter with his blush, and in no problem. He gets out eventually, an embarrassed smile on his face. The driver makes his way over as well and bows at a 90-degree angle in front of the girl's mom. I'm so sorry, he blubbers, tears evident in his voice. The girl came rushing out and I couldn't stop in time. Raise your head. It isn't your fault, she responds, to Izuku's pleasure. Everything turned out fine anyway. Thanks to this young man, she gestures to Izuku, my daughter is safe. The man bows again towards Hanako this time. I'm glad you're safe, little miss. I'm so sorry. He doesn't wait for a response before he turns to Izuku and enthusiastically shakes his hands with both of his own. And thank you, young hero. I could have ended a life today, but you've saved me. There are tears steadily streaming down his face, but he looks relieved more than anything. Izuku is speechless. Eventually, he composes himself and stills the man's motion of shaking his hands. He offers a blinding smile. I'm glad I could help. The driver offers Izuku money, which he refuses. Still, the man insists Izuku take his business card and he has to agree, if only because the man doesn't take no for an answer. Only after Izuku accepts it does the driver return to his car, which isn't inoperable, although it will definitely need repairs. He drives away once he bows to each of them for a second time. The woman announces her departure as well and thanks him again. She takes Hanako's hand from his and the girl still looks sad as they start to turn away. Wait, Izuku calls before they can go. He crouches down and hands the ball he managed to snag, along with Hanako, to the surprised child. Here, don't let go again, okay, he says with a wink. Hanako looks up at him with wide eyes, like he's just hung the moon or promised an early Christmas. A smile spreads across her face and she breaks out of her mother's hold to hug him. Her mother smiles at the sight, wiping a stray tear from her eye. Thank you, Deku. Hanako mumbles into his chest. She breaks the embrace and smiles again. You're welcome, Izuku replies enthusiastically. It was nice meeting you both. The mother thanks him some more and offers payment, which he quickly refuses. Her and Hanako eventually leave. Izuku feels the best he has all day, even when a few bystanders come to congratulate him personally and he turns red again. He acquires a few more business cards as well. When Izuku and his mom start to walk home, he has to go back for the groceries he dropped before he leapt into the street. Thankfully, nothing is damaged. His mother stares at him appraisingly and Izuku fights not to squirm. She's been quiet for a long time. Surprisingly, the first words out of her mouth aren't about the lightning she must have seen sparking over his body. They aren't a reprimation either. You're different, she says, once they've left the crowded streets. It's not said as a bad or good thing, merely stated as a fact. Izuku's not sure what to think about that. Different? He asks and wonders if she caught on to him being from a different dimension. Well, if anyone would be able to, it'd be her. Although she'd probably have said something sooner. Yeah, she responds, you carry yourself differently. I thought you grew taller, and you did, but you also hold yourself higher now. You don't slouch anymore. And that's well, Izuku supposes that's true. It seems odd though, that is the thing she picks up on. Where is she going with this? You also seem more comfortable in your own skin. Confident, happy. She looks at him and Izuku sees that she's smiling, if a little sadly. I'm glad. Izuku's about to respond, but they just so happen to walk into view of the Dagaba Municipal Beach Park. He halts abruptly and stares. It's piled high with all the trash Izuku remembers painstakingly removing. His heart clenches painfully and he tries to assure himself that everything he's done was not for nothing. It's a stark reminder that all these changes his mother is noticing are not from his effort alone. He's gotten this far only because he's had people to believe in him, support him and teach him. His therapist's words run through his head and now seems as good a time as any to bridge the gap between them. Mom, he gets out eventually. He's not looking at her. His eyes are trained on the beach. I'm going to be a hero. Her response is instant. Izuku, I already know that. Izuku interrupts. No, you don't understand. And he turns to look at her. I'm going to be a hero. He's not sure what his mom sees in his eyes, but her eyes widen at his words. She looks like a deer in the headlights, caught between the rock of Izuku's dreams and the hard task of shutting them down. It's difficult for her to support him when she knows how dangerous it is for heroes. She's already seen him come home with plenty of injuries. He's sure she's just waiting for the day he'll come home dead. Hell, he basically proved her right when he went missing. But that's always been an occupational hazard to helping people, and Izuku won't ever give that up. Not in this dimension or any other, no matter what version of himself he is. And he needs his mom to understand it now instead of later. I may not be much, but I'm serious. I'll work hard, as I've always done, and make it to the top. I'd like it if you believed me, but I understand if you don't. Regardless, I'm going to be a hero. It feels a little like a weight lifting off his chest and a little like he's about to be sick. He's not sure how his mom will react. He's never been this direct before, but perhaps if he knew in the past what his mom truly felt, he would have attempted to persuade her more before his teachers had to. His mom sighs. I do. Believe you, that is. She looks at him and shrinks in on herself. I never wanted to dismiss your dreams ... but I'm your mother, and I worry. I've seen the good heroes do firsthand, but I've also seen what happens if they make even one mistake. Her gaze bores into him, her eyes misty. I thought I lost you when you disappeared all those months ago. I thought that maybe it was my fault that you left, because I didn't believe in you. She chokes back a sob. I thought I would support him being a hero if it meant he wasn't missing. I know it's selfish, and even seeing you now, how capable you are, I still want to go back on my word. I'm scared, Izuku. I'm so scared that you'll be gone for good if I let you go this time. And I can't handle that. She bursts into tears. If Izuku had a nickel for every time he made his mother cry over the past few weeks, he'd still not have enough money to buy her forgiveness. He understands how his mother feels. He knows he'd be devastated if anything ever happened to her. But it's so easy to forget that he's worth something to her too. God knows she reminds him of it enough. He's just never been that good at listening. It's just common sense. Izuku thinks that him getting hurt is better than anyone else. He licks his lips, focuses on not crying. I know. He sighs. I know it's hard. I know I'll get hurt. I can't promise I won't be in danger. I can guarantee I'll make you worry 1,000 times over. But I can't live if I give up on my dream. I've wanted it for so long that a life without heroics ... well, it'd be a life not worth living. And that might be concerning. But Izuku means it from the bottom of his heart. He really doesn't know what he would do if he couldn't be a hero. He might have pursued something else, but the thought is so foreign, Izuku has no idea what his alternative to being a hero would have been. Oh Izuku, my little hero, why did you have to be born so selfless? His mom says, but she sounds a bit proud, even through the tears. Izuku tries to answer but finds that he can't. After all, he was never in charge of the way he was born. He can only take credit for who he is now. A breeze from the beach blows by, but instead of salt, the air is rank with the stench of garbage. Izuku feels static underneath his skin. A buzzing that spreads to every part of his body in anticipation of what he wants to ask, what he needs to know. He has said it many times, and he'll say it many more. He has never held the words his mother said to him against her. She was out of her depth at the time, believing it better to shut down an impossible dream than nurture a fragile fairy tale. But Izuku wants this time to be different. He got his mom's approval in the future. He knows it's possible, so it seems reasonable that she could offer it now and save them both from dancing around the old elephant in the room. Mom, Izuku starts and he has her full attention. Watery green eyes watch him apprehensively. Can I? His voice cracks and he clears his throat even as tears spill from his eyes. Can I be a hero? The words are softly spoken, choked by tears and years of emotion. He's laid himself bare for the second time. The static buzzes harder, he might even be trembling. He wants to close his eyes, brace for impact, but he keeps them glued on the wide eyes of his mother. Oh Izuku, his mother sobs in a broken way as she runs forward and hugs him. Dread fills him and Izuku tenses, inevitably closing his eyes and quickly trying to wall up his heart. It was a mistake. I shouldn't have asked. I don't want to hear it again. Of course you can. And Izuku's eyes fly open. The static is gone. His mother is in his arms. They're both crying, but when is that new? There's a garbage dump 1,000 meters away and Izuku feels something click into place. A piece of something he never thought he could have. Cause even though his mom supported him in the other dimension, they never really talked about the first incident. Izuku never actually heard her say, with her own mouth, that she thought he could be a hero. And even if she did, Izuku would always secretly think it was because he got a quirk, and not because of his own merit. But here, even if his mom saw the signs of a quirk that wasn't his, she didn't actually know he wasn't quirkless. Here, she saw him save someone and she said to him, quirkless, useless him, that he could be a hero. If Izuku had a nickel for every time someone said he could be a hero, he'd have 2 nickels, but he'd feel like the richest person in the world. Things don't miraculously get better as soon as his mom and him have that conversation, but an avenue for communication does open up between them. Izuku talks about leaving the house without adult supervision, and of him eventually returning to school. Needless to say, it doesn't go over well. They don't have an argument per se, it's more like a negotiation. His mother admits she may be being paranoid, but she can't let him go outside without receiving hourly updates of his status. It's unfair, and Izuku haggles it down to updates every 3 hours until he can prove he won't get kidnapped within a week, which should be fairly easy to do. His mom doesn't budge on school though, until the hospital visits and therapy sessions are out of the way and it's confirmed that his time away didn't leave him with any lasting impact. She does, however, call the school and sets up a way for him to get homework and do tests online. It's something. They still haven't talked about his quirk though, and Izuku is beginning to suspect that she never actually saw it appear. When he saved the girl the other day, he only activated it for a split second, which felt like longer to him, so maybe he was overestimating how much people saw. Well, that would mean that it's up to him once again to figure out how to tell his mother about it. He'll need to think of a cover story. Thinking back on that day as well, Izuku realized that he introduced himself as Deku to the little girl, which goes to show that he's just so used to going by his hero name, it slipped out like second nature. He used it all the time in the future, as it were. When he thinks about his future though, a strong feeling of sadness overcomes him, so he hurries to push it out of his mind. With his newfound freedom, Izuku sets up a new routine. He's finally able to go on runs without having to lap the house while his mother stands outside to watch him. He runs twice a day now, and works out after them as well. He's ahead of the game technically, since he has all his training from his previous timeline under his belt, but there's always room for improvement. After all, Izuku hasn't yet mastered one for all, and any new progress he makes could be monumental in the coming months. He needs to be ready. He needs to be strong and capable. He's going to meddle in this timeline, and any strength he gains will help him do so, against all other odds, because that's what heroes do. Ever since the moment with his mom, he's been clearing the beach out too. It's quicker work than it was before, but still leaves Izuku breathless. He does it because it feels wrong for the beach not to be clear, it deserves to be nice, but also because he selfishly hopes that All Might will stop by, in either form, and Izuku will be able to talk to him. He misses him a lot. Even if he can't be his hero's successor like before, he doesn't want them to stay strangers. Unfortunately, All Might never shows, and Izuku has to deal with heavy trash as well as a heavy heart. His nighttime escapades also continue, with steady progress appearing. Besides working on the USJ case, Izuku looks up how to hack and mask his IP address as well as other activities. He buys a burner phone and a sketchy deal after breaking into his savings. It's for calling in crimes or texting tips to police or pro heroes. His newly acquired hacking skills come in handy for accessing security cameras and surfing through the National Crime Information Center. Turns out a lot of the names on his list have warrants out for their arrest. Go figure, he doesn't get a new mask, mostly because he doesn't have the time. The cheesy All Might one functions enough at hiding his identity, which is good enough for him. When Izuku has his ear to the ground, he has to take it off anyway. He does get a surgical mask though, for those moments, as well as a cheap pair of shades. Not that anyone can see him wear them from under his hood, but if anyone could, all they'd see is a person who looks extremely sketchy. He has yet to catch his intended target of Kaiose Mhara, but he's caught some other individuals. Just last night, he managed to track down the villain with the jamming quirk from the USJ and turn her in. He dumped her zip-tied to a parking meter right outside the Musutafu police station as she cursed up a storm the whole time. She was wanted for armed robbery on multiple accounts and even for a string of arsons. Needless to say, she wasn't getting out of prison anytime soon, and Izuku was feeling a little proud of himself. While there are the names on his list that are criminals, there are those as well that aren't, or at least, they haven't been caught yet. And if Aizawa-sensei taught him anything, it was that the law wouldn't condemn someone as a criminal without any evidence. So Izuku couldn't tie them up and drop them off like he did the others, or they'd simply walk free. With those names, he plans a separate course of action. Izuku stalks them, gets information on them, and he waits. Sometimes it takes a week or more before he sees something. If they appear to do any illegal activity that doesn't hurt or threaten others, Izuku snaps pictures. Later, an email sent to the police books them for at least a little while. And if they do engage in fights or robberies or kidnappings, anything that can harm someone, then Izuku intervenes immediately and takes out the threat. With a witness and the police on the way, the criminals stay in jail. But there are still plenty of people who he can't get any incriminating evidence for. These are the people that are potentially the ones that show up at USJ. So, either USJ is their first gig when they become a villain, they are extremely good at hiding their malicious activity, or Izuku has the wrong person. Unfortunately, there are quite a lot of people that fall into this category from Izuku's list, and he doesn't want to take any chances. He needs another option, and he finds one. He digs just a little deeper into their backgrounds. He looks up their homes, their workplaces, their favorite stores or restaurants. It's worryingly easy. and Izuku acts as their conscience. He sends them notes, not in the mail, no, in their house, right on their dining room table, or on their desk at their work, in every place they ever thought was safe. He lets them know that someone's watching them. He lets them know that he knows what they're going to do and that if they want to keep their lives, they should stop. It's an empty threat, of course, but it's effective. The villains don't know he's just a teenager, not yet a hero, and they don't need to. He's not sure if they'll listen, even after being properly terrified. But he'll see when the USJ comes to pass. And if he does have the wrong people, then he's only scaring them. Of course, that is terrible in and of itself, and Izuku feels guilty about it, but it's the only thing he can think to do. It takes a long time to do all of this. Days turn into weeks. Every night, he goes out and hunts these criminals. He goes and goes until he literally can't anymore, because the sun comes up. And it doesn't stop at the criminals from the USJ either. Often, where his patrols take him are areas filled with crime. Even if he's crossing into the territory of vigilantism, Izuku has never been the person to ignore a cry for help. He steps in even when he knows he probably shouldn't. After all, he can't justify the law breaking to himself when it's outside of saving the future. But crime does happen outside of planned terrorist activity, and Izuku won't hesitate to bring it down. He keeps an eye on some of the other villains as well, Stain and Overhaul mainly, but both are keeping a suspiciously low profile. Which makes sense, Izuku presumes, especially if he only barely heard of them when they were introduced back in his own timeline. Still, preventing the deaths of the heroes killed by Stain would be great, and rescuing Eri earlier might be possible as well. Actually, that seems like a high priority item. Izuku will have to add that onto his growing list of plans he's formulating. He exhausts himself quickly, but he's determined and a lack of sleep could never stop him from saving lives. Miraculously, he's gotten a second chance, a chance to fix things before they go bad. Sleep will never be as important as that. As they say, he can sleep when he's dead. Tsukachi Naomasa can't sleep. Working as a police officer, long hours are a given. He's used to overtime from cases, emergency recalls, and 12-hour shifts. The life of an officer may not seem as rewarding as a hero's, but Naomasa thinks it is. Heroes can't be everywhere after all. And they're also not the best at handling the legal side of things. Police officers, however, are there regardless of time of day or media exposure. No, the reason Naomasa can't sleep is because he's working on a case. A very difficult case. For multiple reasons. Seppaku Juden, a high-profile criminal, dumped right outside their door. Her quirk is electrical in nature and she, herself, is extremely dangerous. And she wasn't even the first one to be delivered to them this way. In her interrogation, she revealed that she fought and was captured by someone in a plastic hero mask. She also said some choice words as to what she thought about getting caught. Naomasa guesses he'll just have to add this incident to the growing case they have on this masked marauder. As he said, it's a difficult one. Firstly, there's hardly any information. Witness accounts are flimsy and of course the person is disguised so camera footage, when they appear on camera, doesn't give them much. Honestly, why did another vigilante have to pop up out of nowhere? That's another thing. Naomasa ruffles his hair until it sticks up at odd ends in frustration. The case focuses on a new vigilante, and vigilantes were always hard to deal with. They acted as heroes outside of the law, so it was hard to reason whether they should be caught. Heroes were the ones that had the most problems with vigilantes. As for people like Naomasa, he needed to follow the law, but he could hardly condemn anyone who strived to help other people. Not that he could admit it. Groaning, Naomasa reaches for his cell phone and dials up a familiar number. It's not the number of anyone who could help with the case, but Naomasa finds it's easier for him to find connections or make breakthroughs when he's ranting about the case to a friend. Unfortunately, the call goes to voicemail. Naomasa sighs and hangs up. It's pretty standard for Yagi not to answer him, but he always tries anyway. And it's late too, he might be asleep. All Might isn't completely unrelated either, although the connection isn't something they can use. Yeah, whoever this vigilante is, they wear an All Might mask of all things. Naomasa doesn't know if they're a fan or if they're mocking the #1 hero. All he knows is that the mask is sold everywhere with thousands of people buying it every year, so the mask is a dead end. The only clues Naomasa has gathered about the vigilante is their approximate height, that they are probably male, and that they operate at night around Musutafu City. The few witnesses that spot him say that he helped them out of a dangerous situation, often giving them instructions on how to proceed next. When they are asked about any defining features, most of them are too distracted by the cartoony All Might mask to really pay attention to anything else. Maybe that's the real reason why he chose to wear such an eye-catching thing. Regardless, the vigilante isn't that big of a deal, simply another thing Naomasa has to keep an eye on. They haven't appeared in front of the police yet, though they leave villains tied up at the doorstep, and Naomasa doubts they'll be caught easily. For now, he'll keep track of their case and add what he knows about them to the criminal database. Ugh, he needs coffee. He'll just document the case, increase the patrols around the area and brief them on who to look out for. Vigilantes have shown up before and it was never long before they were caught. It does make him wonder though. Who is the vigilante? And why are they doing this? Why are they interfering? You are sure someone is interfering? A deep voice demands, his words accompanied by crackling static. Tamura scratches at the skin of his neck harder in agitation. He doesn't like people interfering with his plans. He doesn't like failing his sensei. We are unsure. The pawns are common crooks and it is easy to imagine them getting caught without the help of a third party. Kurogiri explains, pausing in his motion of wiping a shot glass clean. However, one of them has shown us a note. He said that he found it in his home and was visibly distressed. While the note does not go into specifics, it clearly warns the man of participating in any illegal activity. Tamura growls a bit at the memory. Miserable cowards, all of them. Why did they need cannon fodder anyway? It's not as if they could even make a dent in the symbol of peace. Sensei's voice crackles over the TV screen. A child's prank. If he backs out, simply replace him with another. Remember, they are expendable. With all due respect, Sensei, I doubt it is just a prank. It is not just one man who has come to us with these warnings. It seems our men are specifically targeted. Someone may have found out about our plans. Kurogiri responds, and Tamura will kill them, whoever they are, once he finds them. How dare they try to stop him and Sensei? But it is curious, who could possibly have found out about their plans? Sensei only gives them information that is needed. A wise decision, and Tamura and Kurogiri don't tell the recruited pawns anything. So how would this third party know? That is troubling indeed. However, it is unlikely this menace knows the depths of our operations. If they are whittling away our workforce, then we must continue to renew it. Evil is by no means a scarcity. Sensei advises, voice calm and commanding. Yes, it will all work out, Tamura believes. Sensei is in charge after all, and no one can compare to him. Of course, Kurogiri replies with a bow. There is someone who we may be able to blame the decrease in our numbers on, although it remains unclear whether they are responsible for the messages. He holds up a grainy photo in his misted hand. Pictured there is a person with dark clothes donned in an all-might mask. Tamura already hates them. Who is that? He asks, the words raspy. A third party, possibly a new hero, but it is more likely a vigilante. The police have accredited him with the arrests of our new recruits as well as many other small-time criminals. They could just be taking out villains indiscriminately and know nothing. Or they could be purposely targeting us and the pool we collect from. Sensei hums, a new variable. Perhaps our plan needs revision. Tamura stops scratching and a Grinch-like grin grows across his face as an idea comes to him. No, Sensei, let me handle this. I'll kill him for you. The reply is immediate. I'm sorry, Tamura. You are not quite ready to announce yourself to the world just yet. Tamura frowns, but they wouldn't know it was me. Tamura, yes, Sensei. You will do no such thing. Before Tamura could feel properly agitated by this news, however, Sensei speaks again. It isn't necessary for you to deal with such a low-level threat. I believe there is only one way to find a rat. The TV crackles ominously and Tamura finds a smile on his face once again, and that is to trap it. A month passes and Izuku isn't sure what to do with himself. December steadily approaches and he reckons the beach will be completely clean by the time school breaks for winter. The entrance exam will happen in February and the USJ at the end of April. There's still so much time, and yet not enough. His mother goes back to work after Izuku proves that he won't be kidnapped if he's on his own for a week. The frequent visits to the hospital have stopped and Izuku is expected to go one more time in a couple of weeks for a final examination. Once that is over, he should be cleared to return to school. He's been good about keeping up with his homework. Not that he needs it, having learned it all before. The visits with Hikara-san continue, but will likely be terminated as well when the hospital gives the all clear. She's a wonderful person and Izuku will miss her, but he doesn't need her like other people do. She says though that if he'd ever like to visit again, or just wants to talk, she'll be all too willing. Her business card is added to the stack he already has all wrapped in a rubber band in his drawer. He'll likely never use them, but he can't bring himself to throw them away. His progress towards the USJ event slows down as Izuku puts it on hold. He's definitely put a dent in their forces, but it's harder for him to keep a low profile. It seems word has gotten around in the underground, as Izuku has heard when he pokes around in the bars and alleys that he patrols. They call him a vigilante. Izuku is a little upset by the title. All he really wants to do is be a hero, but he reminds himself that it's all necessary. Still, this would have been 100% easier if Izuku could have kept his hero license from the future. At least he can put a stop to his law-breaking when he gets into UA. But despite the added vigilance of others around his patrols, Izuku stops working the USJ case for a different reason, and that is Eri. He doesn't want to make her wait. He almost forgot about her as he was so caught up with stopping the League. She doesn't deserve to stay with Overhaul any longer, especially if Izuku knows about her. He's taken enough measures against the League to put a pin in it for now. There's someone right in front of his eyes that needs saving, and Izuku isn't going to wait. He's switching tracks. So instead of his usual patrol routes around the Camino area and such, Izuku roams around where he remembers the 8 precepts of death being active. He scopes out the building that they raided in the future and rests his hand against the concrete of the roof. Is Eri down there, right now, waiting for a chance to make a break for it? Is she being tortured while he can do nothing but wait and plan? He clenches his fist. Angry tremors rack his whole body. Soon, he thinks with certainty, whipping a notebook out of his hoodie pocket. Soon, and then he gets to work. Over the next few weeks, Izuku plans the preemptive strike. First, with information. Izuku recalls everything he remembers about the 8 precepts, and, unlike the minor villains of the USJ, that is a lot of information. The blueprints of the facility, the way they operate, the details of their operations, even their connections and some of their experiments they perform to make the drug that erases quirks itself. He's intimately familiar with the upper echelon in their Yakuza as well. He's fought some of them and was briefed on the others by Night Eye extensively. Izuku creates their profiles in his notebooks, adds them to his growing list of villains, and analyzes them. Their quirks, their appearances, how he remembers their personalities were, and their relations with the other members of the 8 precepts. Strengths, weaknesses, everything. Second, with evidence. On Izuku's nightly routine, he's back to stalking people. He snaps photos of transactions, hacks cameras and emails, taps into phone calls and records them. He digs deeper and deeper until he finds Eri and everything concerning her. He studies her handlers and their rotations. He burns the location of her cell into his brain. Izuku memorizes guard shifts and camera placement so he can get in and get out. He's not ready to face anyone as he is, especially if someone else's safety is on the line. But he'll be damned if he lets that little girl wait another day. By the time he's done, Izuku has a manila envelope over an inch thick with everything anyone could possibly want to know about Chisaki Kai and his organization. It's more than incriminating, and Izuku just has to make copies and drop them off at the nearest police and hero agencies. Night Eye would get a copy for sure. Maybe he could give one to Aizawa-sensei as well. There are moles in the police force, but Izuku ought to pass them the information anyway. Maybe it'll get to the right people if he asks Officer Tanaka or Officer Hikaru. But that can wait. Releasing the information will alert the 8 precepts that Izuku is onto them. They will change up all the information he has painstakingly gathered, including everything on Eri. He can't afford to take that risk before she's safe. Izuku slips on the black beanie, the hoodie and gloves and worn old shoes. He clips on his All Might mask and takes a deep breath. This isn't like the bar where he can avoid it or put it off. This is his bomb that he has to defuse. He's going in tonight. He's going to save her. Of course, Izuku knows how dangerous this is. He sweats profusely under his clothes even in the winter chill because he's so nervous. Izuku has seen firsthand the type of damage Overhaul can do, with his quirk and without. Thanks to him, Mirio lost his quirk and Sir lost his life. Izuku will never forget that. He's going to be careful. He has no intention of dying or getting caught and leaving his mother wondering where he's gone again. This is just a rescue mission. He won't engage in battle, and he'll get out the second he thinks things have gone south. It's the compromise Izuku comes up with when he thinks of his worried mother. He's not too sure he can adhere to it, given what's at stake here. But either way, Izuku is ready to change the future. Izuku lands on the rooftop of the 8 Precepts building. It's quieter in this part of town, and the silence is unnaturally eerie in the darkness of night. He doesn't have a lot in the ways of light either. The streetlights don't extend to the roof, and Izuku fumbles blindly for a few moments while he waits for his vision to adjust. His warm breath condensates on the inside of his mask and makes him uncomfortable, but Izuku doesn't dare take it off. He may be on the roof, and the Yakuza has no way of knowing he exists, let alone that he's here, but taking off the mask feels like he'd be exposing himself, leaving himself vulnerable, which is something he does not want to do. Maybe if he wasn't so anxious as to be borderline hyperventilating, it wouldn't bother him that much. He can't afford failure here, and that knowledge, that burden, feels like it's closing up his throat. But he also can't be weak, so he does the only thing he can think of. He ignores it. Maybe it will go away. When he clears his head enough of his wayward thoughts, Izuku slides the black backpack he brought off his shoulders and gently to the ground. He pulls from within its depths a laptop he managed to salvage from his time cleaning the trash heap. While he did some work on it himself, or tried to, he inevitably had to take it to a shop. The first victim he saved shop actually, not that the man knows it. There likely could have been a discount for him if he told the owner of his identity, but Izuku would never use his hero identity to seek favors. Even without the discount, it was cheaper than buying one new, or even buying one used. The laptop casts a soft glow around his surroundings that almost seems blinding in the thick darkness when he boots it up. As soon as his eyes adjust to the new light, he sets to work hacking into the cameras that are in the building underneath his feet. He needs to activate a loop in order to hide his infiltration. It's long work, made longer by his impatience, but Izuku flies through it as quickly as his experience will allow. Once he's gotten a hold of the camera feeds, he starts to create his loop. He doesn't know how long he has until the 8 precepts notice someone has hacked their feed, but he hopes it will be after he and Eri are far away from here. He sets an alarm on his watch for 15 minutes from now. Any longer than that and they'd be sure to notice something was up. Izuku sets the laptop down and stands unsteadily. His hands are sweaty under his gloves and he feels uncharacteristically itchy all over. Taking a deep breath, Izuku approaches the edge of the roof. He ties a rope and rappels down the building. 15 minutes, in and out. He can do it. The building is just as dark, even outside the front doors where Izuku drops. The double glass doors are sealed and locked, resembling for all it's worth like a normal office building. Izuku narrows his eyes. Looks can be deceiving. He knows better. He spots the cameras immediately. And although he knows they can't see him because of his own handiwork, he still feels wary. He needs to be quick though. He doesn't have much time, so he pulls out an improvised lockpicking set to get through the door. Izuku is efficient and quiet, and the lock opens up for him in a matter of seconds. He's always been good with puzzles, and lockpicking was just another puzzle. Still, he's grateful that he picked it up, even if it was from Minta after Izuku found out he knew how to in order to accomplish more unsavory activities. The door is pushed open soundlessly and Izuku creeps in. There are no sounds or movements in the darkness, but that's to be expected. The real operation takes place in the lower floors after all. Following the mental map he's charted in his head, Izuku sneaks towards where he knows the stairs are. The building's elevator does give access to the secret lower floors with the input of a code, but that was monitored, and entering an elevator felt too much like getting trapped, in Izuku's opinion. The stairs would take more time, unfortunately, but were safer in the long run. When Izuku enters the stairwell, he finds it lit, albeit dimly. Walking under the artificial light makes Izuku's skin buzz like the bulbs overhead. He no longer has the luxury of hiding in the shadows, and likely won't for the rest of his mission in and out of the facility. One look from anybody within, and Izuku's caught. It'd be game over. He creeps forward, and then he hears a door slam and steps echoing. The echoes throw off the sound, so Izuku can't discern whether it's above or below him. He freezes and shrinks down, heart beating wildly and sweat rolling down his spine. The steps eventually stop, another door is opened, and silence returns to the stairwell. It takes Izuku a precious few minutes before he can move again. He has decided that the noise likely came from below him. Quicker now, cause Izuku's already wasted time. He flies silently over the stairs. He doesn't know when someone else will come into his stairwell, and he doesn't have the willpower to keep creeping along when the clock is ticking. His steps barely make a sound. When Izuku arrives at the correct floor, he peeks through the small window in the stairwell access door. He doesn't see anybody, just an obnoxiously lit white tile corridor. From the floor plans he's memorized, though, Izuku knows exactly where he is, and exactly where he needs to go. He opens the door slowly and cringes at the squeaking noise it makes. He wants to freeze again, but he fights the impulse and instead soundlessly closes the door behind him. There are people walking around here as guards, but according to their schedules, no one should be in the immediate vicinity. Izuku will have to time his movements right to continue undetected all the way to Eri's cell. The hallways are unnaturally silent as Izuku moves through them. He passes rows of closed, unmarked doors, their small windows only revealing darkness. He doesn't have time to see if they are locked, or even what lies beyond them. He's here for one thing and one thing only. Following his mental map, Izuku reaches the place where they are keeping Eri, but he has to pause. From where he has stopped, he can clearly see and hear 2 masked people loitering outside Eri's cell, seemingly joking and laughing. Thankfully, Izuku recognizes that they are not a part of the 8 Bullets, Overhaul's elite force. One of them Izuku sees as one of Eri's handlers. He's not too sure who the other guy is, but that's probably a good thing. Another grunt, most likely. He isn't the problem. The problem is that neither of them should be here, outside of Eri's cell. What is Izuku going to do? If he starts a fight, will he be able to knock them out without raising the alarm? And if he can do that, will he be able to escape successfully before they wake up and definitely raise the alarm? He wanted this to be a stealth mission, where he leaves no trace for the 8 precepts to find. They wouldn't even think Izuku could be responsible, them having no idea he exists at this point. But engaging the enemy, before he knocks out both of them, they'll be able to remember him, maybe even see what he looks like. And although he's disguised, he doesn't want the 8 precepts led to his vigilante persona either. Can he afford to risk it? Izuku glances at his watch. 8 minutes have passed. The better question would be, can he afford not to? His blood spikes and the tempo of his heart increases. It seems his body knew before his head exactly what he needed to do. Izuku quietly checks that his mask is secured on his face before he calls upon one for all and rushes the 2 goons. Good news. He manages to knock out one of them before either of them notice his presence. Bad news. He only knocks out one in his initial strike and has now revealed his presence to the enemy. The one he didn't manage to hit is not Eri's handler. He stares Izuku down with wide eyes full of surprise and fear. He opens his mouth to scream, to call for backup, to use his quirk. Izuku doesn't know. He doesn't even give him the chance. Izuku rushes the man and cuts off whatever aborted noise he was going to make. The man's eyes roll up into his head, and he slumps down to the ground. Izuku stays still to ensure that both are equally and actually unconscious before he turns to the closed door before him. There he is just beyond it. He tries the handle and no surprise it's locked. But just like the entrance into the building didn't stop him, this won't stop him either. However, this door can't be opened by simple lockpicking. There's a scanner, perfect for an ID or badge, neither of which Izuku has. Fortunately, he knows who does. Maybe it was a good thing after all that he ran into someone else. He isn't sure what he would have done to open the door. Bust it open with his quirk. Possibly. At least now he has a better option. Izuku rifles through the clothing of the handler and finds his keycard easily enough. From there he swipes it, and a light flashes green with a beeping noise. He hears an audible click. He turns the handle and pushes the door slowly open, just a bit, before he pauses. Izuku doesn't want to scare Eri. What would she think if he walked in looking as he did now? Would she even trust someone in a mask? As much as he didn't want to take it off, their first meeting might be better if he had it off. Then he could put it back on when they left. Deciding to keep it off for now, Izuku pulls the mask down and lets it hang by its string around his neck. He pushes the door all the way open and steps inside. It looks more like a cell than a room of any sort. The walls, ceiling, and floor are a dirty gray. There are no windows, and only one other door Izuku can see leads into a small bathroom. The room is lit by harsh LEDs that remind him of the interrogation rooms in the precinct. There is a metal chair, likely for whoever comes to visit, and a small bed. Upon the bed sits the young girl he knows as Eri, who stares up at him with wide ruby eyes. Izuku wants to be mad about the room, about them treating Eri like an animal in a cage, and he is, but now isn't the time. He doesn't want to frighten Eri, so he tries not to let the rage show on his face. When he takes a step closer to her, however, she flinches back, so maybe he couldn't hide it completely. He stops and puts his hands up. "Hello," Izuku offers with a nervous smile. He feels a little out of his depth. Time is breathing down his neck, and Izuku doesn't have much experience with getting scared little girls to trust him. "My name is Deku. I'm a hero." Eri still stares at him. She flicks her eyes over his form, but doesn't say anything. Izuku doesn't blame her. He probably doesn't look very hero-like. But hey, he doesn't have his hero gear yet, so this is his only option. He waits to see if she'll say something. But when the seconds tick by, Izuku realizes it'll fall to him to get the ball rolling. "I'm here to rescue you, Eri. I want to help you," he tells her truthfully, pushing as much sincerity as he can into his words. His eyes never leave hers, so he can see when hers widen even more at his words. She doesn't look relieved though, she just looks scared. Her eyes dart to the door behind him, and then all around the room as if she expects a threat to emerge from somewhere. As if this is a trick. Izuku clenches his fist to keep from gritting his teeth. Did they trick her before? Offer her freedom and see if she took it only to punish her? In the future when he met Eri, Overhaul had made it sound like she tried to escape quite often. How many times had she tried? And what did these monsters do to her to make her stop? Izuku fights to take calming breaths. Anger won't help right now. This isn't a trick. Izuku reassures. He keeps himself open and inviting. "We don't have much time though." He bites his lip, not sure if that's the right thing to say to tell her even if it is the truth. He doesn't want to worry her, but they really need to go. Eri's eyes take on a different shine to them, and she opens her mouth to speak. Her lips move, but no words come out. Izuku waits patiently as she closes her mouth and then tries again. ... Here. It's the only word he catches the second time. The other's too softly spoken to hear from where he stands by the door. "I'm sorry, can you say that again, please? I can't hear you very well. Do you want me to come closer?" Eri stares at him again, more curiously, as if he said something strange. Izuku's fingers twitch in the silence. "They don't have time for this. See, can you really get me out of H here?" Eri whispers, but Izuku hears it all this time. His shoulders sag and he pushes down the overwhelming urge to cry on Eri's behalf. He takes in her messy hair, her raggedy dress, and the bandages wrapped around her arms. He looks her straight in her eyes. The emotion in them he now identifies as hope. "I promise," Izuku states with the utmost conviction. Eri's lip wobbles, but any tears that slip out, she wipes away quickly. Izuku walks towards her, careful to keep his steps slow and deliberate. When he reaches her bed, he crouches before it. "Come on, Eri," he says with a smile even as his watch feels like it will burn a hole through his wrist. "Let's get out of here." He expects Eri to be a little more tentative in her trust. Izuku's never been sure of the entirety of what she had to endure, but he's pleasantly surprised when she leaps at him. Her small arms wrap around his neck and he's almost sent to the ground with the unexpected action. She buries her face in his hoodie and Izuku is quick to wrap his arms around her. He smiles despite himself. Eri's here. She's fine. He's going to get her out. Izuku stands and slips his stolen ID from his pocket and walks towards the door. He adjusts Eri in his hold so he can see his watch. 13 minutes have passed. 2 minutes left. Fuck. Izuku prides himself for not letting the panic he feels show on his face. Even if he took the same path out as he took in, it wouldn't be enough time. Now he has extra weight. But it's not like standing here will make time tick slower, so Izuku has to accept that he needs to get out of here as fast as possible. And that maybe his fastest won't be enough. He swipes the card and steps into the hallway, and he can see immediately that this escape will not be easy. There is only one body on the ground. The other is nowhere to be seen. That's not good. Izuku can only count himself lucky that no alarms have been sounded yet as he takes off back the way he came. While he runs, he slips his mask back over his face. Eri watches him do it, but she doesn't seem scared of it, only questioning. He's glad she doesn't ask about it. He doesn't know what he'd tell her. They arrive at the stairwell door quickly with Izuku's quirk-boosted speed. He closes his hand over the handle when he hears multiple sets of footsteps behind him. He glances behind him and sees all the guards he had avoided converging on him. Some of them are wielding guns. They seem surprised to see him, but that quickly morphs to anger. "You bastard." Someone yells and then there's a gunshot. Izuku ducks on instinct and curls his body protectively around Eri, who whimpers in his hold. Whoever fired must have really poor aim, however, because Izuku doesn't feel any impact. He decides rather brilliantly that he needs to leave before any other bullets go flying. He doesn't want to get shot today, no thank you. When he's in the stairwell though, there's no way he can stop them from coming out after him. There's nothing to block the door with, so, in an attempt to buy some time, Izuku punches the door in and sends it flying towards the rushing guards. It's a bit like bowling. If the bowling ball was a door and the pins were members of the Yakuza, Izuku counts it as a strike anyway. He doesn't revel in his small victory. Doors don't hold people back forever since he's running low on time already. Izuku sprints up the staircase, skipping whole flights by propelling off the walls and railings. He catches sight of the exit door in record time. Then the alarm goes off. It shouldn't surprise him that whatever plan he made didn't work out. Izuku's always had pretty rotten luck. It didn't stop him from hoping that they'd make it out undetected though. Izuku swallows back a curse, as well as his overwhelming inner anxiety because Eri smashes through the door leading to the ground floor. He's surrounded on all sides. Too many faces covered in masks, too many weapons and unknown quirks, and the door is only a few feet away. From his quick glances around, there is no overhaul and he doesn't see the 8 bullets either. But that doesn't mean they aren't here or aren't on their way. Izuku shifts his stance, holds Eri's terrified form closer to himself. He can do this, and even if he can't, he has to try. His watch starts to beep incessantly at him, warning him that he's out of time. Izuku almost wants to laugh at that, if a little hysterically. He's pretty sure the armed villains and blaring alarm already alerted him to how screwed he is. So with all the grace of a self-sacrificing idiot and determined pro-hero, Izuku dives right in. Immediately, he notices a few things. 1. These guys don't put up much of a fight, but they still have the advantage of numbers, and Izuku's also fighting with only one available arm. 2. They aren't using their guns, which is good. Very good. Izuku thinks it's because they don't want to hit Eri. He's not complaining. He'll use whatever he can get. 3. Izuku's getting closer to the door and he might just make it out of here. Suddenly, everything tilts to the side. Izuku's vision spins, the colors blur, and he loses his balance. He stumbles and catches a punch to his gut that he's too slow to dodge. He tries to retaliate with a punch, but he swings too wide. It hits the intended target, but there's not enough force behind it to take him out. Quickly realizing that he can't fight this way, Izuku retreats a bit into a less crowded area, swaying the whole time. The thugs are quick to chase him. Izuku feels a little nauseous, but he fights through it, or tries to. He takes more hits than he did before, each one still landing on him and not Eri. While he strikes down the grunts, he scans the crowd for who he thinks is behind his current condition. A gunshot rings out and suddenly the next guy about to punch Izuku falls to the ground. Izuku whips around to try to find where it came from. "Ha ha ha, Shiin, you, ha ha," Yuma said. A voice laughs out from above him. Izuku looks up, dread pooling in his stomach, to see Deidoro Sasaki hanging from the roof like something out of a horror movie Kaminari tried to get him to watch. In doing so, he's able to avoid the knife sailing at him, but unfortunately all that earns him is a kick to the face by one of the surrounding grunts. Izuku fires up a little more of one for all before he kicks him back. "Why are there so many people? TCH, I miss Tuo," Deidoro says. Another voice joins and Izuku tries to locate it in the crowd as he stumbles. He can't kick too much or he'll fall. "I would have hit him if there weren't so many people in the way." You have the perfect vantage point and he still dodged it. Izuku finally locates the speaker of the voice and his heart sinks even more. Shin Namoto, another one of the 8 bullets. He can't face them both alone. Not holding Eri and also surrounded by villains. Having 2 of the 8 bullets here must also mean that Overhaul knows he's here, or could even be on the way. Izuku needs to leave. He needs to leave now. Another gunshot. Eri whimpers, shaking within his arms. Izuku's mask falls from his face and there's a stinging sensation in his cheek. Not too much pain, so he must have only been grazed. Not good. The next shot will kill him. His heart beats frantically. Someone runs at him and he flips them through his dizziness. It causes him to fall. Eri untucks her head and all he can see are her eyes, filled with fear, looking at him. He can't save her. And then she begins to glow. More accurately, it's her horn that glows, but with Izuku's blurry vision, the light encompasses her whole head. Izuku knows what this means. He bites his lip to keep in another curse. The stinging in his cheek is gone. And so is the dizziness. Izuku doesn't have much time before the rest of him is gone too. Looks like he's going 100%. When he cranks up one for all, he can immediately feel the strain. Bones and muscle fibers snap beneath his skin, protesting unfathomable power in a vessel that just can't contain it. The pain both never starts and never ends. Izuku takes a step and the shockwave alone forms a crater in the floor and blows back his attackers. He hears another gunshot, but the bullet is so slow, and Izuku simply has to move his head. Time to get the fuck out of here. Izuku stomps the ground again, deepening the crater and watches as the floor gives out. His leg explodes, but is rebuilt instantaneously, before he could even see it exploding. Eri really does have a powerful quirk. He has to constantly break his bones in order to keep up. Most of the opposition falls through the hole in the floor. The building shakes and groans, the alarm still blares throughout, and Izuku turns to the door. He tries to just walk forward, but he shoots off instead, crashing through glass, bones splintering, barreling through the concrete of the adjacent building. He's pretty sure it's abandoned, but he still feels kind of guilty about the property damage. He stands and jumps, aiming for the top of the Precepts building where he left his stuff. Izuku overshoots it by a lot and he falls through the air before landing on the roof. The cement cracks and falls underneath him. His laptop has been smashed. He starts to feel tired. A tremor racks his body from the excess energy. But he can't stop here. Izuku leaps again, and the building crumbles beneath his feet. He'd be lying if he wasn't a little satisfied, but mostly he's just relieved. He got Eri out of that place and the 8 Precepts can't come after them. Now all he has to do is calm her down and get her someplace safe. In the air, Izuku directs their flight to land in an abandoned lot next to a construction site. He doesn't want to wreck any more buildings, although accidentally. It's okay, Eri, he soothes. He wants to rub her back or do anything besides hold her, but he fears what would happen with one for all as it is. Izuku can barely control it at 45%. 100% is out of the question. He lands in the empty lot and the sand and dirt and gravel splash up around them like water from a cannonball. The dust forms a cloud that hovers in the air, obscuring his vision. The soft light from his quirk seems to reflect a little off the particles, but Izuku's got bigger things to worry about. Eri, you're okay. It's okay, he assures. Her quirk is still going strong and Izuku flounders in a suspended state of utter agony and temporary relief. One for all rushes to keep him alive by breaking apart the very body it's supposed to serve. Izuku struggles against tears, struggles to stay standing, but Eri needs him. The small girl has burrowed herself in his arms. She shakes uncontrollably and her eyes are firmly squeezed closed. Whimpers escape her mouth and Izuku has half a mind to seek out overhaul himself just to punch the bastard in the face. Can't control it, Eri mutters, tears leaking from her clenched eyelids. Izuku sags. He feels like crying just watching her. It hurts almost as much as his body ripping itself apart every second. Almost. You can do it, Eri. You did so well already. It's okay now. I can take it from here. You can let it go. Izuku states again, calmly. Eri finally peeks her eyes open and she finds his eyes with the most devastated expression he has ever seen. Don't know how. Her tears fall harder. When there is more water than realistically possible, Izuku realizes that it has started to rain. I don't want you to go. Don't you go like the others. Please, don't all leave me. Izuku pushes back the heartache and the sadness at her words. He thinks of how wonderful Eri is, how sweet and kind she is, and he uses that to smile at her. If he cries here, no matter how much he wants to on Eri's behalf, that won't help in reining in her quirk. Izuku needs to show her that he's fine, that she's fine, that everything will be okay. I won't leave you, Izuku says with feeling. He gently caresses the side of her face, careful with his overactive quirk. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a hero. I'll be here to help whenever you need it. He holds his hands out to her, palm up, ready for her to take. Eri, Izuku calls to her. I need you to do something for me. Is that okay? He keeps his voice steady, even as his limbs tremble and light crackles over him. Eri nods. She places her small hands in his gloved ones. Izuku suppresses a flinch. Good. I need you to look at me. Yeah, that's right. Keep looking into my eyes. What color are my eyes, Eri? The snow-haired girl looks to be in pain as well and fights not to squeeze her eyes shut. Izuku waits patiently. Green, she says softly. Good. That's very good. Now, what color is your hair? Eri looks down, as if she needs to see her hair to tell its color. It's white. Izuku nods encouragingly. The quirk around Eri dims somewhat. And very pretty. What else do you see? Eri searches his face. He smiles at her and nods gently. She looks around and seems to notice the rain for the first time. It's raining, she tells him, and her quirk dims even more. It is. You're right. It's loud, isn't it? Can you hear it? He asks. Eri nods, still looking around at their surroundings. Can you feel it? Eri nods again. What does it feel like? The brightness or her quirk quiets to a soft glimmer. Wet, Eri says. And Izuku chuckles a little at that. Cold, she adds with a shiver. Izuku nods. What's your name? Eri looks back at him. She seems calm, or calmer than she was. Eri, her quirk is almost gone. And what's my name? He asks, almost a whisper. Deku. Your name is Deku. You're a hero. Her quirk fizzles out and Izuku releases one for all. He almost faceplants with the effort, but he manages to catch himself. He still feels unsteady on his feet, but that would have to wait. Good. Great. You did wonderful, Eri. He praises, out of breath for reasons he doesn't want to think about. His muscles still twitch uncomfortably beneath his skin as if he is conducting electricity. Izuku's body throbs with a pain that has no clear origin. He takes a breath. He lets it go. The rain splatters on his head and runs down his face. He's already soaked, but he notices what Eri said earlier. The rain is cold. Izuku reckons one for all kept him from feeling it, but it wouldn't be good to stay out in this weather for long. He needs to get Eri someplace safe. Izuku looks around at the construction site. Now that neither of their quirks are active, it's considerably darker. He can barely see what's in front of him. There are a few streetlights in the distance, but the rain blurs those as well. He shivers. When he takes a step forward, he immediately loses his balance. He falls to his knees and fights back a wave of nausea. The lights in the distance blur and twist and Izuku feels dizzy. He's so tired. Everything hurts. Deku, Eri asks, and it's the concern in her voice that has Izuku's head snapping up to find her eyes. He expects for there to be danger, someone pursuing them from the precepts maybe, but she's only staring at him worriedly. Izuku rises to his feet shakily and calls for one for all once more to support him. The buzzing of his power sends shockwaves of pain through his body, but it's tolerable. I'm fine, Izuku says with a smile. He makes a show of dusting himself off with trembling hands just so he can have a moment to breathe and pull himself together. We need to go. He hears no police sirens in the distance, but they're far enough away that they wouldn't hear them anyways. Izuku doesn't want to chance it though. He has no doubt that someone will come after Eri. It's only a matter of who and when. Izuku needs to get her as far away from Overhaul as possible as soon as possible. He scoops Eri up in his arms and leaps up the structure of steel beams that will probably become an office building or condominium. He grits his teeth against the pain, the dizziness, the tears. Is Deku okay? Eri's voice reaches him. Izuku pauses on the next rooftop he leaps to and wipes the water from his face. Not that it does much good. He smiles again, trying so hard to ease her worries. Of course, Izuku glances at her face and then takes off again. They don't have time to spare. But now he has to swallow down bile that doesn't come from nausea or pain. He saw Eri's face. He knows that look. She doesn't believe him. His vision sways and Izuku feels dizzy. His hold on one for all slips more and more and he struggles to hold it together. Eri clings tightly to his chest. Izuku cradling her close as he vaults across the cityscape. He's too exhausted, too drained to properly care for Eri or hide her. Overhaul should have been alerted to her escape by now, and although they won't find much of a trail, Izuku would rather not pass out when people are out looking for them. Where should he go though? Where could he take Eri where she could be safe? The police were compromised and Izuku's home wasn't well equipped to defend her. A pro-hero is the best bet, but who? No matter who Izuku appears in front of, they'd ask too many questions. Questions he couldn't answer. But Eri wouldn't go with a pro-hero if Izuku didn't act as a medium between them. She is too scared to approach someone else unless Izuku is there with her. Abandoning her would leave a sour taste in his mouth anyway. But where? To whom? Think, Izuku. Think. Without warning, he slams into a wall not so gently. Eri whimpers in his hold and Izuku staggers from the impact. He's being too careless, his mind too muddled to think properly and control his quirk in his current state. The rain doesn't help at all. It's likely what made him slip. He needs to rest. But he can't because he has to keep Eri safe. He can rest after, as long as she's safe. Yeah, once she's safe. Just like she was at UA in the future. A light bulb goes off. UA. They could take good care of her and provide protection as well. But it was the middle of the night. No one would be there. And as confident as Izuku is in his newly acquired hacking skills, he doubts he can infiltrate UA without being noticed. That would look terrible too. The faculty would think they were villains or not trust them soon enough for Eri to get to safety. He could even be suspected of being a kidnapper. That would completely destroy any chance of Izuku getting into UA. But UA isn't too far off the mark. What about Aizawa-sensei? He was one of the pro heroes involved in Eri's recovery while she stayed at UA. She seemed to trust him in the future. And of course Izuku trusts him. But it would still be suspicious if he dropped by out of nowhere. How could he even explain himself? And if he ends up in the same class in UA, Aizawa-sensei would never let him live it down. Showing up disguised won't work either. That's even more suspicious. He can't just drop off Eri either. Damn. Izuku slips once more as he sprints and rolls right off the roof he was about to jump over. One for All falls away as panic spikes through him. He has little enough time to reactivate One for All and cover Eri more securely before his back lands squarely on the railing of a fire escape. The hit wins him, but he isn't through falling. He proceeds to hit the wall and then slam into a trash can before rolling onto the grimy wet ground of an alleyway. One for All fizzles out. Eri is crying again, clutching him tightly. But when Izuku looks her over, she's thankfully unscathed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Deku." She whimpers through tears, her eyes closed tightly. "This is all my fault. Because I have a bad quirk. I'm so sorry." It's true Izuku's body is still shaking, and his breathing is labored with fatigue and the effort of staying awake. But none of it is Eri's fault. He once again curses over Hall and his twisted mind. "Hey," Izuku calls gently. He runs a hand through her hair and rubs her back with the other. She must be cold, being drenched in all this rain. "Everything is okay. You see, I'm all right." He stands up again and it takes everything in him not to wobble. Eri opens her eyes to watch him skeptically. Her face still covered with tears or rain. "Your quirk is so gentle, Eri," he tells her, trying to recall the words he told her last time. The words that still hold true. "It's such a kind quirk. I was able to use my power without being harmed because your quirk saved me." Eri clutches him tighter and shakes her head that she buries in his chest. But I can't see control it," she wails, her voice still oddly quiet and hoarse, as if even now she's afraid of raising her voice too loudly and being punished. Izuku shushes her and lets her cry. He feels like collapsing and crying himself, but Eri is more important. He has to be strong. For her. "That's fine," he assures her and keeps his tone soft and soothing. "I'll be there to help, just like last time. I can help you control it, if that's what you want. There's someone who can help us too." Eri looks up at him, a little hopeful, a little scared. "Someone who can help." She sniffles. He smiles at her and nods. "He's a hero like me. And he has an amazing quirk that can turn off other quirks." Her eyes widen. "He can turn off my quirk?" she asks in a whisper, one of her hands raising to unconsciously brush over her horn. Izuku nods. His heart may have broken a little. "Is he nice?" she wonders next. Izuku nods again. The rain picks up and streams down his face. "I'll introduce you," he promises, "so you won't be scared. I'll be right there with you. He can help us." Eri studies his face and Izuku hopes he can convince her. He can't protect her like a pro can and he wants her to be safe more than anything. Okay. Eri agrees and he internally sags in relief. He readjusts his hold of her and fishes his phone out of his pocket. He doesn't actually know where Aizawa-sensei lives, but he'll find out right now. After a little digging and some not-so-legal hacking, Izuku has the address without his phone being completely ruined. Blessedly, it's not too far, and Izuku hopes he can hold on long enough for them to make it. The shakes are getting worse and his eyelids are heavier than they've ever been before. Staying in the rain for too long isn't good either, though the water is helping to keep him awake. "Don't worry," he says to the precious girl in his arms. Not quite sure who he's trying to convince. "I'll keep you safe." When Izuku lands outside Aizawa-sensei's home, it feels more like a crash. He releases Eri gently and his knees buckle. Everything is incredibly blurry. From rain or the haze in his head, he can't tell. He probably won't be able to call upon One for All again even if his life depended on it. He's lucky they didn't run into any trouble on the way here. He is so tired, yet he still can't sleep. Eri watches him worriedly and Izuku wishes he could be the hero she needs him to be. If only he were better or faster or stronger, she'd have nothing to fear. The only thing he can do for her as he is grab her hand and offer her a shaky smile as he stands up. He staggers toward the door, tripping over the first step and rings the doorbell before resting against the frame. He gives Eri's hand a squeeze. Izuku is almost surprised when the door swings open a few seconds later. But he's forgotten who he's dealing with. Aizawa-sensei never sleeps when he's supposed to. It isn't that shocking he'd still be awake at this hour in the morning. Or maybe he's just really good about answering his door. Unfortunately, either way leaves little time for Izuku to think of a good cover story. Not that his brain would have come up with anything decent in its current state. So when Aizawa-sensei opens the door and pins them under a glare that Izuku is all too used to, he flounders even as an overwhelming wave of relief washes over him. "What is this?" his teacher asks, and Eri flinches a little while she hides behind Izuku. A hysterical laugh bubbles out of his throat and he must look crazy. But he's so damn tired and wet and he has no idea what to say or do. It's Aizawa-sensei though, and Izuku feels safer already just standing in his presence. His eyes blur even worse and Izuku rubs them only to find that his hand comes away wet. Is that rain? Or is he crying? Oh god, he is. What will Aizawa-sensei think? What will Eri think? He glances at his teacher after he scrubs his face. The man looks the same as Izuku remembers him and his expression is somewhat conflicted. Izuku doesn't blame him. Even now, when Eri's safety is almost assured, his tongue has tied up and he has no idea how to get Aizawa-sensei to help them. Is this your friend? Eri's voice cuts through the awkward silence and both heroes' eyes swivel to her. She no longer seems as afraid as before, likely because she's seen scarier, but Izuku is glad. Maybe this can go well after all. He takes a deep breath and smiles at Eri as she looks at him. Yeah, he agrees, glancing at a wary Aizawa-sensei. He can help you. He's a hero, remember. His name is Eraserhead. His teacher tenses at the info and his eyes narrow at Izuku. Eri looks the man over herself. Okay, she says finally. Izuku huffs a little laugh and sways once more. He meets his teacher's eyes and focuses on calming his nerves. Aizawa-sensei is still just as scary as before. Can you help us? Izuku asks, please. He tacks on, the desperation he feels leaking into his tone. He can only hope the pro hero will trust them enough to help them out. Or at least Eri. As long as Eri is safe. Come inside, Aizawa-sensei says, moving to let them pass. Quickly, he urges when neither of them move. Izuku stumbles past and bumps into a dresser, knocking off a vase and a tray for keys. They break and clatter respectively and Izuku curses his current state once more. This is his teacher's house. He needs to be more careful. Damn, he's such a mess. Won't Aizawa-sensei be mad? Deku, Eri looks at him worriedly with wide red eyes, her hand still in his. I'm fine. Izuku assures her immediately, a smile plastered on his face. Obviously you aren't. His teacher breathes from behind them, still at the entryway. He glances at the broken vase and then back at Izuku, his eyes roving over his whole body. Izuku looks down at himself and it finally clicks that he must look terrible. He's still wearing all black, smudges of dirt and grime barely visible on the drenched fabric. Eri is also in a tattered dress dripping with rainwater and has loose bandages covering her arms with wet, greasy, unkempt hair. No wonder Aizawa-sensei is so on guard. So what's wrong? He asks as he moves around them. He opens up a hall closet and pulls out a broom and dustpan. Why have two children appeared on my doorstep, dirty and injured? Izuku's nervousness bubbles up, but mostly he feels guilty for breaking his teacher's face. He walks forward to take the broom out of his hands. Let me. It was my fault. It's fine. Aizawa-sensei cuts off with a sigh. Go sit down. You're obviously out of sorts. Izuku isn't satisfied with that though. The guilt claws at him. But please sit. He demands again, firm and gentle all at once. Izuku decides to listen to him, if only because he doesn't think he can physically stand for much longer. I'm sorry, he says once again, sinking into the couch and wrapping an arm around Eri beside him. He fiddles with his gloves and finds his hands are still shaking. He hears his teacher sigh again, among the sounds of sweeping glass. Kid, I said it's fine. I just want to know what's going on. Is someone after you? He stands and dumps the contents of the dustpan into the trash before joining them in the living room. He's brought towels, which he hands to Izuku. Without wasting time, Izuku wraps one carefully around Eri who seems to marvel at the texture of it. Aizawa-sensei watches their every move cautiously and joins them by taking a seat in a chair adjacent to the couch. Izuku swallows loudly. His throat is too dry and his breaths have yet to even out. Yes, he confirms, pulling Eri closer to him and squeezing one of her hands. He's not sure where to start, but maybe he should see how much his teacher knows at this point in time. Have you heard of the 8 precepts of death? Aizawa-sensei tenses at the name and Eri burrows deeper into her towel bundle. It seems as if the pro is familiar with them after all. They have been around for a while and Eraserhead is an underground hero. He would be more familiar with the lesser-known or more secretive organizations. So you have. That makes things easier. Izuku nods. This is Eri. She was being held hostage by them and had experiments performed on her because of her quirk. He rubs her back through the towel as she starts to tremble. They're going to come after her, so she needs to be protected. I see. Aizawa-sensei responds. The 8 precepts have been inactive for a while, but they are a gang of ill repute. I had no idea they would use a child for something so inhumane as human experimentation. He's got an edge of anger barely perceptible to his voice that makes Izuku shiver even as he knows it's directed elsewhere. What is her quirk? He asks. It's a rewind quirk, capable of rewinding things to a prior version of themselves. Overhaul intended to use it to make a serum that erases quirks permanently. Izuku explains as his teacher's face hardens. Unfortunately, Eri can't control her quirk well and so I thought you might be uniquely suited to help her when it gets out of control. I'm sorry Deku-san, she says again, barely more than a whisper. I didn't mean to use my quirk on you. Izuku yawns unconsciously and shakes his head. No, Eri, I know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm alright, he reminds her firmly. Aizawa-sensei studies him, an unreadable expression on his face. She used her quirk on you. Izuku isn't sure why that's important exactly. Surely he's not blaming Eri. Yeah, but she couldn't control it. It's not her fault, he insists. Aizawa-sensei sighs. I'm not blaming anyone here. I just want to make sure her quirk hasn't harmed you. It's clear there is something wrong with you. Eri whimpers and Izuku feels unreasonably angry. It wasn't Eri's fault that Izuku wasn't strong enough to fend off her quirk. He's to blame for any injury, not her. Eri didn't harm me at all. Izuku hisses out, harsher than he'd intended. Her quirk healed me. His teacher raises an eyebrow and frowns, but perhaps he senses that it's a touchy subject. The talk breaks with a silence that is unbearable, especially for Izuku as his head keeps falling and his eyelids droop closed without his consent. He needs to stay awake. He needs to let Aizawa-sensei know about the 8 precepts. He needs to make sure Eri will be alright. He saved her faster this time for sure, but they haven't taken care of the threat yet and she could be whisked away again if they aren't careful. Izuku will have to hand out those folders he put together too. His teacher obviously needs one. Deku, Eri's worried voice cuts through his thoughts. She's waving a tiny hand in front of his face and Izuku can see the loose bandages, soaking wet, hanging from her thin arms. Do you have any bandages? He asks, turning to Aizawa-sensei. His teacher is staring at him strangely, as is Eri, almost like he's missed out on a conversation. Did he? I'm sorry, did you say something? He wonders, his mind too scattered and sleepy to pay enough attention. This is bad. He still has to go home after this. The pro-hero sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose, and Izuku thinks he might be annoying the man. No, it's fine. I'll get the bandages. You, in the meantime, need to get some rest. Izuku sputters and almost makes to stand, but stays seated because Eri is leaning against him. Wait, but I have more information to give. Not to mention I have to go. He trails off, not too sure he wants to finish that sentence. Deku ... is leaving. Eri asks in between a yawn. It seems he isn't the only one who is tired. His heart clenches at her words and his mind scrambles for a way to explain it to her without making it seem like he's abandoning her. You aren't going anywhere. Aizawa-sensei walks back in with a first aid kit and a heap of blankets and pillows. He drops the blankets on the chair he was sitting in earlier and walks towards the kitchen. A bad feeling settles in Izuku's gut. Aizawa-sensei picks up the phone. What are you doing? Izuku asks, trying not to sound panicked. But he's pretty damn panicked, so it's kind of hard. I'm calling the police. The pro-hero says simply, and the bad feeling in Izuku's gut clenches. You can't. Izuku cries out before he can stop himself. He tries to stand, but decides he shouldn't or risk making himself look like a fool. Eri stares at him fearfully. He gulps and takes a deep breath. He can't lose himself. Izuku starts much calmer. The 8 precepts of death has its hooks in everywhere, including the police station. We can't trust that whoever comes will be safe. They'll be on the lookout for calls like that. Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes at Izuku. He is not convinced. Izuku can tell. As an underground hero, I have personal connections within the police and with other pro-heroes. I can alert them and have them be discreet about it. They are all people I trust. A valid point, but Izuku can't have that. But Eri isn't used to being around new people even if you trust them. And even if you trust these people, neither Eri or I trust them, so you won't get any information out of us. We're minors anyways. His teacher sighs and runs a hand through his hair. He glares at Izuku. I'm not trying to interrogate you, I'm trying to help you. Then don't call the police, or any heroes. Izuku pleads. You don't need them anyway. As a pro-hero, you function in all the same capacities as a law enforcement officer. You are legally allowed to provide protection for us as well as question us where necessary. Aizawa-sensei lets out a noise of frustration. While that is true, I have to keep in mind who is the most qualified. Besides, you both need medical attention. Izuku starts to protest, but he's silenced with a glare again from a professional. Izuku slumps in his seat, his insides twisting dangerously. I'm fine, he protests stubbornly. Medical care would be good for Eri, but she had a long night. Surely it could wait until tomorrow. His teacher scoffs at his words. He sets the phone down though, for now, and joins them back at the couch with a first aid kit in his hand. You know, I don't think I've caught your name yet. Was it Deku? He says it casually, but Izuku can tell he's probing, a tactic to get information. Izuku freezes. This is a slippery slope. If he was more awake, he would have realized it sooner. Nothing is more important to him than Eri's safety. Not even his secrets, but he would like to keep them if he could. What would Aizawa-sensei do if he knew that Izuku was basically a vigilante? Or that he was from the future where the man was his teacher? How would this affect his attendance at UA? Would his mom find out from this? And what would she do? It was going to quickly spiral into a situation he couldn't control. Before he has noticed it, his breath quickens. He needs to get out. He needs to leave before he ruins the future. He's still shaking and he grips the armrest so he can stand. Here, his teacher's voice calls, a little echoey, and a first aid kit is plopped in his hand. Izuku comes back to himself and stares at the kit and then at who handed it to him. Aizawa-sensei stares back at him, his eyes narrowed, and oh god, he knows. He knows that Izuku is trying to leave. He should have guessed. His teacher has always been extraordinarily perceptive. Hold it while I take a look, Aizawa-sensei says. And it takes Izuku a second to place what they're talking about. He kneels down beside Eri, and Izuku thinks that she might not trust him enough for him to touch her yet, however well-intentioned. But the girl is fast asleep within her makeshift blanket. Her head rests against Izuku's side and he blinks. When did that happen? His teacher unwraps the bandages with a gentle and steady hand that betrays years of experience. He scowls at the marks and scars that are revealed. There are less than before, Izuku thinks, but the sight of them still brings him close to tears. He watches intently as his teacher cleans and disinfects the wounds before rewrapping her small arms. Eri barely stirs. All right, your turn, his teacher says, and Izuku startles. The man looks at him and Izuku is a little confused. He's not injured, or at least not anything Aizawa-sensei can fix. He's just really tired. You've been hit on the head, Aizawa-sensei informs, likely sensing his confusion. He reaches his hand forward and Izuku flinches back on instinct. He misses the look that flashes over his teacher's face as he reaches up to feel his head. It hurts a little when he presses his fingers to a certain spot, and on his gloves is a residue that could be dried blood. Is that from when he hit the wall too hard, or any of the other times he fell? He didn't even notice. His whole body aches after all. But Izuku just thought it was the result of him breaking it over and over again to combat Eri's quirk, and then the resulting exhaustion. Izuku removes his glove and swipes his hand over the spot again. This time, he can see and feel the gooey semi-dried liquid as it comes away on his fingers. He stares at it, still trying to process how he knocked his head and yet didn't feel it. When the blood ran down, he must have thought it was just the rain. He looks up at his teacher a little sheepishly. But Aizawa-sensei has his eyes on the blood on Izuku's hand. Or maybe he's wondering why Izuku's wearing gloves. Oh no, that'd be hard to explain. Hopefully he won't ask any questions. But Aizawa-sensei doesn't interrogate him. Lean forward, he says instead. Izuku's heart picks up again. He stares up at the pro hero defiantly. If I let you treat my head, will you not call anybody? His teacher glares at him. Are we back on this again, brat? I don't know how many injuries you have, or how serious they are. I am not a medical professional, but you can do first aid, Izuku argues, trying not to crumble under his teacher's gaze. And I'm fine. Yes, you've said, Aizawa-sensei hisses. Izuku flinches. The pro hero takes a step back and sighs again, pinching the bridge of his nose. Look, you seem to know a lot about heroes, so you should know. It is my job to get you to the proper help you need when I cannot adequately provide it. Be rational about this, kid. Izuku is being rational. And rationally, a temporary vigilante time-traveling teenager should not be in the house of a pro hero who asks too many questions. Not in his current state of mind. Not when he could ruin everything. Okay, Izuku agrees with his own sigh. You can call someone or even take us to the hospital, but do it tomorrow. Eri's already asleep and I'm too tired to do anything right now. The pro hero raises an unimpressed eyebrow. I can't do that. You've got a head injury. That's serious if left untreated. I'll reiterate. I do not know the extent of your injuries, some of which could be life-threatening. This cannot wait. I won't have a child die in front of me because of stubbornness. Izuku can feel his heart beating quicker, his breaths coming faster. I'm not going to die, he counters weakly. It's just a bump. Let me see it then, Aizawa-sensei says tiredly. Only if you leave everything else till tomorrow. Izuku insists. Brat the pro starts in warning, but Izuku cuts him off quickly. If it is serious, then I'll go along with what you want, he says. But if it's just a bump, then can you please let me sleep until tomorrow? Aizawa-sensei eyes him, as if trying to decide if it was really worth it to argue with him. Izuku will bet that his teacher probably wants to sleep too, just as much as he does. But he really needs to convince him, and soon. Or else there won't be much of a choice in Izuku falling asleep. And he can't do that. He needs to leave. What about your other injuries? And don't try to tell me that's your only one. Izuku mentally catalogs himself. Yep, he still feels like shit all over. Nothing life-threatening, he assures the hero. His teacher does not look convinced. No lacerations or anything that is actively bleeding. No, Izuku answers. He didn't check, but it doesn't feel that way, so he's not about to create problems for himself. No broken bones. Izuku's mouth quirks into a smile at that. No, not anymore. He doesn't mention how a few ribs might be broken. If anyone were to ask, Izuku will just pretend he thought they were bruised. It's not lying, because they very well could be just bruised. Aizawa-sensei sighs. He does that quite a lot. All right, he finally concedes, weary. Now let me see your head. Izuku listens obediently this time and leans forward so his teacher can get better access to his head. The hero is gentle. Not that Izuku expected him not to be, but he wonders why he thought for even one moment that Aizawa-sensei wouldn't help them, even if he didn't ask. It's his teacher after all, someone he trusts with his life. Although he can be scary, Izuku has found that he's more reassuring than anything. Even with all of Izuku's negotiating, Aizawa-sensei continues to do what he thinks is best for them. It probably never crossed his mind to refuse them. As his head is wrapped, with no signs of a concussion or other trauma, Izuku feels consciousness drift away from him. He feels so safe now, so secure, he can't help it. Panic flashes briefly through the exhaustion. That he can't fall asleep here, but it's a losing battle, and Izuku's out a second later. Shouta has seen a lot of weird things as a pro hero. Wet, dirty kids on his doorstep is a new one, but not something he is unequipped to handle. It is odd, he notes, that they know who he is and where he lives as well. He can hardly fathom how they got that information. But Shouta has always been a good judge of character, and these kids just looked like they needed help, nothing more. He spends most of the time observing them. It is important for him as a pro hero to have all the facts. The older one has blood on his face, and there seems to be something wrong with him, almost like he's drunk, and also like he'll pass out any second. Shouta wants to convince the child to go to the hospital, but the brat's as stubborn as any foolhardy youth who thinks they are immortal. He's not used to making compromises, but he can sense they won't get anywhere if he presses the matter. Sleep is good for recovery anyways. And despite the kid tripping over himself, he didn't act as if he were about to die. They likely had the time to leave it till tomorrow. There's something else about him that just feels off, though Shouta can't place it. It could be that he's dressed in all black, gloves included, but Shouta thinks it's something more to do with the kid's attitude. He has this fake smile on his face and insists he's fine. And Shouta just knows he's a problem child without needing to see anything more. And then when he removes his gloves, Shouta can see scars. It's already heartbreaking enough to see them on the little girl's arms. But at least he knows why. For some reason, he feels like he doesn't have the whole story, and it unsettles him. Unfortunately, when he treats the older brat, he falls asleep on him, which is fine, since Shouta didn't deal with him well. Besides, the kid really looks like he needs it. Upon closer inspection, the kid has dark circles that can rival Shouta's own and a sickly pallor to his skin. Hopefully he hasn't caught a cold being out in the rain for so long. Shouta will have to get some real answers later, but there is some advantage to the kid's falling asleep. Stealthily, he rifles through the clothing of the older child. It's a precaution for weapons, but he mainly does it to find a wallet or a phone or something. He does find a phone, but it has a lock on it. Shouta's not too good with hacking he can manage, but the situation isn't so dire as to warrant it. They can deal with that tomorrow. Surprisingly, there's no ID. Shouta frowns. It's not completely suspicious to not carry a wallet on you, especially if you're a minor, but now he can't contact the boy's parents. If the boy even has parents. Shouta doesn't even have a complete name either, just Deku. But it seems like such an odd name, it might be fake. He sighs. Guess he'll just have to wait till morning. Which he glances at the clock is only in a couple hours. Great. He walks into the kitchen and rubs his tired eyes. He glances at his phone and wonders if he should call the proper authorities regardless of what the kid said. He doesn't even know if he can trust them after all. What kind of child gets involved with the 8 precepts, or knows about underground heroes and their homes? Shouta shakes his head and glances at the two bundled up on his couch. He wraps some blankets around them and they both appear to be sleeping soundly. So young and peaceful. Damn, Shouta's always had a soft spot for kids. He picks up the phone and returns it to its home on the wall. He'll put on a pot of coffee and start reviewing everything he knows of the 8 precepts. He'll need to call a few people tomorrow too, a few heroes and Nenzu probably. Or maybe visit them in person. It's not like he was doing anything besides grading assignments before the interruption anyways. Izuku wakes feeling extremely uncomfortable. He must have slept weird. Even now he feels sore and cramped, blinking the crust of sleep away. Izuku's eyes shoot open at the unfamiliar surroundings. The events of last night are fresh on his mind and Izuku looks around frantically. Eri mumbles in her sleep and shifts against Izuku from his movements, leading him to relax somewhat. He scans the rest of what he can see for his teacher, but he doesn't spot Aizawa-sensei anywhere, which is for the best, especially since Izuku plans to take his leave now. He moves on the couch slowly, trying to slip out from under the blankets and Eri without displacing her too much. It might scare her a bit, he thinks with a pang of guilt, for her to wake up and him not be there. There could be a better way to do things. But Izuku can't think of anything at the moment. He doesn't know how to face Aizawa-sensei or how he can explain himself properly. What he needs is time. And space. Eri is safe now anyway, which is all that matters. Izuku succeeds in extracting himself from the comfy bundle of blankets and warmth on the couch. His clothes are still damp, so maybe not much time has passed. Looking out the window, that doesn't seem to be the case. The sun is up and oh dear, has his mom already seen his empty bed? A little frantic now, Izuku stands and folds the blanket he had wrapped around him, placing it under Eri's head as a pillow since she can no longer use his leg. He thinks briefly about writing her a note, but decides against it. He'll make sure to see her again no matter what. He hears movement in the other room and Izuku freezes on instinct. Is Aizawa-sensei walking around still? Shouldn't he be asleep? How is Izuku supposed to sneak out of the home of the best underground hero without getting caught? Was him coming here a bad idea? Izuku glances at Eri, sleeping in her nest of blankets. No, he doesn't regret it. Izuku turns around slowly, careful of making even the slightest noise. His body protests the tension and Izuku feels sweat run down his back. When he turns around, he can immediately see a figure in the kitchen. They're back to him. It's not Aizawa-sensei. Izuku keeps still, observing the stranger and assessing if they're a threat or not. Where is Aizawa-sensei? Who is in his kitchen? Did Aizawa-sensei know this person is in his kitchen? Did he call someone even when Izuku told him not to? What is going on? The person in the kitchen moves strangely and Izuku realizes that they are dancing. They also seem to be fixing some breakfast or something. Izuku can't see through their body blocking it. Whoever it is, they haven't noticed him yet, and Izuku attributes that to the fact the person is wearing headphones turned up so loud Izuku can hear the music faintly from where he stands. As more time passes, Izuku becomes more and more convinced that the stranger is not a threat. It didn't make sense that someone who wished to harm them or Aizawa-sensei would be acting so leisurely. Still, Izuku is reluctant to leave Eri alone with an unknown person. Who could Aizawa-sensei know that he'd invite here? Did his teacher have so many friends? The person is male and rather tall, Izuku observes. He has blonde hair pulled up in a messy bun, so it must be rather long. He wears casual clothing, a jacket and jeans, and black headphones. If only Izuku could get a better view of his face. As if the man heard him, his next dance move puts him in side profile. Izuku's eyes widen and he immediately drops to the floor, out of sight. What is Present Mike doing here? Did Aizawa-sensei alert UA already to the situation? Where is Aizawa-sensei? Why did he leave them alone? Wait, he didn't leave them alone cause Present Mike is here, but he wasn't supposed to get anyone else involved until Izuku has escaped. Wait a minute, isn't this a chance? Izuku moves up until he can see Present Mike in the kitchen again, blissfully unaware that Izuku is awake and about. He never stood a chance if it was Aizawa-sensei watching them, but Present Mike. Maybe. Izuku hasn't interacted with the hero much, but seeing as he's distracted right now, this might be the perfect opportunity. In fact, this may be his only opportunity to get out of here while Aizawa-sensei still has yet to show himself. Izuku creeps forward, hunched over, so that the counter blocks him from view. He's not that far from the door. He can make it. Present Mike sneezes. Izuku jerks in surprise and almost falls to the ground. He manages to steady himself, but his heart pounds like crazy. He lifts himself up to peek again. Present Mike thankfully continues his task. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. He continues to tiptoe into the entryway. The part where he has to cross the opening into the kitchen is especially nerve-wracking, but he accomplishes it without an issue. He'll have to thank Aizawa-sensei later for teaching him the proper skills to sneak out of the pro's own house. When he reaches the door, he can see it's locked. He'll have to be careful of the noise it makes when he disengages it. Hopefully Aizawa-sensei also keeps his door hinges well oiled. Present Mike probably won't hear anything through his headphones anyway. But Izuku isn't about to underestimate a pro hero, no matter how much he's lowered his guard. As he turns the lock slowly, he expects at any point to have Aizawa-sensei spring forth from nowhere and grab him, or Present Mike to come out from the kitchen and see him trying to leave. Thankfully, neither scenario happens and Izuku finishes turning the lock, wincing at the audible click it makes. He stalls once again, just to ensure he's safe, before he starts turning the knob. The door opens silently. Izuku thanks the gods above for small mercies. He waits until the opening is wide enough for him to slip through before he exits quickly. In his rush, he closes the door a little too loudly and panics. Did Present Mike hear that? Izuku isn't about to stick around to find out. The sun has risen and Izuku has no idea what his mom will do once he gets home. How much does she know? How much has she guessed? What can he tell her? Izuku runs off the porch and down the drive, activating his quirk so he can get home as soon as possible. His mother is going to kill him. Shouta is going to kill him. Why did he leave the children to be looked after by Hisashi again? He usually has better judgment than that. He should have called Nimiri. Wait, no, she tends to gossip too much. He sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. What do you mean? You don't know where he is? Shouta glares down at the man nuisance wrapped up in his capture weapon, quirk in full force. Shouta, I'm sorry. I swear I only took my eyes off him for a second. He must be a ninja or something. Oh. Shouta tightens his bindings mercilessly. I was only out for 15 minutes to do a job. Honestly, I thought I could trust you to watch them while I was gone. How could you have not noticed? He growls. Hisashi whimpers pitifully. Teary gaze turned to him, but Shouta isn't about to yield. Come on, Shouta, don't be like that. You told me they'd be asleep the whole time. Okay, I already said I'm sorry. Stop doing that. Shouta is still angry, but rationally, there's nothing he can do after the fact. If anyone's to blame, it's himself. But it isn't like he can just ignore a call when he is needed. And he couldn't leave the kids alone. Ugh, Shouta massages his temples. He just wants to sleep. He's going to need to put on another pot of coffee. Deku, Shouta hears a soft voice from the other room. He glares at the still trapped Hisashi to be silent and walks out to greet the awakening child. She sits up on the couch and looks around slowly, rubbing sleep out of her eyes. Shouta sighs. He didn't want to have this conversation. Kiri looks up at him and thankfully, she doesn't seem scared. Eraserhead-san, she asks carefully. Shouta nods. He approaches the couch and notices that Eri seems to be having trouble breathing. Her breath comes out in short pants and her skin appears unnaturally flushed. Shouta frowns. Where is Deku? The child asks and he pauses where he stands beside her in order to crouch down to her level. Shouta's never believed in telling lies or hiding the truth. The girl would have to find out eventually. He reaches forward slowly to press the back of his hand to her forehead. It's apparent right away that she's running a temperature. He was planning on taking her to UA with him today regardless. But he'll have to stop by Recovery Girls Clinic first thing to get her treated. Hopefully the older brat will be fine. He sighs again and pats the girl on her head. Speaking of that brat, Deku left. Shouta tells her, staring her in the eyes. Why is it him who is left to comfort people? He's never been good at such things. But the girl doesn't cry as he suspected she would. She only looks down at her lap dejectedly, her tiny fists clenched in the fabric of the blanket. Oh, she says. Shouta knows not to make promises, especially if they're not ones he knows he can keep. That's basically the same as lying. Still, from what he has observed from this Deku, he thinks he's justified in what he says next. Don't worry, he'll come to see you again. Eri looks up at him, blinking slowly with a glassy gaze. She looks as if she'll fall asleep again at any second. Okay, she murmurs, her eyes slipping closed. Shouta helps her back down onto the couch and tucks the blanket back around her. Does he have any medicine for fevers? You'll have to check. Recovery Girl is sure to have some though. Shouta glances at his clock. He needs to get to UA soon anyway. He picks up the girl bundled in her blankets, careful not to wake her, and walks towards the door. As he passes, he grabs his keys from the tray. Shouta, the still wrapped up worm calls out to him. Shouta, where are you going? He doesn't spare the worm a second glance. Work, he says bluntly. Hey wait, Hisashi yells. I need to get to work too. Shouta ignores him. He steps over the struggling worm and opens his door. Shouta, hey Shouta, you're not going to leave me here, are you? Hey, are you? He blocks out the sounds of Hisashi's whining by stepping through his door and closing it behind him. He can hear a muffled cry of Shouta now, as he turns the key in the lock and walks off. Hisashi can handle being a few hours late. The window to his bedroom is easy to sneak through and it doesn't feel like the world has ended just yet, so Izuku will count that as a plus. He immediately strips his wet clothes and grabs new ones. He quickly runs through the house and hops in the shower. He has to undo the bandages around his head, which he hadn't noticed beforehand. Will his mother notice? The wound is well hidden by his hair, so maybe it's fine. There are a couple of scratches, scrapes and bruises around his body though. His ribs are a particularly nasty shade up purple and blue. It seems today would be a good day for long sleeves. Best not let his mother worry. After the shower, Izuku gets dressed and walks into the kitchen to make breakfast. He feels a little sluggish and achy, but the shower helped wake him up. His mother walks in through the front door at that time. She looks worried and Izuku's brain runs in circles for a suitable excuse for when she asks him. Izuku, his mother says when she spots him, surprised and relieved. When did you get home? Where were you? Her questions appear to be asked casually, but Izuku knows that if he doesn't give a satisfactory answer he could face her ire. I went on a run this morning, he tells her smoothly. We must have just missed each other. I only got home about 20 minutes ago. Izuku smiles, hoping she can't see past it. His mother sighs and clutches her chest. Geez, I thought that was the case, so I went out to look for you. Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't find you? She hangs her head, her eyes shadowed, but Izuku knows she's close to tears without having to get a good look. He rushes towards her without a second thought. Breakfast forgotten, and envelops her in a hug while his heart breaks. He ignores the flare of pain in his sides. I'm sorry, he tells her, willing her to believe it. He knows he lies to her, but he's definitely not lying about this. You couldn't have left a note or a text. She mumbles into his shirt, clutching him back just as tightly. I'm so sorry, Izuku repeats. He doesn't know what else to say. He really messed up. Why can't he do anything right? What kind of son puts their mother through this much heartache? She thought he was missing again. He let her believe that he went missing again. Please, his mother says shakily, her face pulling away from him, shiny with tears. Please, please Izuku. She sniffles and wipes at her tears. Just tell me next time, okay? Okay. Izuku agrees and wipes away his own tears he didn't realize he was shedding. His mother smiles up at him, but she frowns a second later. Quicker than he can blink, she's cupped either side of his face and stares at it intently, turning it this way and that. You look horrible, Izuku. What happened? You're awfully pale ... and are those scratches? She asks, her eyes boring into him. Izuku chuckles nervously and promptly sneezes. His mother pulls her hands away. You're burning up, she exclaims. Go lay down, I'll get the thermometer. Surprised, Izuku feels his own face. He is a little warmer than usual, but is he really sick? It must have been the rain. Sleeping in wet clothes was probably not such a good idea. Hopefully Yuri's okay. He is still dead tired and achy, but he thought that was left over from last night. But well ... if his mom wants him to take it easy today, it's not like he's going to complain. He gets fussed at until he lies in his bed, finally noticing the ache and exhaustion settled in his limbs. Izuku had slept at Aizawa-sensei's house, but for how long? He's still so tired. But before he can fall asleep again, his mind runs through his mental checklist of the next things he needs to get done. He has to hand out the information that he gathered regarding the 8 precepts. It would be nice to know how the Yakuza group is reacting towards the loss of their asset, but it might be better for him to lie low. Izuku still wants to see the downfall of Overhaul through until the end. But hopefully the passing on of his information to the heroes will handle it without any more interference from him. Well, he'll just keep an eye on it. He's accomplished what he wants to accomplish for the moment. Yuri is safe and likely will be for the foreseeable future. Izuku's been away from the USJ plans for a couple weeks, so he is going to have to check up on that. He might even have to plan a visit to the bar, despite his reluctance to do so. He grimaces. Thinking up a cover story for when he inevitably meets Aizawa-sensei would be good too. But that will have to wait until his mind isn't muddled with sickness and sleep deprivation. He's getting a headache just thinking about it. It was my negligence. I'm sorry. Please spare me. The pathetic thing whines. Kai doesn't hesitate to enclose his hand around the thing's head and erupt it into a splatter of red on the wall of their new hideout. He shakes his hand, flicking droplets of blood off his fingertips. Disgusting. He should have thought of the consequences before he let Yuri get taken. A voice drawls from behind him. Kai glances out the corner of his eye at his aide's form, dressed in a long white coat. Kai doesn't bother with a reply. What have you learned? He asks, his voice distorted through his mask. Someone comes forward with a handkerchief that he grabs without seeing who handed it to him. Kai wipes the blood off his hand and discards the dirtied cloth to the side. Hirono lifts up an object sealed in a plastic bag. We found this, worn by the perpetrator. Kai looks at the object again, until he can make sense of what he's seeing. A mask, he asks, curious. Was it a hero? That didn't make any sense. No heroes should know of Yuri's existence or her importance to their now thwarted scheme. The mask seemed cheap too, made of costume plastic. What kind of hero would wear that? Especially if it were modeled after another hero. Does that mean it was someone else? Not only this mask, we were also able to recover pieces of a laptop as well as still frames from the security footage after it came back online. With this much evidence left behind, we can find out who it is, he says confidently. In fact, we already have a lead. Kai stares at the manila folder that his aide hands him. He flips through the papers inside, picking through the police mumbo-jumbo for pertinent information. A vigilante, huh? He looks at a picture in the file, blurry because of the quality of the CCTV camera. There is someone there, the file says, wearing the same obnoxious mask that matches the one they found. It seems he's appeared several times over the past few months, taking out small-time villains and thugs. The vigilante is usually active near the Camino area and is credited with a large number of takedowns despite no one knowing their true aim. It seems their sightings decreased a couple of weeks ago, time that would be in line with them taking on a different operation. Hirono explains, while barely anything is recoverable from the laptop, we can infer that this vigilante used it to hack into our security cameras and prevent us from noticing his infiltration. Unfortunately, we are unable to recover any footage of what went on during the infiltration until a little after the alarms had already sounded. Kai hums at the information. Who sounded the alarms? Hirono crosses his arms. One of the guards on level 8. He was alerted by a different guard who was present when the vigilante reached Yuri's cell. Don't worry, both of them have been punished for their negligence after confessing all needed information. Kai nods, as it should be. His organization was not meant to crumble because of a single rat. Any fool who allowed that to happen deserved to be purged. After the cameras came back up during the fight on the ground floor, we managed to get a look at the vigilante's face without his mask on. Hirono hands over multiple photos, all taken from different angles and slightly blurred. Kai can't tell much of what the person looks like. Large eyes, freckles, and an otherwise plain face. Some sort of cap conceals their hair, and their clothes also don't give away any discerning body features. Still, it was something. Can we find him? Kai asks, handing the photos back. From what he could tell of the incident from first-hand accounts as well as video footage, the vigilante has an extremely powerful quirk. Quirks like that aren't so easily hidden. Hirono taps his finger against his arm. It's possible, although depending on how many resources we devote to this will determine how quickly we find him. There is the missing girl as well. Kai nods. While finding this vigilante and teaching him a lesson would be gratifying, recovering their asset was much more important. However, their only lead to Eri was through this masked nuisance. He may as well deal with two troublemakers at once. Put our experiment on hold. We can't progress without the girl anyway. Have everyone be on the lookout for whoever this thief is who thinks he can steal from the 8 precepts of death. Kai walks away, Hirono at his side. His subordinates scurry behind him to clean up the mess. And what do we do once we find him? Hirono asks, his hooded head tilting to the side. Kai clenches his hands into fists and flexes them. Bring him to me. I will show him what happens to those that go against me. Izuku stays in bed for a few days as he waits for his fever to break. His mother takes off work even when he insists he can care for himself, but she doesn't budge. Her seeing his empty bed must have shaken her more than he thought. Once his fever passes, Izuku still takes things slowly. His ribs are healing, but they also hurt the most. After assessing them again, he's come to the conclusion that they probably are just bruised. However, he isn't a medical professional any more than Aizawa-sensei is. He doesn't actually know. That still doesn't mean he wants to go to the hospital. Aizawa-sensei is likely trying to track him down, even though Izuku will see him again eventually in UA. He's not about to make things easier for him by visiting a hospital. His mother stays home for a few days after his sickness too, worriedly hovering around him. Izuku is almost concerned that he's reset all the progress he made with her, but then she snaps herself out of it. Instead of being worried, she becomes angry, and Izuku gets grounded. There are very few times in his life he's seen his mother truly angry, and Izuku knows better than to try the patience of a saint. For the following week he's grounded. Izuku obeys and stays home. He doesn't even go out to work on his vigilante endeavors. It's for the best though. Izuku is still healing from his last exploit, and his mother is persistent in checking that he's adhering to his grounding. She checks on him whenever she is home, but especially in the morning and at night. Izuku has even woken up to his squeaky door opening in the middle of the night. During those times, he pretends to be asleep, glad that he temporarily stopped his night activities so she won't catch him in his lies. While at times overbearing, Izuku can admit that he deserves this one, so he doesn't fight it. It's only for a week anyway, and Izuku is good at finding ways to use his downtime. He works on school work. He scours the web for news of the 8 precepts. He hacks cameras in remote parts of the city and sends in anonymous tips from his burner phone when he sees something go down. At night, he actually sleeps and the dark circles under his eyes get considerably lighter. He still wakes from nightmares sometimes, his fight or flight instincts on full blast, but overall the week is good for him. Even once his grounding is over, Izuku stalls a little more. His mother's attention is still ever present and he doesn't want to risk her finding out about what he's been doing. He's not ready to tell her yet. It would create too many problems, ask too many questions, cause too much heartbreak. However, there is something that Izuku needs to do. He stares at the pile of manila folders that he has written up on the 8 precepts. He wants to hand them out as soon as possible, but he'll need to go out at night to do so. It wouldn't hurt to observe their trashed hideout either, just to see how things look. Is the building still a pile of rubble? Did the 8 precepts move? And if so, where to? Could Izuku track them down again to help the heroes? As much as Izuku desires the answers to those questions, he waits. Izuku, his mother calls, standing in his doorway. Izuku startles and drops the pencil he was chewing on intensely. His mother chuckles. What do you want to do for Christmas this year? His brain shuts down and then restarts. Christmas, he repeats dumbly. Izuku runs through the days in his head. Right, he's on winter break right now for school. The break is a good thing usually, but Izuku can't appreciate it fully since he wasn't in school to begin with for him to care if he gets a break. He totally forgot about Christmas and New Year's and the fact that he'll start middle school again in a week. I don't know, Izuku replies, adding getting his mother a present on the mental list of things he has to do. We can just do what we normally do, right? What they normally do is eat a nice dinner on Christmas Eve and watch movies. The next day they open presents and bake cookies and enjoy being in the presence of the other. His mother smiles warmly at him. Sounds perfect. She turns around and walks out of view. Izuku picks up his chewed pencil and taps it against his lip. What would his mom want for Christmas? What did he get her this year in the past? Wasn't it that new blender she wanted? She liked it in the past. Would she still like it? Izuku sighs. It feels bad. It feels like cheating. He looks down at the notebook page he was writing on and frowns. He doesn't think he can work on it anymore. Sighing, he stands and closes the notebook, donning a heavier coat. Izuku leaves the house and heads down to Dagawa Beach. There is very little trash left. He could finish clearing it in only a day or two. He's already seen people start to jog on the sand in the mornings. It's too cold for people to swim right now, but maybe in the summer it will get visitors again. Izuku feels proud. He's glad the beach is being used again. As Izuku lifts the heavier pieces of trash he saved for last, he thinks about the next event giving him the most anxiety. Going back to middle school. He's excited to finally go back to school, even if his middle school years weren't the most fun times. It beats staying at home. But he was bullied during this time, how could he forget? Just for being quirkless and generally useless. Although that has changed and Izuku has moved past it as a person, he isn't too keen to return to that kind of treatment. Is it too much to hope he can just skip all the hardships and proceed to befriending all his friends again, including Kaken? And there's the issue. Kaken ... Oh boy. Kaken hates him here still, and Izuku gets bullied by him and they don't fix that until UA. During this specific time, Izuku knows it was toned down because Kaken was training for the entrance ceremony, so maybe it won't be as bad as the first time around. The other problem, though, is that when school starts, most of the time will be taken out of his day. He won't have as much time to freely research or plan. Of course, he'll still do it, perhaps discreetly so the teachers won't notice, but his freedom will still be restricted. He'll also have less time to train. The entrance exam is only 2 months away and everything will snowball from there. Luckily, Izuku will finish cleaning the beach faster than he did before, so at least he won't have to devote his time to that. Izuku drops half a car into the large dumpster. The sun is setting. His phone buzzes in his pocket. Izuku pulls it out as a breeze gives him chills. It's from his mom, wanting to know if he's fine. When will he be home? Izuku rolls his eyes fondly and types out a response that he'll finish here, dump the trash and then head home. He looks out over the expanse of sand, sparkling in the sunset's glow. It seems he'll finish sooner than expected. Only a few moments later and Izuku has lugged the last of the debris into his dumpster. It's piled high and when Izuku stands on its top, the sun's dying rays throwing fire behind his eyes. He feels triumphant. There's something else though, something he pushes down in the wake of his victory. Memories flash before his eyes and Izuku calls upon the warm buzz of One for All just so he can reassure himself it isn't all a dream. As his quirk sparkles and arches over his limbs, he feels a little less alone. The next day, Izuku leaves early in the morning. It's still dark out, his mother fast asleep, and Izuku makes sure to write a note for her where she can easily find it. He sticks it on the fridge. There are things he needs to do today. Getting his mother a gift firstly, as well as getting himself back to school supplies. While his backpack houses other Izuku's school things, Izuku is reluctant to use them. Despite the fact that they should also feel like his, they don't. And Izuku just wants to get new ones for himself. But it's too early for the stores to be open, and Izuku already has a place in mind to kill some time. He leaves the house, closes the door behind him, and sprints into the morning cold. His feet carry him to the same spread of sand and sea he stood upon last night. It's nice to visit in the mornings and watch the sun come up, nicer now that he was able to clear the view completely. Izuku sits upon the sand and revels in the salty sea air that greets his nostrils. He can't fight the serene smile that spreads over his face. He watches the dark waves lap at the shore and relishes in the chilled wind whipping through his hair. He stays that way until the sun breaks the horizon line and the sky brightens from a dark purple to a pastel blue. The sunrise is always beautiful. Every time Izuku has seen it, he still can't get enough of it. It reminds him too much of the first time he cleaned the beach, of the whole All Might blasted through the junk, and the sun breaking over a mountain of forgotten rubbish. While it hurts, he likes the reminder of his old life, even if this one isn't too different. He takes a deep breath. Once the sun is up and the air is just a touch warmer, Izuku stands and stretches. He waves to a jogger that passes him by. It's time to start his own run. He doesn't have any destination in mind, so he just runs around blindly. He thinks about starting school again, of what he remembers life being like during that time. He can't recall much. The most of what he remembers is training with All Might. School simply faded into the background in comparison. On his run, Izuku passes the forest by the river he woke up from and promptly skids to a halt. He hasn't come back here, not even once since he's come to this dimension. There's yellow caution tape strung around the trees, blocking entry, and Izuku steps close enough to run his fingers along it. It doesn't seem likely, but maybe the forest holds some clues. He's never really taken a look before. He's thought about it, why he woke up in the forest of all places, and that it could mean something that he just doesn't know. His feet carry him to the tree line, and he ducks under the tape before he can think better of it. He starts the hike inwards. There is no path through the tangle of roots and branches, but it's fairly easy to make his way. In some areas it even looks like an animal or someone else came through. He walks for a while and, embarrassingly enough, he gets a little lost. He can still find his way out, of course, but Izuku is looking for the exact spot he woke up at, with no luck. Predictably, it's hard to tell the difference between a tree or a patch of grass versus the next, and Izuku feels just a bit stupid for even thinking this idea had any merit. He's about to give up when something colorful catches his attention. It's a gathering of flowers. Izuku wouldn't call it a bouquet, since there can't be more than 10 and they look more like wildflowers or weeds than the extravagant flowers he's seen for sale in bouquets. A couple are pink, a couple are purple, and a couple are yellow. Izuku has seen these types of flowers before, but he doesn't know what they're called or why they're here. It's obvious someone picked them and intentionally laid them here, but why? The police tape would prevent most people from crossing, and flowers don't seem a good enough reason to break the law. Not that Izuku has much room to lecture about law breaking. He picks up one of the flowers and admires it in his hand. It's pretty, he supposes. The other flowers rest against a tree trunk that sits at the edge of the river. Now that he thinks about it, these flowers look kind of fresh, don't they? The thought is enough to send shivers down Izuku's spine, and he quickly scans his surroundings. But the forest is as silent as it was when he entered it, the trees still shadowed and dark in the early light. Reasonably, Izuku doesn't want to stay here anymore. It could be stupid. He hasn't found any correlation between this forest and his disappearance, besides that he woke up here, but he still feels uneasy. What are the odds that he'd find freshly laid flowers in the woods, so close to where he woke up? That'd be one hell of a creepy coincidence. He spares a glance at the river, deep enough to drown in, glittering innocently in the sunlight, and clenches the flower in his hand. He wonders if it's a memorial. There's no stone though, so that must not be it, or he hopes it's not it. There's no reason to worry over it any longer though, especially when he's leaving. He turns around and picks his way through roots and logs to go back. Izuku tries to tell himself that it's just a normal forest, along a normal riverbank. It should be beautiful, and perhaps before all this, it would have been. Maybe Izuku's just paranoid. He runs his fingers over the flower he pocketed. But maybe he's not. He makes it out of the forest and breaks into a run as soon as he crosses the tape once more. His path this time takes him into town. Many times over the past few months, when Izuku felt too burnt out, whether with training or researching, he'd run around town. He's never been much of a people person, but he'd find himself drawn to the crowds, looking for something that isn't a hero fight. He didn't want to say he's lonely. He has his mom after all, and he's about to go back to school. UA isn't that far away either, but there's definitely something there, something bitter and frustrated. Izuku is the only one with the knowledge from the future, and that overwhelms him sometimes. He doesn't get much sleep from his nightly routine. That he's toned down, but even during the hours he can sleep, he doesn't rest. It's a little ironic how the closer he comes to meeting the fruits of his labor, the more anxious he becomes. The what-ifs and worst-case scenarios are enough to leave him spiraling in his thoughts till morning. But the runs helped, at least a little. They felt freeing, if a bit selfish. He'd known he should have been working on other things that would help the future, but as much as he felt guilty, he needed the break. It's entirely too much sometimes, and Izuku would rather go for a run than have a breakdown. Running doesn't solve anything, he knows that, but it allows him to forget about his troubles, if only for a while, and sometimes that's all he needs to keep going. In the town this early, there are barely any people out and about. There's a bargain sale at the local supermarket, and Izuku is able to spend as little as possible to buy his new school supplies. His mother would be proud. He stops by a few of the shops on the main street and even the mall. Most places are decorated for the holidays. Izuku buys a gift for his mom and pauses. If this were the future, he'd be buying gifts for a lot more people. His family had extended past just him and his mother. Against his better judgment, but unable to stop himself, Izuku buys a couple more gifts. His bags, which should be light, are heavy in his hands. When he comes home later, his mother greets him enthusiastically at the door. "Izuku, find everything you need." She's bustling about the kitchen, making something that smells absolutely heavenly. Izuku's stomach growls in anticipation. He never actually ate breakfast. He chirps back, a bright smile on his face. He not so discreetly runs the gifts to his room and hides them in his closet before joining his mother in the kitchen. Izuku sets his school things down on the table and promptly shows them off one by one to his mother. It's a little childish, but it's what he's always done. And seeing his mother laugh at what is likely the 100th All Might-themed notebook he has is definitely worth it. He chats with her a bit more and then remembers the flower he has in his pocket. He pulls it out slowly, his mood dimming significantly from earlier. It's crumpled and wilted, with petals missing, and it looks a bit pitiful as it lies on the countertop in a broken heap. It doesn't seem nearly as intimidating as it did when Izuku picked it up. Is it just a coincidence that someone laid flowers there? A completely separate event from Izuku's disappearance, and he's just overreacting. It could have been a memorial, just as he thought ... or it could have been a warning. Izuku shakes his head. That's a ridiculous idea. He picks the flower up, entering the kitchen so he can throw it away. His mom catches sight of it before he can. A flower? She asks, her head tilted in confusion. Her eyes find his. Yeah, Izuku says, I found it today and kept it, but it got ruined in my pocket. He chuckles, a little nervous. He'd rather just get rid of it as soon as possible. His mother smiles and plucks the ruined flower out of his hands. She holds it by its broken stem and sniffs the flower even as it's missing half its petals. How? She exhales deeply. It smells wonderful. Izuku watches uncertainly. It seems like a normal flower. He ought to forget the way in which he found it and simply move on. He lets out the breath he's been holding and chances a smile. His mom looks down at the flower again, saved from the trash for the moment. This is a zinnia, she comments. They can grow basically anywhere around here. They're a type of wildflower, but they have a lovely meaning. Guests get them in the hospital sometimes in bouquets. That's right. Izuku's mom is knowledgeable about flowers and their meanings because of her job as a nurse. She isn't fluent in flower language, but she knows enough just by being interested and looking it up. Izuku thinks it's kind of cool. His mom continues. They mean thinking of an absent friend. When I've seen them before, it's usually someone's friend wishing them a speedy recovery. She smiles again. Isn't that sweet? Izuku hums in agreement, his eyes on the mangled bloom in between his mother's fingers. It is sweet, not sinister in the slightest. Maybe the spot on the river really was a memorial. Breakfast finishes cooking and Izuku sets the table for two. It's a nice time. He and his mom joke around during the meal and even when they tackle the dishes afterwards. Izuku may have ended up with bubbles in his curls, but he also has a smile that can rival All Might's. He spends the rest of his day pointedly avoiding anything that will involve thinking. His mom joins him in his lazy day, and they watch movies and HeroTube videos and chat for hours on end. He hasn't seen his mother smile this much since he's been in this dimension, and he realizes it's likely the same for him. It's wonderful. When Izuku goes to bed that night, it's the most peaceful he's been since he woke up in that forest. He's still nervous, of course he is, when is he not? But it's less so, abated by the rush of endorphins the day has brought him. He'll have to face Kaken soon, but maybe he can change things between them like he did with his mom. Either way, bully or no, Izuku can't deny he's excited to see his friend again. It's one more step forward, one more step to UA, one more step to catching up to his own future. And as he closes his eyes and sleep claims him, he can almost pretend he's not living someone else's life. The break goes well. Izuku has a wonderful Christmas that he celebrates with his mother, as well as a nice New Year's. After New Year's, though, Izuku doesn't sleep well. While he gets the required hours, he wakes feeling restless. School starts soon. He's pretty sure that's what is keeping him up, although he isn't sure why it's bothering him so much. Surely he's endured worse things than middle school. Why is he acting like this, or why is his subconscious so anxious? It's no surprise to him then that the night before school starts has him tossing and turning. Eventually he gives up and decides that if he's going to be up, he might as well be productive. Izuku throws on his black attire for the night time and grabs the stack of folders on his desk. Pulling his window open, Izuku slips through it to make his necessary rounds. He wakes up late, which should have been the first sign that this day was going to go horribly wrong. He's dead on his feet, that night being used to deliver information about the 8 precepts to all those who need it. The Yakuza group themselves don't display any outward signs that they've lost an important asset. But that's because they moved locations from the place he infiltrated. If he really wants to know how they feel about it, he'd have to track them down again. Except Izuku's not too keen on getting further involved. The heroes can handle it from here. He just hopes they're dealt with quickly, so Uri's safety can be assured. It probably wasn't his brightest idea to stay up before school though, even if he couldn't sleep. Or at least he should have anticipated that he'd sleep in. Izuku had hoped that his alarm would be enough to rouse him, but obviously that wasn't the case. So now he's definitely going to be late to school, even if he books it. Which is not how he wanted to start off his first day back. His mother watches him speed around and laughs at his expense. She makes a quick breakfast for him and a bento, so he forgives her. His uniform is a little tight, courtesy of his muscle mass, and he's wearing a new pair of shoes, which haven't been broken in, because he wanted his red shoes back and has still never found his old ones. Needless to say, he feels out of place. Hopefully his classmates won't notice the difference. At the very least, he's glad for long-sleeved uniforms. Izuku sprints out the door, calling a hasty goodbye to his mother. She informed the school a few weeks ago that Izuku would start attending today, but he doubts that they will let his tardiness slide, even on his first day back. He rushes through the school gate and not a single person is left in the yard. It's strange to be back at his middle school, especially since he was hoping to leave this place behind for good when he entered UA. Izuku supposes it'd be nostalgic for most people, but it's a place full of bad memories for him. Here's to hoping I won't make any more, he thinks a little bitterly. The door to his classroom enters his sight and he slides to a stop outside. He can hear the low drone of his teacher talking and wonders if it's really worth it to walk in. But he still needs to finish middle school in this timeline. And Kaken is on the other side of the door, so maybe it won't be too bad. Izuku takes a deep breath, grabs the handle and slides the door open, and immediately regrets. It is bad. What feels like 100 pairs of eyes turn to look at him. Whispers start as soon as they recognize who it is, and even though Izuku can't hear most of it, he can still catch what they're all talking about. His disappearance. Yeah, this was a terrible idea. He can still walk out and go home, right? Midoriya, you're late. Although, it's nice to have you back. The teacher's voice rises above the rest. He flashes Izuku a business smile, like he's actually pleased to see him, and Izuku wonders if the man even knows his first name. What the hell? Izuku turns at the shout and the whole classroom goes quiet. His green eyes lock with furious red ones. The teacher mutters out ignored platitudes. It's Kaken. Oh, how Izuku has missed seeing his friends. The blonde is angry. And he's past Kaken, which means Izuku should be afraid of the burning stare directed at him. But he can't feel scared right now, because it's his childhood friend and the ache of loneliness in his chest is too great to ignore. And Kaken is getting kind of close. He storms over while Izuku is stuck reminiscing. He doesn't have time to react before a hand fists the front of his blazer and he's unceremoniously slammed against the door he just walked through. His head bounces off the door, but it doesn't hurt that much. Izuku's too busy thinking about how much of an idiot he is for not seeing it coming. Where Kaken's voice is low and threatening, enough to make Izuku's blood spike. The hell have you been? He growls and slams Izuku against the door once more, and that's a little surprising. He didn't expect Kaken to care that he was gone. Although, studying the blonde's eyes, all he can really see is anger, not worry, so he's not too sure what's going on here. He grabs Kaken's wrists, one in each hand, and stops. It's a contingency just in case Kaken gets too violent. There's already smoke emitting from the palms closed around his school uniform, and Izuku gives a moment to grieve another ruined set. Kaken's eyes flick to the hands on his wrists, and he seems to grow even angrier. He leans in close enough for his teeth to take off Izuku's nose if he really wants. His hot breath ghosts across the latter's freckled cheeks. Were you trying to make a fool out of me? He seethes, soft as a whisper, a conversation for his ears only. Izuku knows they've got all eyes on them. If he didn't drown it out, he'd still be able to hear the teacher shouting weak protests, and the students not so quietly whispering at the whole affair. They've got all eyes on them, but Izuku knows he's the only one that heard what Kaken said. Kaken, he breathes out. And the blonde twitches at the nickname, gripping Izuku tighter as a small explosion pops off. I don't. And Izuku is slammed against the door again. Don't lie to me, you fucker. You left and tried to pin all the blame on me. And you think you can just walk back in here. He looks way angrier than Izuku's ever seen him, and he's sure his uniform is trashed now, if it wasn't before. His hands are still firm around Kaken's wrists. He clenches a little tighter. Kaken isn't listening to him. That's not new, but this behavior is. Kaken is a violent person, but Izuku would have put engaging Izuku immediately with bodily harm lower on the list of expected responses. Actually, maybe this was exactly what would happen and he should have predicted it earlier. He was expecting Kaken to look at his time away with disdain, maybe sneer at his weakness or bully him for getting himself kidnapped, basically like he used to, with more verbal jabs than physical ones and a nice 6-foot safety bubble between them. Did other Izuku really anger Kaken that much with his disappearance to warrant this kind of reaction? Did Kaken maybe care more than he let on, even during the time when he hated him? No. It couldn't be. How could you leave, you coward? Why are you only coming back now? Trying to make everyone pity you. He's no longer trying to be quiet, and Izuku is in great danger of an explosion going off and burning a hole through his chest. Although that might be preferable to the guilt that Izuku feels, even if he's not entirely sure why Kaken's so upset. He knows what he wants to say. He wants to yell back at Kaken and tell him that he'd never leave. Not his mom, or Kaken, or anyone else. But he can't prove that, especially if he isn't this timeline's original Izuku. So instead he thinks of the detective's story, of false memories and kidnapping and torture. He tightens his hold on Kaken's wrists and pushes. Kaken stumbles back, shocked. To his credit though, he manages to rip the fabric of Izuku's uniform with how tightly he was clenching it. I don't know, Izuku gasps out. And, oh dear, is he crying? Yep, those are definitely tears. He doesn't want to cry, not anymore, but it's so hard, cause it's Kaken and Izuku really can't control himself. It works in his favor though, because his childhood friend still stands shell-shocked, forgotten fabric held in hand, eyes blown wide. I don't know where I've been. Izuku cries out, and it's not untrue. He's frustrated beyond belief that he can't find himself, that he doesn't know if he's okay or even the reason why he disappeared in the first place. He's searched through so many missing persons reports and kidnapping cases in the area and even stopped a few human trafficking rings himself with no such luck. All the guilt he feels, of making his mother smile, of living someone else's life, it eats at him every day. and it's coming out now, in front of the one person who has always seen right through him. He calms down a bit, swiping at his eyes, Kaken watching the motion with his own narrow ones. The police say that I was KK kidnapped, and that I have false memories in my head, so I don't know where I was. Izuku stutters out between sniffs and stabilizing breaths. He looks up at Kaken through heavy-lidded eyes, tears trapped in his eyelashes, to gauge his friend's reaction. Kaken recovers from his shock and surprisingly doesn't attack Izuku again. The hands he was holding Izuku with, he returns to his pockets. His brow furrows, like Izuku just told him that a strong quirk doesn't equate a good hero. And of course, the telltale signs of anger overcome his features once more. Are you fucking kidding me? Kaken asks, and it almost sounds like he wants to laugh. You've got amnesia. What kind of bullshit is that? Smoke billows out from his pockets. The smell of nitroglycerin in the air is suffocating. Bakugo-kun. The teacher finally interrupts, placing a hand on Kaken's shoulder before thinking better of it when he sees the blonde's murderous glare. He's sweating nervously and his voice is sickly sweet. Izuku didn't even register his approach. We have confirmed with the police as well as Midoriya-kun's parent that what he says is indeed true. It is very unfortunate, but I'm afraid you'll have to discuss it with him later. He soothes, sounding all too much like a rich father placating his spoiled child with the promise of another pony as long as they stopped making a scene. He doesn't even try to pretend that he actually thought Izuku's disappearance was unfortunate. Not to mention he completely ignores how Kaken was manhandling him. It wasn't anything new for this timeline, but still, Izuku misses Aizawa-sensei. Kaken glares at the teacher, and then at Izuku before he turns away sharply. Whatever, he hisses out, clearly still pissed, as he stomps back to his desk and slams himself into it. Izuku takes a deep breath and lets it out. Crisis averted ... for now. Although that took a lot of energy out of him, and it was only the beginning of the day. He makes his way to his seat, cursing himself, as he did often in the past, for always sitting so close to Kaken. However, the blonde doesn't look at him when he settles and Izuku relaxes a bit. The hole in his shirt makes for a good distraction and Izuku occupies most of his time fiddling with it rather than paying attention to the lesson. It allows him plenty of time for his mind to wander. Kaken, his reaction was odd, wasn't it? Izuku plays through the scene over and over again in his mind. Kaken had said that Izuku was pinning the blame on him for Izuku disappearing. That didn't make sense. Izuku would never blame Kaken for anything, even if it was his fault. It's a persistent bad habit, but that's how things have always been between them and Izuku never bothered to change it. And making a fool out of him, Izuku never had the courage, and still doesn't, even before he came to this dimension. Teasing Kaken was not something that came easily for him. He could do it, and others would laugh, but not often. Because no matter how long Izuku and Kaken spent together, their relationship was always convoluted. Izuku still waited for everything to go up in flames despite them coming to an understanding that he'd like to consider a friendship. Maybe things will change, especially if this timeline is different from his own. As the school day continues, Izuku takes stock of many things that aren't like how he remembers them being before. He seems to be the talk of the whole school. He has to put up with everyone talking about his disappearance. Normally, Izuku's entire existence was one no one spoke about, unless in mockery. But now he hears theories about his 5 months away ranging from a severe sickness to alien abduction. It's all nonsense, of course, especially because no one even bothers to ask him. The bullies seem to have backed down too. Some people did try to say snide remarks to him, but it didn't seem that bad. Once you come from a future where villains have threatened to murder you and your friends, insults from middle schoolers don't seem to hold as much weight. So Izuku simply shrugs them off. There was one notable incident where someone tried to shove Izuku while he was holding his bento, and the guy ended up being the one falling to the ground. The cafeteria had erupted in laughter and Izuku felt kind of sorry for the guy. He offered the boy a hand up, but the kid took one look at his hand, and the smile on his face and a weird look crossed his eyes. He had accepted Izuku's hand, but fled the cafeteria immediately after, so Izuku wasn't really sure what to make of it. Needless to say, nothing along that line happens for the rest of the day, even if he continues to get strange looks. It's not like Izuku really cares about how his classmates view him though, so he doesn't bother to find out the reason behind it. The one he does want to make amends with is the problem. Whatever plans Izuku had to repair Kaken's and his crumbled relationship prematurely goes out the window in the days that follow. After the first instance when he was manhandled, Kaken doesn't engage him again. He doesn't even glance his way. He just continues through school, making every effort to completely ignore Izuku's existence. He doesn't even bother to degrade him or knock him around as he used to. And that's something else that diverges from the original timeline. Of course, Izuku never went missing originally, so he had no base for reference to how Kaken would react. But his behavior still seems all wrong. At this time, Kaken didn't care about Izuku. He was proud and callous, all hard edges and harsh words. He hadn't yet been softened by the friends he gained in UA or humbled by the fights and tragedies they all suffered together. Despite knowing all this though, the Kaken before Izuku seems smaller. He might attribute that to the fact that Kaken's behavior appears more childish and immature than past Izuku was able to recognize. Or maybe it's because Izuku's taller now, because he's a bit older, and even though Kaken still has a few inches on him, he no longer feels as big. But neither of those explanations feel right. It's something else. There's something in the way Kaken walks now, alone, a little slower, a little more hunched, in the way his words lose some of their bite that has Izuku feeling nervous. He sees the dark bags of lost sleep under his friend's eyes, and he knows there's something else. There's something Izuku's missing. Another deviant from the expected timeline, and Izuku doesn't know what it is. Kaken won't tell him either. And he's tried on multiple occasions to get the blonde to talk to him, but he stubbornly continues giving him the cold shoulder. It's beyond frustrating. But Izuku has never had the power to convince Kaken to do anything, especially if he's so adamant on not doing it. That doesn't mean he stops trying. Izuku can be extraordinarily stubborn as well when he wants to be. He doesn't give up even after his first failure, or the next one, or the one after that, or the one after that. Izuku will whittle him down eventually. The two of them need to talk, whether Kaken wants to or not. UAS entrance exam is coming up though, quickly, and therefore the USJ. Izuku needs to focus. He needs to finish his plans. He wants to worry about the entrance exam, decide how to address it, but he knows that's not the priority. The priority is the USJ. He slacked in his patrols for a while. School and increased surveillance by the police and heroes among the reasons why. Izuku just messed with the 8 precepts during the time in which he was messing with the League of Villains. And while neither of them know his true identity, they could still try to catch him while he's effectively in costume, which isn't an option. He didn't have much of a choice in lying low. But now it's time for Izuku to see this through. The only thing is, how? How can he know anything for sure outside of completely annihilating the League or asking them himself? Both of which are not options. If he goes to the bar, all he will do is reveal himself to the enemy, and if he attacks Shigaraki, much less All for One, he's going to lose. He just needs to keep with what he's been doing. There are still villains out there that could be part of the USJ. Izuku hasn't tracked all of them down yet. When he starts UA, he can start tipping off the police and even the principal. He doesn't know how serious they'll take the threat, but it's better to have that extra security just in case. But besides his vigilante activities, Izuku has another problem staring him in the face, maybe even more formidable than facing down 100 villains. He needs to talk to Kaken. Izuku stares at the door of the Bakugo household like he'd stare down any villain. They're locked in a stalemate, both waiting for the other to make a move, which unfortunately falls to Izuku, since doors are inanimate and won't do anything on their own. He sighs and inches forward. It would be nice if he could get Kaken to talk to him. The time at school he spends with the blonde is still met with silence. He has no clue what to say to remedy that. Doesn't know why he's here if he doesn't. All he knows is that he wants to talk. Izuku sighs again and closes the last couple of meters to the door. He raises his knuckles to the wood and raps sharply 3 times. And waits. Is this a bad idea? Will he just make Kaken angrier and destroy any hope of them being closer? But talking is something that has to be done to make things better, right? That's what his therapist always used to tell him. Yet, Kaken isn't the best conversationalist, and Izuku can count on his fingers the number of civil conversations he's had with said blonde. And how could Izuku keep up a conversation with such a person when he himself has no idea what he wants to say? The door opens. Izuku's out of time. Izuku, hey, I haven't seen you in forever. The voice of Mitsuki-san greets him, and Izuku is encircled in a tight hug. She pulls away from him and ruffles his hair in a way that closer resembles a noogie. Her eyes rake over his features and a soft expression settles over her face. What brings you here, kiddo? Izuku chuckles nervously, glad and disappointed it hadn't been Kaken to answer the door. I wanted to talk to Kaken. Is he home? Mitsuki-san smiles. Come inside. I think Katsuki isn't home right now, but he should be soon. Would you like some tea? And before Izuku can protest, or say anything for that matter, he's swept over the threshold and led into the kitchen with a firm hand to his back. Although it isn't as though he doesn't know her, it becomes extremely awkward for Izuku to make conversation with the mother of his once best friend, Bully. Mitsuki-san is blissfully unaware of the awkward atmosphere, however, so maybe Izuku's just imagining it. She moves about the kitchen to prepare tea while she peppers Izuku with questions. Things such as how's school? How's Inko doing? Is Katsuki treating you well? Izuku answers her questions politely and wishes for the first time that it was Kaken that greeted him. The awkwardness is too much for him to handle. He hides most of it behind the teacup when he sips the 2 hot tea he's been given. Please get home soon, Kaken. You've grown so much since I last saw you. And look at those muscles. I bet you could even give Katsuki a run for his money. Mitsuki-san praises. She slaps him on the back and Izuku fights not to spit out his tea. That would be rude after all. Instead, he swallows the burning liquid and coughs violently. He feels his cheeks heat up and knows he must look like a tomato. No, he informs her when he can. Kaken has always been stronger than me. He covers the comment up with a nervous laugh. What would Kaken think if he had heard his mother say that? He would have been furious. Kaken hates being compared to people, Izuku least of all. And even though they're rivals, Izuku feels as if he's still behind Kaken in a lot of ways. He's only had his quirk for a short time, for one, and he hasn't made much progress. Except now that gap has closed some, Izuku has more time to develop his quirk, courtesy of the time travel. He might even be able to fight Kaken on equal terms, now that he's become stronger and Kaken is younger and inexperienced. Izuku shakes his head. That feels like cheating, and it isn't like Izuku plans to fight Kaken anyway. My Katsuki is really strong ... even if he's a pain in the ass, Mitsuki-san mutters, but he can tell she does it fondly. A silence passes between them, both of them wrapped up in their thoughts and memories of Kaken. Izuku would never tell, but he wonders what Mitsuki-san would think if she knew the way Kaken treated people at school. Or maybe she already knew. Some of that behavior must leak back into home life, right? Or maybe Kaken is just very good at separating his attitudes between the two places. I'm sorry, Mitsuki-san says, catching Izuku off guard. For what happened to you? Izuku watches her wide-eyed. Did she read his mind? Did she know? It must have been hard to be kidnapped. We were all worried, she adds, and Izuku sags in relief. For a second there he thought she was going to mention Kaken's and his ... interactions ... at school. And he's not sure why, but he's glad that no one else knows. Thanks, Izuku responds with a smile. But there's no need for you to apologize. It's not like you could have done anything. Perhaps, Mitsuki-san hums, taking a sip of her tea. Katsuki certainly took it hard. Izuku almost chokes on his tea again, but this time there is no external cause other than his own surprise. Kaken did. He wonders, the skepticism heavy in his tone. Mitsuki-san seems surprised by his reaction. Of course, he would go out to look for you. Being the last one to see you, I think he took it as his personal responsibility. Unfortunately, he is still being pissy about the whole thing. I thought that's what you came to talk about. Izuku blinks. Yeah. He reels from the new information. Did Kaken really look for him? Is that something Kaken would do? Did Kaken ... care? No, it must be like Mitsuki-san said. Kaken looked for him because he felt some sort of twisted responsibility. Their relationship was nowhere near close enough in the past for Kaken to look for him just because he wanted him back. Either way, for whatever reason Kaken had, Izuku is touched by the thought. When you do talk to him, could you try to see if something's wrong? Mitsuki-san asks, and she looks worried, wrinkles creasing her ever-youthful appearance. I thought it was because of your disappearance, but something's still bothering him. I'm no good with things like that, and Masaru isn't making any progress either. He might talk, if it's to a friend. Guilt twists in Izuku's gut. He might not know what has Kaken so irritated, but he'll bet money that it has something to do with him. That's not the only thing that makes him feel horrible, though. It seems Mitsuki-san still thinks that Kaken considers Izuku a friend. And that hurts, because Izuku has wished that for a long time, has given up on that possibility, and then miraculously gotten it back ... only to be reverted back to a time when it was still impossible. I'll try, is what Izuku says, with a sad smile. He doesn't want to say anything that will worry her. And it's not as if Izuku will not help if there is something that bothers Kaken. Thank you, Mitsuki-san tells him with a grateful smile on her face. A moment passes while they enjoy the silence. It's Mitsuki-san who breaks it again. Are you still planning to go to UA? She asks him in the same tone she has been using, as if it's normal. Izuku smiles to himself. He feels a little warm. Here is another person who believes in him, despite the fact that he is still quirkless. As if it's natural for someone like Izuku to want to be a hero. Yeah, Izuku answers softly. I'm going to UA in the spring. Mitsuki-san's smile widens. That's the spirit. She slaps him on the back again and Izuku winces. He wishes she'd stop doing that, but at least he didn't have tea in his mouth this time. Izuku realizes his mistake though. He talked as if he was guaranteed a place in UA before he took the entrance exam. Izuku shakes his head and hurries to correct himself. Well, that is ... that is of course if I can even get in. He stutters out, his tongue feeling utterly useless in his mouth. None of that. Mitsuki-san tuts. You have to be more confident in yourself. Putting yourself down before you even take the entrance exam isn't gonna help anybody. You hear me? She takes a leisurely sip of her tea that is poured straight from a fresh kettle without flinching. Izuku sweats. Why yeah, of course. He wants to be more confident in himself, but there are so many of his classmates that are far more incredible than him. He bets that if any of them were given the opportunity to go back in time, they'd have more luck fixing things than Izuku is. He shakes his head again. No, it's no good to think negatively. Whatever the outcome is, Izuku just needs to try his best. He clenches his fists. The back door opens and Masaru-san steps in. He's wearing long-sleeved gardening clothes and thick gloves caked in dirt. A sun hat rests on his head and he looks noticeably flushed. Mitsuki, I think we might need to get more fertilizer. Masaru-san pauses when he catches sight of Izuku. He's shocked for just a moment before he smiles. The crow's feet by his eyes crinkle. Ah, Izuku, it's been a while. He steps out of his work boots and sheds the gloves, careful to do so outside the house. It has. Izuku agrees, because he's not sure what else he's supposed to say. What brings you here? Masaru-san asks, not impolitely, and walks into the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, Izuku can see that the redness around his cheeks and nose is more likely from cold than heat. He's here to see Katsuki, but I had him wait for a bit till he came home. Mitsuki-san answers for him, passing a mug of steaming tea to her husband wordlessly. Masaru-san crinkles his face in confusion as he uses the beverage to warm his hands. Katsuki shouldn't be home for a few hours though, remember? He does his training today. Mitsuki-san slaps her hand to her face. Oh shit, I can't believe I forgot. I'll just call him now. Before she can dial her son though, Izuku leans forward and catches her hand. She looks surprised by his action, as is Izuku. No, it's all right. I can just come back another time. He tells her. She gives him an odd look. You sure? Yeah, Izuku says, fully aware of how things would go if Kaken was called away from his training for Izuku of all people. He stands up and smiles at the Bakugo couple. Thanks for having me. Mitsuki-sen waves a hand through the air. Anytime. You should come over more often, like you did when you were kids. Izuku doesn't grace that with a response though. His chest is a little too tight for that. He nods instead, although there isn't much feeling behind it, and makes his way to the door. Masaru-san is there to see him out. Take care of yourself, Izuku, he says kindly. Don't get kidnapped again, is yelled from somewhere far behind him. Izuku smiles. Okay. He leaves the Bakugo household and it gets a little easier to breathe. He honestly didn't expect that. Now though, he still has to talk to Kaken. He stares up at the residence and a swarm of nostalgia threatens to drown him. When was the last time he went to visit Kaken at his own house in either timeline? When was the last time he talked to Mitsuki-san or Masaru-san? Izuku doesn't know. Kaken and him really haven't been close like that for a long time. Before he's noticed, a tear escapes his eye. Izuku is a little shocked by it and quickly wipes at his eyes. Thankfully, no more threaten to fall. He feels a little silly. It's been a while since he's cried because of Kaken. Izuku turns away from the Bakugo household and starts back towards his house. Should he visit again another time? Should he write a letter? Or should he just keep pestering him at school until Kaken talks to him again? What made him so adamant on ignoring Izuku? Well, now that Izuku thinks about it, Kaken's been ignoring everyone lately. He's no longer flanked by extras when he walks the halls and most of their classmates seem to avoid him. Is that what happened last time? Or is Izuku finding issues where there are none? Damn, he should have paid more attention to his time in middle school the first time around. Oh well, what really matters to him is UA. While repairing his broken relationship with Kaken is something he'd like, the future proves that it will improve naturally with time. Kaken can't avoid him forever when they're put in the same class in the hero course. Izuku turns his casual stroll into a run and thinks about what comes next. The entrance exam is soon. Izuku's got to step up his training just like Kaken is. His chance is just around the corner. While he runs through the streets, he skids to a stop outside a shop selling hero merchandise. His eyes land on a plastic mask and a grin stretches across his face. He didn't think about getting another one, mainly because he expected his old one to last until UA at least. But it might be a good idea. Izuku buys it on impulse but can't bring himself to regret it. He needs to train, after all. And when he arrives at his door, shopping bag in hand, Izuku has the perfect exercise in mind. The city is quieter at night. It's still pretty loud, but there are places he can go and rooftops he lands on where the silence feels oppressive. Maybe it is the lack of noise mixed with the lack of light. But either way, it is an entirely different animal than the city during the day. Izuku pockets his burner phone after texting the police the location of the trash can he dumped his latest zip-tied villain. He stands on the rooftop and adjusts the new All Might mask on his face. He didn't think there would come a time when he'd miss wearing this fashion atrocity, but he's glad he has it back. Because of its absence, Izuku had to wear his usual disguise for when he wasn't leaping across rooftops, the surgical mask and sunglasses. Unfortunately, the shades didn't stay on very well, so he had to get a cheap pair of swimming goggles. It made him wonder, how did Aoyama keep his glasses on? Or Ida? Did Ida wear glasses under his helmet or have them built in? Now though, he doesn't have to worry about the extra things like that. While still uncomfortable, the hard-formed plastic is widely more desirable. There is something to be said of Izuku wearing the face of his favorite hero, idol and mentor. But Izuku doesn't psychoanalyze, and he's always loved hero merch. He hops to another roof and crouches low on its edge. It's dark here, more so than usual. From what he can see, the streetlights in this particular area have gone out. Izuku can still see, barely, by the faint glow of the moon and the haze of city lights far off in the distance. His quirk helps illuminate, but only in the areas immediately around him. It also serves to blind him if he's not careful, or give him away, so Izuku only uses it in short bursts. He leaps across a few more buildings until he reaches where he wants to be, the docks. He can see the ocean, dark and calm, stretching until it seamlessly bleeds into the sky. Even in the night, there are a few ships with people scurrying about loading and unloading cargo. But Izuku knows that there is another type of activity occurring here, one that thrives under the cover of night. Izuku watches the cargo ship unload for a while before he turns his sight to what the city refers to as the graveyard. It's a place, or more accurately, a maze, where shipping containers are dropped, emptied, and left to rust and die stacked on top of each other. It could almost be a city in its own right, with how far it stretches. It's a perfect locale for shady deals and black market transactions. After finding out the usefulness of this place for all criminals, Izuku has taken to patrolling it. And every time he has come here, he's been able to catch something without fail. If he wants to get stronger for the entrance exam or USJ, he doesn't just need to train his quirk, he needs experience as well. If he comes here every night, he's sure to get plenty of training in, while also thwarting crime. Of course, he can't neglect the other parts of the city, but as of now, this place gives him more action. Movement catches his eye. It's the silhouette of someone slipping out of sight behind a shipping container. Izuku zeroes in on the movement and hastily stands in order to follow. One good thing about having Black Whip is that he can utilize it much better in stealth situations. It blends in with the night, and doesn't project light like One for All does. It's perfect for maneuvering himself so that he can track the person forging a path between the rusted containers. The person arrives at a specific container where a few other people are standing. Izuku counts 4, no 5, but he isn't positive that there aren't others hiding deeper in the shadows. A couple of them are smoking, the orange lights of their cigarettes floating in the near darkness. They seem relaxed, oblivious to any onlookers, which is good for Izuku. At the arrival of the man who Izuku followed, the others break out into conversation. Izuku can't hear what they're saying from his position, but he gathers that it's some sort of sales pitch or business deal. The question is, what are they selling? Drugs, arms, other illegal contraband. Someone grabs a hold of the door of the shipping container and pulls it open. Izuku leans further over where he sits in order to see what's inside. It doesn't help. The container is too saturated in darkness to make out its contents. Thankfully, one of the people shines a light into the container and Izuku's breath catches in his throat. There are people, bound and gagged, mostly young, of both sex. Izuku can barely process it for a second. How can someone do something like this? What would have happened if he didn't show up here tonight? Would they have been sold? For what? To whom? They were people, not commodities. Izuku swallows the rising bile in his throat. Disgusting. He leaps off his perch, aiming to land on the closest criminal. He can't tell how strong these people are, or if they have any physical tells of their quirks, but that's not necessary if he can save those people faster. Izuku connects his feet to his target's back, sending them falling onto the pavement with a shout of surprise before they get knocked unconscious. The others make various noises of shock. Izuku can only make out vague silhouettes. What the escapes someone's mouth and Izuku launches at them next, socking a fist into their gut. The person chokes, the cigarette falling from their lips before they are sent flying backward into another shipping container. Unfortunately, when Izuku jumped at the second guy, the others finally got their bearings and fled in differing directions. He curses his inability to capture all of them. Right now he just needs to focus on one and hope he can catch the other ones despite their plan to split up and impede him. In the darkness, Izuku follows the person that is heading towards the water. Whether they know it's a dead end or not, it will certainly benefit Izuku when they are cornered. The person he is pursuing isn't all that quick, but they make good use of the shipping containers. Izuku barely gains any ground because of the person taking every available turn. It's a bit annoying, but Izuku just needs to bide his time. He can be patient. They both run, twisting and turning and leaping off shipping containers until the path finally opens out. There's just a few more meters of dock before it drops off into the deep sea. Izuku's got them, except the person does not slow down or stop. They keep running straight for the water. Izuku realizes why when the person he's chasing gets illuminated. He's lucky this area of the dock is well lit. The lights perfectly reveal the silhouette of the villain. And surprisingly, Izuku recognizes who he sees. Kaiyoshi Mhata, the man with the shark quirk. The one Izuku knew from the USJ and was actively trying to find. What are the chances? He doesn't have time to marvel over that though, because if Samehada makes it to the water, Izuku won't be able to catch him. He picks up speed, forcing more of One for All into his limbs and leaps at the fleeing villain. Izuku knocks into him, bringing them both to the ground. He cuts his hand on something sharp before belatedly realizing that Samhada's skin is sharp. This information, however, does not make Izuku let go. "Let go of me, fucker," the shark villain yells, kicking at Izuku. Izuku holds on and they roll around as he tries to find a good opportunity to knock him out. He can hear the lapping of the waves if he focuses, which only serve to remind him that he can't afford to fail here. He has no guarantee that he'll be able to find Kaiyo Samhada again after this, and trying to catch a water-compatible quirk user in the water at night was basically asking for something terrible to happen. Unfortunately, Samhada is quite hard to pin down. Izuku keeps slicing his hands trying to hold him, and any attempt at a knockout is redirected or dodged. Izuku grits his teeth. If any of the other villains came back, Izuku would be in too vulnerable of a position to defend himself. Samhada soon gives up on bucking Izuku off and instead decides he will continue to advance towards the water regardless of whether Izuku holds on or not. The problem is, their body weights are vastly different, and although Izuku tries his best to hold the man down or drag Samhada in the opposite direction, he is being unwillingly dragged closer to the dock's edge. Thinking quick, Izuku glances around for something to hold on to or use as an anchor. The ground is too flat and smooth to dig into. He catches sight of one of the light posts a few meters away. It's too far for his arm, but Izuku has something better anyway. He shoots out Black Whip, and in the darkness, while holding a struggling man, he misses. The light post isn't large enough to make a good target, and Izuku's still moving involuntarily forward. He curses audibly. He tries to aim properly this time, but his hand is knocked to the side by Samhada and Black Whip shoots harmlessly into the night. He doesn't have much longer. Izuku tries once more, and this time Black Whip catches the light post as intended. Izuku shouts in joy, but then Samhada slips out of his hold. His blood spikes. His breath catches in his throat. He watches, as if in slow motion, as the shark villain leaps over the side of the dock. Without a second to spare, Izuku launches Black Whip after him. He hears a yelp and a string of curses. It's hard to see, but he can feel that Black Whip caught onto something. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. He reels in his quirk and a sense of satisfaction washes over him when Samhada is dragged into view. In his All Might mask and dusty, blood-stained hoodie, Izuku stands over the bound criminal who is noticeably not wet. Samhada snarls up at him, revealing pointed teeth. They remind him of Kirishima's, except a lot less friendly. He won't be able to hold on to Black Whip forever, certainly not longer enough to get to a police station without the chance of it losing control. Looks like he's going with good old zip ties. Izuku uses 2 zip ties, one around Samhada's wrists, and the other to affix his wrists to the lamp post nearby. He doesn't say much as he works, even as the villain curses up a storm and fights against his bonds. He leaves briefly, to recover the other 2 he knocked out earlier and also to see if he can track down the ones who ran, which he can't. Izuku sighs and pulls out his burner phone in order to send his location to the police. He stands beside the container housing the people who would have been sold. They're still in there. They didn't run when they could have. Izuku can't say he blames them. He just feels like he ought to have punched Samhada a couple more times. The people in the container are scantily clothed and bound with ropes. All are gagged with ripped cloth and most have tear tracks etched into their faces like scars. Izuku can hardly control his rage at the sight. Unfortunately, the people shy away from him. They let him untie them and take off their gags. But they don't speak to him, and they don't leave. Izuku wastes too much time trying to convince him that he is a good guy. But when he hears police sirens, he has to leave, and he isn't sure how much good he did, as he vaults and swings away. He sends the police the location of the lamp post he left Samhada at. He does one last sweep of the area, out of sight of the officers and heroes, to make sure the villains who ran are truly long gone. It's pointless. Izuku doesn't know what they look like, even if he did find them. Overall, he feels conflicted. Samhada was one of the last villains on his list that he needed to catch in relation to the USJ. He should be glad, and he is, but it still doesn't feel like a victory. Izuku is starting to see that sometimes there are too many villains for the heroes to catch everything. Sometimes bad things happen and he will never know about them. He won't be able to save everybody. Izuku climbs in through his window and gets ready for bed. He barely feels the cuts on his hands and body that he bandages as if he's watching someone else do it. His thoughts are edging on something they shouldn't, and Izuku can't tug them away. What happened to those people in the original timeline? What is happening in his timeline? He is living every day, working every day, towards fixing a future he's already lived through, because that is the obvious thing to do. He has to find himself, the other Izuku, in order to fix things. And since that will take him a while, knowing the things he knows, he is responsible for setting the future right. He doesn't have time to think about other things. In truth, he refuses to think about other things. Things such as, what is happening in his world? What does his mom think? What do his friends think? His teachers? All Might? Do they think he went missing, like in this dimension? Do they miss him? Do they blame him? Are they crying for him? Is his absence putting them in danger? Are they getting hurt while he's not there to save them? What is he doing here? Why is he still here? Why can't he go home? Izuku crawls into bed. His old room and its arrangement feel more alienating than ever. Most people would think the chance to fix their past is a blessing. Izuku would normally think that too. He stares up at the ceiling. He avoids the numerous eyes of All Might as they gaze down at him. Izuku takes a deep breath. He pushes his thoughts back down. That's right. He has things to do. Naomasa stares through the one-way glass at the single occupant of the interrogation room. The man, Kaio Samehada, stares back, his hands trapped in quirk suppressant cuffs before him, his body and face littered in bruises. Naomasa wonders if his staring is some sort of intimidation tactic, or maybe an act of defiance. Either way, it isn't too original. Naomasa has seen it all before. Sansa walks into the room he's in, breaking him out of the silent staring contest. He holds a clipboard in one hand and 2 coffees in the other. Naomasa accepts the offered coffee wordlessly and takes a sip. He lets out an exhale of appreciation. We haven't even started yet, and you're already tired, Sansa teases, cracking open the lid of his own coffee and lapping at the liquid within. I'm always tired, Naomasa replies with a sigh. Why do criminals have to be active at night? Why don't they sleep like normal people? Sansa chuckles and slaps him on the back. You're just grumpy because they call you in all the time to oversee the interrogations. Naomasa glares at his feline partner, but the action holds no heat. Sansa chuckles again. Yeah, well, when are we gonna get this one started? We have 2 more after this and I don't want to be here all night. Sansa shuffles through his clipboard. Should be starting in a couple minutes. Rui and Daiji will be leading. Naomasa nods his head. Good, let's see what we can find. As promised, officers Rui and Daiji walk into the other room. Naomasa watches as they set up the recording device and take their seats. Good evening. I'm Officer Daiji and this is my partner, Officer Rui. We're going to ask you a series of questions about the events of tonight and we'd like you to answer them as honestly as possible. Naomasa leans over to Sansa. He didn't ask for a lawyer. Sansa shook his head. Must have thought there wasn't a point. He was practically caught bare-handed. Makes sense to him. Criminals usually weren't that smart though, and would still ask for a lawyer despite everything. Those at the precinct used to get a kick out of it, but now it was just annoying. And what were you doing at the docks at that time of night? Officer Daiji asks. I was going to buy some merchandise. Samehada replies lazily. Lie. Man, this guy's a real bastard. Can't believe he'd just admit to it like that too. Sansa whispers beside him, but Naomasa is hardly paying attention. He turns on the radio in his ear and speaks to Officer Daiji within. Have him clarify. What kind of merchandise? Officer Daiji asks. Samehada looks at the man with a sneer. What kind do you think? Do I have to spell out everything? The people dipshit. I was going to buy a person. Lie. Naomasa stares in shock. Sansa watches him out the corner of his eye. What's wrong? He doesn't answer. Instead he turns on his radio again. He's lying. He informs Officer Daiji. What do you mean he's lying? Sansa hisses quietly, as if they might hear him in the other room. Naomasa is unsure himself, but his quirk notified him, and that is absolute. He's lying about what he was doing that night. He wasn't there to buy anything. Naomasa tells him. But why would he lie? Sansa wonders, mirroring Naomasa's own sentiment. It doesn't make sense for someone to implicate themselves in a crime they didn't commit. And yet, it also doesn't make sense for the vigilante to capture someone who is innocent. Samehada must have been doing something suspicious if he was caught. Is he trying to cover up a crime even worse than human trafficking? To buy a person? Naomasa tunes back into the interrogation and catches the tail end of Daiji's query. Yes, Samehada shouts, a bit annoyed. What's so fucking hard to understand? Why? Naomasa pinches the bridge of his nose. He turns on his mic again. He's lying, but drop it for now. Proceed with the other questions. All right, Officer Daiji pacifies before changing the subject. And when you met up with the others involved, what happened next? Samehada rolls his eyes. They talked about their product, where they got it, what price everything was set at. Lie. Naomasa feels the lie, but doesn't stop the interrogation this time. He needs to hear more. He needs to find out where these discrepancies in the story are coming from. Why would he lie? If it were anyone but him listening in, if he couldn't tell when Samehada was lying, they could book him right away. Hell, he really did just admit to his crimes and his story makes sense. But, knowing that he's lying, knowing that there was something else going on tonight, he can't drop it. What are you hiding? And then that fucking vigilante came. Samehada relays. What's his deal anyway? You see that dumbass mask he wears? What a fucking lunatic. Did the vigilante say anything to you when he appeared? Nah, he took out first 2 guys like it was nothing. Then rest of us ran and he chased me down. Wouldn't let me get in the water. He says the information casually, like he doesn't care that he's been arrested, but this time everything rings true. Your quirk works better in the water, correct? How did the vigilante know? Officer Deoji asks. Dunno, but it was fucking annoying. I thought it was gonna be easy. What was going to be easy? You know, getting away and all that. Lie. This time Naomasa isn't quite sure what triggered the lie, but he interrupts. Keep asking questions about the vigilante. He orders over the earpiece, but then a realization hits him. How did Simhata know to call him a vigilante? If anyone were to see a person dressed like that, they wouldn't assume that person was a hero or anything of the sort, right? Can you describe the vigilante for me? Officer Deoji questions. Simhata huffs. Short, wore all black, had a stupid All Might mask on his face. Thought you police knew that already. Naomasa cuts in. See if he's encountered the vigilante before. Has the vigilante tried to stop you before this? Simhata scowls. No, I'd probably be here a lot sooner otherwise. Naomasa scratches his chin. That wasn't a lie either. But whatever Simhata's covering up has something to do with the vigilante. He can feel it. And yet, he isn't sure what to ask. And what did the vigilante do after he caught you? Tied me up, then left. Simhata answers. Naomasa groans. He wants to bang his head against the glass. This isn't going anywhere. So let me get this straight. Sansa whispers from beside him. Simhata was with a group of human traffickers, but he wasn't there to actually partake in any human trafficking. He was seen by our vigilante friend and caught. However, for some reason he wants us to believe that he was there to buy someone in order to hide his real motive. Sansa looks at him. Did I get that right? Naomasa nods, and he knew that the vigilante was a vigilante, despite never seeing him before. While some heroes and police know about him, I don't think there have been any public articles or segments about him. He runs a hand through his hair, so he had to have been told by someone else. Maybe a different villain who encountered the vigilante before and wanted to warn him. You think what he's trying to hide has something to do with the vigilante? Sansa states. He scrunches his nose up in confusion. Maybe they're working together. Naomasa shakes his head. I don't think so. The vigilante hasn't shown any indication that he sides with criminals. I don't see any benefit for getting his supposed allies arrested either. Okay, that makes sense. So if they aren't working together ... then maybe they were trying to catch the vigilante in a trap. Sansa suggests. While Naomasa had thought of that too. That also doesn't make sense. The vigilante obviously succeeded, right? So their trap failed. Why wouldn't they admit it? Why hide the fact that they were trying to catch him, or even kill him? Why the secrecy? You're right, Sansa muses. I hadn't thought of that. This is tough. You should just ask him directly then. Naomasa sighs. Oh, I plan to. But right now, we'll just finish this interrogation and start on the others. If we don't get any answers tonight, we'll try again tomorrow. Believe me, we'll get to the bottom of this. Sansa smiles. Don't worry, I believe you. And if that doesn't work, you can always ask our vigilante friend once we catch him. Maybe he'll know. Haha. Naomasa responds dryly. If we could catch him, he'd be caught already. We just need to ask more heroes. You know vigilantes never last long. Sansa says. A ding from his pocket alerts him and he pulls out his phone. Speaking of our vigilante friend, Officer Tanaka texted me that he just caught someone else. Naomasa doesn't recognize that name. He thought he knew everyone on the force. Officer Tanaka. Sansa grabs his coffee and gets ready to leave. He's new. Just transferred from missing persons. You got everything here? Yeah, I got it. I'll keep you updated if I learn anything new. Let me know how things go on your end. And stay safe. Sansa smiles. Course, I always do. Then he walks out of the room. Naomasa smiles at the white lie and turns his sight back to the interrogation. He's missed what they've been saying, but it doesn't matter. He'll find out what's going on sooner or later. And if it's up to him, Simhata is going to stay in his cell for a long, long time until he talks. Kaio doesn't stay in his jail cell for long. It isn't more than a couple hours or so after his interrogation before a portal made of darkness appears below him and he is swallowed whole. There is a moment where he is blind and numb, and then he is landing on the hardwood floor of a familiar bar. Surrounding him, Kaio recognizes the other bastards involved in tonight's plan, the ones who were captured as well as the ones who weren't. He also sees that both of the bosses are present, the mist man and the guy with hands on his face. Kaio shudders. Although employed by them, if he could go for weeks without seeing them, it'd still be too fucking early. These are the ones that encountered the target, the mist man says. Kaio glances at him, but he's more worried about the psycho scratching his neck with a fucking hand on his face. The guy looks irritated and Kaio doesn't want to stick around him when he's angry. So the small fry were not enough. The hand man muses, his voice grating on Kaio's ears. They have outlived their uses. Why did you bring them here? A tremendous pressure fills the small space and Kaio can't breathe. Sweat rolls down his face and all he can think is that he will die here. He claws at his throat, tears slipping out of his eyes. What the fuck was happening? Tamura, the mist man warns, and with that one word, the pressure is alleviated. Kaio gasps, as do the others present, and he rubs his throat. Oh, how much he'd love to show that bastard. These small fry may have valuable information. But regardless of that, you know we cannot afford to lose the manpower we have. The Mist Man continues and Kaio watches them warily. So they needed info? Huh. Well, if it meant he wouldn't be killed. You guys were wrong, Kaio announces, a bit of his usual confidence leaking into his tone. That's right. He has info that they don't. He's sick and tired of being treated like some two-bit thug. The Hand Man growls, but the Mist Man holds up an arm to stop him. We were wrong. Wrong about what? Kaio smirks. He has these fuckers right where he wants them. Serves them right for acting so self-important all the time and treating the rest of them like shit. That's right, he can be useful too. Huh. You guys told me the vigilante had a strength or speed quirk, but he doesn't. Maybe if I had the right information at the time, I could have caught. A cold hand is wrapped around his throat. Jagged fingernails dig into his skin and his words die on his tongue. Kaio doesn't dare to breathe, doesn't dare to even swallow. You're awfully brave for an expendable NPC. You would blame us for your failure. You would lie to us, the Hand Man says, his rank breath flooding Kaio's personal space. The fingers close tighter around his throat and a whimper escapes him. Okay, so maybe it wasn't his brightest idea to antagonize the murdering psychopath. Tamura, the Mist Man demands again. And Kaio's throat is freed. He drops to the ground, coughing and spluttering for breath. He hears the Hand Man tusk. Now, the Mist Man sighs. You said we misinformed you. The glowing lights floating in the mist stare into him. Kaio shivers. He's having second thoughts on getting involved with these bastards. Why yeah, Kaio replies, voice scratchy. The vigilante was fast, like you said, and strong too, but I don't think it was his quirk. It was hard to see any signs of quirk use in the dark when the vigilante took out the other two. Sure, there was some sort of light emanating from him, but Kaio saw the rope like shit he was using at the docks. Those two don't exactly go together. And what makes you think so? The Mist Man asks. Kaio massages his throat. Cause that fucker used his quirk on me. It was like some sort of rope made of darkness. He could wrap it around stuff. That's how he got me. But if I had known. Interesting. The Hand Man interrupts, his nails scratching bloody trails through the skin on his neck. Indeed. The Mist Man agrees as Kaio tries to figure out what's so goddamn interesting about what he said. So either the vigilante's predicted quirk was wrong, or the Hand Man smiles and Kaio doesn't think he has ever seen something that instills more fear in him than that man's face. Our vigilante has more than one quirk. As Izuku prepares for the UA entrance exam, he gets less and less sleep. It's not his idea per se. He usually stays out for the same amount of time every night, but it suddenly seems like there's more crime happening. Izuku can't prove it. He can only rely on his intuition. The fact remains, though, Izuku runs into more and more incidents every night. The sleep might be affecting his head too, because he could swear some of these people are ones he's caught before. Strange. The injuries he sustains are minor, but his mom sees them anyway. Or at least, she sees them after Izuku has bandaged them. But Izuku has a good excuse this time. One that doesn't feel too much like a lie. He tells her that he just got hurt while training and it isn't a big deal. And really, in the grand scheme of things, compared to other injuries, it isn't. Overall, he thinks he's doing pretty good for himself. The USJ villains are practically all behind bars. And besides the slight uptick in crime lately, Izuku bets he's prevented a lot of incidents since he's become a vigilante. There have been a few close calls with heroes and police, but he's managed to fly under the radar. Once he gets into UA, he can stop this not-so-legal heroism and fade into oblivion. Or, that was the plan, until he sees the news. It's him. On the news. It's him. And while maybe he should have chosen a different mask, he feels a little embarrassed. The segment isn't that long, mostly giving a description of him as a new and potentially dangerous vigilante and to report any sightings of him. They mention his involvement in the people he's taken down, and then they move on. But the next bit isn't too reassuring. Someone has been breaking criminals out of their holding cells. Just a couple here and there. Some Izuku recognizes, and some he doesn't. What really catches his attention are that they are all villains Izuku has taken down recently. As the newscaster reads off a statement from the police, Izuku's mind swirls. Who would be setting the villains free? His immediate thought goes to the League. But the criminals that were freed were only a handful. How would that make a difference? Still, this isn't something he can overlook. There aren't a lot of people with the capability to break in and out of a police station. Izuku writes down the list of villains. There are only 2 that are confirmed related to the USJ. The others are ones he caught as a vigilante or ones he might have caught but can't remember. He reads through their quirks. None of them strike him as particularly desirable. It would make sense if they were broken out to fulfill a specific purpose. But Izuku doesn't think that's the case. Their quirks are also completely unrelated to each other. There isn't a pattern he can see. Wait a minute. The villains being released. His suspicion that he's been fighting some of the same people. Could it be? Has Izuku encountered the villains that were released? But he caught them again right after, so wouldn't the police say that? Maybe he's overthinking it. There are people out there with similar quirks. The feeling in his gut doesn't go away though. He might not know what's going on, but he doesn't like it. If only he had more information. Izuku might be able to find out something when he goes out tonight if he asks around. But he'll have to be twice as careful. Izuku, dinner's ready. His mother calls from the kitchen. Coming, he answers, closing the notebook in front of him with a sigh. Izuku stands and makes his way to the kitchen. He takes a seat at the table, where his plate is. There are 2 more days, only a single weekend before the entrance exam. Unfortunately, Izuku is just as nervous this time around as he was the first time. He knows he's more capable now, that he's sure not to fail, but there's more things he has to account for now. Like the 0-pointer, he doesn't know the exact time it is released. At the time, he was panicked and didn't pay too much attention to finer details. All that he knows is that it came out towards the end, so he'll have to keep an eye out for that while he accrues points. And that's the other thing. In his future, he didn't get any points, besides from rescue, and he still made it in. Which means that if he tries to increase his points this time around, he may be taking away points that will go to his hero course classmate. But he doesn't want to fail if he accidentally misses his chance at the 0-pointer and saving Uraraka, or even do anything that's less than his best. It would feel like he's lying, and Izuku's already lying too much in his life right now to want to lie where it's not needed. He's going to have to think of a compromise. Izuku, his mother asks, pulling him from his train of thought. Is everything all right? Izuku looks up at her and blinks. Huh, you were muttering, dear, she explains and then motions with her spoon to his plate. And you haven't touched your food. Izuku glances at his plate. Curry over rice. Indeed, it is untouched. He picks up his spoon and takes a bite. It's delicious. Is good. Izuku tells her, mouth full. His mother studies him, wrinkles between her brow. Thanks, sweetie, but are you sure you're all right? Izuku pauses. He swallows the food in his mouth and looks at his mom. Is he all right? Sure, there's a lot on his mind, but he's dealt with worse. He smiles. Yeah, Mom, I'm fine. I was just thinking about the entrance exam. Oh, honey, are you nervous? Don't worry, you'll do great. She smiles at him reassuringly. Warmth floods him. He really doesn't deserve his mother. She's the best. Thanks, Mom. Izuku ties up the last of the criminals he caught this time. It was only a minor drug deal, consisting of 2 guys, and Izuku handled it quickly. He's already sent the location to the police. Now all he needs is to ask his questions. Do you know who I am? He demands, purposely lowering his voice for all the good it would do. The man, sporting a minor chameleon mutation quirk, glares at him in silence. Izuku sighs. He's a terrible investigator. He can't interrogate anybody, or even properly threaten them. If they don't give him an answer, he doesn't get one. And unfortunately, none of the criminals he's caught are giving him any answers. If they know of him, they say it's from the news. If he asks anything else, they stay silent or tell him to go fuck himself. Even if they did give him an answer, Izuku would have no way of knowing if they were lying or not. He has no choice but to give up. When he hears the police sirens in the distance, Izuku determines it's time to leave. As he leaps over the rooftops back home, he suppresses a yawn. He might not want to go out tomorrow night, just so he'll be well rested for the entrance exam. Izuku is about to jump over the next gap when he perceives something coming at him. Quickly, he attempts to dodge, but it's too late. The unknown object strikes him, wraps around him, and causes him to fall on the rooftop with a heavy oof. He squirms, trying to gather what just happened while his face is pressed into his mask. Did the 8 precepts finally catch him? Or was this something else? Now that he thinks about it, this capture method is very similar to, I suppose you aren't a group of underground heroes, a familiar voice says. Izuku hears footsteps and his heart beats harder. What are you and your friends doing, jumping around at night? Izuku pales. Aizawa-sensei. It's his teacher. He got caught by his teacher. It's over. He's through. He's going to be arrested and he won't get into UA and he won't fix anything and everyone will get hurt and he's so. Are you listening to me? The capture weapon drags him closer, which is but it serves to wake Izuku up. He stares up at the shadow of his teacher through his mask and focuses on calming his breathing. It's not over yet. He could get out of this. Maybe. A light is shined into his face and Izuku closes his eyes against the brightness. What the hell am I looking at? Aizawa-sensei deadpans, and it takes Izuku a second to place what he could mean. But oh, yeah, his mask. The heat rushes to his cheeks. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Well, it's not my business what you wear, Aizawa-sensei says with a sigh. Now, call out your lackeys. Let's get this over with. The hero removes the light from his eyes and Izuku blinks in the near darkness. He doesn't know what Aizawa-sensei is talking about, but it's not like he can say anything right now. He's already spoken to his teacher as Deku and his voice might be recognized. But at this rate, if he can't explain himself, he'll be caught for good. I don't have all night, the hero warns, and the bonds around Izuku squeeze a little tighter. He grunts. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku whispers. If he can't speak, then this is his only option. It's incredibly hard to differentiate voices from whispers. What was that? Izuku grits his teeth. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm alone. His teacher scoffs. If you're going to lie, at least make it more believable. You've got at least 10 people following you, being just as sneaky as you. The breath escapes his lungs. He's got people tailing him. He didn't even notice. And Aizawa-sensei wouldn't lie. Who is it? The 8 precepts. Did they finally track him down? Can Izuku handle them? Why were they following him? What would have happened if he'd led them to his home? To his mom? They aren't with me, Izuku urges. He starts to struggle in his bindings for the first time since he was caught. We have to get out of here. Now, a thump catches their attention, followed by many more. On all sides, figures appear in the darkness. They're surrounded. From in front, one steps forward. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Someone says, and if Izuku could see their face, he'd bet they were grinning. I'm going to assume you all aren't here to chat, Aizawa-sensei tells them. He shifts his stance. The speaker from earlier chuckles. We ain't looking for a fight. We simply need you to do us a favor. The man pauses, taking a step closer. Hand over the vigilante. There is silence on the rooftop. Izuku's heart beats loud in his ears. Maybe this vigilante thing was a bad idea. Never mind. He knew it was a bad idea when he started, but damn. He feels a little bad for vigilantes now. Well, maybe not Stain, but anyone who has both heroes and villains after them must have it rough. A vigilante, his teacher asks. Izuku continues to fight his bonds, but there's really only one way he's getting out of this. Please don't hand me over to them, he whispers furiously. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I promise I'm not going to harm you. I'm not with those guys. The man who was speaking earlier overhears them. Come on, boss, he already caught on. Don't worry, we'll rescue you. He laughs then, and the others surrounding them join in. Izuku glares at the man, but in the darkness, he knows it won't be seen. What is he going to do? This situation is terrible. He's surrounded by enemies presumably working with or for the 8 precepts. He's caught by his teacher. One of the people on the top of his can never know I'm a vigilante list, and he doesn't know if he can escape either of them. Aizawa-sensei is in a tight spot as well. As far as he's aware, everyone here is an enemy. Despite Izuku's pleading, it would be a risk to release him from the capture weapon without knocking him unconscious first. Izuku doesn't see a way out of this. As if to make matters worse, one of the surrounding enemies with some sort of light in their hands hurls it at Izuku. There is no time to dodge, and even if there is, Izuku can't move. He squeezes his eyes shut and braces for impact. But instead of pain, or anything else the quirk could possibly do to him, he's being yanked back and then released on his feet. I'm letting you go this time, vigilante. I don't have the luxury of carrying around dead weight, Aizawa-sensei informs him as he readies his capture weapon for battle. Izuku can't push down the overwhelming sense of appreciation he has for his teacher. It seems he isn't going to die today. They may still be surrounded by villains, but Aizawa-sensei could have taken them alone. If they work together, those guys don't stand a chance. I guess it's you two who are itching for a fight. The man sighs dramatically. The others inch closer, signs of quirks being brought to the surface. Izuku covers his teacher's back as he tries to take them all in. You should have handed him over when you had the chance. Then they charge. Izuku doesn't use one for all. It's too dark where they are, and would only serve as a distraction or a target. There's a part of him too that doesn't want to use it in front of Aizawa-sensei in order to keep his secrets. While it weighs him with guilt, Izuku finds he doesn't need it. Him and his teacher have wordlessly divided up the rooftop and are to take care of the enemies on their respective sides. Izuku has 5 people. 3 of them rush at him immediately. He dodges the first-person swipes of what could be claws or maybe blades and jabs them in their face with his elbow. The person cries out with a feminine scream and staggers, but she doesn't go down. Izuku frowns. Another comes at him with a baseball bat and swings, preventing him from finishing off the first. He jumps back a bit and then is thrown onto his butt by the concrete heaving underneath him. Some sort of stone manipulation quirk. Izuku finds the one responsible and rushes them, only to jump back once again to avoid another light ball thrown his way. Damn, this is annoying. Izuku keeps after the concrete guy, because having his balance removed is the biggest threat here. He gets in close and socks the man in the gut. There is no resistance as the man expels all the air in his lungs. Izuku follows up with an uppercut and then roundhouse kicks him away. The man skids across the roof and does not get up. In that time, both baseball bat guy and claw girl are on him again. They fight together, succeeding in pushing him back as he dodges their blows. One of the claws grazes his arm, but Izuku manages to kick her away before she can do any more damage. When the baseball bat swings for him again, Izuku catches it with a wince and wrenches it out of the villain's grasp. He kicks the man in the chin and that's 2 down. Claw Girl slashes at him more and he uses the baseball bat to block. The sound of metal on metal grates his ears and he grimaces. With her claws blocked though, Izuku uses the bat to shove her back and then he punches her square in the face. She staggers again, but thankfully this time, she falls. A light ball is sent at him again and Izuku flips back to dodge it. He can't quite see what its effect is on the ground, but he can hear sizzling, so he reckons it isn't good. The person with the quirk stays at a distance, but there has to be some sort of recharge time between shots. Izuku just needs to close the gap in that time. He rushes the figure, nearing the edge of the rooftop when he realizes he has to take care of 5 enemies. He's only focused on the 4. Aizawa-sensei's back is wide open. Izuku whips around, dashing back the way he came to see the man who was talking earlier with a gun aimed at his teacher's back. Aizawasense. Izuku screams, one for all crackling over his skin in an instant. His teacher turns, but he won't make it and Izuku shoots out Black Whip. And he's gotta make it, he's gotta make it, he's gotta make it. The gun is knocked from the man's hand and clatters on the concrete. Izuku's momentum brings him crashing into the villain and Izuku wastes no time in slamming his fist into the bastard's face. He's angry, so unbelievably angry that his teacher was almost shot. This is his fault. He should have been the only one in danger. He shouldn't have been so careless and gotten himself followed. He should have been able to detect it. You, Aizawa-sensei says lowly and Izuku turns towards his teacher. Lumpy silhouettes of the people he fought are scattered around him. You called me Aizawa-sensei. Izuku freezes. His eyes bulge and he involuntarily takes a step back. No. He messed up again. This wasn't supposed to happen. You, who are you? Shouta asks the question, his mind racing. Very few people know he is a hero. Even those who know him as a racerhead do not know his real name. The only people who call him Aizawa-sensei ... are his students. The vigilante was whispering earlier, but that scream there was no mistaking it. The vigilante is young, a student, his mind tells him. But that's not quite right, is it? Yes, the vigilante called him sensei, but he could just be an alumni, not necessarily a student now. Except he can hear it, ringing in his ears. Aizawasense. A young voice, a goddamn child. The vigilante doesn't answer him. He's gone back to being a mute, most likely. It even looks as if he's going to bolt. Oh no, not on his watch. He readies his capture weapon and sees how the vigilante tenses. Shouta will have to be quick and a light ball whizzes by and lands on the ground between them, causing him and the vigilante to jump apart. Shouta turns quickly, activating his quirk and canceling the villains. He keeps his eyes on them as he runs forward, grabbing them in his capture weapon and then slamming them into the roof. The fight, if you can even call it that, is over in an instant. And yet, when Shouta whips back around, the vigilante is gone. He rubs his eyes and gathers his weapon back around his neck. This is troubling. There's a vigilante running around. One that knows him, that he likely knows as well. A student. The child. He groans. He's taught a lot of kids in his time as a teacher. But even kids outside of his own class called him Aizawa-sensei too. That's a large search pool. If the vigilante were a prior student that he taught personally, then Shouta should be able to recognize their quirk. The fact is he doesn't. He didn't really see the sign of a quirk used at all. But if they know him as a teacher, then they have to be a student. He needs more information. While they aren't his first choice, no one else in UA has access to student records. Shouta pulls out his phone and calls. It picks up on the first ring. Aizawa-san, it's a little early, isn't it? Shouta sighs. Too early. Listen, I need a favor. There is a pause on the other end. I must say I'm surprised. May I ask the favor? I need access to student records. I'm looking for someone. It's important. While I do not doubt your intentions, Aizawa-san, we'll have to discuss this in person. I hope you understand. Shouta sighs again. That's about what he expected. He runs a hand through his hair. I'll be heading back soon. We can talk when I get there. Excellent. I'm sure you'd like to know that Eri-chan as well. She's still sleeping fitfully, but I'm sure it'll get better with time. Thanks, Nedzu. Shouta responds. UA has been a good place to care for Eri when he is occupied with other things. His co-workers are all eager to help as well. Perhaps a little too eager. The principal hums. Of course, she is a delight. Now I must be going. We'll talk later. And with that, the call is dropped. Shouta calls the police next and then tucks the phone back into his pocket. He surveys the silhouettes of the villains lying on the rooftop. Perhaps he could get some information out of them about the vigilante as well. There had to be some reason they were after him. That info could be the lead he needs. Unfortunately, he can't devote too much time to this vigilante once the school year starts. Actually, even sooner. The entrance exams will start ... in 2 days. From there, he'll have to help evaluate and then he's got lesson planning. He almost would rather drop it. But there's something about knowing someone he taught is out there being a vigilante that bothers him. He thought he drilled proper protocol and hero laws into all of his students. Why would any of them become a vigilante? Although he wasn't assigned the case, it almost feels like his personal responsibility to bring them in. No matter how it happened, no matter the reason, there is one thing that remains clear to him. Shouta failed them after Izuku's confrontation with Aizawa-sensei. He panics. He runs off, but not home. Not yet. No, he runs around the city in decreasing spirals, through alleys and back streets until he is sure he's lost anyone that could be following him. It's not until the sun shines through his window and he hears his mother shuffle around that he breathes a sigh of relief. He takes his mask off, as well as his vigilante outfit, and shoves it all in a box. There's a moment where he debates throwing it away, stopping it all. The risk was too great this time. He doesn't know what would have happened if Aizawa-sensei hadn't been there. Even with him there, Izuku still managed to mess up. He called his teacher sensei. He isn't sure how yet, but he's sure that will come around to bite him later. In the end, Izuku tucks the box deep in his closet. He can't get rid of it. While not an option he wants to explore again anytime soon, he doesn't want to close any doors for himself. Who knows, maybe there will come a time when he needs it regardless of whether he gets kidnapped or not. For now though, no more vigilantism. Izuku will focus on the entrance exam and the entrance exam only. When the day finally comes, his mother wakes up early to see him off. She's got a big breakfast prepared, despite the fact that Izuku doesn't think he can stomach any of it. He's stuck somewhere between excitement and extreme anxiety, which is a pretty normal state for Izuku usually. He still isn't sure what he'll do in the entrance exam, despite agonizing over it for days, but he can't worry about it forever. All he knows is that he has to pass. He has to get into UA, no matter what. Izuku walks out the door, not late like he was before, and makes his way towards the train station. It's a route he's walked 1,000 times now, and he lets his mind wander as his feet carry him forward. He's not in the clear for any of his problems. Although he's hindered the efforts of the League of Villains and the USJ attack, he's not sure how effective it is. Just because he jails a few villains doesn't mean that Shigaraki can't convert more to their cause. The ones that escaped their holding cells worry him too. Does the League plan to spring a bunch of villains for their attack? Or maybe they'll recruit stronger villains in place of the ones Izuku's caught. Or different ones with unpredictable quirks that could change the outcome of USJ. He could have made things so much worse, but he also could have stopped it. He isn't that naive, but the League had to know that someone was cutting their manpower at this point, and maybe they would take caution. They might postpone the attack or try a new tactic altogether. Izuku has no idea how his actions have affected this timeline, but he needs to be prepared for every possible outcome. It might be good for him to warn the school when the time comes. Anonymously, of course. The 40-minute subway ride passes by quickly with Izuku trapped in his thoughts as he is. It's second nature to step off at the right stop with his divided attention and walk the rest of the way to UA's doorstep. Izuku approaches the UA gates and he comes to a stop. The place is amazing, as it always is, and the awe he feels hasn't dimmed a bit from when he first attended. He cranes his neck to catch every square inch of sparkling glass and incredible infrastructure before he walks through the gate. It feels sort of like coming home. When he heads towards the entrance to the written exam, his thoughts turn to the events of his previous timeline. Right, Kaken was there and so was Uraraka. Looking around, Izuku can't see either of them now. Although disappointed, he is earlier this time than he was last time. Instead, he scans the surroundings for anyone he does recognize. Surprisingly, he spots a familiar head of hair and grins. With the amount of people about, he didn't think he'd actually see anyone he knows. Without thinking, Izuku puts his hands to his mouth to call out to them, but thankfully catches himself just in time. It's true that he wants to befriend everyone he did before, but he can't just go around acting like he's already friends with them when he hasn't technically met anyone yet. Would it be too weird to walk over to that person then? But Izuku really wants to. And it's kind of lonely being at UA by himself. Besides, would moving up their meeting really change that much? He shakes his head. It shouldn't matter. That person could probably use some company as much as Izuku, so he hurries over to the person he recognized before he loses them in the crowd. Hi there, Izuku chirps, falling in step beside his new, soon-to-be friend. He has to hold his tongue from saying their name, a dangerous habit he'll have to keep track of. Hi, Shinsu Hitoshi responds in a monotone, his blank-faced gaze shifting over Izuku's face. He seems a little surprised, a little annoyed, or is that wary? He's similar to Todoroki in that he's hard to read. But Izuku's just so excited that he finally has found someone from his old days at UA. Well, besides Kaken of course, but that was a moot point. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. He holds out his hand to shake, which the other simply stares at. Shinsu looks between the hand and Izuku's face multiple times as if trying to tell if Izuku is serious. In the end, Izuku has to drop his hand. Shinsu Hitoshi, he declares rather coldly and turns his face away as if in dismissal as he continues to walk. While normally that might deter Izuku until a later date, he's not going to let that stop him now. He truly believes Shinsu is a good person and a great hero. He had already thought of it in his own dimension, that he wished he could have become friends with him sooner. He catches up with Shinsu easily and the boy side-eyes him once again, but doesn't speak. His lips are pressed into a thin line and the shadows under his eyes are more prominent than Izuku has ever seen them. Shinsu must have been nervous about the entrance exam. Izuku's mind stalls. Oh, Shinsu doesn't make it into the hero course. He fails the entrance exam and gets placed in general education. Of course, he was well on his way to getting transferred into the hero course in the original timeline. But it's a shame he fails at all. Shinsu really wants to be a hero. The news must have devastated him. But well, there isn't much Izuku can do to help. So, Izuku starts and isn't immediately shot down, so he continues, "Are you applying for the hero course?" Of course, Izuku already knows the answer to that question. But it's not as if he can go around cluing people in that he has future knowledge. Shinsu sighs and shoots Izuku with an unimpressed look. "Are you?" Izuku scratches the back of his head awkwardly and offers a bashful smile. This conversation is not going how he'd like. He doesn't think he's felt this nervous speaking to someone in a long time. "Yeah, I've always wanted to be a hero and of course UA is my first choice of school. I'm really nervous but also really excited to be here. But I know they have other courses, so I was just wondering if maybe you weren't applying to the heroics course. But I guess that's a stupid question because mostly everyone applies to heroics and that was probably insensitive of me. I'm sorry." Shinsu's eyes have widened a bit by the end of his ramble, but he keeps the same expression. Is Izuku scaring him away? He can't tell. "No, I mean, yeah, I did apply to the hero course, but I also applied for Gen Ed." He sighs again and his eyes gaze at a fixed point in the distance. "Want to keep all my bases covered, you know." Izuku can read the underlying message. Shinsu has already gone in thinking he will fail. He doesn't think he'll make it into the hero course because of his quirk. It leaves a sour taste in Izuku's mouth and he frowns. Is there anything he can do? He can try to give encouragement, but how will Shinsu take it? And if he tries to help him get in, won't that remove a spot from someone else in Class 1 or 1B? But Izuku wouldn't even know how to go about that even if he could. "Yeah," Izuku says eventually, "but I'm sure you'll make a great hero." He offers with a wide smile. Because even if Shinsu doesn't get in now, Izuku knows he will later, and he'll be just as powerful as the hero students. When Izuku looks at Shinsu's face though, he can immediately tell his words didn't go over well. The tired teen scowls at him. "You don't even know anything about me, so you can't say I'll be a hero, let alone even make it into UA. My quirk isn't all that flashy, aren't you just giving people false hope?" Izuku's step falters, a little stunned by how abrasive Shinsu is, but he can't really blame the guy. It was likely something he developed over time due to his mistreatment. Izuku himself was bullied for many years for being quirkless. He could relate to someone like Shinsu who was constantly tormented because people thought his quirk was villainous. Izuku didn't like being called useless, but that was objectively preferable to villainous any day. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just think that if someone wants to be a hero, it doesn't matter what their quirk is. If they put in the time and effort and they want it more than anything in the world, I think that they can do it. I think that anyone can be a hero," Izuku states firmly, stopping his walk as Shinsu does the same. How can you say that to a stranger? You don't even know what kind of person I am. Anyone can be a hero. Are you kidding? Even a murderer. Or a thief. Even someone with a quirk that hurts people. I don't think you know what you're talking about," Shinsu replies. And under his aloof demeanor, he sounds angry. Izuku pauses. He knows exactly why Shinsu is asking this. The teen has gone through life having everyone tell him his quirk is no good. And still, he wants to be a hero. But Shinsu is wrong. Izuku knows what kind of person Shinsu is. He knows how the other boy has trained and tried so hard to overcome the biases of his quirk. He knows that Shinsu is kind and above all, heroic. Izuku's been saved by him before. And now it's time to return the favor. If Shinsu needs someone to believe in him, Izuku will be that person. No quirk is good or evil. Just like a weapon, it's the wielder's choice whether to use it to attack or defend. Whether a quirk can hurt people or scare them, it doesn't matter. If they want to use it for good, it's good, simple as that. A quirk is only as villainous as the person, and that means anyone can be a hero. He looks straight into Shinsu's eyes, including me and you, Izuku adds with a smile. Shinsu remains expressionless, but the tension in his face has eased somewhat. There's something in the way he looks at Izuku that he can't place. "Right," he says, and his lip quirks up a little in what could be a smirk to Izuku's delight, but it vanishes as quickly as it came. "Well, I wish you luck. Maybe I'll see you around." Izuku beams back at him. "Thank you, and good luck to you too. I'll see you later." He runs off then, because their exams are in different areas, and feels much less nervous than he was before. Maybe he can't change Shinsu's results, but he can at least change his spirit before they meet again in UA. The written exam is first, and Izuku enters the room already filled with people. He searches the rows of students for anyone he might recognize. But the rooms for the exams are small and he comes up empty. Well, there are hundreds of applicants for UA every year. It would be a miracle if he ended up with any of his classmates. He's lucky he even ran into Shinsu. At least he knows he'll see quite a few of them in the practical portion. He can barely wait. The exam is about as easy as it was for Izuku the first time, if not easier with his time travel knowledge. It is still lengthy though, and Izuku can barely keep still. After he's finished, the minutes seem to drag and Izuku can only wait and fidget in his seat. Is he going to try to get more points than he did last time? Now that he's more capable with his quirk, he certainly wants to. If he hides his strength and one of the teachers notices, they might deny Izuku into the hero course. He thinks of Aizawa-sensei specifically, who could practically smell a student's potential. Aizawa-sensei. Oh shit. Was he at the practical portion of the hero course exam? Izuku racks his brain and tries to remember. Present Mike was there to introduce the rules, and Recovery Girl knew who was injured. All Might had said that he saw Izuku's performance before too, but that could have been specific to the old timeline only. All that he knew was that the footage was reviewed by a panel of staff members. In real time, he didn't know. And he didn't know if Aizawa-sensei was involved either. He'd have to keep an eye out for his teacher then. He still hasn't come up with a proper alibi to explain why Eri was with him on the night they knocked on the hero's door. Will he be recognized? His face was clearly shown, and it'd be naive to assume it was forgotten. And even though he can't be connected to his vigilante persona, there is what happened over the weekend too. Izuku will have to confront Aizawa-sensei one way or another, especially if he's in his class again, but he still dreads the conversation. Hopefully his teacher isn't among the judges or is too busy looking after Eri to notice Izuku during the practical. That would give him at least a couple more months before school starts to come up with a good lie. The written exam ends while Izuku's not paying attention. His stomach does a weird flopping motion and he's suddenly glad he didn't eat anything this morning. His feet carry him to the auditorium where the rules will be explained for the practical portion of the exam. He thought he would be excited, knew he would be nervous, but didn't expect to be feeling sick. Izuku has spent more time as an actual hero than all of the other applicants here, and yet he feels the same as he did when he took the test the first time. Small, weak, as if this is his only chance. In many ways, it still is. Izuku breathes in deeply. Once, twice, his hands are shaking and he attempts to dislodge those thoughts from his head. He's different now. He's grown. He's no longer the useless Deku he was before. He recalls Uraraka's words. I think it sounds like you can do it. Izuku huffs out a laugh, warmth flooding through him at the memory. He misses his friends. The auditorium looms overhead and a steady stream of people enter it at the same time he does. His eyes go into overdrive. Nervousness temporarily forgotten, Izuku scans the seats, the crowds, as his heart pounds ferociously. His friends, his classmates, everyone he's grown to love in his lifetime are here right now. He doesn't realize he's stopped until someone bumps into him from behind and almost sends him and a whole group of people flying to the ground. Izuku whips around, but the person is not who he thought it was, only a stranger that complains about Izuku stopping out of nowhere. There is no near faceplant, no weightless feeling, no wish of good luck, feeling embarrassed. Izuku apologizes and helps the person to stand. He can't help but be just a little disappointed. He takes his seat next to Kaken, as they're seated by schools, and the blonde doesn't look at him. His friend stares blatantly ahead, his ever-present scowl on his face, and Izuku sinks down into his chair. Hi Kaken, Izuku offers hesitantly. He knows the blonde won't respond, so why does it still affect him when he's met with silence? Present Mike starts his presentation, just as boisterous as Izuku remembers, but it doesn't lift his spirits as it did before. He rests his head on one of his hands and absently thinks of the trial to come. Robots. Not too bad to deal with, but Izuku now sees the quirk discrimination that Aizawa-sensei was talking about before. Quirks not suited for combat, or not suited for combat against non-humans, would do poorly. Shinsu, for one, comes to mind. It does make him appreciate some of his other classmates more. He never really gave much thought to how they made it in. His mind specifically thinks of Koda and Hagakure. Izuku makes a mental note to ask them this time around. The knowledge could be an application of their quirks he hadn't considered, and he can record it in his notebook. Excuse me, may I ask a question? A familiar voice yells and Izuku looks up with wide eyes to see Ida Tenya in all his glory. Izuku's face has frozen somewhere between shock, awe, and sadness. He might even cry. It's Ida. The boy starts talking, in the robotic and achingly familiar way he does, and Izuku fights to keep a smile from spreading over his face. That is, until Ida addresses him. Moreover, what's with you? Yeah, you, curly-haired kid. He points a perfectly straight finger at Izuku, and Izuku is a little stunned before he remembers that this did happen the first time as well. Can't you keep quiet for a second? Your mumbling is distracting. If you think UA is some pleasure jaunt, then leave this place at once. It takes an effort for Izuku not to flinch at his words. He blushes in embarrassment. Multiple eyes are on him. The weight of Kaken's weighing him down the most, and suddenly he is not so thrilled anymore. Sorry, Ida. He bites his lip to prevent himself from saying his friend's name and sinks into his seat. He can hear snickers from the surrounding applicants at Ida's well-meaning but harsh words. Izuku glances at Kaken, who looks away as if he wasn't staring at him, and then slumps even more. Luck did not seem to be on his side when it came to him fixing things in this future. The instructions are finished swiftly and Izuku gets shoved multiple times as the crowd of excitable students pushes out of the auditorium. Izuku loses sight of Kaken pretty quickly, before he can wish him good luck. He frowns. He sure hopes this silent treatment from the blonde will fix itself soon. Following the flow of the crowd, Izuku eventually finds himself outside of his area. He doesn't recognize many of the applicants, just like last time. But that doesn't matter when he sees the few he does know. There's Ida, of course, and Uraraka. There's also Aoyama that Izuku remembered was there the first time around. He watches each future classmate and debates whether he should talk to any of them or not. Would it be weird? Shinsu was fairly awkward to say the least. Should he wait? He would see them all in class in a couple months, but that felt like too long to wait. Didn't Ida get mad at him for trying to break Uraraka's concentration before? Would the same thing happen again? But Izuku might be able to warn Uraraka about the zero-pointer before she gets in harm's way. With his mind made up, Izuku steps towards Uraraka. Unfortunately, at that moment, President Mike's voice screeches out over the intercom that the test has begun. The contestants push past him. He loses sight of Uraraka, and he loses his chance. He shakes his head as he tries to catch up. He can still protect Uraraka, and she should be fine until the zero-pointer. Right now, he only has 10 minutes to prove he's hero material. And knowing the importance of time, Izuku won't waste a second of it. The cityscape looms above him as Izuku sprints forward. Unlike last time, he easily passes the crowd and keeps a steady lead. Robots start to appear, creeping out from between buildings, and Izuku aims for the closest one. He surges upwards and kicks the robot's head off, decapitating it with sparks of electricity and snapping wires. The head goes careening into the neighboring buildings and the body crashes to the ground. 1 point. Izuku smiles widely as he separates from the rush to look for more. It's only a single point, but he feels positively giddy. He didn't get any points before, so already he's done better than his past self. He got a point, as Izuku scans the area for more robots. He keeps an eye out for Ida, Aoyama, and Uraraka. He wants to avoid fighting robots in the areas they're in, to ensure he won't be taking any of their points. It would be terrible if Izuku prevented them from entering the hero course when he knows they should be in it. Time passes quickly, and slowly at the same time. He encounters bot after bot. 2 points, 1 point, 1 point, 3 points, 1 point. Each one is easy to take down after the time and training he has had in the hero course. Izuku can almost pretend he's back at UA in his own timeline, participating in just another training exercise. He vaults past the other examinees. They are all people he never paid attention to in the past. Most of them have flashy quirks, and yet Izuku can see where they're lacking. It's weird for him to think about it that some of these people could have been his classmates. Between fighting the robots to get points and glancing at the area the zero-pointer will appear from, Izuku finds himself saving a couple other participants too. There's one person who almost gets crushed after their quirk exhausts while they're fighting. Another person who almost gets hit by flying parts from a robot a different examinee tore apart, etc. Knowing about the rescue points feels like cheating, although Izuku knows he isn't doing it for that. There are people in trouble, so he needs to help them. It's as simple as that. When the time approaches the 9-minute mark, Izuku moves toward where the zero-pointer will be. The last robot he took out drops to the ground after having its control panel dented in. Now, he just needs to find his future friend before she gets hurt. He bounds up the closest building to widen his perspective. As he runs over the rooftops, Izuku scans the streets below for Uraraka. He spots her form, panting and hunched over, already appearing physically exhausted. Good. Well, not good that she's exhausted, but good that she isn't pinned under a rock. Yet, Izuku jumps down to the street below so he can convince Uraraka to move out of the way before she gets trapped by the zero-pointer's rubble. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the chance. The next second, an explosion erupts and a wall of dust obscures his vision. Izuku instinctively raises his arm to block his eyes and mentally curses himself. He can hear chunks of concrete slam into the road around him and the distant sound of screams. It takes a few seconds for the dust cloud to clear and Izuku quickly searches for Uraraka. Maybe he wasn't too late. Maybe she wasn't hit by the initial explosion. Maybe. But then, he hears it. Help. called out weakly in an all too familiar voice. His stomach churns. It's the same thing as before. His friend, trapped under a pile of rocks, bleeding and afraid, while the zero-pointer marches ever closer. He is too late. A rumble of engines catches his attention. He knows that sound. Izuku turns around just in time to see Ida sprinting in the opposite direction, far away from them. While aware that this is how things are supposed to go, he feels inexplicably hurt. Ida is his friend. Even more than that, he is Uraraka's friend. The Ida Izuku knows wouldn't abandon his friends. He'd rush in without a second thought. But this isn't your Ida. Izuku shakes his head. He doesn't have time for this. He needs to save Uraraka. Turning back to the threat at hand, Izuku assesses what would be the best action to take. While he could easily remove the rock crushing Uraraka's leg, he isn't positive they both won't be smashed under the zero-pointer's next step. It might be better to just take it out like he did last time. Of course, without the whole rendering all his limbs useless thing. He runs forward, toward Uraraka and the hulking robot that is much closer than it was before. "Slap me," he yells. He holds out his hand, hoping that Uraraka will get the message. Izuku doesn't like to be further exhausting her quirk, but it's the quickest way to reach the height he needs without losing time hopping up buildings or the robot's own limbs. Uraraka stares at him like he's gone crazy, but then her eyes widen and he can see when it clicks for her what he wants her to do. She nods resolutely and reaches out her own shaky hand. A second later, they awkwardly high-five and Izuku goes weightless. He's familiar with the feeling. He's trained with Uraraka countless times and knows exactly what to do. One for all wraps around his limbs and pumps into his legs as he jumps skywards. He soars into the air, past the head of the zero-pointer and towards the ceiling. Izuku spins around in midair so his feet are first to hit the roof and he pushes off of it, hurtling himself back down at the zero-pointer. Cracks spiderweb out from the impact. He aims for center mass. Izuku needs to push the robot back more than he needs to disable it. He was lucky last time, when he took out the head, that the robot didn't fall forward. With the few changes he's seen in this future, he doesn't want to take any chances. "Shoot style," Izuku yells out, turning again in the air as he raises a leg. Manchester SMASH. His leg slams down onto the robot, knocking it to the ground and throwing up another cloud of dust as it buries itself into the concrete. The metal dents under the pressure of his leg, giving way and cracking as he ensures that it will not get up. He hears the groan and screech of metal and the telltale sounds of snapping circuitry. The distinct smell of burnt rubber reaches him. Izuku stands atop the mutilated zero-pointer as the dust settles once again. It isn't until he hears the buzzer that he remembers where he is and what he's doing. "Oh right, Uraraka." He dashes towards his friend, belatedly realizing her quirk is no longer activated on him. That's to be expected, she used it so much already. Uraraka stares at him as he approaches, her eyes wide, as if she can't believe what she is seeing. She must be in shock. That's understandable too. It isn't every day that you almost die to a robot as big as a skyscraper. Izuku lifts the rock off of her and throws it to the side. He frowns when her leg is revealed. It's probably broken. Izuku turns to tell her this and notices that she is still looking at him in surprise. "It's all right," he assures her with a smile, judging that she must be reacting differently to the shock and pain than last time. "Your leg is probably broken, but Yue has the youthful heroin recovery girl here who can fix it up no problem. I'm going to try to wrap and splint it so we can move you, or maybe you can make yourself weightless." "Oh, but you're exhausted. Should I even try to move you, or would recovery girl?" Uraraka snaps him out of his muttering. I think I can use my quirk, maybe?" Izuku smiles. If that's the case, he has an idea. He rips off a portion of cloth from the hem of his shirt and holds it out to Uraraka. "Just make this float, please." "Oh, and thank you for letting me borrow your quirk before. That was a great help." Uraraka stares at him again and her cheeks look a little pinker. Is she all right? Did Izuku overlook how exhausted she was? But she said she could use her quirk. Uraraka, despite most likely having a queasy stomach, makes the cloth weightless. Instantly, Izuku sees her gag and hold her hand to her mouth. Oh well, it's necessary so he doesn't accidentally jostle her leg. Izuku wraps the cloth around the affected leg and watches as the weightless feeling is applied to the whole limb. Then, he bends down and scoops his friend up. Wah. Uraraka flails a bit in his arms before her arms encircle his neck. Izuku giggles at her reaction, but actually, now that she's so close, he's starting to feel a bit embarrassed. You aren't hurt anywhere else, are you?" he asks, hoping his blush isn't visible on his face. Oh, Kaminari and Mina would tease him so much if they saw this. Thankfully, Uraraka isn't looking at him. "I'm fine," she tells him. They walk back to where the other contestants are waiting and Izuku notices the same strange thing with Uraraka. They are all staring at the both of them, as if in shock, frozen in place. It must be quite the surprise, seeing someone so injured from an entrance exam. Izuku doesn't know what would have happened to Uraraka had no one helped her, but the teachers certainly made it seem as if she might die. That would come as quite the shock to the examinees that thought heroism was all fun and fame. It's okay, Izuku informs them. She's all right. It seems to break them out of their stupor. The examinees start to whisper amongst themselves and Izuku nods. He feels relieved. He's glad he saved Uraraka from the zero-pointer. He's even more glad it's under better circumstances too, where his arms and legs aren't turned to paste. And he got some takedown points during the exam. He wasn't keeping track necessarily, but he knows he's guaranteed to get in. He chats with Uraraka while they wait for Recovery Girl to get there. She seems to be more spirited now, and is incredibly friendly as he remembers her being, and he doesn't have to struggle for conversation topics like he did with Shinsu. It's nice, but it also hurts. He's missed her a lot. Same with all his friends, but it's different. She doesn't know him. This isn't his Uraraka who has grown exponentially, who is kind and fearless and one of his best friends. This is other Uraraka, past Uraraka. The difference isn't too great, but it's still there, and it aches. Under less crowded circumstances, Izuku would probably be crying. He's only barely managing as it is. When Ida walks over to congratulate him on seeing the true purpose of the exam, Izuku finally does break into tears. Ida and Uraraka look frantic and ask him what's wrong. The other examinees are giving him weird looks, whispering when they think he can't hear, and Izuku's trying so hard to wipe away the tears that just won't stop. He tries to tell everyone he's fine, between hiccups and sobs, but they still watch him worriedly. Izuku's not sure how to fix this, not sure he wants to. There are so many things wrong right now, and it's suffocating. He's happy to see his friends, sad that they aren't his friends, happy to pass the test, sad that it feels like he cheated, happy to get a chance to fix things, sad that he's stealing all of these experiences from the still missing alternate Izuku. Nothing can fix that. Thankfully, Recovery Girl approaches them to treat Uraraka. She looks at him, tears streaming down his face, and her gaze softens. "Do you think you could help me bring her to the clinic?" she asks, overly kind. Izuku nods and sniffles, not trusting himself to speak. Ida hesitantly offers to help, but Izuku tells him that he'll be fine on his own. Maybe it's because Ida's uncomfortable with Izuku crying, or maybe he's just really eager to get home and talk about the exam, because he backs off. Uraraka still watches him apprehensively, even when he assures her again that he's fine. He can't blame her. Even on the best of days, Izuku's still a mess. He takes a few deep breaths, attempting to quell his tears. Uraraka strikes up conversation with him again and even makes him laugh, so it ends up working. Izuku follows behind the youthful heroine as they talk, despite him already knowing where the clinic is. Izuku has spent a fair amount of his time there, much to Recovery Girl's chagrin. The clinic is as familiar to him as home, and when he enters, it looks the same as always. UA itself is exactly as he remembers it from the future, minus the dorms. Recovery Girl directs him to lay Uraraka down on a cot, and he obliges. His friend thanks him for helping her, offering a smile, which Izuku returns. He can't wait till the UA school year finally starts. The nurse asks him if he's fine as well and looks him over for injury before he's allowed to leave. He's not injured though, beyond the usual bumps and abrasions, and Recovery Girl can only frown at his scars and hand him a handful of gummies before sending him away. Izuku chews on a gummy as he walks out the UA gates. The entire way home, Izuku is in a trance. His mind replays his actions and compares them to what he went through before. He's going to pass this time too, right? He got more points than last time while doing the same thing, so he should. Yeah, right. Then, he's in front of his door. As his hand wraps around the handle to open it, it is pulled open by his mother. They stand face to face. "So how was it?" his mother asks. She's trying to sound excited, but it's obvious she's worried it didn't go well. Izuku simply stares, and then he bursts into tears. He's not even sure why he's crying. He's so happy and so sad at the same time. How is that even possible? "Izuku, I'm sorry," his mother says, ushering him in and wrapping an arm over his shoulders. "I didn't mean to make you upset." "It's okay, honey. There are always other schools and—" Izuku laughs at that and it causes his mother to pause. "I'm okay, Mom," Izuku says, wiping at his eyes. "Really?" he assures her when she doesn't look convinced. She stares at him in confusion. "So it went well." Izuku laughs again. "Yeah, it went well." Toshinori accompanies the others as they survey the destroyed robot. The metal contraption has managed to get embedded into the concrete from the force alone. That is definitely quite the quirk. He had watched the video footage in real time, and even he couldn't hide his awe when the young contestant took out the zero-pointer. While strength enhancement quirks are rather common, it isn't often you see one with this much firepower. In fact, it reminds Toshinori of his own quirk in some ways. A whistle breaks him from his contemplation. He really did a number on it. "I don't think I can salvage it," Power Loader says. "You sure this was from a student?" "Indeed," Principal Nedzu replies. "We all witnessed it." If Toshinori recalls correctly, the Rat Bear Principal was the only one who seemed unsurprised by the display of power. Well, he has a hard time understanding how the principal's mind works regardless. And I thought the kid with explosions was impressive. Shouta, this kid has gotta be going to your class too, right? Present Mike shouts. Toshinori glances over at Eraserhead. The hero also didn't show much of a reaction when the zero-pointer was destroyed. Although, just like Netsu, not showing a reaction was normal for him as well, Toshinori supposes. Eraserhead stares at the gaping hole in the robot's chest with a furrowed brow. He doesn't say a word. Shouta. Hey, did you hear me? Present Mike yells, enhancing the volume with his quirk. Toshinori winces and covers his ears, seeing similar reactions from the other teachers. Eraserhead activates his quirk and uses the scarves around his neck to silence the voice hero. Would you quit it? He hisses. A few people laugh at the interaction as Toshinori recovers his hearing. Eraserhead releases the other man after receiving a nod. You didn't answer me. What were you thinking so hard about? Huh? Eraserhead glares at Present Mike. Nothing. I'm leaving. He turns around and storms off, trailed by Present Mike who shouts after him. Toshinori sweats. Is this normal? Eventually, the other teachers leave too. Only Toshinori and the principal remain. You don't have to stay in that form if you don't want to, Netsu tells him. With a sigh and a gush of blood, Toshinori drops his muscle form. He coughs into his hand and wipes at the liquid that drips from his lips. Did you need me for something? He asks, hoping it's a no. He'll have to work alongside the principal in the near future, but that doesn't mean he isn't intimidated by the creature. I was just wondering what you thought, Netsu calmly says, poking the body of the robot with a stick. He gives Toshinori an all-too-knowing stare. Toshinori gulps. It's impressive. He replies honestly. I wouldn't expect power like that to come from a student who is not already in the hero course. Netsu merely hums. In truth, Toshinori is deeply impressed by many actions of the young boy. Not only does the child have an excellent quirk, he also didn't hesitate to save the other examinees when they were in danger. He's perfect hero material. Toshinori just laments the fact they hadn't ran into each other sooner. If they had, maybe Toshinori would have given him one for all. As it is, Toshinori is still debating it. He's already been introduced to young Mirio, and there is no fault he can find in the boy his old sidekick picked for him. There is just something about this boy, however, that feels right. Toshinori can't explain it. It's like reuniting with a long-lost relative, someone he didn't know was precious to him until now. It's nonsense, of course, but Toshinori can't shake it. Oh well, that's why he's at UA anyways. With the passing on of his torch, he won't be able to do much besides impart the wisdom he's learned onto the new hero generation. And then, of course, to search for the next bearer of that torch. In the meantime, he ought to keep an eye on this boy. Yes, maybe then his choice will become clear. The remaining 2 months attending middle school and training his quirk pass in a blur for Izuku. He's ready to go to UA already, and the anticipation is killing him. Without his vigilantism to eat into his time, Izuku's anxiety rears its enormous head. Even with how much he has done, he can't say if it's enough. And idling about when he could be doing something eats at him from the inside out. He wakes up most nights from nightmares he can't remember. He lies awake with lingering feelings of sadness and fear, and of fighting a losing battle. Although he doesn't remember, Izuku doesn't need to know what images his brain projects while he sleeps. No, his own memories are more than enough to distract from his spiraling thoughts of inadequacy. Izuku throws himself back into his missing persons case. He still wants to talk to All Might, so he can corroborate his story, and that will come soon, but the human trafficking deal he stumbled across gave him an idea. Could something like that be the cause of other Izuku's disappearance? While there are changes to this timeline, Izuku's found that most things have stayed relatively the same, especially the people. So he thinks he isn't unfounded in assuming that he knows this timeline's Izuku just as well as he knows himself. If he were in other Izuku's shoes, he knows that there had to have been an outside force, a kidnapping, or as loath as he wants to admit it, a murder. The chances of him running away or getting lost are slim. At the very least, if that were the case, he wouldn't be gone for 5 months. These conclusions he draws, while possibly narrowing his search, do not reassure him. If what he assumes is true, that makes the stakes that much higher. If other Izuku is alive, and he isn't found soon, Izuku doesn't know how much time he will have before it's too late. The trafficking ring from the other day unfortunately bears no clues. Izuku finds no information on the victims, as it's likely protected, and the villains he caught were some of the few that were sprung from their cells. It seems like it's a dead end. Before, Izuku had looked into other missing persons cases in the local area, and even expanded the search when nothing turned up. Still, there was nothing that stood out. Despite not finding anything though, Izuku was positive he'd eventually get a clue. No one can disappear without a trace. Except now, he isn't so sure. Kaken is ... Well, Izuku would like to talk to him more about his case, but the point stands that he doesn't think there's anything there. All Might too. Even if Izuku asks his questions and confirms what other Izuku experienced, will he gain any new insight? If All Might saw anything happen to the other Izuku, he surely would have acted and there wouldn't be a missing persons case to begin with. What is he not considering? He goes through the options one by one. If it's murder ... why? Who'd bother to murder someone like Izuku unless it was an accident? And if it was an accident, there would be hasty traces left behind to clean things up. It could have been a cover-up. Maybe other Izuku saw something he shouldn't and had to be disposed of. But there are so many ways to make a murder look like an accidental death. Why not do that? Why draw attention by making everyone think he was only missing? So maybe not murder, a kidnapping did make more sense in terms of secrecy. But once again, for what purpose? Why Izuku specifically? Not ransom, obviously. And Izuku was quirkless, he couldn't have much selling power. There had to be something else. And then there's ... well, Izuku should rule that one out too. He knows himself too well sometimes, and he would never have taken Kaken's advice. There is no point in exploring that option either. In the end, Izuku is right back where he started with no leads. He could almost pull the hair out of his head in frustration. Well, while he investigates possible human trafficking cases and other such kidnappings, he has another task he needs to devote time to before school starts: quirk registration. In his own timeline, this was done after the entrance exams once Izuku had received one for all from All Might. Other than naming it, he didn't have much to do with the process. All Might took care of most of the paperwork and all but erased the fact that Izuku had suddenly developed a quirk when he should have been quirkless. Izuku will register it once again in this dimension. But he doesn't think he can produce the same results All Might did. Maybe his classmates won't be able to tell, but any of the teachers or staff could look and see that Izuku just recently got a quirk. He'll have to change the nature of its description as well, if he wants to account for Black Whip. And any other quirk he will develop, he's going to have to think of a reasonable way to explain it. Something like manipulating energy. Does that even make sense for something like Black Whip? It's a good starting point, but it feels too broad. Won't people expect that he could do more than he can with it? He needs something more specific, but also vague so people don't question it. Think, Izuku, you've analyzed so many quirks, you should be better at analyzing your own. Something that has to do with strength and speed ... and a mass of shadows shaped like a rope, and also lightning, and also the other quirks he will develop, each unique in their own right. He could come up with something. Probably. Izuku sighs. He seems to be creating more problems for himself than those he's solving, regardless of whether he has an idea in mind. There is no option in not registering his quirk, not after what he did to the zero-pointer. Staying registered as quirkless, even though the other Izuku surely still must be, would just garner unwanted attention. He can apologize to other Izuku when he finds him. Izuku already made the appointment. His mother is at work right now, but Izuku doesn't really need her for the quirk registration, being as old as he is. He can notify her later and, come to think of it, did he ever let his mother know he has a quirk? This time Izuku probably does pull a little of his hair out. Shouta stares at the student profile in front of him as if the child pictured could leap off the page and answer all his questions. Unfortunately, the paper stays inanimate, as papers should, and Shouta is left with a massive headache. Midoriya Izuku, 15 years old. Quirk, unknown. Apparently nothing was written for that portion of his application. The student who took out the zero-pointer in one hit. The student who placed first overall in the entrance exam with near-perfect results in both portions. The student who re-identified as Deku almost as soon as she saw him. Are you sure it's him? Shouta asks her despite her insistence. The other day when she saw All Might on the TV, she called him Deku too. It almost gave Shouta a heart attack. It's Deku. Yuri nods earnestly, eyes sparkling unlike anything Shouta has seen from the girl so far. Can I go meet him? Shouta thinks about it before he smiles in a manner that is anything but friendly, picking Yuri up in his arms. Sure, we can both meet him. But Deku had already left the exam area. When Shouta tried to cut him off at Recovery Girls Clinic, he had been too late once again. He was able to get the child's name and description from the exam records later, although Yuri had been disappointed. Seeing how the boy took out the zero-pointer too, Shouta isn't surprised Yuri mistook him for All Might. Perhaps if the kid trained at UA, he would be as good as the #1 hero by the time he graduated. But Shouta's getting ahead of himself. There's questions that he needs answering before he even considers accepting the kid into the hero course. Yes, he scored well and will be placed in Shouta's own class, but if he finds any fault with Deku, UA will see another expulsion. Why did Deku rescue Yuri? How did he know about her? How did he do it? Why didn't he tell anyone? It's all too suspicious. Shouta doesn't know the exact details, but it sounds like vigilantism, and he doesn't need another vigilante to worry about. Shouta rubs his temples, but can't bring himself to slide the paper away. He isn't even sure that Midoriya is Deku. Shouta was tired the night they met and he only saw their face. While Midoriya bears a striking resemblance to Deku, Shouta can't be 100% sure. He was hoping Eri could confirm it for him by visiting Midoriya in surprise. The kid would have to show some sort of recognition if he was actually Deku. It'll all be clear once UA starts. Kajero pulls the cigarette from his lips and blows out the smoke. He watches the two men sitting across from each other with interest. Although his outward appearance is relaxed, a necessary trick he's learned from his trade. He was the one to introduce the two to each other, but now he's wondering if that wasn't such a good idea. Kajero thought they'd be like magnets, opposing forces attracted to a common enemy. They are like magnets all right, but perhaps they are too similar to do anything but repel. Chisaki Kai, otherwise known as Overhaul, leader of the 8 Precepts of Death. He took over the business after the previous leader fell into a coma with plans of doing things a lot differently. He has a vision, and is not one to be satisfied with keeping to the shadows. Shigaraki Tamura, leader of a new villain group that is lacking in members. His own dream is ambitious, and he's backed by an incredibly terrifying teacher, with plans to announce himself soon. Kajero believes he will shake up the very foundation of hero society. He ought to get the ball rolling before things escalate. Introductions first. Shigaraki, this is Overhaul. Overhaul, this is Shigaraki. I believe you two can help each other out, Kajero says. Overhaul rubs his arm, something that could be a nervous tic, except for the sharpness in his eyes. I'm interested in knowing how a couple of backwater villains could possibly help me out. Kajero sighs, taking another puff of his cigarette. He's not surprised. Why do villains act like children? Honestly, all this posturing is difficult to work around. Shigaraki scratches at his neck harder than he had seconds before, a surefire way to tell that the comment has irritated him. Backwater villains, he rasps. His hand spasms. Kajero needs to nip this in the bud immediately. He keeps his voice calm, almost bored. You are both after the same person, the new vigilante. Both sets of eyes snap to him. Ah, so they got their attention. He continues. There's barely any information on him out there for an old man like me to collect. Lately, we can't find any trace of him. It might do good to work something out. The two take in the information. Kajero can already see the cogs turning in their individual heads. We have enough information. Shigaraki decides with a scoff. What could a psychopath parading as a businessman possibly offer? Overhaul's eyes narrow. Offer? I should be asking you that. I have enough information on my own and better means to collect more. Kajero hides his smile under his hand as he takes another hit of his cigarette. So they both have information they deem valuable. And they aren't completely dismissing the idea of working together. It looks like they do share an interest in catching this vigilante. I'm not suggesting a complete alliance, Kajero explains, simply an information exchange. The fact remains, you both need the vigilante caught, and he hasn't been yet, despite how both of you claim to have all the information you need. Shigaraki growls at the slight, but Overhaul seems contemplative. Kajero waits patiently, his smoke filling the air between them. Before I agree to anything, Overhaul finally says, I need to hear your game plan. An organization like yours lacks any firepower. No one even knows about you. It'd be like you were borrowing my name. Where are you planning to go? How do you intend to catch the vigilante? What will you do with him once you have him? I can't blindly go along with this unless I receive satisfactory answers. Kajero shifts his eyes to Shigaraki. It's no longer his job to step in. Overhaul poses some good questions. Questions that Shigaraki will have to answer if he wants to recruit anybody. It'll be up to him whether he can secure this alliance. If nothing else, this is an opportunity for him to learn. Shigaraki's scratches increase. Kajero spots a hint of blood. I've heard of you before, you know. Shigaraki rasps. Sensei told me about you. You're a relic from a bygone era. You call my organization of backwater villains lacking, and yet your own little gang is on the decline. My plans. If you aren't interested in joining us, I don't need to explain anything to you. Silence passes between them. Kajero watches the exchange, tension as thick as the smoke in the air. You are correct, Overhaul answers. Revealing one's hand can be deadly. He taps his gloved hand upon his arm. As it is, I see no benefit in working with you beyond sharing information. However, I am not one to turn away a potential workforce. If you choose to work under me, I could guarantee that the vigilante will be caught and you will gain recognition through the organization's reputation. You would be used quite well. Shigaraki's leg bounces, his hand tears through the bloody skin on his neck. Kajero has worked with Shigaraki long enough to know when he's well and truly agitated. He shifts in his seat and wonders if he can turn this situation around. Used? I am the one using you. I am the one in charge here, not you, and I will never serve under anyone. Shigaraki stands, an impressive pressure accompanying him, though Overhaul appears almost bored. Kurogiri, Shigaraki orders. Get him out of my sight. Wait, a single word, and silence falls upon the room once more. Kajero almost wants to whistle. It isn't every day that he hears the mysterious big boss speak. Let me speak to him. Overhaul seems intrigued at the appearance of the new voice. Despite how vehemently Shigaraki reacted earlier, he doesn't protest, although he's still noticeably irritated. After Sensei says his piece, the tides have changed. All right, I'll agree to this alliance under the specified terms, Overhaul says. Shigaraki nods jerkily, much calmer than before. I guess. Kejiro smiles. Who knew? Sometimes people can see eye to eye given a common enemy. And you know what they say about the enemy of my enemy. Izuku doesn't find any more information on kidnappers or traffickers, not from what he's able to do at home. He promised himself he wouldn't go out though, and he intends to stick to it. He tries to keep busy. Any task he starts is either finished too quickly or doesn't hold his attention long enough. It's absolutely terrible. The nightmares don't help either. He thought he finally could get some decent sleep, since he's no longer illegally crime-fighting at night, but his brain refuses to let him rest. Something inside him keeps telling him he needs to do more. Izuku is so out of it, he doesn't even notice that his UA letter comes in the mail until his mother shoves the envelope in his face. It came. It's here, she announces with shock, as if she can't believe the moment has finally come. It's here, honey. She appears more nervous than he is, which helps Izuku calm down and grab the letter from his mother's trembling hands. He thinks about opening it in front of her, but in the end decides to do it alone within his room as he did before. Izuku may have been counting his points somewhat, and he knows he got more than last time, so he should get in, but he still can't shake the terrible thought that he might not make it. It's stupid, but Izuku's hands are shaking and he'd rather his mom didn't see him break down if he doesn't manage to get accepted. In his room, Izuku pulls the hologram disc out of the thick envelope. He hesitates briefly, not sure he can handle rejection, but shakes the negativity out of his head. He's different. He's learned and grown. He trusts that UA was able to make him stronger. The hologram activates with the click of a button. All Might's smiling face greets him, and Izuku feels a part of him settle, a little more at ease in the presence of his mentor, even if it is just a projection. Testing. 1, 2. Am I on screen? He shouts, causing Izuku to smile. Congratulations, the pro hero proclaims, the volume easily loud enough to be heard in the other room. For making it into UAS Hero Course, applicant Midoriya Izuku. After your participation in the written and practical examinations, and with a total score of 82 points, we welcome you to attend UA this coming spring. Izuku stops listening. He may have stopped breathing as well. Tears stream down his face and Izuku fruitlessly wipes at them while a large smile spreads across his face. He did it. He made it in. He chuckles to himself through his tears at how happy he is even though this isn't his first time. It doesn't matter to him though. Izuku would probably never think that acceptance into UA is anything less than incredible, even if he had to pass the test again 100 times over. It is just that awe-inspiring. Leaving the hologram upon his desk, Izuku rushes out of his room. His mother stops what must have been her pacing back and forth. He spares a second to smile at her widely, then sweeps her up into a hug and twirls her around. His mother shouts in surprise, but it's drowned out by Izuku's own chanting. I made it in. I made it in. I made it in. Wah. His mother starts before her eyes widen. His words finally break through to her. Izuku, his mother exclaims, and she laughs while she hugs him back, still in his arms. You did it. I'm so happy for you, my little hero. She squeezes him fiercely in her excitement and her eyes shine with tears. But she's happy and the thought makes Izuku even giddier. He feels like he's on top of the world. As his mother and him celebrate, nothing can bring his mood down. He falls asleep peacefully. The best night of sleep he's had for a while now, with visions of a sunlit future. It's a wonderful feeling. Izuku only hopes it will last when he reaches UA. Unfortunately, Izuku has to spend a little more time at Aldera before he can go to UA. On the upside, the time passes fast, for which Izuku is grateful. The day comes where the school hears the results of their high school entrance exams. Izuku is working on whatever trivial busywork the teacher gave them today when he hears him and Kaken being called over the intercom to report to the guidance counselor. At first, Izuku is confused, and then he sighs in remembrance. He stands from his seat and locks eyes with Kaken. Kaken is going to find out that he made it into UA. His memory and the exact details are fuzzy, but he recalls Kaken dragging him out back and yelling at him. Will the same thing happen this time? Izuku side-eyes Kaken, who is ignoring him still, hands shoved in his pockets. Probably. Kaken will most certainly be mad. Izuku knows this as well as he knows that the blonde leads with a right hook. But since Izuku is currently being ignored, maybe things won't play out the same. As he considers it, him and Kaken arrive at the guidance counselor's office. The man reclines in his chair, a computer in front of him with an email pulled up. He smiles at the two of them as they enter. Bakugo-kun, Midoriya-kun. Welcome. Izuku shuffles in, glancing at Kaken every 5 seconds for any signs of an incoming reaction. I'm here to discuss the results from your entrance exams with you. UA, which you both applied to, just sent us an email. He pauses. He seems to like the dramatics. Izuku would rather he just spit it out already. Bakugu-kun of course got in. Second place is very impressive. Kaken grunts and Izuku blinks. Second, not first. Why? With how many people apply, second is still incredible, but Kaken should have gotten first. Who changed the timeline? Who is the poor soul that got number 1? Kaken would kill them. And Midoriya's acceptance in particular is a miracle among miracles. The counselor continues. I had to reread the email 3 times when I saw you got first. Wait, what? He knew he got more points, and his acceptance hologram told him his points, but it didn't say anything about how he compared to everyone else. Did All Might just forget to mention it? Isn't this going to cause a lot of problems? Izuku can already feel a hole burning into the side of his head from Kaken's furious glare. He internally apologizes. I'm sorry, Kaken. Please don't kill me. To think that 2 students from our school are going to UA. And the first and second rankers too. It's frankly unprecedented. Izuku hears Kaken growl and he laughs nervously. Oh boy, he has some explaining to do. Again, at least now Kaken won't be ignoring him. Sure enough, as soon as they're dismissed, Kaken grabs Izuku by the arm and drags him outside, behind the school. His grip is tight, but Izuku lets himself be dragged because honestly this confrontation was a long time coming. Kaken releases him into a brick wall and roughly grabs his collar. Izuku latches onto Kaken's arm on reflex and they stare each other down. What dirty goddamn trick did you use to pass the exam, Shithiel? How did someone like you snatch first place? Kaken yells, spittle flying from his mouth. Izuku can't help the sigh that escapes him. I didn't do anything. He cuts in before Kaken can rage anymore. Honestly, Kaken, how could I trick you? The best hero school in Japan. Kaken growls, obviously not liking the answer, but unable to refute it. It was supposed to be me. Kaken hisses. I was supposed to be the only one to go to UA from here. Me alone. Well, you aren't. Izuku says simply, shoving Kaken off him, much to the other's surprise. I told you before that I would become a hero, although taking first place was never the plan. He trails off with a grimace. Does that mean he'll have to give a speech at the sports festival? Damn, just listen. All right, I know you hate me right now, but that's going to change. You're going to be an amazing hero, Kaken. And I will too. You're my rival, the one I am always striving to surpass. I don't care if you don't believe in me right now, but I'm not going to let you put me down anymore. It feels good. Izuku has finally said the things he would have never been able to in the past. And, seeing Kaken's flabbergasted expression, it's so worth it. What the fuck are you on about? Rivals, do you want to die? Izuku can tell Kaken's yelling is from his surprise rather than anger and he fights to contain a smile. He doesn't want to make him actually angry. Not really. Izuku replies with a shrug. He gives a thought to goading Kaken into a fight right now so that they can talk about their issues, but he decides against it. He's not sure what Aldra would do, and the surroundings definitely wouldn't survive their fight. But they do need to talk. Kaken, he begins, thinking of all the things he wants to ask. His friend's recent behavior at the top of his list. What happened to you? Kaken scowls, his face twisting into one of confusion. What happened to me? What happened to you? Ever since you came back, you've been out of your fucking mind. Izuku frowns. What? No, I haven't. You're the one being weird. Me. Kaken screeches. His red eyes are narrowed in anger. He grabs one of Izuku's scarred hands. What the fuck is this then? Izuku already said this. The villains. And this. He pushes Izuku back, but Izuku compensates for it and only moves an inch. He looks for whatever Kaken has noticed now, but doesn't see what he's referring to. What? Izuku asks, looking around his body for what Kaken is pointing at. Ew. Kaken screams. Where the fuck does a quirkless screw up like you get off, acting like that? Oh, Kaken thinks he's acting weird. Well, compared to quirkless middle school Izuku, he supposes he is. Izuku speaks uncertainly. A lot has happened. Kaken glares at him like he wants to murder him. I don't know what you're trying to pull, but I'm going to figure it out. He pops off a few explosions, smiling evilly when Izuku flinches. And don't even think about beating me when we get to UA. I'll fucking end you. Izuku sighs again as Kaken walks away. They'll need more time to work things out between them. Not that he thought it could be magically fixed with one conversation anyway. At least he was able to say his piece without the blonde ignoring him. Kaken also ... He seems to be watching Izuku closely. Perhaps a little too closely. He'll need to be careful of that. Then again, Kaken will never draw the correct conclusion. How can he? He'd just think Izuku spontaneously changed his behavior. It makes more sense than time travel. They can fix this. Izuku will fix this. All he needs is for UA to start. Izuku wakes up in a cold sweat. He takes deep breaths and shakes away the lingering images of blood and death. He wipes the sweat from his face and grimaces when he realizes that they're tears. Glancing at his clock, he sees that it's a few more hours until his alarm goes off. Then he'll be getting ready for school. His first day at UA. Izuku suppresses a scream into his pillow. He should be excited. He should be looking forward to his first day at UA. He should be sleepless because of eagerness, not because of nightmares. But with everything that has happened, despite the time to come to terms with it, Izuku feels conflicted. He is excited. There is a giddiness, the good kind of butterflies that make him feel sick. He's going to see all his friends again. His teachers, All Might. That warrants more than just a bit of excitement. But he can't shake the guilt of attending a hero school after what he's done. Breaking the law, usurping the identity of another, cheating on an exam. None of those things are something a hero does. He's a fraud. Once he gets there, Aizawa-sensei will take one look at him and give him the boot. Izuku doesn't even want to think about how terrible his day is about to go. And that gives him butterflies too, that also make him feel sick, just for different reasons. Izuku scrolls on his phone for a bit before ultimately deciding it would be a poor choice to not get more sleep before his first day of school. He puts his phone away and stares into the darkness of his room. Hours pass, or maybe only minutes. Izuku doesn't remember falling asleep. The blaring voice of All Might rouses him from his slumber and Izuku groggily flips the covers back and shuts off his alarm. Oh God, Yue, today. After that not-so-shocking realization, Izuku jolts awake. He feels like he's activated one for all at 100%. He is buzzing. He almost cries when he puts on his UA uniform. He probably is going to cry when he sees everyone. That's not going to be the best first impression, but honestly Izuku doesn't think he can help himself. When he finally leaves his house, his mother is there to see him off. Did you pack your tissues? She asks nervously. Mom, I don't. What about your hanky? You can't leave without your hanky. He smiles. I've got it right here, Mom. They stare at each other. Izuku has gone to school hundreds of times, but it's still the first time for his mother. Izuku, his mother says, tears brimming in her eyes. My baby boy ... You look so cool right now. Izuku swallows back his own tears with a smile as he opens the door. He doesn't need to cry twice today, and he already knows he'll do it at UA. Thanks, he answers with enthusiasm. I'll see you again soon. He leaves before she can say anything else. On the way to school, there is a voice repeatedly chanting in his head, I'm going to UA. I'm going to see my friends. I'm going to UA. I'm going to see my friends. He really is excited. And then he'll remember confronting Aizawa-sensei or Kaken and the chanting will cut off. His mind is running in circles. His anxiety is through the roof. None of it is helping. Izuku disembarks the subway and soon arrives at UAS gate. His stomach does somersaults and his heart is trying to give him an early death. He has to muster all the courage he has to take the first step. He takes a deep breath. His foot hits the ground, and the next step proves to be easier. Izuku follows the familiar route to Class 1A. He passes people in the halls, some he recognizes vaguely, and some he knows as being from Class 1B. It's so weird to be invisible to everyone again, to start from zero. When he reaches the door to Class 1A, he can hardly hear anything over the drumming of his heart. He takes a few more deep breaths and reaches for the door. His hand shakes uncontrollably. Then, hating the anticipation, like ripping off a band-aid, Izuku yanks the door open. He's greeted with the sight of Kaken, feet up on his desk, and an irritated Ida. A reason to end me. Ida shouts in surprise. What nerve? And you want to be a hero. Izuku fights the smile that spreads over his face, but it's a losing battle. He observes his other classmates as they sit quietly at their desks or chat silently amongst themselves. He can already feel the waterworks coming. Ada notices him then and power walks towards him. Izuku wipes at his eyes. He doesn't need to cry in front of Ada again. Hello, Ada greets, offering a handshake. I'm Ada Tenya from Salme. Izuku smiles with a quick sniffle and takes his friend's hand. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Ada. And Midoriya, I must hand it to you. You divined the actual nature of the practical skills exam, didn't you? Ada asks seriously. His face strangely shadowed. I was blind to it, he admits, continuing without any input from Izuku. And I completely misread you. I hate to admit it, but you were the better man. Izuku smiles warmly at his friend. Ada's too hard on himself. No one was the better man, he replies. We're all here to be heroes and to learn. Don't be so down. Just use the entrance exam as a learning moment. The next time, I'm sure you'll get it. He gives Ada a thumbs up. Ada's eyes widen in surprise. Or, that's what I think. Izuku adds, nervousness bubbling up at the thought that he may have said the wrong thing. Ada looks pensive. You are correct. Thank you, Midoriya, he says with a smile. Izuku chuckles, relieved. No problem. He catches Kaken, as well as many of his other classmates, staring at him. He didn't do anything wrong, right? It's you. A familiar voice calls from behind him. Izuku turns around and sees Uraraka, the only one yet to arrive. His smile is blinding. Glad I found you, she says with a grin. I thought you'd make it in. That kick was out of this world. He absently runs his hand through his hair. I'm just glad you didn't get too hurt. Izuku responds sincerely. Uraraka seems even more excited. She crowds him, causing him to take a step backwards into the classroom. Thanks again, by the way. I wonder if today's the ceremony. Or is it guidance counselor stuff today? Oh, and the teacher, what'll they be like? I'm so anxious, like wow. Izuku listens indulgently. He's glad Uraraka seems to like him right off the bat, before he feels a shiver run down his spine. Oh no, he can already tell who it is before they announce themselves. If you're going to be hunting for buddies, do it elsewhere. Aizawa-sensei drones from his place upon the floor. Izuku ducks behind Uraraka on instinct alone. In hindsight, that probably makes him look more suspicious. This is the department ... of heroics. He hears Aizawa-sensei say and he sighs in relief. Maybe his teacher doesn't know. Maybe he hasn't connected him to Deku. He certainly seems to be following the same script as the first time. Izuku and Uraraka move off to the side as Aizawa-sensei climbs out of his sleeping bag. Izuku is sure to stay out of the pro's sight, ducking behind his classmates and hopefully getting lost in the crowd. When he finally stops moving, he hears Aizawa-sensei mention the quirk apprehension test. He looks at his teacher. Their eyes lock immediately. Izuku feels his heart drop to his feet. As his teacher continues speaking, his eyes don't move off Izuku, and that does terrible things to his blood pressure. He knows. Izuku's so fucked. In the locker rooms, Izuku has to keep himself from spiraling into a panic attack. He holds the UA gym uniform in his hands and wonders if he can get away with hiding out in here. While Aizawa-sensei seems focused on him, surely he wouldn't disrupt the whole lesson just to seek Izuku out if he never showed. He would. He totally would. Who is Izuku trying to fool? Midoriya-kun. A voice calls out to him, a hand landing on his shoulder. Are you all right? You are just standing there. Izuku looks into Ida's worried eyes and clenches his fist around the fabric in his hands. I'm fine, Ida. I was just lost in thought. The taller boy nods, although Izuku doesn't know if he believes him. He's just going to have to do it. He knew he would confront Aizawa-sensei sooner or later, and he already predicted that he might be recognized. It's a small price to pay for rescuing Yuri. Now, he just needs to display that he deserves to be at UA. He hasn't been expelled yet. The locker room is loud and Izuku takes comfort in the familiar buzz of excitement from his classmate. But when he removes his uniform, the talking ceases. Izuku looks up at the sudden change of volume, only to be met with all eyes on him. He says, trying to gauge what exact emotion is present on everyone's faces. Izuku also tracks their eyes too. The gigantic scar on his right arm, as well as all the other scars that litter his arms and body. Oh, he kinda forgot about those. Dude, what happened to you? Kaminari asks him, and a few other people glance at him warily. That is extremely rude. Ida interrupts, coming to Izuku's rescue. You have no way of knowing whether Midoriya wants to discuss them or not. It is impolite to put him on the spot. Sorry, Kaminari responds sheepishly. Izuku knows he didn't mean anything by it, but he still wishes he hadn't become the center of attention. It's all right. They are a little hard to ignore. Izuku smiles, quickly slipping his shirt over his chest. But it's true, I don't really want to talk about them. I hope that doesn't offend you. Kaminari's eyes widen and he waves his hands frantically in front of him. No, of course not. That's my bad for asking. Izuku nods and goes back to changing, aware of the eyes that still watch him. His large scar peeks out from under the short sleeves and he sighs. He isn't sure how to feel about his scars attracting so much attention. Back in his own timeline, everyone had grown used to them. They knew that his injuries came from his quirk, and his own reckless disregard for his limbs. Izuku can't really explain that to his classmates presently. As far as anyone here is aware, Izuku's quirk doesn't break his bones. It does make Izuku wonder what conclusions they are drawing for themselves about his injuries. However, all too soon, Izuku has donned his uniform and starts to walk out to the field. He can't say that it feels exactly like walking to his execution, but he imagines it's close. Something will happen for sure, and Izuku isn't ready for any of it. He uses the same strategy as he did in the classroom, ducking behind his classmates, staying in the middle of groups. He's never been so grateful for his short height before now. But then they all line up on the pitch and Izuku finds himself in the front anyway, a few meters away from his teacher. Aizawa-sensei's eyes are on him once again as he explains their task. Izuku tries to ignore it. Act natural, act natural, act natural. His classmates around him listen raptly to Aizawa-sensei while Izuku can barely look at the pro before he has to fix his gaze elsewhere. Act natural, act natural, act natural. Midoriya, his name from his teacher's lips makes him jump about a foot in the air. How far could you pitch a softball in middle school? Izuku can't look at him. He tries to think back. 0.46 meters. Aizawa-sensei throws a ball at him, one that he is woefully unprepared to catch. He flails about, the ball slipping from his hands multiple times before he finally manages to catch it. Izuku gives what he hopes is an innocent smile. Try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. The pro continues lazily. Izuku steps within the circle and stares at the ball in his hand as he thinks. Before, it was Kaken that Aizawa-sensei asked to demonstrate. Why is it him this time? Is it because he placed first? Or is this Aizawa-sensei trying to see if he's Deku or not? But his teacher shouldn't know Deku's quirk. Izuku hadn't shown it at all when he visited the pro's house. So, what is this? Midoriya, are you going to throw the ball, or are you just going to stand there and mumble to yourself? His teacher drawls, breaking Izuku from his musings. Damn, was he mumbling? He could never get rid of that habit, could he? I'm going to throw the ball. Aizawa-sensei makes a motion with his hands as if to say get on with it. Izuku glances at his classmates and then turns back around. He stares at the ball in his hands. This time, he doesn't plan on breaking anything. Not a single finger. The question is, should he throw it or kick it? He could get more strength and momentum if he kicked it. Izuku powers up one for all, electricity sparkling over his body. He channels a bit more into his legs, specifically the one he kicks with, until it's just to the threshold of power he can hold. After all, Aizawa-sensei wants them to give it their all, and Izuku isn't one to do less than his absolute best. Go beyond. Plus ultra is their motto. Izuku tosses the ball up and then flips forward, using his foot and forward momentum to kick the ball as hard as he can. While it isn't Kaken's explosion quirk, the noise it makes is pretty similar, sort of like a sonic boom, or multiple sonic booms. A gust of wind blows around him, kicking up a little cloud of dirt. Izuku watches the ball zoom into the atmosphere with satisfaction. He's really getting the hang of his quirk. That was way better than what he did last time. The device in Aizawa-sensei's hand beeps and Izuku faces his teacher and classmate. He sees the number on the device, a whopping 2008 meters. Wow, that is way better than last time. All of his classmates stand with open mouths and Izuku feels proud, until his eyes slide to Kaken. The blonde looks perhaps the most shocked of everyone, and Izuku can see the anger gradually consume his face. Oh no, please don't say anything. Izuku thinks uselessly. Please don't say anything. What is this, Deku? Explain now, Shitreg. Kaken screams, launching himself forward to explode Izuku to smithereens. Aizawa-sensei catches him in his capture weapon, but Izuku's not all too happy about it. If Kaken killed him here, he wouldn't have to deal with his teacher, who absolutely, positively knows he's Deku now, if he even had doubts before. But maybe, Aizawa-sensei didn't catch it. He glances at his teacher. The hero's eyes are locked onto Kaken to combat his quirk, but he seems to be fighting a grin. Izuku pales, Aizawa-sensei smiling. Never a good thing, at least for him. His teacher schools his expression quickly. Geez, don't make me use my quirk so much. I've got dry eye, damn it. The bonds tighten around Kaken until he stops fighting them and slumps over. We're wasting time. Let's get this started. Kaken is released, looking no less murderous, but he doesn't attack again. Izuku breathes a small sigh of relief, one that is short-lived. And you, Midoriya, or shall I say, Deku, meet me once the quirk apprehension test is over. Izuku gulps. He's going to get expelled, isn't he? As if to herald in his departure from UA on his first day, Aizawa-sensei mentions how the person who performs the worst will be expelled. The others freak out, not knowing it's a logical ruse. Although, for Izuku specifically, he isn't sure he's clear just yet. He participates in the other tests, while his mind wanders elsewhere. His body runs on autopilot, literally going through the motions. He performs well, he thinks, or at least better than before, even with his internal freak out. He's not actually paying too much attention. What will Aizawa-sensei say to him? What can Izuku say that will convince the hero that he's not a villain or a spy or a... Izuku pauses after hearing a snap. He looks at his hands. The gripping tool he was using is now broken in his palms. He stares at it, needing a second to process what just happened. Kirishima, who is next in line to do the task, looks at him uneasily. I'll ask Sensei for another one. Izuku nods, gathering up the pieces and dumping them in a nearby trash can. He just stands there, even after he watches the pieces fall from his hand. He can't help but feel a little stupid. He knew he'd confront Aizawa-sensei since the night he rescued her. He had so much time to think of why he was there, how he knew about her answers to any of the questions his teacher is likely to ask him. Even at the entrance exam, he spared a thought for his cover story, and yet, Izuku still waited until the moment his teacher discovered him. If he thought about it though, most of his plans tended to fall through. Maybe it's for the best that he's going to wing it. It's hard when he doesn't know what Aizawa-sensei knows, but not impossible. He doesn't know what Eri told him, or what he may have figured out on his own. Still, there's got to be a solution. Izuku doesn't want to lie to his teacher, but he sure as hell is not about to tell the truth. That poses the question though. If he's not telling lies and he isn't telling the truth, then what is he going to say? Look, someone elbows him Uraraka, he notices, and points to the projection in Aizawa-sensei's hand. Izuku doesn't remember leaving the trash can, but he's been kinda distracted, so he doesn't think about it. He follows Uraraka's finger. It's the rankings for their quirk assessment. Izuku's eyes naturally are drawn to the last place, but it's not his name that he sees there. Well, he did do better than last time. He tracks the names from the bottom up, growing increasingly incredulous when he doesn't spot his. That is, until he reaches the top. No way, he utters weakly as Uraraka squeals beside him. It was never his intention to stand out. First the entrance exam, and now this. Izuku really ought to find a way not to attract any more attention. We did it. Uraraka cheers for them. Izuku sees her own name in 11th place and smiles. They give each other congratulatory fist bumps. Ida walks up to praise him as well, which earns him another fist bump. He forgets about Aizawa-sensei in that moment. That is, until the man speaks. Oh, by the way, that whole expulsion thing was a lie. Seeing the reactions this time, he can almost understand why Aizawa-sensei did it. It's ridiculously funny to see everyone so shocked, and he stifles a laugh. He witnesses Mineta break down into tears of relief, and that does make him feel a bit bad. That should have been him. Was him, once. It doesn't matter though, since no one will be expelled. Aizawa-sensei continues talking, telling them about how they can find the curriculum sheets back in the classroom. And Midoriya, he calls, making Izuku jump once again. Once you get changed out of your PE uniform, meet me at the staff room. We have much to discuss. Izuku already feels the cold sweat breaking out across his skin. His classmates, especially Ida and Uraraka, give him strange looks. Oh, of course. Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes. Good. You're all dismissed. The others start to head back to the locker rooms. Izuku feels like his legs have suddenly stopped working. He would fall forward into the dirt if that wouldn't make him look completely ridiculous. And if Uraraka and Ida hadn't stayed behind with him. Are you okay, Deku? You look pale. You couldn't be in trouble on your first day, could you? I wonder what Sensei wants. He chuckles a little at his friends. They both are worried for him in their own ways. I'm fine. He answers Uraraka first. And I might know why Aizawa-sensei wants to talk to me. It'll be fine. He bites his lip. Probably. His friends share a look. Izuku has no idea why. Well, let's not keep him waiting, Ida announces. He starts to push Izuku in the direction of the boys' locker rooms while Uraraka skips to her own. He watches her progress until she leaves his sight. He really hopes, that this isn't the last time he'll see her or any of his classmates. It's not like he would actually get expelled, right? Standing outside the staff room, the door closed and somehow ominous, Izuku's pulse flutters. As soon as he opens the door, he's sure he's going to initiate what can only be called a shitshow, starring himself. There is no decrease in his anxiety or impending dread that he'll be expelled, but he has gathered his thoughts somewhat. Izuku has no idea how things will go, but he does have an idea of what he'll say. Whether that is the right thing to say. Well, that's an entirely different matter. In the end, Izuku can't lurk outside of the staff room forever. He wouldn't be surprised if Aizawa-sensei is already inside and knows he's stewing in his own stupidity just beyond the door. He needs to knock. He really needs to knock. But, considering he's still outside, it shows just how effective that thought is to him in actually doing it. Entirely against his will, his fist lifts up and softly taps against the door. Izuku almost feels betrayed. But, as it is, it's so quiet, he'll have to do it again or, come in. He hears Aizawa-sensei's voice, which just blows through any and all courage he was finally able to muster. Izuku takes a few deep breaths. He needs to calm down. He's got this. He's only suspicious so far, not guilty of anything. And he intends to keep it that way. The staff room is a place he's visited plenty of times in his own timeline, mostly with All Might. And just like when he and All Might had snuck off to converse about the secrets they shared, the staff room is completely empty save for them too. The only differences this time are, Izuku is with Aizawa-sensei, and he is not about to divulge any secrets. Hello sensei. Izuku greets warily. He shuffles into the room and hears the door click closed behind him. What did you want to talk about? Whether Izuku is good at hiding things or not, no one can say he doesn't try. Innocent until proven guilty, or something like that. Sit, is all Aizawa-sensei says, abandoning whatever task he was working on and gesturing to the mini couch across from him. Izuku takes the offered seat. Aizawa-sensei sits on the opposing couch, appearing to lounge leisurely, but Izuku recognizes that the man is as alert as ever. Does he think Izuku poses a threat? Now Midoriya, do you go by Deku? Eri told me it was your hero name. He has a stack of papers in front of him, attached to a clipboard. Izuku can't see what's on them. He jerks a little at the mention of his hero name, remembering how inadvertently it had been revealed to his teacher. In hindsight though, he should have seen it coming. Kaken could never keep his mouth shut. Izuku's more interested, however, in the mention of Eri. Is she doing all right? He asks, a little guilty when he thinks of how he'd abandoned her. She had adjusted just fine in his old timeline, though he hadn't seen the extent of it. Is she doing fine here as well? Has she smiled yet? Does she eat enough? Does she get along with the UA staff? Does she? Yuri is perfectly fine. She has all she'd ever need here at UA. We, on the other hand, are discussing you. Aizawa-sensei levels him with a glare and Izuku shrinks a little. Right. His teacher lets his eyes roam, assessing Izuku in some unknown way. Izuku holds his breath and doesn't release it until the man's eyes are back on the clipboard. To be perfectly honest, Midoriya, you have a number of things in your file that I need. He pauses, looking for the right word, clarification on. Izuku doesn't like the sound of that. Aizawa-sensei looked into his file. That actually ... is perfectly normal for a teacher to do. But Izuku doesn't like the insinuation that the pro has found fault in it. He thought this was about the night he rescued Eri, not his student file. What information did Aizawa-sensei latch onto? There couldn't possibly be anything incriminating in it. Right. At his lack of response, Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes. I am going to ask you a series of questions. You are going to answer me with the utmost honesty. Depending on your response, I will decide whether you are fit to stay in the hero course at UA. Are we clear? Izuku's mouth suddenly feels dry. He tries to swallow, but the motion doesn't bring relief. Crystal, his teacher nods. First question. For the 5 months you were kidnapped, were you in the care of the 8 precepts of death? Shouta notes Midoriya's shocked reaction and waits. Is he shocked that Shouta knows about his kidnapping? Or is he shocked because Shouta hit the nail on the head? Amnesia is a funny thing. Hard to diagnose and ridiculously easy to fake. Perhaps Midoriya could have had amnesia initially, but Shouta doubts it stayed that way for long. How else would you explain the boy's knowledge of the inner machinations of the Yakuza group? The scars, or his mission to rescue Eri? Midoriya starts, face carefully masking the boy's inner turmoil. I don't remember who kidnapped me. It says so on your file. Shouta finishes dryly. Yes, it mentions amnesia, but I thought I told you I wouldn't tolerate being lied to. Midoriya flinches. Unless, of course, you are implying that you are actually a member of aforementioned Yakuza group, one sent to spy on UA and keep an eye on Eri after deceiving her into trusting you by staging her rescue. Which, in all honesty, is also a possibility. Shouta knows, or strongly assumes, that it isn't the case, but he'd be a sorry hero if he so casually dismissed it. He remembers how Midoriya acted on the night they both showed up at his house, looking bedraggled and weary. If Shouta had held any doubts about his intentions then, the boy would have never stepped past his doorframe. There are still things, though, that don't add up. Of course not. Midoriya cries, rising to his feet. His voice is desperate, practically pleading for Shouta to believe him. He feels a twinge of sympathy for the teen, but squashes it down. He needs to address this rationally. He does lower his voice a little though, and adopts a softer tone. Midoriya, I know whatever you have been through surely couldn't have been easy. I am not trying to condemn you, I am only trying to understand. He stares at the young boy, watching as Midoriya sits once again, his eyes shining with tears. I need you to also understand, however, that the circumstances surrounding you need to be cleared up. Not only did you use your quirk illegally to break into a building and fight with other people, you also knew who I was without having ever met me. Shouta continues as Midoriya wipes at his eyes, shielding his expression from view. What is most damning for you though, in my opinion, is your silence. Indeed, Midoriya had determined that he should inform no one of his little escapade. He didn't trust the authorities, and only trusted him a hero after the deed had been done. Shouta remembers clearly from their first meeting how Midoriya was adverse to the police being called. He had believed it was because the boy was overly paranoid that the precepts would find them if the police were involved. Now, it seems clear to him that Midoriya holds no trust for authority figures. That is a very dangerous mindset for a budding hero to have. Deadly even. He needs an explanation. Without one, it is obvious Midoriya has no place in his class. Midoriya hiccups. I couldn't worry my mother. He says, I don't want to tell her the truth. That you were kidnapped by the 8 precepts? Midoriya nods. About anything pertaining to my disappearance. She's gone through enough already. Shouta frowns. She's your mother, Midoriya. She's also the only family I have. He mutters sadly. I'd do anything to keep her happy. It's easy to tell that Shouta will not succeed if he argues this point now. No matter. What about the police? Why tell them you didn't remember what happened to you? You could have informed them without your mother present. Midoriya shakes his head. It's more complicated than that. At first, I did have trouble with my memory. There were things I was remembering that never happened. Even now, I'm not entirely sure of what happened to me in those 5 months. But you're right, I do have memories of the 8 precepts, and I knew I needed to do something. He looks Shouta in the eyes, tears threatening to spill again. They were hurting her. I didn't have time to wait. And those words give him more insight into Midoriya's character than anything else that was said. Shouta intimately understands the processes a police force or a hero agency needs to complete to mobilize a mission. Although it would be time-sensitive, with a group as large as the 8 precepts, any raid or stealth mission into their dangerous organization would need a plan that undoubtedly would have taken time. Shouta massages his eyebrows, suddenly so tired. You could have died. he says flatly, although Midoriya doesn't even flinch. I had a plan, the teen tells him hesitantly, as if that will appease him. It might not have been the best, but I didn't rush in blindly. That's not the point. Shouta snaps. You should have gotten help, told someone, trusted someone. You are not licensed to use your quirk. You could be arrested for this. A sobering look passes Midoriya's face, but he doesn't look all that chagrined. His green eyes lock with Shouta's. I'm sorry, I really am, but I don't regret it. And that's the problem, isn't it? Shouta can admit that what the teen did, while being reckless and stupid and dangerous, was also heroic. He may be biased because of Eri, but he thinks that he might have done something similarly stupid in the same situation. This kid has potential, and Shouta almost wishes he doesn't see it. Obeying the law could be learned. Trust in others could be cultivated, and Shouta would be sure to drill them both into Midoriya's head. He rubs at his eyes again, blinking away the sudden image he has of Midoriya as a pro-hero. Really, kids like him were such a handful. Determined and stubborn in equal parts. Shouta should expel him right now, just to save himself the trouble. He sighs. How did you know who I was and where to find me? Midoriya fiddles with his fingers, drawing Shouta's eyes to the scars there. I knew about you before, years ago, he says, making Shouta's eyebrows raise. I'm a big fan of heroes. He smiles wirily. I know a bit about hacking and found your address through that, which is quite worrying if Shouta thinks about it. He didn't think his hero identity was tied to his address at all, so Midoriya must have somehow known his civilian name. Or his information isn't as secure as he thought. He internally grimaces. You'll tell me how you did that later so I can remedy it. Now, there's one last thing we need to discuss. Okay, Shouta doesn't mince words. Your quirk, he begins, was registered after you took the entrance exam. He looks at Midoriya, a little lost himself in how it's even possible to do such a thing. Mind explaining? Midoriya bites his lip. It developed late. He replies, as if that explains anything. You're 15, Shouta states, thoroughly unimpressed. Quirks don't manifest past a certain age. Definitely not when you are well into your teens. It is unbelievable. But my records should show that I was diagnosed quirkless and have been until shortly before the entrance exam. Midoriya says, it only took so long to register it because I wasn't sure of everything it was capable of. Shouta narrows his eyes. But the aggravating part about his argument is that it's sound. Shouta holds the damned file in his hand. Midoriya Izuku was quirkless up until his quirk was registered. It was impossible, and yet it was written right there. Shouta has to accept it, and maybe he would have, but it was so well utilized in the entrance exam. Whether Midoriya had practiced for a week or a month beforehand, however long, it looked like he'd had the quirk for his whole life. How was that level of skill achievable in the short amount of time Midoriya claimed he had his quirk? Records of quirks developing late are rare, but not unheard of. Shouta is sure, though, that most of the cases where someone quirkless suddenly wasn't anymore were proved to actually be due to extremely minor, almost unnoticeable quirks, or quirks that required a very inconveniently specific activation. Midoriya's doesn't sound like either of those. The only other thing that could induce a quirk, though not proven, is bi. His eyes flit to the teen's hands and he sighs. Trauma, I see. Shouta answers him. Whatever the 8 precepts had done to this child, Shouta would ensure that they'd pay for it. He needs to have Shuzenji analyze the extent of it, perhaps have Midoriya participate in a psychological evaluation as well, despite what he claims he doesn't remember. The door to the teacher's lounge flings open. Midoriya jumps and Shouta narrows his eyes. He specifically requested the office be emptied at this time. Who would? Deku. Is Deku here? Shouta knows the voice and sees the moment Midoriya recognizes it too. He feels a surge of anger. He told his colleagues to keep her away while he was talking with Midoriya. His eyes flick to the open door. A bunch of heads duck back behind it to avoid his ire. Shouta will deal with them later. Ugh, he's so tired. Don't they have classes to teach? Midoriya wonders, turning around to locate the owner of the voice. He doesn't have to search for long. Eri runs around the sofa and throws herself at him, a blur of white and green. Shouta sighs but makes no move to stop it. He doesn't think he's seen Eri so willing to initiate contact like that. He notices his colleagues peek around the door once again. Hizashi and Nimori are expected. Seeing Kan and Ishiyama interested as well, though, that surprises him. It's to be expected, though. Many of the staff have been eager to meet the boy known as Deku. Midoriya clutches the girl, pressing her face into him gently. His eyes are wet again, but his mouth breaks out into a beautifully blinding smile. Eri, he says softly, sounding so relieved and goddamned happy. Look at you. He pulls the girl away from him, observing her quietly. The two have entered their own little world, definitely not aware of Shouta's coworkers cooing at the doorframe. Midoriya raises a hand and wipes the tears that fall from Eri's eyes. Don't cry, he tells her gently. Reunions aren't a time for tears. They're a time to smile and be happy. Shouta scoffs, as if the child himself isn't also shedding tears. I missed you, Eri murmurs. Midoriya sniffles. I missed you too. I'm really sorry I couldn't see you. Eri pats his hand, tracing over the scars there. It's okay. Deku-san is a hero, so he's busy. Midoriya pulls Eri closer in a hug and presses a wet kiss upon her head. You're so kind, Eri. You've been so strong all on your own. Thank you. Shouta looks away as Eri breaks into tears again. His heart bleeds for the girl, who he'd quickly become attached to. He can admit that Midoriya has succeeded in connecting with her and helping her open up to him where many have failed. It took a while for Eri to trust Shouta fully, and even now, he doesn't think the girl would cry into his arms as she is doing with Midoriya. He hears sniffling at the door and finds that Hisashi is in tears while the others have gentle looks on their faces and misty eyes. Shouta wishes he could get up and slam the door on them, if that wouldn't alert the children to their presence. Nimari catches his eye. Shouta can already tell this won't be good for his blood pressure. She winks and then waltzes in. Oh, is this Deku? She approaches the couch and leans over it, smiling softly at a startled Midoriya. Eri talks about you all the time. Yes, Shouta near growls, which is why I had hoped to not have her involved in this. Of course, he would have had them meet eventually, but Eri would hardly approve if Shouta had decided to expel Midoriya. He didn't need to create that kind of distress for her. Nimari just smirks at him unapologetically. Eri found out you were talking to Deku and then there was just no stopping her. Shouta snorts. He's well aware that one of them must have told Eri he was going to speak to Midoriya, and that they are all fully functioning adults who are capable of handling one child. Scratch that, it's his colleagues that are the children here. He knows they're too damn curious for their own good. Oh, your eyes really are such a pretty green. And your hair. Nimari crowds a perplexed Midoriya. Her casual attitude seems to give the go-ahead for the others lurking at the door to walk in. Hisashi joins Nimari at the back of the couch. Usually, so many people around Eri makes her feel uncomfortable. Yet, Shouta can see she has no such qualms while safe in the arms of Midoriya. Hey little listener, remember me. I'm the one you gave the slip to at Shouta's house. I saw what you did to the 0-pointer too. That was super cool, he says, careful to keep his voice below a shout. That hadn't gone over too well with Eri before, though she had taken to him pretty quickly despite that. Midoriya seems uncomfortable at all the attention. Oh right, sorry about that. Hisashi waves off the apology. No worries, I'm just glad I got to meet Eri-chan's hero again. She wears green all the time cause she wants to match your eyes. Nimari adds with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Shouta needs them all to leave. Indeed, Eri loves the color green. She doesn't talk a lot, but one surefire way to get her to talk would be to mention Deku. For the small amount of time she had been with him, she had a surprising amount to praise. Midoriya's cheeks grow pinker at the comment, and he looks at the deep green dress currently adorning Eri's body. He smiles sweetly at her. I wear red shoes every day. Sure enough, all eyes are called to the teen's shoes and Shouta sees that they are red. Whether that is intentionally for Eri's sake, he doesn't know. Whatever the case, Eri certainly seems to love it. Like my eyes? She asks in wonder. Yep, Midoriya replies with an easy smile. Though I think your eyes are prettier. Shouta wants to roll his eyes at how sappy that is, but the next moment ends up stealing his attention. Eri, who has made vast improvements from the shy, stunted child she was when she first arrived, hears the stupid comment from the problem child, and smiles. It's like the world holds its breath. Shouta certainly feels like the moment is suspended, as if time itself recognizes how precious it is. His heart clenches. Midoriya looks shocked, but he recovers quickly. He smiles again, wider, so wide it must hurt his mouth, but it's also accompanied by body-racking sobs. Deku, Eri asks, concerned. Why are you crying? Midoriya wipes at his tears fruitlessly. Shouta doesn't think he's ever seen a teenage boy, besides maybe Hisashi, cry so much. I'm just so happy. He tells her. Shouta sighs, his own emotions heightened at the display of fondness. He can see Hisashi has started bawling again and Nimari wipes none too discreetly at her eyes. He clears his throat, waiting for Midoriya to compose himself. Midoriya, he starts, feeling weary at the future implications of what he's about to say. You are not going to be expelled. Shouta ignores the you were gonna expel him. From the unwanted peanut gallery, he keeps his eyes on Midoriya, who seems surprised by his words. I'm ... He asks, the disbelief heavy in his tone. No, you are not. He agrees, watching as the teen deflates with relief. There are a few things I will need you to do, however, which I will tell you about after school. Shouta pinches the bridge of his nose. Now though, I know someone who has been dying to show you her room, as well as all the new things she's been doing. I expect you back in class by the end of the lunch hour. Midoriya smiles at him then, and Shouta thinks that he made the right decision. He knows the problem child will still be, well, a problem child, but he can see that he'll be a great hero too. Eri surprisingly smiles as well, turning the heartwarming expression to Shouta. He doesn't think he can ever get tired of it. His own lips curl up in response. Yeah, he definitely made the right choice. Tenya is a reasonable person. He wouldn't say he is particularly smart or self-important. even though some of his prior classmates have claimed he was such. But he is, or he'd like to consider that he is, disciplined. This discipline comes from knowing that heroes have to act a certain way, have to uphold a certain standard. Tenya is well aware of the dangers of heroism, and therefore it is an occupation he knows he needs to take extremely seriously. Even the slightest mistake could cost his own or someone else's life. Perhaps that was why he took the debacle at the entrance exam so personally. It feels like he's failed some part of himself, because by all accounts, Tenya should have known better than to flee in the face of danger and abandon those that needed help. He had disgraced the very essence of being a hero. It was shameful, except Midoriya had told him that he ought not to take the loss too hard, didn't he? Tenya had to agree that there was logic in what the other boy said. While Tenya knows about how fatal making a mistake could be, it's true that he is just a hero in training. This school is meant to allow him to make those otherwise deadly mistakes without consequences, so that he won't when he actually becomes a hero. While it is only his first day at UA, Tenya already has high hopes for his new school, even after their most unorthodox way to start the day. He would have liked to attend the opening ceremony and such, but Tenya's sure his sensei knows what he's doing. It does worry him, maybe a little though, that Midoriya is missing from class even after their teacher returns. What exactly had Midoriya done? Tenya frowns upon being nosy, but he can't deny his curiosity. Midoriya couldn't have done something in the classroom, since Tenya was there and would have stopped any tomfoolery had he witnessed it. And Midoriya was nothing but pleasant, unlike that Bakugo fellow who just really didn't seem the type to attend a hero school. Then again, Tenya had misjudged Midoriya at the entrance exam, thinking him someone only there to mess around, and he had been wrong, so he will try to keep an open mind regarding the rest of his classmates. Regardless of if Midoriya had done anything, he did seem a bit shaken up when they did the quirk assessment. But, well, anyone would be with the threat of expulsion hanging over their head. Tenya was too. And he couldn't deny feeling a little betrayed when it was revealed as only a logical ruse. And yet, Midoriya still looked like he would be sick even when he'd placed first, and was called to see sensei, and still hadn't returned. Tenya can admit, with every passing class where Midoriya is absent, he becomes more and more worried. He can tell Uraraka is as well, but it isn't as if he can step in to reassure her. Uraraka is an energetic girl and has the makings of a fine hero, but Tenya can't exactly consider them friends. That would be too one-sided of him, especially since he hasn't asked Uraraka what she thinks of it. The same can be said for Midoriya, but Tenya is worried all the same, however presumptuous that makes him. Midoriya was a sight to behold at the entrance exam, and Tenya firmly believes that there is no one more suited for attending a hero course than the curly-haired teen. Which begs the question, what exactly had Midoriya done to warrant a teacher's conference on the first day? Surely nothing bad. But Midoriya had been so worried. A knock startles Tenya from his thoughts, and he internally reprimands himself for not paying attention to the lesson. Ectoplasm Sensei is trying his hardest to teach their class, and his absent-mindedness is terribly disrespectful, despite it being unintentional. However, it seems Ectoplasm Sensei's attention is also drawn to the classroom door, and Tenya allows his eyes to slide over. Who would disturb their studies? Is it? Come in, Ectoplasm Sensei requests, waiting as the door opens and reveals Midoriya. Tenya feels his stiff shoulders sag a little in relief. Sorry for the intrusion, Midoriya offers tentatively. His complexion looks much better from this morning, and his spirits seem to have risen, although it's immediately clear to Tenya that the teen has been crying. What exactly happened? Ectoplasm Sensei accepts the apology with ease and gestures for Midoriya to enter the classroom fully and take his seat. Midoriya walks out from behind the door into his seat, pointedly ignoring or oblivious to the curious and shocked gazes of their classmate. Tenya's eyes widen in shock at the state of Midoriya's appearance. He wants to say something, ask the numerous burning questions in his brain, but his disciplined nature keeps his mouth shut. Unlike the whispers and exclamations he hears from his classmates. He is curious, though, why Midoriya would come back from skipping so many classes looking like that. The teen has butterfly and flower clips in his hair, haphazardly arranged like a child had stuck them in. There are also numerous stickers covering his uniform as well as his face and hands. When Midoriya walks close enough, Tenya thinks they are of cats, but he isn't sure. His mind is trying to process this, along with everything else he knows of Midoriya's strange situation, which isn't much and predictably comes up empty. He quite literally does not have enough information. There are a lot of things about Midoriya that Tenya finds for lack of a better word, strange. And the only way he can properly categorize all the instances is to reflect on every time he has encountered the teen in question. The first time, of course, being the entrance exam. Tenya had met Midoriya by calling him out for his muttering, which he realized later was most likely a misunderstanding. Tenya had been nervous, and when he was nervous it became hard to focus. So hard that he inadvertently became irritated by the things that took away from his focus, like, say, a teenager's muttering. In hindsight, Tenya can admit it wasn't very hero-like. Thankfully, Midoriya wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Their second meeting was at the exam site. Well, it wasn't much of a meeting. Tenya was focused on the task at hand and didn't spare a glance for his fellow competitors unless they were in his immediate vicinity. He had no trouble with taking out the robots and believed himself to be doing well. That is, until the zero-pointer was released. At first sight, Tenya was able to tell that he would not be able to beat it. It wasn't worth anything anyway. There wasn't any sense in attacking it. And then he had seen her Uraraka, although he hadn't known that was her name at the time. She was only a girl then, an unlucky examinee, and Tenya was too afraid, too selfish, to step forward. So he ran away. Even the memory of it is painful for him. He knows that everything turned out fine, but he will never forget his own cowardice in that moment. He hadn't even told Tensei, sure that his brother would have been disappointed in him. But it made all the more of an impression then, when Midoriya had rushed in without a second thought. Tenya didn't notice it right away, but he had turned around to keep track of how much ground the zero-pointer had gained. He saw the blur that was Midoriya slap Uraraka's hand and then shoot into the air. The zero-pointer was taken down in one shot. Even now, it's hard for Tenya to fathom the amount of power needed to accomplish such a feat. Power like that could rival any of the strength quirks he's seen, perhaps even All Might's himself. It was obvious then that awe in the face of such a power would be normal. However, when Midoriya rejoined them, the injured Uraraka in his arms, he seemed wholly unaware of his strength. He called no attention to his quirk, shrunk from the attention in fact, and Tenya recognized a true hero when he saw one. To make things more strange, Tenya approached Midoriya afterwards to speak with him, and the boy burst into tears. Tenya was startled, to say the least, and quite confused. Even when Midoriya assured him it was no fault of his, Tenya was not reassured. In the end, Tenya was left without answers. Then, they'd met again at UA. Tenya's impression of the teen had soared. Midoriya was humble, kind, and mature, someone that Tenya would look up to given time. Admittedly, Midoriya was acting weird when Sensei showed up. But Tenya forgot to ask about it when the incident happened in the locker room. Like he said before, Tenya is no stranger to the dangers of hero work. He knows heroes get injured. And he's seen a few scars, albeit small ones, on his brother Tensei, but never on someone so young and to such severity. Midoriya's scars weren't small ones. They could not be believably explained away by childhood accidents or clumsiness. It looked more like he had broken his arm, never let it heal right, and then broken it many more times over, not to mention what looked to be a skin graft on one of his shoulders. How does something like that happen? Tenya has a few theories, none of which he likes to speculate on, because that would be inconsiderate towards Midoriya. He can say that the most common theory among the boys was government experimentation to create a superhuman. Tenya knows that's utter nonsense, but after Midoriya's performance in the quirk assessment, he can begrudgingly accept where they are coming from at least. Whatever the reason or reasons behind Midoriya's scars, Tenya doubts they are good. He can always ask Midoriya later, in a private setting, once they have become appropriately acquainted. Speaking of acquaintances, it seemed as if Midoriya knew Bakugo before UA, or that Bakugo knew Midoriya. That explosion of Bakugos before the quirk test certainly revealed as much, though Tenya didn't like the hostility apparent on the blonde's face. Someone like Midoriya knowing someone like Bakugo. It only added another thing for Tenya to think about in the mystery that was Midoriya Izuku. It is only right, though, that since Tenya intends to be Midoriya's friend, that he unravels this mystery and helps the teen with any problem that presents itself. That is what heroes do. Meddle where they don't belong. And if anyone deserves someone meddling on their behalf, Tenya firmly believes it would be Midoriya. Izuku rejoins his class after lunch a little apprehensively. He knows the worst has passed, for now, but he hasn't cleared all hurdles just yet. His cover has cemented, thanks to Aizawa-sensei, but there are still cracks. One misstep and Izuku could be in a world of trouble and misunderstanding. It's hard to dwell on the future consequences of his actions, though. Not when he looks at the ridiculous amount of cat stickers on him and the green and red beaded friendship bracelet adorning his wrist. He need only think of how he spent his morning, and his face breaks into a smile. He's not expelled, which is great, but more importantly he got to see Yuri. She looked much better than before. Her once matted, tangled hair now shines like silk, pulled into a stylish ponytail. Her room, that Izuku was witness to, is large and comforting, everything it should have been from the beginning. Izuku is especially appreciative of the kawaii unicorn and cat plushies. He's glad she's safe. He's glad that Aizawa-sensei got her to UA and let her have the nice things she deserves to have. He's glad that since he is an official student of UA, he'll be allowed to see her more often. Izuku's just so incredibly happy right now that not even the shocked whispers of his classmates can make him nervous. His image is all over the place, Izuku suspects, and yet he's not bothered in the slightest. If he cared about people seeing him look silly, he would have never let Eri sticker him or would have removed the stickers before he reached the classroom. As it stands, Izuku would one for all smash anyone who tried to pry them off of him. Settle down, Ectoplasm Sensei says. and most of the chatter dies down. Izuku can still feel their eyes on him, especially the curious gaze of his teacher, who likely heard about Eri and Deku as well. It's weird to have all the teachers know who he is and praise him, but Izuku is slowly adjusting. He supposes it isn't all bad, he just hopes Kaken won't hear about it. Izuku already knows he'll get interrogated by the blonde at the earliest convenience to talk about his quirk. At least that's what happened in his old dimension, although Izuku will have a different explanation prepared this time. Thankfully, Izuku can enter the lesson seamlessly when Ectoplasm Sensei continues and at least a few of the eyes watching him return to their own work. Since the lunch hour already passed, there is no opportunity for his classmates to ask the questions they so desperately want to. Izuku is thankful for it, but doesn't think he'll be spared once the last bell rings. Then again, maybe Aizawa-sensei will interfere since they still need to talk about things. When the bell does ring though, there is no mad dash for his desk as he'd suspected, but his classmates do take a suspiciously long time to pack up as Ida and Uraraka approach him. Mido, Deku-kun. Uraraka crowds him, cutting off whatever Ida was about to say. "You look so cute," she squealed, poking at the clips he forgot were in his hair. "Where did you go? What did you do?" Izuku chuckles nervously at her enthusiasm. Isn't Eri a close-kept secret? And Izuku doesn't want to give his classmates any ideas by talking about his adventure with the 8 precepts. He licks his lips. "I went to talk with Aizawa-sensei. There was an issue regarding my file and sensei just needed some clarification." "For hours." Uraraka frowns. "Well, no," Izuku admits, not quite sure how to explain Eri's presence without revealing classified information. Maybe he should have removed the stickers before he came in. Midoriya babysat one of the staff's children while the teachers were busy. He was allowed out of class to do so. Aizawa-sensei interrupts from his place by the door. Izuku doesn't know when he showed up. Most of the students are still in the classroom to hear Midoriya's explanation, but now they all hurry out at the sight of Aizawa-sensei. He sure made an impression with the expulsion threat and the quirk test right off the bat. The pro watches his students leave until it's just them and 2 others. Now, there are a few remaining things we need to talk about. Ida, Uraraka, if you don't mind waiting outside. Izuku glances at his friends. He's used to walking to the dorms with them after school, but that time has not yet come and perhaps won't ever with all the changes Izuku has made. They don't need to wait up for him either way. Izuku doesn't know how long this will take, and when discussing sensitive matters, it's best not to have anyone nearby. "You guys can go ahead," Izuku tells them. They seem disappointed but resigned. Before they turn away, however, Izuku peels off 2 different cat stickers, one of a cat in a hot air balloon and another of one in glasses and a bow tie. He sticks them on Uraraka and Ida respectively, smiling all the while. Uraraka seems pleased, while Ida stares at it warily, though there isn't anything to be wary of. "I'll see you tomorrow. We can talk more then," Izuku promises. He waves them away and then turns to address his teacher. Aizawa-sensei sweeps an unimpressed gaze over Izuku's appearance. "Have fun." Izuku smiles widely. "Lots. Thank you so much. It's fine." His teacher cuts across him smoothly. "I don't intend to keep you for long. I only want to outline some of my expectations for you and ensure you understand them." Izuku nods, a little puzzled. "All right." Aizawa-sensei sighs. "Firstly, I am making mandatory appointments for you to get a physical as well as mental checkup." Izuku wants to roll his eyes. More of these things. He's fine. The pro must see it on his face. "We cannot gain access to extensive medical records of our students beyond any existing conditions they share with us that we need to know about. Regardless of what doctors have said about your condition previously, we will verify it ourselves to better help you." Not that he needs help, but Izuku knows there isn't any other choice but to concede. He doesn't mind checkups all that much anyway. "All right." Izuku nods. "Is that all?" Aizawa-sensei pinches the bridge of his nose. "Unfortunately, no. Due to the knowledge that you just recently developed your quirk, I want to run a few tests on the volatility of your quirk as well as the level of control you have over it." "Wait," Izuku interrupts immediately, dread washing over him. "We just did a quirk assessment. Surely that proves everything is fine." He can't afford for people to look too closely at one for all. Who knows what they'd discover? That suspicion isn't something he wants to deal with. Aizawa-sensei frowns. "A quirk assessment proves nothing. What appears fine on the surface can hide terrible complications. Your quirk developed in an unnatural way. We have no way of knowing what kind of impact or backlash that it have on you." Izuku is widely impressed that Aizawa-sensei knows so much. His guesses are scarily accurate too, if slightly off. He isn't sure he can argue anymore without making himself suspicious again. It's not like what his teacher has in mind could be all that invasive, could it? Finally, Izuku nods again. "I suppose I can do that. What else?" "Good. The last thing I need to say is something I'm sure you are already aware of. You will not mention Eri to anyone, not even your classmates. She is a closely guarded secret and her very life depends on its integrity. Do you understand?" "Of course," Izuku answers immediately. He does know that, had counted on it when he rescued Eri. UA's defenses are practically impenetrable, and that makes it one of the best places for her. His teacher nods. He walks around his desk and picks up a stack of papers. Well, that's all I needed to say. If you wish, you can come before school and stay after to see Eri. Free periods and lunch can also be used for the same purpose. You need only arrange it with me beforehand. And under no circumstances do I want to hear about you doing anything even remotely illegal. I won't listen to a single reason. It will be an automatic expulsion. Am I clear? Izuku gulps, his mind latching onto him and his classmates breaking the rules to rescue Kaken and Kamino. If that happens again, he doesn't want to be expelled. What if it's life or death? He asks, a pleading note in his voice. Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes. The rules are in place for a reason, Midoriya. You will never be put in a situation where a life will be in danger here at UA, and before you protest if such a thing were to happen, I'd expect you to rely on the teachers and staff. You can come to any of them about problems you have, including me. But I will not have you disregard any law you'd like in the name of the greater good. That crosses into the territory of vigilantism. His teachers look sour as if remembering something unpleasant, and Izuku tries not to flinch. I understand, Izuku replies after a moment. It's not like he wants to break the law. And he had sworn off his vigilantism for the most part. Besides, Izuku plans to prevent Kaken's kidnapping from even happening, so there might not be any need to worry about future law breaking. We'll see, Aizawa-sensei sighs, making Izuku frown. Now, I believe I've kept you here long enough. I'll see you in class tomorrow, problem child. Izuku nods, reading the dismissal for what it is, and walks out of the classroom. This conversation, as well as the one earlier, will greatly change his UA experience. Izuku just can't tell yet whether that is a good or bad thing. But it's not like he can waste his time thinking about it. There are other things requiring his attention. He gazes into the distance as his feet carry him onto the subway, ignorant of the strange looks sent his way. It feels odd to know that there is an evil out there. One not yet known to everyone else, one that he might encounter soon. The USJ, the League of Villains. It's almost time to see this through. When he gets home from school, his mother eagerly awaits all the details of his first day. And despite the little he can actually tell her about Eri, Izuku has plenty of other things to say. He excitedly tells her about all his classmates first, although he didn't interact with them much today. He knows them so well from his own timeline that he still has a lot to inform her of, mostly about their quirks and how cool they are. He also briefly describes the classes and their coursework for the year because his mother would want to know, even if she wouldn't understand it. Izuku keeps talking until the topic reaches the quirk assessment Aizawa-sensei put them through. His apprehension at placing first has now morphed into pride, and he wants to share it with her. He's grown, he's done well, and he wants his mom to see that too. His mother listens to him with a pleasant smile on her face, but at the mention of the quirk assessment, she frowns. Izuku thinks at first that she doesn't believe he'd ever place first. But then, that doesn't seem fair, she states when he tells her about his teacher's logical ruse. It's okay, Mom, he reassures, glad that she just didn't approve of his teacher's methods. Aizawa-sensei wasn't actually going to expel anybody. He just wanted us to use the full potential of our quirks. His mom still has her lips pulled into a tight frown, and Izuku doesn't know why she seems so irritated by this. Did he expect you to perform the same as everyone else? Izuku still hasn't made the connection, although he's well aware that he's missing something. Well, yeah, he says. His mother huffs. See, that doesn't seem right to me. He can't have a quirk assessment for all his students and hold them to the same standards when you don't have a quirk. It's not fair. Izuku freezes. His mind stalls and stutters to a halt. Did he? I'm not saying you wouldn't pass or anything, his mother reassures him, misjudging the reason for his silence. You're perfectly capable without a quirk, and you got first. But it's a matter of principle. He did. Izuku forgot to tell his mom he had a quirk. How does one even bring that up now? Oh, Mom, Izuku begins, because he's a terrible son, who is also tactless. I have to tell you something. He wants to hit himself. How could he forget about something so important? When he went to register his quirk, he reminded himself to tell her, but he forgot. He's just so used to her already knowing, which really just proves that Izuku is such an idiot. So his story is that he developed it late. That's what he told Aizawa-sensei. But how can he explain why he didn't say anything about it before now? Getting a quirk is a pretty big deal. And it would be unbelievable if anyone, let alone Izuku, forgot that they had one. What is it, honey? His mother asks, and she looks at him before really taking stock of his features. Her brow creases. Is something wrong? No, yes, no, wait, no. Nothing's wrong, but he inhales sharply to cut himself off, and his fingers tangle in his hair that he now kinda wants to pull out. How could he have been so stupid? I have a quirk, he finally says, exhaling the words like a sigh. His hands fall from his head in defeat. Izuku doesn't look at his mom, doesn't want to know what he'll see on her face. Everything is so quiet. Izuku. His mother calls and he flinches even though her volume is normal. He chances a glance at her. Her eyes are wide, but she doesn't seem angry or upset. There are no tears in her eyes. She just seems shocked. How? She asks. When? You have a quirk. What is it? No, wait. Why am I only hearing about this now? She grabs his hands and holds them softly. How long have you had it? Izuku can't hold her searching gaze for longer than a few seconds. She's still not angry, at least not that he can tell, but he's not sure that won't change soon. 2 years, his mind whispers. A couple months, Izuku replies. He cringes at his own negligence. He had so much time to mention this to his mother before now, regardless of the extenuating circumstances. I'm so confused. Izuku, why didn't you tell me? His mother asks, her eyebrows scrunched together. She looks a little hurt, and Izuku doesn't want to think about that. He slumps in his seat. There is a lot going on. Izuku admits honestly. I just forgot about it. Forgot ... that you had a quirk. His mother repeats slowly and Izuku winces again. He can't blame her for being confused. This is a confusing situation. Damn, he's such an idiot. Izuku chuckles dully. Why yeah. He looks up at his mother, studying her face, searching for any reaction. Are you mad? His mom shakes her head and sighs. No, Izuku, no. I'm not mad. I'm just trying to process all this. She pauses and Izuku waits anxiously for her to speak again. As the seconds tick past, Izuku squirms in his seat. What is it? She finally asks. Izuku blinks. What? His mother rolls her eyes and he spots the beginning of a fond smile on her lips. It makes him relax somewhat. Your quirk. What is it? Izuku knows this is a lie he has to tell his mom. One that he has told before, but he still feels a bit bad. It's a quirk that manipulates energy. It makes me fast and strong. Among other things, he explains vaguely. His mother hums. It's different from your father and mine's quirks. I don't believe we have any energy-type quirks in our family tree either. HMMMM. She trails off, staring into space. Then she looks at Izuku again and smiles at him. I'm happy for you. Izuku starts to smile too and warmth spreads through his chest. He loves his mom so much. This is just ... wow. I can't believe you have a quirk. You have the extra toe joint too. Quirks aren't supposed to come in so late ... It's a miracle. Izuku nods along at his mother's musings. If he says anything, it will be a lie, so he keeps his mouth closed. She continues. I wonder what made it come in. Izuku glances at his mother when she stops. Her face has gone pale. Her eyes are wide as she stares at him in horror. Izuku's heart picks up and he frantically searches their surroundings for what his mom is seeing. He leaves his chair quick enough to cause it to fall and hurries to his mother's side. Mom, what's wrong? He demands a little hysterically. His mom just stares at him as her eyes brim with tears. Izuku. She grabs his hands, pulls him closer until she can cup his face. What did they do to you? Izuku covers his mother's hand in reassurance. Did what? Who? What did who do? But his mother doesn't seem to be listening to him. All those visits to the hospital. We never thought about checking for quirk emergence. But trauma-induced quirks are so rare and oh. My baby. His mom pulls his head into a hug and Izuku has to awkwardly compensate for the position. Trauma-induced quirk. Mom, what are you talking about? He asks, his voice muffled in his mother's hold. She releases him, but doesn't let him go. Izuku, I know you don't remember, but do you know how rare it is for a quirk to emerge as late as now? And you only got it after you were kidnapped. Izuku feels like all the blood just rushed out of him. What? He says. No, he doesn't need a misunderstanding surrounding his quirk. It was just meant to be because he was a late bloomer, not because he underwent incredible stress and pressure to essentially awaken a quirk inside him. Or whatever current theory was behind trauma quirks. He wasn't even kidnapped, and he definitely doesn't want All Might's quirk to be associated with such a thing. His mother just shakes her head, tears free-flowing. Baby, I'm so sorry. Izuku's lip trembles and he fights against the surge of anger he feels. It's not his mother's fault. If anyone's, it's his own. He just doesn't know how to fix it. It's not, Izuku says desperately. It's not like that. The look his mother gives him is full of pity and Izuku wishes he was back to a minute ago where she just thought he didn't have a quirk. Aizawa-sensei didn't say anything regarding his quirk, other than that it was strange it developed so late. Why did he have to deal with this? But Izuku supposes it's just like his mother to assume the worst. It's just ... it's just a late quirk. Izuku repeats, although he knows a losing battle when he sees one. Despite the truth, and despite the way he feels about it, Izuku can see how this reasoning will work out for him. Spontaneously developing a quirk is unheard of, and that excuse will only get him so far. This idea of a quirk developed from trauma is supported by his scars and the false conclusion set by the police department. Unless he wants to propose that he got his quirk from All for One or something similar, he can't keep fighting it. He squeezes his mother's hands and plasters a wobbly smile on his face. Mom, even if that's true, I don't remember it, he says sadly. So can we just ... just be happy that I have a quirk? His mother nods quickly and pulls her hands away to swipe at her eyes. Izuku breathes an internal sigh of relief. I'm sorry about that, Izuku, but I am glad that you have a quirk. I just wish that it was under better circumstances, she says once she gets a hold of her tears. It's fine, Izuku insists, perhaps a little too quickly. Do you want to see it? His mother seems surprised again, but it helps negate the rest of her crying. She nods her head hesitantly. It doesn't hurt you or anything, right? Izuku suppresses a flinch. While his mother probably worries about that because of how she thinks he got the quirk, it hits a little too close to home. But once again, he doesn't need to worry her needlessly when he has such a better handle on it. No, of course not, Izuku answers. It's just a normal quirk. His mother relaxes at his words and a small smile appears on her tear-stained face. Okay then, show it to me. Izuku lets the red-green crackle of one for all wash over his body. His mother gasps at the sight. He smiles. This is the reaction he wanted from his quirk. He tries to think of something he can show her, but most of what he can do will put a hole through the wall. This I call full cowling, and it boosts my overall ability. Speed, stamina, strength. I can put more energy into my limbs for stronger hits, and I can also do this. He activates Black Whip and uses it to grab the chair from the ground and stands it back up again. His mother watches him in awe. That's amazing, she praises. It's perfect for hero work too. Izuku beams. This isn't even all it can do either, he exclaims, growing excited despite himself. Although I can't quite manage the other stuff just yet. Wow, his mother breathes. It's wonderful. She turns to him, a softer look in her eye. You're wonderful. He lets his quirk fizzle out so he can hug his mother. They stay in each other's arms for a while. Izuku, his mother starts, her tone of voice making it clear that she's hesitant to say her next words. I know we don't talk about what happened to you, but I hope you know that if you remember anything, you can always talk to me. You don't need to keep any secrets from me. I'll always be there to support you, no matter what you tell me. Izuku swallows past the lump that has suddenly formed in his throat. He debates it right then and there whether he should tell his mother everything. She loves him and she wants him to trust her, and he does, but there's a part of him he can't ignore. A voice that tells him these words are not meant for him. If his mother, or rather, this Izuku's mother from this dimension, knew who he was, knew that he still hasn't found her son after all this time, would she still support him? Izuku breaks away from the hug and offers a smile no one can see through but himself. Of course, he agrees easily. I can always come to you. Izuku would have thought the first day back at UA would be the most nerve-wracking. But considering how nervous he is right now, that might not be the case. Sure, he's gotten through the encounter with Aizawa-sensei, but that's about all he's done. Now, he has to do those checkups his teacher wants him to, give Kaken an explanation for his quirk when he inevitably demands one. And today's the day he'll see All Might for the first time. There's a strange feeling in his chest, something like dread mixed with excitement, and Izuku just hopes he won't burst into tears when he sees the man. It's been hard to come to terms with his and All Might's relationship since he's been here. He wakes up every day greeted by the hero's smiling face and his quirk coursing through his veins. He knows he won't have the same relationship with his mentor as he had in the future. He knows. But Izuku can admit that All Might became like a father figure to him, and it hurts, more than he lets on, that he won't be able to recreate that. He has entertained the idea of telling All Might and revealing that he also possessed one for all, inherited from a different him in a different dimension. But Izuku isn't quite sure what the consequences would be for saying that, so he holds off on it for now. He needs to talk to All Might though, no matter what. Izuku's planning has come to a head, like an archway, where everything is poised to fall if not for the keystone. All Might has the answers Izuku's been looking for. There's his disappearance for one. What exactly had gone down when he was rescued? How far did the scenario stay the same before it inevitably diverged? He has All Might's signature in his notebook, so the hero must know something. Then maybe Izuku can finally find his other self. But not only would knowing the story help in his missing persons case, it would also answer another very important question. Did other Izuku find out about All Might's shrunken form? Depending on where exactly the timeline changed, Izuku might not know about the other form of All Might, and now him knowing could be dangerous. Of course, he still isn't going to tell anybody, but it feels bad to him if he knows while All Might isn't even aware of him knowing. That secret is only something the possessor of One for All should know, which just confuses him even more, because he does have One for All. But he's not All Might's successor in this timeline. There are two One for Alls, and whoever receives it will wield it until All Might can't anymore, which means for a short while, there will be 3 One for Alls, which is just ... what? Izuku can't even fathom it. He obviously won't receive the One for All of this timeline, so what would happen to it? Would it go to Mirio, like Night Eye said? Or did Mirio already have it? He was the most eligible person that was selected by someone All Might trusted. If other Izuku never received it, then that seems the most likely option. Mirio is a good person too. He deserves to wield a quirk like One for All. Even if the quirk wasn't passed to Mirio, it would be passed to someone eventually. Anyone, really. What made Izuku special in his timeline? Answer, nothing. It could have been anybody. Izuku happened to have a chance in his timeline, and he took it. This timeline, there was no chance. It would go to someone else, and Izuku would have to live with that. And he would. It shouldn't affect him or his plans anyway if One for All was wielded by someone else. He just needs to find himself, fix what he can, and then get back to his own dimension. Beginning with talking to All Might. Izuku is at UA a full 2 hours earlier than usual. He enters the gates before the sun has risen, and as he moves about, it reminds him a bit of living in the dorms, being able to roam the school at all hours of the night. Izuku makes his way to the staff room and stands outside the closed door. The hallway is empty, but Izuku can hear voices from behind the door. Who would be at school this early, besides Aizawa-sensei? Or maybe it's normal for teachers to be at work before the crack of dawn. He knocks on the door and hears the voices inside go silent. Then someone opens the door for him. A familiar face and head of shocking blonde hair is revealed. Deku, present, Mike-sensei asks, looking him over with confusion. What are you doing here? Izuku fidgets with his hands awkwardly. Aizawa-sensei asked me to come. The hero makes an O shape with his mouth. He steps aside to let Izuku enter, pulling the door closed behind him. Shouta went to check on Eri because she was having nightmares. He should be back shortly. Izuku doesn't like the sound of nightmares, and he is right about to inquire into it, but his attention is stolen as he looks around the room. There are a few other teachers in the room. Midnight is there, as is Power Loader and Vlad King. But, tucked in a corner, fretting over something in front of him, is also All Might, not in his muscled form, which means Izuku shouldn't know him, which also means he should stop staring at him. But he can't because it's All Might. He doesn't realize his eyes are watery until his vision blurs. Thankfully, Izuku blinks the would-be tears away before they can fall. He doesn't need to be crying in front of the teachers. It's nice to see you again, Deku. Midnight Sensei greets with a smile. Have fun yesterday. Her conversation draws the eyes of the others in the room. Izuku fights not to stiffen when All Might stares at him and they lock eyes. But he still doesn't look away, even when he knows he should. Yes, I did. Thank you for taking care of her. By the way, he answers, his attention not on what exactly is coming out of his mouth. Midnight Sensei rolls her chair around, a soft look on her face. Of course, thank you too. She notices that his eyes are not on her and follows them to where they rest on All Might. Oh, this is Yagi-san. Yagi-san, this is Deku. Midnight Sensei introduces. Izuku gazes at the man, his mentor, his hero, and clears his throat to dislodge any number of things he wants to say. Hello. All Might gives him a smile, friendly but impersonal. I have heard good things about you. It's nice to finally meet you. His body flinches at the words, a terribly transparent reminder of what he's lost, what he needs to get back. But more than that, did All Might really not know who he was? Izuku studies his face. Is he saying they'd never met because he needs to pretend they never met before in his All Might identity? Does the other Izuku not know then about All Might's deflated form, or is this a ruse for the teachers? Is he reading too much into this? You too. Izuku gets out, a little disappointed that exchanging pleasantries is all that remains of their relationship. He wants to cry, quite a lot, but he knew this was going to happen, so he needs to get over it quickly. The door opens and Aizawa-sensei walks in, carrying some sort of lumpy green bag in his arms. Upon closer inspection, Izuku can see it's actually Eri bundled up in a sleeping bag, fast asleep. He can't decide whether he wants to coo or laugh. Either way, his tears dry in his eyes before they fall. Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei greets with a tilt of his head. I apologize for being late. Izuku waves him away and clears his throat again. It's okay, I didn't wait long. Aizawa-sensei sends a wary look at the other teachers which Izuku doesn't really understand. But then he turns back to him. Come on, he says tiredly. We might as well get this started. Izuku follows his teacher out of the staff room after telling everyone goodbye, his eyes lingering a little too long on All Might. They head towards the clinic, and Izuku pushes the interaction from his mind. The hallways are deserted, and through the windows, he can see the sky turning a brighter blue. He takes a deep breath. Aizawa-sensei speaks quietly. We'll do the physical and mental wellness exams first and then the quirk evaluation. I believe you said your quirk was some form of energy manipulation? Yes, Izuku confirms. I can do a few different things with it. Of course, there are some things I still need to work on, because I know I can do more things with it, and I haven't quite gotten the output all the way up, and that will be learned throughout your time at school. He interrupts. I just need to know you aren't going to blow off a limb or something. Izuku winces, glad that Aizawa-sensei is walking ahead of him and can't see his reaction. All right. They continue on in silence until they reach Recovery Girls Clinic. The door is open, and when they walk in, the youthful heroine is sitting up to her desk, clicking away at something on the computer. She raises her head at their entrance. Aizawa-san and Midoriya-kun. Oh, and Eri-chan as well. Please take a seat. She gestures to the plastic chairs by the door and they all comply. Izuku fidgets in his seat, a little anxious now that he's here. He's never had a problem with checkups, but what if they find something he can't explain? What if they find out he has All Might's quirk and they think he stole it or something? What if he gets expelled? He sneaks a glance at Aizawa-sensei, who looks just as calm and tired as always. Eri sleeps peacefully in his hold and Izuku is put at ease by the sight. Aizawa-sensei. His teacher turns to look at him, an eyebrow raised in question. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. Right now you're with Eri and so you probably don't want to be sitting here waiting for test results. You can leave. It's fine. Aizawa-sensei sighs. While you may be perfectly capable on your own, I am going to be present for all of your visits, just in case. He does not explain what he is here just in case of, but Izuku is at least relieved that he isn't encroaching on his teacher's time. All right, dear, Recovery Girl announces. How about you take a seat right up there and we'll get started. She points to a bench used for examinations. Izuku hoists himself upon it obediently. Recovery Girl brings a little step stool with her so she can reach all parts of him, even sitting down. This will be similar to a regular checkup, but there are a few more procedures we'll do. If you are uncomfortable at any point, just let me know. Izuku nods and then the hero starts with her examination. It's nothing that he isn't already accustomed to. Recovery Girl predictably spends an extra long amount of time examining his hands and arms. She frowns at the scars as she pokes and prods into them. Izuku catches Aizawa-sensei frowning when he has to remove his blazer and shirt and the large one on his upper arm is revealed. Recovery Girl scribbles things down on her clipboard and clicks her tongue every once in a while. He tries to peek at what she writes, but he can't manage it without making it obvious. He'll just have to be patient and discover what she's found afterwards. Unfortunately, that chance doesn't come. Izuku gets his x-rays done again, as well as gives a blood sample. Recovery Girl explains that she'll have to see the results of all the tests before she can come to an accurate conclusion. She dismisses Izuku and his teacher and lets them know they should revisit the clinic by the end of the week. Aizawa-sensei nods, although he doesn't seem happy about it, and then they take their leave. As they walk to the next place, Hound Dog's office, if Izuku remembers correctly, it's also unnaturally silent. That is, until Aizawa-sensei speaks once more. You said before that you didn't remember everything that happened when you were kidnapped. He stops walking and looks Izuku in his eyes. Are you sure? Izuku pauses, a little stunned at this sudden questioning. Yes, he answers hesitantly. His teacher's gaze flicks to his hands and then he nods and begins to walk again. Is this because of his scars? Is Aizawa-sensei worried about him? Izuku ponders it with confusion all the way until they reach Hound Dog's office. It's not the same as it was with Hikara-san, but it proves to be just as pleasant and self-driven. By the end of the visit, it doesn't feel as if Izuku really talked about anything important, although the questionnaire was new. He thinks it went well. He certainly knows he doesn't share the same mindset as a tortured soul, or whatever they assume of him. Izuku is fine. When they leave the office, Eri is awake now and she urges Izuku to carry her as they make their way to the gym to test his quirk. Eri and him talk happily as Aizawa-sensei watches in silence. They reach the gym too soon. When they arrive, Izuku hands Eri back to his teacher. There are more people there than Izuku expects. There's the principal, a serious-looking man that Izuku doesn't recognize, and All Might in his shrunken form. Izuku stares at them all, a sense of dread filling him. What is going on? Do they know? Why else are All Might and Principal Nedzu here? Izuku starts. Hello, am I a bear? Am I a mouse? No, I'm the principal, he announces enthusiastically. Izuku wisely keeps his mouth closed. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Please don't fret. I am only here to supervise. Does the worry show on his face? Izuku smiles to hide it. Okay, so what are we going to do? The unknown man steps forward. Nothing too extensive. Everything is perfectly safe and easy. He holds up a hand. My name is Sensei Q's. My quirk allows me to analyze the flow of a quirk within someone's body. Izuku takes the man's hand and gives it a shake. He continues to smile, but it grows more strained by the minute. Analyze the flow of a quirk within someone's body. What does that mean? He glances at the others to see their reactions. But no one asks the questions he wants to for him and Izuku doesn't think he is allowed to. He swallows. All right. What's first? Sensei-san gives him a professional smile. Why don't you demonstrate your quirk first, just so I can get a feel for how it works? Seems easy enough. Hopefully Sensei-san won't see anything wrong with his quirk. Izuku decides he'll start with full cowling. He takes a deep breath and then allows the thrum of power to wash over him. Immediately, something goes wrong. Stop. Deku, stop. You can't, Eri yells, squirming in Aizawa-sensei's hold. He has to let her down just so she won't throw herself out of his arms. She runs up to Izuku and clings to his leg, him having dropped his quirk at the first sign of her distress. He doesn't know why she started to panic and he gently pats her head to reassure her. Ari, what's wrong? He asks, completely lost. Aizawa-sensei approaches while the others stand there in awkward concern, except for Nezu, who eyes everything shrewdly. You're gonna break, Iri says, looking up at him with her worried red eyes. Don't do it. She turns back to hugging his leg. Izuku freezes, panic bubbling up because he certainly never expected to be outed like that. And by Iri of all people. Iri, Izuku begins, all too conscious of Aizawa-sensei's glare on him. I'm not going to break. He winces as he says the last word. Iri trembles while she holds him and shakes her head. Izuku bites his lip. What can he do here? Iri, Izuku calls softly. He squats down till he's eye level with her. When you use your quirk, does it hurt you? She fidgets with her hands as she nods. I can't control it. Yeah, but it's not your fault. He promises. My quirk hurts me too when I can't control it. He speaks quietly, but he knows Aizawa-sensei can hear him, maybe even the others too. Izuku grabs Iri's hands. But I can control it. I practice with it all the time and now it doesn't hurt me anymore. Just like how yours won't hurt you eventually. Our quirks are good. My quirk is good. And I'm proud of it. Can I show it to you? Iri looks at him skeptically. It won't hurt you. It won't. He waits for her to nod, and eventually, she does. Izuku reactivates one for all and searches for Iri's reaction. She examines the electric glow around his limbs and pokes one experimentally. Izuku smiles at her and moves each of his limbs, demonstrating their ease of movement and wholeness. Her eyes study everything seriously. Interesting. Senzai-san cuts in, startling both Iri and Izuku. He grasps his chin as he stares at Izuku with glowing yellow eyes. I've never seen something like this before. Izuku drops his quirk and shudders at the overwhelming feeling of being X-rayed. What is it? He asks quickly, anxious. Senzai-san's eyes lose their glow. I have never seen a quirk like yours. It is almost as if your quirk is not meant for your body. Izuku stalls. An awkward smile crosses his face. How so? It may have to do with the way you developed your quirk. Considering that, it makes sense to me. It's just odd. Senzai-san explains. That's great and all, but I need to have a word with Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei interjects. He does not sound happy. Izuku flinches and the other people present exchange looks. Actually, Aizawa-sen, I think it's important that we all hear the information that follows. I'll have Hisashi-sen take care of Iri in the meantime. Principal Nezu responds. Please don't start until I get back. The principal then has Iri accompany him out of the training area while she looks around in concerned confusion. As soon as they leave, Aizawa-sensei does not wait. He gets right into it. Your quirk hurts you. And when were you going to tell me this? When you're on the battlefield and have rendered yourself incapable of further combat and become a liability. Izuku doesn't think he's seen his teacher properly angry many times. But Izuku knows more than Aizawa-sensei does in this instance. And even if the hero is worried, Izuku isn't going to stop using his quirk. It doesn't hurt me. Not anymore. I've gotten better. He shoots back. But it has. Aizawa-sensei hisses, enough to make Iri notice it. Izuku protests. That was once and it was necessary at the time. His teacher's eyebrows shoot up. Necessary. Necessary to break yourself. Are you hearing the words that are coming out of your mouth? Aizawa-sen All Might tries to cut in. Shut it. All Might closes his mouth. I just spoke with you about honesty, problem child. This whole exam was to find out whether your quirk was dangerous to you, and you knew the whole time but didn't tell me. Aizawa-sensei seethed. I can control it. Izuku shouts back. And I didn't want to worry anybody over something that's not relevant any. You don't know that. Aizawa-sensei's scowl deepens. Your quirk is new and still uncharted. It could hurt you again. Izuku pauses. That's true, isn't it? One for All has never been a painless quirk to master. Many of his injuries sustained in past battles have been self-inflicted. But he is getting better. And if he needs to use his quirk to save people, he will, regardless of how much pain it could give him. It doesn't matter, Izuku says, hands clenching into fists. If there's someone in trouble, I'm going to save them. And if my quirk hurts me to do it, then I'll still have helped somebody. Aizawa-sensei stalks towards him. A hero does not need to risk their own lives to help others. That is selfish and arrogant. You save more lives if you live to fight another day. But when you're a hero, there isn't always that chance. Izuku protests. If you wait, you can't save them. When your legs move on their own, there is no time to wonder if this will kill you or if this is worth it. There is only someone's life in front of you. He takes a deep breath, belatedly realizing how heated he has gotten. I can't ignore that, Aizawa-sensei. I don't want to die. I don't want to sacrifice myself if there's another option. But I also don't want to live in regret that I didn't. Something flashes across the hero's face, something like shock as well as understanding. He groans loudly and puts his hand over his face. I should have expelled you. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Why didn't I expel you? All Might coughs, alerting Izuku and his teacher to the presence of the others. Aizawa-san, isn't that a tad harsh? The boy has the makings of a fine hero. Hearing All Might say that, Izuku turns to him with wide, hopeful eyes. He smiles. Thanks, Yonki-san. Fuck. All Might stares at him quizzically, but doesn't say anything. Oh dear, did he seriously just do that? Damn, he needs to be a lot more careful. I'm sorry, I just, forgot your name for a second. We only, met this morning. He stutters, scrambling for a good excuse. All Might gives him a placating smile. It's all right, my boy. So, Sensei-san says, are we going to continue? Aizawa-sensei sighs again. No, class will start soon. I'm afraid we won't have the time. Just tell me, is his quirk unstable? Will it maim or injure him? Sensei-san hums. From what he demonstrated to me, no. I didn't see much though. The pro hero frowns. That'll be good enough for now, I suppose. We'll have to call upon you later to continue then. Sensei-san nods, incredibly unfazed by someone who just saw a bunch of people arguing. Izuku gazes at him warily. He still doesn't like the idea of someone peering into his quirk. However, it seems he won't be able to avoid it. Aizawa-sensei turns to him. If you want to be a hero, you need to know how to properly use your quirk. I expect you to stay in one piece throughout any and all training exercises. Do I make myself clear? Izuku nods his head. He's never come from a fight in multiple pieces anyways. He intends to work with one for all until he can use it at 100% and not strain his body at all. He's come a long way with it already. Good. Get to class. And don't be late. Izuku walks out of the training area while his mind runs through what just happened. That was exhausting. He doesn't know if it's even worth it to keep everything a secret anymore. If anything, it seems to be doing more harm than good. Maybe he should. Midoriya-kun. I suspected Aizawa-san wouldn't wait for my return. Heading to class. It's Principal Nedzu who rouses him from his thoughts. Izuku has never really interacted much with the rodent. He's heard things, though, about the principal's intelligence, and to say he's wary would be an understatement. Yes, sir. I am. The principal nods, placing his small hands behind his back and rocking on his heels. I won't keep you long then. I was wondering if you could perhaps help me out with a little problem I have. Izuku's nervousness increases. Is he even smart enough to deal with a problem the principal has? But if he needs help. Sure. What do you need? Principal Nedzu smiles at him in a way that can only be called sly. Well, you see, the main issue with my problem is that it has too many solutions. Each one explains a number of things in a way that is reasonable, but then there remain things that don't quite click. Izuku stands there, wondering if he's being punked. What is going on? He doesn't understand at all. If I were to pick any of these solutions, I don't imagine they could fully help with my problem. That leads me to believe that none of them are the correct solution. Wouldn't you agree, Midoriya-kun? He fumbles for a response at being addressed. Why, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Principal Nedzu nods. Indeed. But now I find that the only solution to my problem is one that is impossible. One that shouldn't be achievable, and yet makes more sense than the others. What do you think I should do then? Izuku shifts on his feet, trying to think. Well, then I think you'd have to believe the impossible solution. Right. Since it makes the most sense. He fidgets with his hands as he thinks of the circumstances of his own life. Sometimes things may seem impossible at first, but, with time they turn out to be not so impossible. I think. He looks to the principal for his reaction, and sees him smiling widely. Well said, Midoriya-kun. You've helped me quite a bit. Thank you. Izuku still isn't sure what this is about, but he's grateful that he could help. You're welcome. I've got to get to class now. Principal Nedzu pats his leg. Of course. I'll see you later. He walks off, toward the direction of the training gym as Izuku heads towards 1A. There are students in the hallways now, and he pushes the ordeals of this morning behind him. Today they will have the battle trials, right? And All Might teaches the class. Will he be put in the same team with Uraraka again? Will they face Ida and Kaken again? Izuku just hopes he doesn't get burnt to a crisp like he had last time. Izuku steps through the door of 1 and finds most of his classmates already present and seated. He can feel the excited buzz in the air and catches snippets of conversation as he walks to his desk. You don't think we'll take another test that could get us expelled, do you? Super cool hero classes. Teacher a pro hero, he looks so. We'll find out soon enough. He takes his seat. Kaken glares at him the whole way there. That interaction, when it happens, won't be pretty, but at least Izuku now has the cover story of having a trauma-induced quirk. For now, he ought to think of what his plan will be for the battle simulation today. It shouldn't go the same way as last time, especially if he's improved. Honestly, he might even be leagues ahead of his classmates since he knows their quirks and fighting styles, at least when it comes to battle. Battle? What are you talking about, Deku-kun? Izuku jumps, not aware of Uraraka until now. She must have snuck up on him. Was I mumbling? He asks, scratching the back of his head. But it's okay. What were you mumbling about? The battle? She leans in curiously. Izuku looks away. Today we might be having mock battles ... is all. Or, we might, yeah. Do you really think so? Zero asks, leaning over his desk. It's only the second day. We don't even know how to fight. Minda speaks nervously from behind him. That'd be super manly though. You know, testing our skills right off the bat. Kirishima adds. Jiru rolls her eyes. We already tested our skills yesterday. Besides, heroics isn't all about fighting. Crap, you're right. Well, Uraraka says with a smile. I think it'll be fun to have battle trials. I hope I'm on a team with you, Deku-kun. Izuku smiles awkwardly. Yeah, me too. It might be more likely than you think. Aye, take your seats. Aizawa-sensei commands, having entered the classroom unseen. It's time to begin your second day at UA. Nedzu has bore witness to many strange things as the principal of UA. He runs the top heroics school in the country, which doubles as a licensing and heroics agency completely independent of the commission. He has seen quirks of every kind, and students of every kind. One could even argue that it was in his job description to know everything that goes on within the walls of his school. Sensei-san, Nedzu speaks from around his teacup. I apologize that your visit was not completed within the allotted time. We will compensate you for that. Sensei-san waves a hand as he sips at his own cup. It is quite all right. I'm always happy to help the next generation of aspiring heroes. Nedzu smiles pleasantly at the man. He'd peered extensively into his background to be assured of his character. And the man's presence here is proof that he'd passed. How admirable, Nedzu praises. I've been meaning to ask you about the results of our little examination earlier. Sensei-san stares at him quizzically. I'm afraid there isn't much to report. Oh, don't worry, Nedzu assures, adopting a friendly tone. This isn't official. I know you've said you'd never observed a trauma-induced quirk before, have you? Yes, this was my first time. It was something I'd not seen before. I believe this experience will help me with my work in the future. Thank you. Sensei-san works as a quirk counselor. He uses his quirk to help coach young children through the confusion and intricacies of developing and training quirks. His job is highly respected. It's you who is helping us. I am quite interested in how trauma quirks work. I haven't encountered one either. Some would even say they don't exist. Nedzu muses over another sip of tea. His eyes find those of his guest. I was wondering if you'd be willing to share. Sensei-san frowns in contemplation. Like I said, there isn't much to tell, but I will relate to you what I can. Thank you. The man sets down his teacup with a small clink. My impression of Midoriya-kun's quirk was like that of a canyon. It seemed as if the route or control of the quirk was formed through the repeated erosion of practice. Something like, it was hard for his body to manage such power until he made a groove for it. Now, it will likely become easier with time. Nedzu hums. How very interesting. That's good to hear. May I ask what may seem as a strange question? Sensei-san shakes his head. Go ahead. If you weren't informed beforehand of how Midoriya-kun developed his quirk, what would you assume it was from? The man raises his eyebrows. I'm sorry, I don't. I'll rephrase. Nedzu suggests smoothly. You said you had never observed a trauma-induced quirk before. How do you know that Midoriya-kun's is one? Sensei-san knits his eyebrows together. Didn't you say it was? Nedzu taps impatiently on his desk, but keeps a calm smile on his face. I did. I just wondered what conclusion you would have drawn if it wasn't. As the expert in the field, I was curious about your opinion. The man brings his hand to his chin, finally giving some true thought to his query. I suppose, Sensei-san starts, that it seemed like the quirk wasn't his. His eyes flick to Nedzu's as if he expects to be told he's an idiot. Nedzu motions a paw eagerly to encourage him to say more. The theory behind trauma-induced quirks is flimsy, but the idea is either that the body develops a quirk in a situation where the subject's life is at risk in order to protect them, or that the subject always had a quirk and the trauma only brings it out, much like how a quirk is manifested at a young age seemingly spontaneously and uncontrollably by moments of heightened emotion. The subject would have just missed the initial activation. He bites his lip. That would suggest, however, that Midoriya-kun's quirk should be made for him. Well, in theory. Nedzu sips his tea, hiding the satisfied smile on his face. Go on. But like I've said, I've never encountered a trauma-induced quirk before. If I had to assume another way he could have gotten a quirk at such an age, well, it would have to be given to him, maybe forced on him in some sort of experiment. But that's impossible. Sensei-san laughs, likely dismissing his own ridiculous thoughts. Nedzu smiles. Well, I've heard that sometimes things may seem impossible at first, but with time they turn out to be not so impossible. Thank you for your time. Your insight has been truly enlightening. Izuku coasts through his classes, a notebook in front of him, and writes about the battle trials. His muttering is a tough habit to break, but he thinks he keeps it to a minimum. The teachers call on him every once in a while. He answers correctly, and then he goes back to writing. It's easy to know what he can do better from the first time, but he also wonders if he can, or rather should, help his classmates. Considering what they all have to face in the future, they would benefit from getting stronger faster. It isn't the best idea, however, if he plans to keep a low profile. It all comes down to whether he'd risk his secrets for his friends' lives. And really, is that even an argument? Once the bell rings for lunch and everyone files out of the classroom, Izuku allows his attention to stray from his task. Technically, this is his first time eating lunch with his friends at UA since he's been in this time. He grabs his food and takes a seat around his usual table. But where before he was joined by many of his classmates, now only Ida and Uraraka take the seats beside and across from him. Izuku frowns. It isn't as if he dislikes their company or anything close, but the reminder it gives him of what he no longer has leaves him with a wistful feeling. Izuku starts uncertainly. Ida and Uraraka both look up at him from their food. Do you mind if I invite some other people to sit with us? His eyes are specifically drawn to those in his class that are sitting alone, plus one that isn't in his class, but is also sitting alone. If he can change anything. Sure. Uraraka agrees immediately. If you'd like, comes Ida's polite reply. Izuku grins at them, a predatory smile showing all of his teeth. Great, I'll be right back. He leaves the table, but not before catching Ida and Uraraka exchange bewildered glances. His first target is who he suspects will be the easiest to convince. Izuku approaches the table of Takoyami, noting how the boy has chosen a lone table alongside the window. Takoyami. Izuku smiles, internally chuckling when the bird teen jumps at his unexpected arrival. Would you like to sit with us? Takoyami studies him, sparing a glance at the table Izuku refers to before standing. I cannot refuse such an interesting invitation. He intones with his usual dark and mysterious air. Izuku nods solemnly, his outward countenance appearing serious while inwardly he yells in triumph. 1 down, 2 to go. Next is Todoroki. He knows things with Todoroki are complicated. Izuku was able to help him at the sports festival, to use his fire and not be blinded by his hatred for his father. But given this unique opportunity, why does Izuku have to wait? If he can help Todoroki, or any of his friends that much sooner, then they won't have to suffer as long. And Izuku will help them. Todoroki-kun, he greets, coming up in front of the bicolored boy. Would you like to sit with us? He motions to his table, seating Ida, Uraraka, Takoyami, and Tsuyu now apparently. The smile on his face is warm and he waits patiently for a reply. Todoroki's eyes travel from the soba he is eating to Izuku's face. Izuku has to fight back a flinch at the way they look. Cold, almost lifeless, robotic. They move off of him and to the table Izuku waved to. Todoroki stares for a moment, likely assessing the pros and cons of switching seats. His face reveals nothing. No, he responds eventually. I'm fine. Izuku's face falls, but he half expected that. In no way does that mean he'll give up though. Do you mind if I sit here then? Izuku asks, an idea coming to him as he taps a finger on the otherwise empty table. Todoroki stares at him, wary and suspicious. I don't own these chairs, is his soft-spoken answer. Izuku's smile widens. Wonderful. I'll be right back then. He leaves Todoroki in a similar state of bewilderment as he rushes back to his own table. Izuku notices that his antics have started to draw eyes from the surrounding occupants of the other tables. When they catch his eye as he passes them, they quickly look away. Izuku sighs. Will everything he does draw scrutiny? Hey, Izuku calls to his friends. Do you mind if we switch tables? Also hi T.S. Asui. Hello Midoriya. Tsuyu nods back. Switch tables. Ida wonders. I mean, I'm fine with it, but great. Thanks guys. Izuku says enthusiastically. I'll join you at Todoroki's table in a second. Then he turns away as his friends confusedly vacate their seats. Izuku then searches for his next and final target. His eyes land on shocking purple hair. Bingo. Izuku approaches the lone occupant of the secluded table with a friendly smile. He's spotted long before he reaches it and a spark of recognition flashes in the other's purple eyes. Shinsu. Hey, how have you been? He starts. Shinsu gives him a once-over, his gaze just as guarded and calculating as Todoroki's. Midoriya was it? Shinsu asks lazily. Izuku nods. I've been good. And you? He twirls his chopsticks in one hand almost hypnotically. The area around them has gone quiet. Izuku knows he's been attracting attention, but now even more so. Is it really that strange for them to talk? Enough to make a spectacle out of it. He shifts uncomfortably. Never better. Izuku replies, trying to keep his casual tone. Would you like to join me for lunch? The chopsticks in Shinsu's hand stop twirling. Otherwise there is no further reaction from the teen. He asks in suspicion. Join you. Izuku doesn't really know what Shinsu is trying to imply here. Why he emphasized those words specifically, but it's irrelevant. Of course, he enthuses. You were just over here by yourself and I thought you were pretty cool at the entrance exam. Shinsu huffs, a sardonic smile crossing his face. So I'm a charity case, am I? Are you going around collecting all the poor lonely people to make yourself look better, hero? Izuku blinks. Is that what this looks like? Or is this just Shinsu being cynical again? But what if it is? And oh no, that isn't his intention at all. Damn, what can he do? He just wants to help. I'm not taking pity on you. I'm trying to be your friend, Izuku explains, growing desperate. Shinsu's eyebrows shoot up. Friends? That's funny. He doesn't sound like he finds it funny. Izuku frowns. I'm being serious. So am I, Shinsu counters, his face resuming its carefully blank facade. I don't need friends. Izuku opens his mouth to speak, and then closes it when nothing good comes to mind. Instead, he plops down in the seat across from Shinsu and pulls out the notebook he was writing in earlier. What are you doing? Shinsu questions him dryly. Sitting here. He responds simply, adding notes to the entries from before. Maybe he should include something for Shinsu too. Class 1B isn't a bad idea either. They'll have future exercises together after all. A few minutes pass and he hears Shinsu huff again. Where is your food? Izuku glances up from his notebook and points at his table with a cheeky grin. Shinsu does not look impressed. I'm not going to join you just because you decided to starve yourself. Izuku turns his attention back to his notebook. That's fine. I'm not hungry anyways. It's a lie, especially when his stomach growls not even a second later. Izuku doesn't acknowledge it, he just keeps writing. Shinsu sighs. Ugh, this is annoying. Fine, let's go to your table. He stands up, a scowl on his face. Izuku stands too, tucking his notebook away. He looks at Shinsu as the other drags a hand through his purple hair and tusks. A realization strikes him. You don't have to, Izuku says quietly. He may be driving his friends away with how forceful he's being. I just wanted to sit together, but I get it. If you don't want to, I can't make you. He stares at his shoes, feeling like a horrible person all of a sudden. Now Shinsu is going to say no and hate him forever, and Izuku just screwed up everything. It's whatever, Shinsu says, causing Izuku's eyes to snap up in surprise. Let's just eat. Izuku smiles, his previous mood returning as he accompanies Shinsu to their nearly full table. Hi guys, this is Shinsu. I met him at the entrance exam. He's in class 1 degrees Celsius. Izuku introduces. It's nice to meet you. Uraraka cheers, and Uraraka Ochako. The others go around introducing themselves, and then the conversation comes fairly easy. It's mostly Ada, Uraraka, Tsuyu and Izuku talking, or more like, asking questions. Takoyami, Shinsu and even Todoroki answer them, although Todoroki's answers are always short and Shinsu causes an awkward lull whenever he says a particular snippy or sarcastic comment. All in all, it goes well enough, at least in Izuku's opinion. It's a good starting point. When lunch ends, he gets a half-hearted shrug when he asks Shinsu to join them tomorrow. He'll take it. As he walks with the others back to class, he realizes the battle trials are next, and that he hasn't said a word to any of them about it. Now is the time to decide whether he'll help them all, at the risk of revealing insider information, or if he won't. Hold up, Izuku calls without giving himself enough time to really ponder it. The others turn to stare at him. What is it, Midoriya? Class is going to start soon. He meets their confused eyes once again before sighing. He takes a deep breath. Uraraka, make sure to take even the most silly exercise seriously. It's not good to lose your focus during a battle. Your quirk works well on other objects, so you should always be aware of what's around you and what can be used as ammo, or even carry some with you when you're unsure if it'll be readily available. Uraraka stares at him with wide eyes and then nods. Izuku nods back. Ada, sometimes teamwork won't work out for you, but always play to the objective. Keep in mind that even if the enemies are split up, they could still be working together. Never underestimate your opponent. Ada nods too, looking as shocked as Uraraka, but also thoughtful. Todoroki, while freezing everything in sight is a simple solution that will work most of the time, it won't work all of the time. You rely heavily on your powerful quirk, and you might want to give thought to expanding your abilities lest it become a crutch. Todoroki's expression darkens at Izuku's words and he turns his face away. Takoyami, your quirk has an obvious weak point, but your advantage is that no one knows what it is yet. Use that. Work with your partner and cover for that weakness. Takoyami bows his head. Also thoughtful. T.S. Asui, your quirk is versatile, but not very strong. Be aware of your weaknesses. You have a good eye for detail and a sharp mind. Don't be afraid to voice your opinion when coming up with plans. Thank you, Kiro. Izuku nods, wondering if he's actually doing any good or if they'll just dismiss his words. Oh well, at least he tried. Deku, what? Is this ... Is this because you think we're going to do mock battles today? Uraraka asks him, confused. Izuku rubs the back of his neck. It's just a hunch really, but I thought I'd give you all some friendly advice anyway. You might go against one of us. Ida points out, ironically. You'd help the enemy. Izuku grins, a little cocky. I only gave advice. You're going to need more than that to beat me. Ida smiles then. And Uraraka pumps a fist. I'm getting fired up. They walk through the door to 1A, joining the chattering class within. We don't even know if we will have battle trials today though, right? Tsuyu asks, a finger to her chin. They all turn to Izuku. We don't. He agrees with a smile, turning to take his seat and leaving them with that. He can't deny that he's having a little fun with being in the know, but now that he's done it. Is he being too obvious? Is trying to help his friends not the right thing to do? Izuku taps his fingers anxiously against his desk as he contemplates it. I quote him here. A shout comes from the hallway, sparking a buzz of excitement to ripple through his classmate. Coming through the door like a normal person. And sure enough, like clockwork, All Might appears at the entryway to the classroom in all his wide-smiled glory. Exclamations of All Might. And I didn't know he was a teacher here. Echo around the room. A few people make comments about his costume, which is his Silver Age one and not his current suit. Izuku watches it all fondly, a smile on his lips and a heaviness in his heart. Foundational Hero Studies. For this class we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials. All Might announces, flexing his muscled form in a way that makes Izuku kind of want to laugh. Let's jump right into this. The trial of battle. The class murmurs with a cacophony of excitement and trepidation. Izuku catches the eyes of a few of his friends. They stare at him with a look Izuku can't place, before turning back to listen to All Might's lecture. A press of a button has the wall revealing their hero costumes. More cheering erupts as everyone scrambles to grab their cases. Izuku waits until after the rush before he gets his. He traces a finger over the number 18 while a wave of emotion threatens to overcome him. But then Kaken knocks him in the shoulder and Ida calls for him across the classroom to get changed. Izuku releases a shaky breath and joins the crowd streaming out of the door. He joins the rest of the class as they spread out before ground beta. His hero costume still uses the jumpsuit his mother made for him, but it now includes some of the modifications he'd made in his own time. Izuku no longer wears his hood or full face mask, although he keeps the mouth guard, and he has the accessories in his gloves to help handle Black Whip. He fiddles with the gloves now, checking everything over as he stands beside Uraraka and Ida. Oh Deku, your costume is so practical. Uraraka compliments. Izuku grins at her. It seems some things will always stay the same. Yours looks good too. Minda stands nearby, his eyes on her form, with a lecherous grin on his face. Uraraka smiles as a blush spreads over her face. Really, I think it came out a little tight. Midoriya. Ida catches his attention. How did you determine that we would be having a battle trial today? Before Izuku can answer, someone else pipes in, a little too loudly, therefore attracting the attention of everyone else. Whoa, you knew. Minda questions in disbelief. Are you, like, psychic or something? Midoriya, you're psychic. Hey wait, we already know his quirk. He could have 2 quirks. Not like that, it'd have to be. All right. All Might booms. I'm liking everybody's style. Very cool. The discussion surrounding his second quirk ceases and everyone focuses on the number 1 hero. Izuku isn't sure if he needs to be worried about this. He can't dwell on it forever though, not when the rules are explained and the lots are drawn. Izuku exchanges a glance with Kaken, the blonde's angry red eyes already on him. Deku, it looks like we're on a team after all. Uraraka says, how exciting. All Might reaches into the boxes to decide which team will battle who as heroes or villains. Izuku knows the outcome already, but he briefly wonders if maybe it will be different. Maybe the butterfly effect has done its magic and their team will face someone else's. But All Might pulls the A ball from the hero box and the D ball from the villain box. Just like last time, maybe fate does exist. Then again, it's not like Izuku's presence here has directly changed something as small as a lottery. By all accounts, it should be the same. After All Might explains the rest of the exercise, the 4 of them make their way into the battleground while their remaining classmates retreat to the surveillance room. Ida doesn't seem pleased with his partner, who ignores all attempts at conversation. Izuku watches them as he chats distractedly with Uraraka. Once they arrive at their designated starting points, Izuku waits for Ida and Kaken to disappear inside the building. He knows where the bomb is. He knows what both of them will do. He knows how this will end. Deku ... that advice you gave me earlier. Should I pick up some rocks or something? Izuku turns to Uraraka and smiles, glad that she's taking his words seriously. And who knows? With the advice he gave everyone, maybe this will go differently. I want you to do what you think you should. It may be my advice, but you don't have to listen to it if you don't think it's right. Izuku tells her, but even saying that, I think it'll help. Uraraka brightens and starts collecting chunks of gravel among other things that Izuku doesn't pay much attention to. Well, I do think it's a good idea. There's probably not a lot I can float indoors anyway. She answers cheerfully. I wish I requested pockets. Izuku chuckles to himself, squatting down on the sidewalk and grabbing a sizable rock. Uraraka joins him, kneeling down and placing her collection in her lap and around her. Okay, so I have a plan. He begins, starting to scratch out a basic outline of the building. I want to hear your thoughts though. So at any point, if you have anything to add, or see anything I've missed, please let me know. Uraraka's eyes gleam with determination. She nods. Right, strategy isn't really my strong suit though, so I don't mind if you take the lead. She looks at him and smiles, fluttering something in Izuku's chest. Besides, I trust you. Izuku gulps, his mouth inexplicably dry. Why yeah, okay, yeah. He clears his throat. He needs to focus. So Ida will guard the bomb and Kaken is going to come after me. Uraraka frowns. You, not both of us. He smiles wirily, running a hand through the hair on the back of his head. Well, things between me and Kaken are complicated. He'll want to fight me to prove he's superior. And well, I'm not going to lose. She pumps a fist. So like rivals, right? Okay, what do you want me to do? Izuku chews his lip. He could tell Uraraka where the bomb is. Tell her exactly how Ida will try to counter her. But that wouldn't help her at all, would it? I need you to look for where the enemy has hidden the bomb. If I can keep Kaken distracted, you'll be free to search for it all you'd like. And once I capture Kaken, then I'll join you and we'll take down the bomb together. Uraraka furrows her brow, her eyes on the rough plan Izuku has etched into the cement. I know you said that Bakugo-kun is going to come after you, and that you want to fight him ... but ... she bites her lip. Don't you think we should take him out together and then find the bomb together? Izuku stares at her. He blinks. Once, twice. I mean, I'm not saying your idea is bad or anything. And you can probably win against Bakugo. But I just thought, that maybe this way is better. We're a team, right? You don't need to do everything on your own. Uraraka looks down, so she doesn't see the moment Izuku's face splits into a grin. Sure, he was planning on duking things out with Kaken as had happened before, and winning by a larger margin, but maybe this is better. Not only will it promote better teamwork between them, it will also give Uraraka more battle experience. Not that Kaken will pay attention to anyone other than Izuku ... but that proves only to be a weakness they can exploit. No, you're right, Izuku assures her, scratching a line through his previous framework. She looks at him, a little surprised. New plan, he says, hands flying across the pavement so he can draw it fast enough. How do you feel about dropkicking? Once the timer starts and All Might announces that the hero team can enter the building, Uraraka and him step in. She seems nervous, but determined, wearing his utility belt around her waist to hold the rocks she picked up from outside. The red clashes with her costume, but he doesn't think she minds. He'll help her put in a request for her own when they're done with this. Maybe the Uraraka in his own world should have won too. They stay quiet, setting up parts of their plan in a few places, before moving on. When it comes time for them to split up, Uraraka still looks anxious. Hey, Izuku says to get her attention. It'll be fine. Just relax. Uraraka takes a few deep breaths and Izuku smiles. We'll win, he tells her, something he believes 100%. After all, we're partners. She looks at him, wide-eyed yet pleased, and Izuku knows that did the trick. Thanks, she responds. Her eyes narrow with determination. Let's do this. They split, each going to their designated areas. If Izuku predicted things correctly, he should run into Kaken first. If not, he'll just seek out the blonde. He moves through the empty hallways of the training building. Every once in a while him or Uraraka will send their location and status, but otherwise, it's unnaturally quiet. Izuku already knows where the bomb is, although Uraraka doesn't, but they can't look for it until a certain obstacle has been removed. Kaken, however, is being extremely silent for someone so loud, and hasn't reached them yet. Izuku is starting to get worried. Last time, it was almost immediate, if he remembers correctly. He rounds the next corner and immediately dodges backwards behind the wall. An explosion scorches the place he was just standing. Izuku grins, his expression hidden by a cloud of dust. Found you, Uraraka, he radios to his teammate as he runs away from the blonde. I found him. Deku, Kaken rages after him, pops and booms accompanying his voice. You little fucker, get the hell back here so I can destroy you. Uraraka sends back her acknowledgement as Izuku dodges an explosion to his left and keeps on running. Kaken remains hot on his heels, cursing all the way. You little shit, since when did you have a quirk? Kaken yells. Were you just faking it this whole time? Laughing at me, huh? While Izuku knows he doesn't need to waste his breath for this, he is a little indignant. Because honestly, is that really how Kaken sees him? Or saw him? Do you really think that's true? Izuku shouts back, leaping off a wall and ducking under another blast. Kaken growls. I could never laugh at your effort. Shut up. Kaken screeches. Stay still so I can kick your fucking ass. Izuku chuckles, wondering who would ever agree to that. No thanks. Kaken almost takes his head off after that one. Not that he wasn't trying before. Izuku spares a thought to what all of this looks like on camera. His calm crackles in his ear. I'm in position. Uraraka cheerily reports. Izuku smiles as he dodges a punch aimed at his side. It's time for their plan to be put into action. He takes the next corner, Kaken close behind him screaming obscenities. When he arrives at the dead end in front of him, he finally turns around to face the fuming blonde. Izuku raises his hands in a placating gesture, wondering if the steam rising from Kaken's skin is real or just his imagination. He takes a half step back, sweat running down his back from leading Kaken on his little chase. Nowhere left for you to run. Kaken sneers, holding up a gauntlet, his other hand falling to rest on its pin. Izuku widens his eyes. That's my line. Uraraka swings down from the ceiling, clapping her hands together to negate the effects of zero gravity. Both of her heeled boots drive into Kaken's chest, forcing him backwards into the floor, knocking the wind out of him. She lands in a graceful crouch in front of Izuku, right between him and a recovering Kaken. Hiding behind others now Deku. Too scared to face me by yourself, you fucking coward. Izuku walks up beside Uraraka and can therefore see her frown through her helmet. Her eyes don't stray from Kaken, however, who is now standing and eyeing both of them with a nasty glare. I don't need to do things alone. Izuku responds simply. Uraraka looks at him in surprise and he smiles at her. That's when Kaken chooses to attack. I always knew you were useless. Can't do anything by yourself? Huh. He blasts Uraraka to the side and she cries out. Uraraka, Izuku yells, but he shouldn't have looked away. Kaken grabs him and slams him against the wall, knocking his head against the concrete. Don't, he warns. Underestimate me. Izuku smiles wearily. Wouldn't dream of it. Uraraka jumps on Kaken's back and pulls him backwards, like a bull rider on a very angry bull. He makes a swipe at her, but she activates her quirk on him, causing him to miss and float towards the ceiling. Izuku grabs her hand and they start running, this time together as she releases her quirk. They hear a thud behind them and more explosive swears. Remember, we can't use your quirk on him too many times or else he'll get used to it and it'll backfire on us. He's already an aerial fighter. We don't want to give him another advantage. Izuku reminds her quietly. Uraraka nods beside him. So what now? Izuku grins again. Next phase. You remember that trap we set up? He sees the moment she does when her eyes widen and she looks at him. You mean? Yep. Deku, you fuck. Stop running. Kaken spits. Fight me with your quirk. Izuku ignores him. Ready? He asks his partner. Ready. Uraraka agrees, matching his smile with one of her own. They both turn in tandem, running through a doorway with Kaken charging in after them. But, where Uraraka had immediately activated her quirk on herself and Izuku, floating them to the safety of the ceiling, Kaken runs headlong into a tangle of capture tape. He releases an animalistic roar of frustration. Bakugo has been captured by the hero team. All Might announces through their headsets. Izuku and Uraraka share a victorious grin and fist bump on the ceiling. Kaken thrashes in his confines, exploding through the tape bit by bit. Let's go look for the bomb, Izuku whispers. And hurry because that's not going to hold him for long. He can hear All Might telling Kaken to withdraw and check in with Recovery Girl before returning to the surveillance room with the rest of the class. Too bad Izuku knows Kaken won't listen to that. Uraraka releases her quirk, doing a good job at ignoring the insults Kaken hurls at them. What do you mean? We captured him. He's out of the exercise. When I get out of here, Deku, you are so dead. Izuku chuckles nervously. Yeah, tell that to Kaken. And then he grabs her hand and pulls her towards the staircase for the next floor. They make quick work of searching the remaining floors. On each one, they split up and meet back at the next staircase before progressing. It isn't long before they reach the floor Izuku knows Ada and the bomb are on. But, like before, he splits up with Uraraka and searches the rooms. Almost immediately, her voice comes over their comms. I found it. Izuku changes direction, not needing to be told where. I'm on my way. But he doesn't get far before a body tackles him to the ground. Deku, Kaken growls, low and guttural. Izuku pushes him off or tries to. Kaken, stop. You lost. He knows it won't work, but he needs to try anyway. An explosion flashes before his eyes, heat searing his face and stealing his vision. Lost. Yeah, right. In a real fight you think something like capture tape is gonna matter. This isn't over till I say it's over. Kaken protests, landing a punch to Izuku's face, whipping it to the side, and causing him to bite his lip. Izuku licks the blood from his mouth and spits it to the side. Fine. He gets his feet between them and kicks Kaken squarely in the chest, forcing their bodies apart. Kaken skids back, keeping his feet under him, and snarls, blasting back towards Izuku in the time it takes him to stand. He holds his ground, bringing his arms up to block the first blow. Uraraka, Izuku says over his earpiece, ducking another swing, grabbing Kaken's arm and flipping him. We have a problem. Uraraka responds a second later, sounding out of breath. Here too. Ada's quick. What's holding you up? Izuku engages Kaken a few more times as he tries to run closer to the bomb room. Part of his suit gets singed in the process. Kaken tackles him again to keep him from leaving. Guess. Izuku grits back, holding the blonde's hands away from his face. Fight me, Deku. Use your fucking quirk. An explosion goes off, missing his face by millimeters, but causing his right ear to ring. Bakugo, Uraraka confirms, sounding worried. Should I go to you? Izuku manages to swing Kakin off of him again. No, I'm bringing him to you. Be ready. Then, before Kakin can recover, he activates One for All and sprints away, faster than he knows his childhood friend can follow. He hears his hero name echoing off the shaking walls of the building in a roar. He heads to Uraraka. They're running out of time. When Ochako and Deku separate, it isn't long before she finds the bomb. She radios it to Deku while in hiding and tries to assess the situation. Just like her partner would, she isn't too familiar with coming up with strategies. Fighting always seemed uncomplicated to her, just hitting things and trying not to get hit. But she's beginning to see it's not like that. Ochako wants to learn. She wants to know how to plan things, to be strong, to win. Ada is in front of the bomb. He is trying to communicate with Bakugo, but can't seem to talk with him. Whether he's being ignored or if it's because capturing Bakugo made him unable to communicate with him, she can't tell. He's distracted though, and that's good for her and Deku. If she can just be silent enough and creep up on the bomb, she won't need Deku's presence to finish the exercise. He said he's on his way, but they don't have a lot of time. Who knows when Bakugo will show back up? Although Ochako is still skeptical that he'd so blatantly disregard the rules like Deku claimed. Either way, the exercise won't last too much longer and Deku and her will lose if they don't capture the bomb. She should act now, when she knows Ida is distracted, instead of waiting and possibly losing her chance. She activates her quirk on herself, feeling a twist in her stomach after using her quirk so much since the start of the battle. It doesn't take much to hold her down, just a loose grip on the doorframe that she peeks out from behind. Slowly, feeling sweat drip down her face, and her heart beating loud in her ears, Ochako releases her grip and allows her quirk to take her to the ceiling. No one is used to looking up for a threat, Deku had said. When she makes contact with the ceiling, she releases a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Ada is still unaware, stealing glances at the entrance and speaking to himself. He sounds like he's imitating a villain. Ochako kinda wants to laugh, but she needs to be serious. She's close to the bomb too, just a little further and then she can release her quirk and win. Imwehahaha. Not quite, maybe more like Mwahahahaha. Yes, that sounds better. Ochako can't help it, she laughs. She quickly clamps a hand over her mouth, but the damage has been done. It was just so funny though. Ada acted so serious while doing it and she just couldn't imagine his normally stoic self being an actual villain. Who's there? Ada shouts, looking up. Uraraka. Ochako leaps off the ceiling, pushing off it and towards the bomb. It doesn't matter if Ada saw her. This is the hero team's win. She can still seize the objective. But when she's about to grab the bomb, it's suddenly across the room in the hands of Ida. She falls through where it just was and lands on the tile with an oof, canceling her quirk. Uraraka. Deku's voice crackles in her ear, along with a wave of static. We have a problem. Ochako takes a breath, a little disappointed in her naivete. Here too, Ada's quick. What's holding you up? She thinks she might know the answer to that question, but she hopes she's wrong. If Ada continues to play keep away with her, she doesn't think she can stop him, much less catch up to him. She could really use her partner. Sure enough, Deku's voice comes again. Guess, he says, and then she can hear Bakugo's voice and feedback so intense, she winces. She wants to help him, but they're running out of time. Even still, what can she do against Ada by herself? Bakugo, Uraraka confirms, more in disbelief than anything. Should I go to you? Ada shifts at that, as if he means to make a move, and Ochako tenses. Deku responds to her. No, I'm bringing him to you. Be ready. She doesn't know how he plans to do that, or how they will win fighting 2-on-2, but she trusts Deku. Ochako just needs to stay put and wait. They can win this. Foolish hero. You dare approach me by yourself. Ada announces in his false villain voice. It's actually pretty good, if not a little cheesy. You couldn't wish to defeat me. I have removed everything in this room. Surprised, Ochako looks around. Sure enough, there are no objects in the room other than the bomb, the pillars holding up the ceiling, and themselves. She didn't notice it when she first came in, but now it's obvious. It seems Ida was prepared to face her. Perhaps he knew from the beginning that Bakugo wanted to fight Deku and leave Ida to face her. She clenches her fists. Where Ida can't see, she slips a few rocks between her fingers and activates her quirk. She's immensely glad she took Deku's advice and picked up some ammo. If she isn't fast enough for short range, then she'll just fight from afar. Ochako stands and throws the rocks at Ida as hard as possible. They zip through the air and ping against his armor, causing him to startle. Wah! Ida steps back, shielding his face with his hands. Rocks. But when he removes his hands, Ochako is no longer in his line of sight. She floats above him, hoping she's quick enough. She pushes off the ceiling, if she can just get to the bomb. Ada once again whisks it out from underneath her and she plummets to the tile. This is frustrating. But Ochako grins. She was close. She can do this. Uraraka, Deku pants, I'm close. I'll be coming through the back. What's the situation? Ochako smiles and fakes a cough, hiding her return transmission from Ada behind her hand. She speaks quietly. Ada's at the back of the room with the bomb. My left, your right. It keeps carrying the bomb away every time I get close. Deku replies not a moment later. Got it. I've got a bomb for him too. Distract him for me. Ochako sends back a quick acquiescence while her chest inflates with pride. They're doing this together. They're going to win. Hey Ada, she shouts, throwing another rock and quickly thinking of something to make him mad. I thought you were all about following the rules. Ada knocks the rock away, having seen it before. I am a villain. I care not for rules or laws. Really? Ochako teases with a grin. I guess that's why you let Bakugo participate even though he's out. She can tell she struck a nerve when Ada tenses. Even though it's an exercise, she feels a bit bad for him. It must be rough, having to deal with a partner like Bakugo, especially for a rule stickler like Ada. I didn't let him do anything. Ada rants, finally dropping the villain act. Bakugo refuses to listen to me. Hey, the wall cracks from behind him. Ochako watches as Deku bursts through, releasing some sort of black substance that latches onto a pillar and pulls him up. Bakugo follows a second later and, like before, doesn't look where he's going before he barrels into Ida and knocks them to the ground. Ochako rushes forward, taking the opportunity for what it is. Bakugo, she hears Ida exclaim. You are not supposed to be. Fuck off, Four Eyes. Bakugo retaliates, setting off an explosion to his partner's face. Get off me. Ida coughs. You are the one on me. Here, just let me. The hero team wins. All Might booms over each of their earpieces. Ochako watches with satisfaction as Ida and Bakugo both look up at the bomb that Deku and her are touching. Her smug smile is reflected on the face of her partner. We did it. Ochako shrieks, closing her arms around Deku for a hug. She pulls away with a blush once she realizes and then offers a fist bump to an oblivious Deku. Ada angrily reprimands a shell-shocked Bakugo for breaking the rules. Ochako ignores it. There's something even more interesting right now. What was that thing you did, Deku? Right after you came through the wall. It looked like a rope or a grappling hook, but Ochako has never seen Deku's quirk do something like that before. His quirk was just a general strength enhancement, wasn't it? Deku gives her an embarrassed smile, running a hand through the hair on the back of his head. The action is a little endearing. Oh, it's a part of my quirk, he tells her. Wow, Ochako says, surprised by how strong Deku is. It can do so much. Your quirk is really cool. Deku smiles, pleased. I guess it. Suddenly, Bakugo stomps forward and punches Deku in the face. He grabs Deku's collar as Ida and her cry out in shock. Bakugo, what or why? Who the fuck are you? Bakugo screams, halting Ochako and Ida from interfering. What the fuck did you do to Deku? Deku in Bakugo's arms also looks surprised, his face having gone pale. Ochako admits she doesn't know what's going on. What's wrong with Bakugo? Why would he say that? Kaken, Bakugo punches Deku again, spurring Ochako to intervene, although Ida beats her to it. He grabs Bakugo and pulls the raging blonde away. Deku cradles his cheek, his eyes never leaving Bakugo's. Don't call me that, you fake. What did you do? Who are you? Tell me. Bakugo, call down. Ida commands, arms wrapped tightly around his teammate. Ochako, however, watches Deku. He's gone awfully silent. She wants to say something to help, but she doesn't know what. She barely understands the situation, much less whatever history Bakugo and Deku seem to share. Put me down. Bakugo growls. I ain't gonna do anything. Ada reluctantly releases Bakugo and the blonde huffs, turning a blazing red glare to Deku. His hands pop with explosions. Explain yourself before I expose you. Ochako watches with bated breath. She can tell Ada is just as invested. After all, this seems like a moment for them to finally understand a fraction of the puzzle that is Deku. Deku meets those rage-filled eyes. After the exercises, the two hold their gazes, words and feelings passing between them that her or Ada couldn't hope to understand. Then, Bakugo huffs and turns away, walking back to the viewing area. Ada removes his helmet and wipes the sweat from his forehead. Ochako observes Deku worriedly. What was that about? She asks tentatively. Her partner sighs and then sends her a smile she is too inexperienced to see through. Nothing. It'll be fine once Kaken and I can talk. Anyways, you guys did good in the exercise, especially you, Uraraka. Good job. Ochako exchanges an uneasy glance with Ida, unsure if they should accept such a blatant subject change. Thanks. Deku continues to smile, even though he also seems incredibly tired. Ochako bites her lip. Deku, are you let's get back to All Might. Deku interrupts, dusting himself off and walking in the same direction they'd seen Bakugo go. He doesn't wait for a reply. Ochako stares after him, rooted to the spot. Ada nudges her. Come on, Uraraka, let's go. She nods mutely and walks with Ada, several paces behind Deku. Her eyes are on his back the whole way there. Even though they'd worked together in the exercise, it seems she has to try a lot harder to become someone Deku can trust. She clenches her fist. She can do it. They're partners after all. There are no words to describe how panicked Izuku is right now. He tries to act normal, walk normal, talk normal, but he feels as if every action is being scrutinized. He just can't get what Kaken said out of his head. Sure, he was expecting the stuff about his quirk that had happened before, after all, and Izuku was assured that when asked, he could give Kaken an explanation that had nothing to do with One for All. It was supposed to be easy, so what the fuck was that? Does Kaken think he's an imposter now? Someone disguised as Izuku? Or does he know? But he can't, because Izuku never said anything. There's no way anyone would believe time travel. It should be just like last time. So where did Izuku draw suspicion? Why is it not you have a quirk? Where did you get it? And instead, who are you and what have you done to the real Izuku? Even with all the changes Izuku has been making, what could have created such a big difference? There's something he's missing. Uraraka and Ida walk behind him, their footsteps quiet, and Izuku can hear them whispering. Are they whispering about him? Do they think he's an imposter too? Are they going to accuse him of doing nothing, of usurping the identity of the real Izuku? Wow, Midoriya, Uraraka, that was awesome. A stellar performance. What were those moves? How did you? Bakugo totally not cool. That dropkick. Sick. He shrinks back from the noise, not aware of where he is for a split second. He didn't realize they'd already made it to the monitor room. His classmates crowd him and it takes everything in him to remain still and smile. I'm not an imposter. I'm just normal Izuku. Normal Izuku, right? See, settle down class. All Might shouts, his voice instantly cutting through Izuku's internal panic and simultaneously silencing the uproar caused by his arrival. Now, let's discuss what just happened. The screens flick through the footage of their exercise and Izuku latches onto the distraction. He scans the repeating scenes of their fight, each from alternating angles, and winces when he sees a replay of Kaken punching him in the face not even 5 minutes ago. Who the fuck are you? His mind echoes Kaken's words. What the fuck did you do to Deku? Izuku grits his teeth and shakes his head. He can't do this. Not right now. You all did well. All Might praises them as they stand in a line. Izuku's glad the attention has left him for the moment, although he still catches Uraraka and Ida glancing at him from the corner of their eyes. He tries to bring his mind back to the subject. The exercise. That's right. Him and Uraraka against Ida and Kaken. Kaken who thinks he is. But I believe the best in this match was young Midoriya. All Might finishes. The sound of his name has his attention snapping back to the conversation. Well yeah, Zero speaks up from the crowd. He was on the winning side. All Might shakes his head with a chuckle. While that is true, there are other reasons as well. Does anyone think they can tell me them? Izuku watches the interaction and feels strange. He doesn't remember this from last time, because he was incapacitated, and it's weird to experience. He also isn't a fan of the topic of this conversation, since he isn't feeling too much like a hero right now, or that he has done anything remotely right. Yaoyorozu raises her hand when no one else does and keeps her eyes on All Might as she defends her answer. It's because Midoriya utilized the best critical thinking skills. Yaoyorozu explains. Bakugo was obviously in clear violation of the rules since he continued the exercise even though he was captured. But even before that, he showed no effort to synchronize with his partner or even talk with them. His actions did not aid the objective. While Ida showed great adaptability in removing all of the objects Uraraka could use, he still fell prey to her taunts and allowed himself to be set up in a trap. Uraraka also displayed superb combat skills, but she gave away her position when she had the advantage because she lost focus, which is why Midoriya performed the best in this task. She pauses to send a meaningful glance at Izuku, then continues. Not only did he condone teamwork between himself and his partner, he also kept the objective in mind, instead of engaging with Bakugo. His combat prowess and strategic thinking clearly makes him the MVP of the battle. She finishes primly. Izuku stares at her, both awed and embarrassed at once, and she gives him a curt nod. All Might coughs, his hand coming up to wipe at imaginary blood. Well said, young Yaoyorozu. Now for our next match. Izuku glances to either side of him, seeing a fidgety Uraraka and a silent Ida. He frowns. All Might. Izuku pipes up, simultaneously attracting all eyes in the room, including those of the hero. Don't you think we should discuss a little more? The hero stares at him, slack-jawed and silent, so Izuku looks around awkwardly for support. His classmates give him confused or blank expressions. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. He wasn't here last time, but Uraraka, he turns to address his friend, and she straightens up at her name. Yes, what is one thing that Bakugo did wrong in the exercise? The room is silent, but Izuku keeps his eyes on Uraraka as she screws up her face to think. Well, like Yaoyorozu said, he broke the... Not what Yaoyorozu said. Izuku cuts her off. What did you notice in the fight? Whispers break out among his classmates, but Izuku ignores them. He hopes All Might won't get mad at him for overstepping, but the hero hasn't scolded him yet. Uraraka hums in contemplation. He didn't watch where he was going. She replies slowly, sparing a glance at Kaken, who stands unnaturally still and silent. We were able to trap him in the capture tape like that. Plus he didn't see me on the ceiling when he cornered you. And he ran into Ida at the end. Izuku smiles. Good observation. And what was one thing you think he did good? She taps her chin again. Well, he's strong, she admits with something like a grimace, probably remembering when he got a good hit in. And fast. His fighting skills were incredible, and even though he was captured, he still managed to keep us on our toes. You're right, Izuku compliments. Now what about Ida and me? Something in her face changes, and she seems more confident in answering now. Even though Ida was protecting the bomb, he was much faster than me and could have captured me in an instant before going back to guarding. He didn't really even try to do that, but he did a good job of coming up with a plan on his own and blocking my attempts. She smiles at Ida bashfully. It was a little frustrating. Ida pinches his chin in thought at her words, listening attentively. As for you, Deku, you were really smart and you came up with our whole plan. I don't really know if you did anything bad, but I think maybe we shouldn't have split up to search the floors for the bomb. I think then we could have won quicker. Izuku nods encouragingly. She has a point, although it's standard to split up when covering more ground. Knowing how the exercise played out though, he can see how it would have been beneficial to stick together in hindsight. He turns to Ada, who still seems lost in thought. Great. Your turn, Ada. Do each of us. Ada blinks out of his thoughts and moves his arms robotically to gesture. Bakugo refused to cooperate or communicate, effectively leaving me in the dark. However, he did tell me what his aim was, and it was his suggestion that I stay behind. While a good plan for us to defend, in the end it didn't serve us well. He grimaces. Uraraka revealed herself to me prematurely, when it could have won her the exercise, but her plans to go after the bomb once she was discovered and distract me were well thought out and ingenious. Uraraka preens at the compliment. As for Midoriya, I didn't see much personally, but from reviewing the camera footage, I can say he let Bakugo sneak up on him way too easily the second time. That being said, he made excellent use of his teammates, his enemies, and his surroundings in order to seize victory. Izuku's smile is wide by the time Ida finishes. His friend brought up some excellent critiques. He glances at Kaken, but doesn't actually think the blonde is going to say anything, so he goes next. Kaken telegraphs his moves when he fights. Izuku starts, staring at Kaken and waiting until they meet eyes. He's always led with a right hook, ever since we were little. Kaken narrows his eyes at that, and turns his face away. Izuku sighs and looks away, but continues to watch his childhood friend from the corner of his eye. He was very good at sneaking around though, in the beginning and in the end. He did a good job of holding me back from reaching my teammate. And in all actuality, Izuku wonders why he didn't just fight him, even if he knows that was exactly what Kaken wanted. Ada didn't take into account the movements of anyone else besides Uraraka when she confronted him. That blindsided him to both mine and Kaken's arrival. He did well to defend against Uraraka though, taking advantage of his speed as well as his environment to give him the advantage, making it hard for Uraraka to act alone. Uraraka communicated with me the whole time, and helped develop my plan. She also used her quirk to its full potential. If I had to give a critique, it'd be that she tripped up a bit when the plan fell through. That could be deadly in a real situation. After his words, Ida and Uraraka both nod, seeming pleased. Izuku's glad. They need to know that they performed well and also what they can work on, without hearing only how one person has succeeded. As both of them have noticed, he made mistakes as well. Kaken clears his throat, catching Izuku's attention. He keeps his eyes on the footage and opens his mouth to speak. Four Eyes listened to me and guarded pretty good even if he fucking failed in the end. He let himself be tricked like a fucking idiot. Ida frowns and opens his mouth as if to argue, but Izuku stops him. Roundface didn't think for herself. She relied on Deku and his stupid plan too much. But she had a good kick to her and her quirk was pretty fucking useful. Uraraka beams. Not that Kaken notices. As for Deku, he didn't fight me, even if he wanted to capture me. Once he knew I wouldn't stay down, he should have just tried to stop me with force. But he was a shitty coward, so I got in his way. Kaken glares at Izuku, little explosions popping off between his clenching and unclenching fists. But he was being smart. He kept getting the drop on us with his nerd plan. Like he knew things that he shouldn't have. Kaken's eyes are still on him and then they turn away. Izuku blinks, not quite sure what to make of those observations. Kaken is right, in many ways. He's always been good at putting two and two together, which does little to reassure Izuku of how their conversation after this will go. Well, isn't he psychic? Minda asks, calling attention to him. Izuku spins around in confusion. Psychic, he repeats. Yeah, Kaminari joins in. You know stuff. Like in class when you talk to us, or about the battle trials. Izuku feels the panic he was squashing down start to bubble up. I just pay attention. He defends, trying for nonchalance. And I'm good at guessing. When no one says anything, Izuku continues. You guys already know my quirk, but you can do a lot of things with it. Uraraka adds from behind him. I'm not sure about seeing the future, but I did think maybe it was mind reading or something. She gives him a sheepish smile. Izuku frowns, not liking the direction this is going. I only have one quirk, he tells them firmly. Can we just go back to the exercises? He turns to All Might, who has been unnaturally silent this whole time. The hero breaks out of his thoughts at being addressed and clears his throat. Yes, of course. All Might agrees. Thank you for your critiques, everyone. I'm sure we can keep them in mind and improve. He claps his hands, and Izuku uses this moment to slowly slink into the crowd of his classmates. Now, to decide the next match. All Might reaches his hands into the lottery boxes and pulls out 2 balls. Team B will be the heroes and Team I will be the villains. Make your way to the exercise grounds. Izuku watches Todoroki, Shaoji, Ajiro, and Hagakure leave the monitor room. He breathes a sigh of relief when the attention is diverted to the large screens in front of them and away from his quirk. The exercises continue, Izuku watching and analyzing them all for the first time, and not from second-hand accounts. He observes how each of his classmates fight and makes mental notes for advice he can give them in the future. He's surprised by how few of them actually know how to fight and spares a thought for why they even had this exercise when the majority don't know. Izuku hadn't even known the first time around. Once every exercise ends, All Might has them evaluate each other with what they did, both good and bad. Izuku feels a swell of pride at that. He's glad he could help his classmates along, even if it was just by making a suggestion. Unfortunately, with each passing exercise, Izuku becomes more and more anxious. The flood of emotions within him rises as the clock ticks closer and closer to his conversation with Kaken. It probably won't be that bad, he tries to reason, but Izuku can't stop the worry. He just feels so sick. What is he doing? Why is he here? Doing well in an exercise, when he's failed in real life, when he should be out there searching for the real Izuku, the one who he is pretending to be, the one who he has stolen precious moments from, who he has failed. Deku-kun, Uraraka's voice murmurs in his ear. He looks up at the worried face of his friend. Not your friend, the other Izuku's friend. Look what you took from him. Are you okay? You've started breathing funny and you're awfully pale, she says. Her face is close, her eyes too searching. What does she see? Izuku looks around. Some other people are staring at him too, looking too closely. Do they see something? Do they know who he is, what he's done, what he hasn't done? Izuku gasps, not sure when it got so hard to breathe. Why is everyone so close? I'm fine. He grits through his teeth. I just need a second. Here, come sit down, Ada instructs, and before Izuku can protest, someone is dragging him gently to the ground. He knows there were a few people who sat down earlier, either exhausted from their exercise or tired of standing. But he feels like the action calls too much attention to himself. He's fine. He just needs to calm down. He lands heavily and spares a glance at the rest of his classmates. It's a mistake. They're all looking at him. They know. They are asking why. Why, Izuku? Why have you not done anything? They've moved closer. Is that concern in their eyes? For who? For him? Or for the person who should be here? Midoriya, I need you to breathe. Someone commands him, sounding a lot like Ada. Izuku can barely hear over the ringing in his ears. It's so noisy. Are they talking about him? Did Kaken tell them? Talk. Izuku pants, a few tears squeezing from his eyes. Talk to me. He needs something to focus on, something to hear, besides the thoughts swarming him. He's just being ridiculous. He needs to calm down. Of course they don't know. They can't. And Kaken didn't tell them. Izuku just needs. I have a brother. Ada speaks, his voice firm, his hold on Izuku grounding. He's a pro-hero named Ingenium. He has the same quirk as me, except the engines are in his arms. He's a wonderful hero. And a great brother. I look up to him quite a bit. Izuku swallows mouthfuls of saliva even when his throat feels dry. He forces himself to speak. Tensei. All right. He can hear the smile in Ida's voice. You've heard of him? Yes, that's my brother. He isn't very well known, but he's growing in popularity in the area he patrols. He's the reason I wanted to be a hero. What about you, Midoriya? What made you want to be a hero? Izuku's breaths come slower. His mind is dragged to a memory. A video on a computer screen. A wide back, a smile that reassured, a man that could take on anything. He sucks in a breath and looks up, his eyes dragged to a specific person, a specific hero. He smiles shakily. He turns to Ida and tries to imagine he's talking to the Izuku of this timeline. He tries to imagine that he's explaining himself to the still missing teen, apologizing for his ineptitude. Want to help people. It's a terrible excuse, and he knows it. Izuku feels the panic bubble up within him again. Ada's eyes rove over his face. They are a dark and reassuring gray, and not green. He gives Izuku a small smile and squeezes him on the shoulder. I'm sure you will. It feels like forgiveness, and Izuku wants it so badly, but he can't accept it. Ada doesn't know. He doesn't know that the person he's talking to is not the one who should be here. Izuku takes a deep breath. Thanks, he huffs. Ada looks like he wants to say something, but instead he stands and offers a hand that Izuku gladly takes. His friend pulls him up easily. It's nothing. You'd do the same for me. This time, Izuku's smile comes easier. He feels a little embarrassed, though, at making a scene right in front of everyone. His eyes slide to his classmates, all of which have their attention elsewhere. Well, I'll save a few. Uraraka watches tensely from the side, her hands wringing in front of her with worry. A pair of heterochromatic eyes watch him from the back of the room, and two people turn away from him when he catches them staring. Lastly, crimson eyes stare unashamed, assessing him from a spot by the door. Izuku holds them only for a moment before he looks away first. He turns his attention to the display screen. It seems they're on the last round of the battles. Izuku keeps his breaths carefully measured and slow. He's lucky the monitor room is so dark and no one paid attention to his episode. It can't happen again. Still, he thinks his friends notice the difference. How he stops his mumbling at the matches. How he stands unnatural and unmoving. Izuku knows they want to ask, and he's infinitely grateful that they don't. He's taken too much from them already. When the last match concludes and the last critique is given, All Might dismisses them. Izuku's eyes immediately meet with Kaken's and the blood runs out of his body. He hates that he's more afraid of this conversation than he was with Aizawa-sensei. He hates that if he says the wrong thing here it will cost him more than just an expulsion. But what scares him the most is that this is Kaken, the one person besides his mother who knows him more than anyone else. The one person who could easily tell if he were hiding something, or if he were a different person entirely. Midoriya, Ada calls, laying a firm hand on his shoulder. If you don't want to, it's fine. Izuku speaks quickly, mentally cursing his stutter. He can't look Ada in the eyes. You've taken this person from him too. He hears a sigh. We'll wait for you by the gate. Then it's just him and Kaken in the room. And All Might, who eyes the two of them warily. I'm not sure what is going on, All Might says softly, but I needed to speak with you, young Bakugo, about your actions in today's exercise. Kaken's eyes finally break from his, flitting to the hero as a scowl crosses his face. All Might shows no reaction at being glared at. I told you multiple times to return here once you were captured and you didn't listen. You continued to attack a fellow student. I could get you in serious trouble for terrorizing young Midoriya like that. Shut up. I get it. He spits, turning his face away. Izuku watches everything uneasily. One wrong word from Kaken and All Might will know that he thinks Izuku is an imposter. The hero sighs. Well, I believe your homeroom teacher should make the final call. I will inform Aizawa-sensei of this and he can decide on the punishment. You two go get changed. He waves them out. Kaken tusks and storms out, Izuku following uncertainly only a few steps behind. He doesn't want to argue in front of All Might or their peers in the locker room, but he also definitely doesn't want to row it out in the middle of the halls. While school is almost out, it isn't yet, and there are still classes in session. Kaken, change quickly, he growls, and then we're going back to ground beta. Izuku wants to protest, because this sounds like it will be more than just talking, but Kaken walks faster. Izuku sighs. He supposes he can fight Kaken like last time, and maybe they won't get caught and punished for it again, but he doubts it. They arrive in the locker room and thankfully it's just the two of them now. Izuku changes quickly, eyeing Kaken the whole time, and then he follows his friend right back to where they did the exercises. Once they reach ground beta, Kaken suddenly stops in his stride and whirls around. Spill it, he demands. Who are you? Izuku isn't sure what to do with his hands, whether he should fidget with them or get in a fighting stance. He decides to cross them over his torso, and then immediately drops them because it feels too defensive. It's me, Kaken. Midoriya Izuku. I am Deku. He tries. Kaken growls. Deku doesn't have a quirk. It's a latent quirk, Kaken. Izuku attempts to reason, hoping his voice doesn't betray him. I don't remember exactly what happened, but the doctors say it was brought about by trauma. Just ask Aizawa-sensei. I can't remember because. Shut up, Kaken yells, exploding his quirk in a flash of smoke. Izuku waves it away nervously. Trauma, amnesia, kidnapped by fucking villains. How much bullshit are you trying to sell me? You have the extra toe joint, idiot. How the fuck can you get a quirk? Izuku swallows thickly. His throat is hot and tight and his eyes sting a little, but he just needs to stick to the script. They haven't exactly studied trauma quirks before. Trust me, I was just as surprised as you are. But even if it's not a trauma-induced quirk, I wouldn't remember how I got it. He winces. Kaken lets off another round of explosions, making Izuku flinch. He hasn't attacked yet, but Izuku wouldn't put it past him in a few more seconds. You expect me, Kaken begins, gritting the words out through his teeth, to believe that you're Deku. He takes a step forward and Izuku fights the urge to take a step back. Bullshit, you disappeared, then reappeared randomly 5 months later with no memory, and a fucking quirk. He laughs, the sound lacking humor. You certainly aren't as smart as Deku if you expect me to believe that shit. There's 1,001 ways for someone to pretend to be someone else, and they could do a much better job at a cover story. So tell me, he lowers his voice. Who are you? There's 1,001 ways that Izuku can respond to this question, he thinks, and yet he doubts any of them will sound very convincing. The fact of the matter is that he is still Deku, even if he isn't from this dimension. He swallows thickly. I am Deku. I am. Kaken swings at him, and Izuku catches his arm, tears spilling from his eyes. Don't. I am. Izuku shouts over him. I am. Kaken yanks his fist away and turns around to stomp a few paces away. He rips a hand through his hair and screams at the sky, blasting his explosions at no clear target. Once he's done, he huffs, panting, and Izuku thinks he sees something drip from his face. Kaken, his friend, whips around, angry and with no sign of tear tracks on his face. Stop lying. You're not him. Stop pretending to be him. He makes another leap at Izuku, and even though he blocks this hit too, Kaken immediately follows up with another until they're brawling. As they exchange blows, Izuku thinks that he doesn't know how to fix this. Why don't you believe me? He asks, pinning Kaken against the wall of a building. I'm Deku. I'm the same as always. Kaken struggles and tries to blast him, but Izuku holds firm. You're not. You can't be. How his voice cracks and Izuku's eyes widen. Can I believe you? He's still angry and his glare is just as venomous as always. But Izuku can see moisture there at the corners, and this is all wrong. Why is Kaken upset? Why are they having this conversation? What is happening? I'll prove it, Izuku says firmly, releasing Kaken and taking a step back. He isn't attacked again. Ask me something only I would know. Kaken scoffs. You could have read his mind or taken his memories. Izuku sends him a glare. Really? He questions incredulously. Then how am I supposed to prove it? The blonde glares back at him and they stare each other down. I don't know. Izuku sighs. He runs a hand through his hair and then sighs again. If I'm not Deku, then who am I? Kaken's scowl deepens. The fuck? How am I supposed to know? Izuku huffs, irritated. It's because I am Deku. Come on, Kaken. Why would anyone pretend to be me? He really hopes Kaken will see how ridiculous he's being. There's no reason for him to insist that Izuku is an imposter. Or is there? Why? He asks, an idea forming in his mind that he doesn't necessarily like. Why do you think I'm an imposter? Kaken rolls his eyes. Because you have a quirk, idiot. Izuku bites his lip. That's not it though. Or at least, not all of it. The blonde shoots him a glare. Are you trying to be an idiot? I told you before I knew about your quirk too. You're acting weird for a useless Deku. Yeah, Izuku agrees easily, because that's true, but is that it? Kaken narrows his eyes. What do you mean, is that it? You think there's gotta be another reason? Izuku meets his gaze. I don't think there has to be another reason, but I think there is. Your reaction doesn't make a lot of sense to me. He bites his lip again as he thinks of saying something completely stupid. While this situation has resolved nicely, or as nicely as it could with Kaken involved, Izuku has always been one to never know when to quit. There's something that has been stuck on his mind, ever since their first altercation in this timeline. The niggling suspicion that Kaken knows something about Izuku's disappearance that he doesn't. So now that you are, well, calm down, I need to ask you something. He rakes his eyes over the fake cityscape before setting them back on his childhood friend. Kaken doesn't say anything. He just turns to face Izuku, his crimson gaze burning right through him. He nods his head and Izuku gulps. He doesn't know why he's suddenly so nervous. I heard from the police about my case that you were the last one to see me with your friends at school, and it sounded like you knew something when you said you're looking into your case. Kaken asks, cutting across Izuku. Why? Izuku can't very well tell him that he's from an alternate dimension and is therefore trying to find this dimension's him. But there's something about the question that strikes Izuku as odd. Isn't it normal to want to know what happened to you if you disappeared for months, especially if you didn't remember it? It reinforces his idea that Kaken definitely knows something. I'm trying to find out what happened to me. It doesn't sit right with me not to know. I lost months of time after all, and Kaken interrupts again. Did it ever occur to you that you might not like what you find? He questions, and it almost sounds like a threat. There's something strange in Kaken's demeanor too, a look on his face that Izuku can't decipher. It makes him uneasy. What do you mean? He asks tentatively. Kaken huffs, like Izuku's being an idiot. There's only so many reasons a person goes missing, Deku. A murder, a kidnapping, or, and he levels a stare at Izuku, they leave of their own volition. That's not. All I'm saying, Kaken says, is that investigating your dumbass disappearance may do more harm than good. It might be lucky that you don't fucking remember anything. The police say you were kidnapped, right? And that you got the shit beat out of you. His eyes trail to Izuku's arms and hands. That doesn't sound like the shit you want to remember. Kaken does have a point here, if this were under normal circumstances. But Izuku still needs to find the alternate dimension him, so he'll continue his search, regardless of how terrible the truth turns out to be. I understand, Izuku responds, but I need to know. I can't give up on this Kaken. And it seems Izuku has officially said the wrong thing. Kaken's face twists into even more of a scowl, and Izuku can practically see the steam rising from him as his blood boils. Huh, are you fucking stupid? I said to drop it, Deku. He threatens. In a rare moment of bravery, Izuku steps into Kaken's personal space. Why? Why should I drop it? I can handle it. His fists clench at his sides, the telltale sign of his mounting anger. He's already slacked enough. He can't drop it. Did you fucking hear anything I said? If your useless ass was kidnapped, you should stop digging. Kaken shouts back, stepping even closer so that they're practically nose to nose. Izuku narrows his eyes. You know something, don't you? He's through beating around the bush. There's something you know that you don't want me to find out. Something that has to do with my... Damn it, Deku. Kaken seizes him by his collar again. The sweet caramel smell of nitroglycerin fills the air. What is your mom going to do if you go missing again? Use your shitty head. Kidnappings can happen again, especially if you're still fucking around in their business. Do you want to die this time? Izuku stares, eyes wide. He feels a little shell-shocked, like Kaken just punched him in the face, even if he didn't. He honestly doesn't know how to react to that. It's too surprising. Kaken cares about him, in his abrasive Kaken way, but it still makes Izuku unbelievably happy. Tears slip from his eyes. What the fuck are you crying about? Izuku wipes his tears away. Now isn't the time to get emotional. Nothing, it's nothing. He answers. But Kaken, why did you say those things before then? Kaken screws up his face in confusion. What the hell are you on about now? He finally lets Izuku go from his hold. Izuku pats down his clothes and grimaces at the scorch marks on his uniform. You said that I pinned the blame on you for going missing and that I was making you look like a fool. Kaken doesn't react, doesn't even say anything. And Izuku looks up from brushing off his clothes to his friend. Kaken, that's not fucking important anymore. He answers. Forget about it. But it really seems like something important. And Izuku doesn't want to let it drop, even if it's Kaken requesting it. You were really angry about it. Izuku presses, it seemed. Fucking hell, Deku. Kaken shouts and an explosion punctuates his words. Why can't you mind your own damn shitty business? I said it doesn't fucking matter. It's still not enough, not nearly satisfying. Izuku's mind whispers to him that he should listen to his friend. It's been ingrained on his mind and body since young. What an angry Kaken is capable of. But Izuku's been frustrated too. He's here and not in his own timeline, and he can't fix anything if he doesn't have all the information. He's tired, so tired of hiding things from people and not knowing things in return. Maybe that makes him a hypocrite. He's just trying to find the other Izuku. Is that too much to ask? Too much to hope for? Why does this timeline have to be so twisted? It does matter, Izuku insists, holding back tears, although he's sure the desperation is evident in his tone. Just tell me. An explosion would have been an expected response. Kaken yelling at him would also be the top of the list among the realm of possibilities. What he doesn't expect is for Kaken to just look at him. He gazes for way too long, his eyes searching for something in Izuku's that he can't place. Then, a vindictive look crosses over his face, and he takes a step towards Izuku. You really want to know? I keep telling you that you're sticking your nose too far into things you shouldn't, but you don't want to fucking listen, do you? He keeps stepping forward, and Izuku backs up until his back hits a cement wall. When your sorry ass disappeared, he spits, there were these rumors going around the school. You see, it suddenly started spreading around that there might be certain people that wanted you gone. Kaken says, Izuku paling at his words, at the horrible implications. It's funny, isn't it? He almost laughs, but the sound is anything but happy. How quickly people can turn on you. But I suppose you'd know all about that. He laughs again, darkly, and Izuku starts sweating. This is way outside of the realm of what he knows how to deal with. It made sense though, at least to me. That useless little Deku would pull one over on me, cause I'd been so horrible to him. That even when he wasn't fucking there, he'd still be fucking with my life. Kaken takes a heaving breath. And then you just waltz right in. Perfectly fucking fine. And you didn't even know what it was like for me. What I had to go through because of you. Izuku flinches at his volume, even though Kaken has yet to hit him or get violent. He is kind of regretting asking now, tears slipping down his face. Everything that Kaken says is so wrong in so many ways. And Izuku doesn't even know where to begin in order to make it right. I'm sorry, sorry, Kaken roars, the explosions making a reappearance. Sorry. If you were really sorry, you wouldn't have left in the first place. Izuku shrinks in on himself. The guilt claws at him, but he also feels an unreasonable burst of anger. Kaken keeps acting like it was his fault that the other dimension Izuku went missing. Of course, he has no way of knowing that they are two different people, but Izuku is sure Kaken has it wrong anyway. Sure, he doesn't know how the other Izuku went missing, but how dare Kaken imply that it was anything the other Izuku planned, as if he disappeared of his own free will. I didn't leave. Izuku yells back. I don't know how it happened. Shut up, Kaken screeches, moving as if to punch Izuku, but then thinking better of it. You said that. I remember, he hisses. They hear it at the same time, a set of hurried footsteps approaching. Both boys turn to look at the intruder. Kaken levels them with one of his top 10 murder glares, and Izuku looks like a deer caught in the headlights. And of course the person to find them is Aizawa-sensei of all people. It must be that some things never change. He gives them his own murder gaze, which unfortunately trumps Kaken's since he uses his erasure quirk as well. What the hell is this? He demands. Izuku's backed up against a wall, tears frozen on his face, and Kaken is hovering over him, close enough that their breath is mingling, his hand still clenched in a fist. Their teacher could not have walked in on a more compromising situation. Izuku shoves Kaken away, and the blonde goes with it easily. Nothing, he says at the same time Kaken says none of your damn business. Aizawa-sensei's eyes narrow and Izuku has to fight the urge to crack under the pressure. He does have to say something, however, as a way of explanation, or they'll be here all day. And it doesn't look like Kaken is willing to break the ice. We were just talking. Izuku amends. He uses his sleeve to wipe away his tears. It got a little heated. The pro-hero gives them both a once-over, still glaring. It sounded like you were both yelling. Izuku looks down at himself and sure he's a little dirty and scuffed up. But that could easily be explained by the battle trials. Kaken's my childhood friend. Izuku attempts to explain. He was just worried about me when No, I fucking wasn't. Kaken finally adds his 2 cents, effectively not helping the situation at all. Izuku shoots him a glare to express this, though Kaken just returns it. Deku was just being an idiot. Like always, he jabs. Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes, still likely trying to determine if this is punishable or not. Neither of them is injured though, even if they did fight. Which ... the cameras probably caught. Izuku grimaces. Well, I have no idea what's going on here, but I have a pretty good guess. Their teacher drawls. Since you two are adamant in hiding it, I'm going to let you both off with a warning. Don't let this happen again. Izuku shakes his head vigorously and Kaken simply scowls. Good. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Now go home. The final bell has already rung. Izuku rushes past his teacher, Kaken following behind at a more sedate pace. They go to the classroom first, to grab their things. It's just the two of them moving in awkward silence. I was probably the last one to see you. Kaken speaks, his back to Izuku. His voice echoes in the empty classroom even though he talks quietly. Izuku pauses in his action of packing up. The notebook, remember. He turns to look at Izuku, a conflicted expression on his face. I didn't see you after that. Izuku stares at Kaken, both him and the classroom backlit by the dying light of the sun shining through the window. Yeah, I remember. Do you know where I went after that? What I did? Did I say anything to you? Izuku asks rapid fire. Kaken wrinkles his nose, like he smells something foul. The hell? Why would I know something like that? Izuku sighs, disappointed but not surprised. He thought he was finally getting somewhere. Right. They walk out of the classroom, strides matched in a comfortable companionship. Hida and Uraraka are no longer by the gate, probably having to catch the next train when they could no longer wait up. He doesn't particularly mind though, and Kaken is proving to be tolerable company right now. The walk home is just as quiet. Kaken is thinking deeply, his eyebrows pinched together, and Izuku knows better than to interrupt him. He lets his mind drift to All Might. He didn't get the chance to ask about their meeting after the sludge villain, if the hero recognized him or not. It's proving to be the only clue he can get when it comes to his disappearance. He only hopes the conversation, when it happens, will actually bear fruit and not be another dud. With his thoughts on how he can pull All Might aside at school tomorrow, they arrive outside Kaken's home. Izuku halts, waiting for the blonde to go in, but Kaken continues to stand out on the street, clearly distracted. Kaken, Izuku inquires. What's wrong? Kaken turns around, a frown on his face, but not one of his angry ones, no. This one is more contemplative, and dare he say, worried. Fuck, Kaken suddenly yells, startling Izuku. He rakes a hand through his hair furiously, almost ripping through it. Fuck, he repeats. Izuku stares, at a loss for words. The blonde shoots him a glare and then averts his gaze. He sighs. There's something else. He grumbles, kicking at the road, skittering pebbles. Fuck, shit, never mind. He turns to go into his home, but Izuku grabs him. Something else. Kaken, what? What are you talking about? His friend won't look at him, shrugging off his hand. God, Deku. Why don't you fucking remember? He hisses, a glower taking over his face. Fucking got him it. Izuku studies the blonde, heart beating like a broken metronome. Kaken, he commands, firm. Tell me. Kaken looks at him, all pinched features and impressive scowl. He looks lost, conflicted in a way Izuku has never seen him before. It makes him worried. On the day you disappeared. The last time I saw you was at the school. I didn't see you after that. But, he turns away. You left a note. Izuku's heart picks up its pace, pounding against his ribcage like it wants to break free. He opens his mouth, but no words come out. It doesn't matter though, since Kaken isn't finished. You left 2 notes actually. One for me and one for your mom. Kaken still won't look at him, but I have them both. Izuku shakes his head, trying and failing to understand what this means for him. He forces himself to speak. Kaken, a note. He repeats numbly. I left a note. His friend finally turns toward him, red eyes locking onto green. Yeah, he confirms. A suicide note. Dear Kaken, this is goodbye. I'm sorry if you don't really care, but I guess part of me still hopes that you will. Don't worry, this will be short. I just want you to know that this isn't your fault, even if you told me I should. You were right, after all. You don't need to look for me. You don't need to stop me. By the time you read this, I should already be gone. I know you hate me, but I have one last request. Please take care of my mom. Don't let her be the one to find my body. I'm sorry I couldn't become a hero with you. I'm sorry I was quirkless and useless. I wish things could have been different. Sincerely, Deku. Dear Mom, I love you. I want you to know that. Whatever anyone tells you, I want you to know that I didn't do this because of you. It's not your fault. I love you. I really do. I just can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I can't apologize enough. I know how much this will hurt you, and I hate myself for doing this to you, but it will be better this way. Trust me. I don't want to hurt you, although I guess it's too late now. I never wanted you to know what I was thinking, how I was feeling. I can't even remember when I first started thinking that I wanted to die. I just wanted to be a good son, a good friend, a hero. But I can't have that. You've always been a wonderful mother. You deserve so much more than a son like me. So please just forget about me. Don't look for me. It's not your fault, I promise. I love you, and I'm sorry. Sincerely, Izuku. The notes are handwritten on sheets of unassuming notebook paper. In some places, the ink has been smudged by droplets of water. The papers themselves are incredibly crinkled, like they had been wadded up and then smoothed out. He can't tell if it was from Kaken's negligence or his counterparts. Izuku stands in the center of Kaken's room, floating he thinks. Or he must be, because he can't seem to feel the ground underneath him. He clasps the paper in his hands, wrinkled and burnt at the edges, and tries to read the words again over the blood rushing in his ears. He can't seem to manage it. Everything feels so cold, so far away, so surreal. He could almost believe he's dreaming. Deku, Kaken uses his quirk to pop harmless sparks in front of Izuku's eyes. Snap out of it. Izuku rips his eyes from the paper, locking onto those of his friend. Why? He chokes over the word, his voice wet from the incoming tears. I wouldn't. I couldn't. His legs buckle and he lands heavily on Kaken's bed, tears flowing down his face. Kaken stands there silently, his hands in his pockets and a scowl twisting his lips. You didn't. He responds, sounding so sure. Izuku sobs, quickly stifling it. You didn't. He repeats, firmer. You're right here. Izuku sobs harder, his lungs heaving, his hand clamped so hard over his mouth that it hurts. Because Kaken doesn't know. He doesn't know. But Izuku does. He does now. The proof is in his hands, tearing his whole world apart. It's not a fake, as he had hoped. It's in his handwriting. And he wishes he could say with absolute certainty that it was forged, or coerced out of the other Izuku, but the fact is, he can't. This timeline is different from his, Izuku has already seen. And this is one explanation that has been staring him in the face from the start. Izuku just doesn't want to believe it. Deku, come on, Kaken says, irritation leaking into his tone. You're alive. You're fine. You don't even remember it. Izuku brings his head out of his hands and stares at the blonde, shocked and a little indignant. He knows he can't blame Kaken for this, but it still stings so much. From Kaken's perspective, obviously Izuku is sitting right in front of him, non-suicidal and very much alive. For Kaken, Izuku is upset because he doesn't want to think of himself as someone who would do such a thing. But nevertheless, Izuku is living and breathing, so everything is fine. For Kaken, he has lifted a burden off his own shoulders and unknowingly placed it upon Izuku's. I'm sorry, he snaps, voice breathless and borderline hysterical, that I'm getting emotional after finding out I tried to kill myself. And he can't allow his mind to remind him that it probably wasn't a try at all. Kaken's eyes widen and he shushes Izuku quickly. They wait in tense silence to see if either of the Bakugas come to check on them, and then Kaken sighs. He ruffles a hand through his hair and glares at the ground. I wasn't ... that's not what I meant. A noise of frustration rips from his throat. Fuck Deku, I'm ... it's just ... it's good, isn't it? That you're alive. He looks up, eyebrows scrunched together, eyes uncertain. Izuku doesn't know what he is trying to get at, and then it dawns on him. Kaken is asking a question. Are you going to do it again? More tears, hot and blinding, spill from his eyes. Izuku bites his lip to stop the sound from escaping, although he's not very successful. Is it good that he's alive? Yes, it's good. He thinks. He hopes. He doesn't want to die at least. He's definitely not going to try ... to try. Something like that. It's just ... he can't deny thinking that this is his fault. Somehow, if he'd just gotten here sooner, done something, then maybe. Deku, Kaken says again, his face somehow closer than before. Calm the fuck down. Izuku feels hands on his shoulders, heavy and warm, and he sucks in a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His lungs heave and he coughs, trying to get more air. It doesn't work. The hands on his shoulders tighten and then release. Someone grabs his hand and holds it up to a chest, the pulse under his fingertips racing almost as fast as his own. It sounds like someone is talking to him. Fuck Deku. Breathe. Match my breathing. Fuck. Come on. Deku. Fuck. Just calm down. The words break through something in his head. Izuku nods as he hyperventilates, squeezing his hand tighter into the fabric of Kaken's shirt. He just breathes as much as he can. He breathes. I'm in, not Izuku finally gets out. You wouldn't. Yeah, fine. You won't. I got it. Kaken answers, his wrist still around Izuku's own as he shifts uncomfortably. It takes a few more minutes before Izuku can muster the strength to drag his hand away. Kaken backs up as soon as it leaves. Through the water in his eyes, Izuku thinks the blonde looks rather unsure of himself. This is a lot. More than he ever could have imagined. If the notes are true ... if the other Izuku really ... if he really died, then what did that mean? What would he tell this Izuku's mother? What would he do when he returned to his own dimension? If he even could return to his own dimension, would he just leave these people? Leave his friends and family again? Could he do that? All this time, him pretending to be the real Izuku, it was supposed to be temporary. And now, what can he do? He's created a whole new life, a whole new person, for someone who is apparently dead. How can he fix that? Kaken. He wipes at his eyes, his face considerably wet. What do I do? There is no right answer to this, no answer at all, and Izuku is not surprised when the blonde doesn't give him one. He stares at his hands, at the notes held within them. He just ... can't believe it. What happened ... on that day? He asks aloud. He looks to Kaken, lost, so lost. But he needs to know. This isn't something he can ignore, however much he doesn't want to talk about it. This is his first clue. He has to. Deku, I don't. Tell me. Izuku interrupts, cutting off the protest before it can finish leaving Kaken's lips. He feels empty, defeated, as if someone else is speaking these words and not him, but he still needs to. The blonde sneers at him. So you can break down again. Yeah, right. Before the words can register in Izuku's mind, Kaken softens his expression and glances away, his voice lowering to an almost inaudible mumble. I shouldn't have even told you in the first place. Izuku blinks, fists crumpling the paper still in his grasp. No, that isn't ... that isn't for you to decide. Kaken glares back at him, anger, always anger, burning in his bright red eyes. Look at you, he hisses, at least trying to keep his voice down. He snatches the notes from Izuku's limp hand and waves them around. I shouldn't have fucking told you. I'm not. Izuku takes a deep breath. He tries to think, to center himself, but he can't seem to focus. Kaken, I'm ... it's good that you told me. I needed to know. The blonde stares at him skeptically, his eyes far too searching for Izuku's liking. But I need to know the whole story. How did you get these? What happened? Why? Kaken demands, not a question at all. If Izuku was in a better state of mind, perhaps he would be angry or desperate, but not now. Right now, he's just tired. So unbelievably tired. He clenches his fists, trying to feel something. Because, he says, realizing there are more tears. Why is he always crying? Falling down his cheeks. Because I need to know. He whispers, trying to steady his breathing so he won't dissolve into another panicky mess. Need to know what? Kaken asks, an edge to his tone. Izuku stares. He doesn't have an answer. Frankly, he doesn't have time to waste arguing with Kaken. Not that it's much of an argument. Why doesn't the blonde ever make anything easy? Why does every exchange of words between them feel just as exhausting as a physical battle? If it was you, Izuku starts. If it was you, wouldn't you want to know too? He looks at his childhood friend. There has to be something he can say. Kaken's eyes are on the notes in his hand. Wouldn't he cuts himself off, then frowns. I thought so too. Izuku agrees. A moment later he sighs, smearing the tears on his face as he attempts to wipe them away. So I need to know why. Kaken huffs. He looks at Izuku and then quickly glances away. Fine, he says, like it's the last thing he wants to do. I'll fucking tell you. Izuku waits, not wanting to say something that'd have Kaken change his mind. He watches as his childhood friend paces, ever-present irritation displayed on his face. Like I said, I saw you at the school for the last time. I left, fucked around with those extras for a while, and then I went home. When I got to my house, there was a paper taped to the front door. He frowns. I thought it was from the hag, at first, cause she and Dad always leave after me in the morning and come home after me at night. But it wasn't. Izuku shifts on the bed, his eyes inadvertently falling to the papers and Kaken's fist as he waves his arms animatedly to speak. I figured, I just saw you. I just fucking saw you, so maybe I could catch you, you know. Stop you from doing something stupid. He growls, paper crinkling in his hold. I ran to your house. Figured you'd still be there or some shit. Except when I got there, no one answered the door. I pounded on it, but no one came. I know you and Auntie always keep a spare key outside though, so it didn't take me long to find it and go in. But you weren't there. He takes a deep breath like he's trying to control his breathing. I saw another fucking note on the counter and I snatched it without thinking. I figured, well I figured if you were if you were gonna do it, if you had really listened to me then there was only one place you'd be. Izuku breathes shallowly, not daring to interrupt. He has to listen, has to hear this, but he wishes he could close his eyes, close his ears and will it all away like a bad dream. Why? Just why did this have to happen? I ran to the school. Kaken continues. I was ready to stop you. I was going to but he releases a grating breath of air. You weren't there. You weren't fucking there. And I looked everywhere. I kept looking. Even when the weeks passed and there are no clues. Even when I knew that it was probably too late. That all we'd find would be he inhales sharply, falters in his next step. I couldn't give Auntie the note. I couldn't do that to her. I couldn't let them stop looking for you. Because you couldn't. I didn't think, Deku, you never listened to me. I never thought you would actually. Izuku moves from his seat and closes a hand over Kaken's shoulder, cutting off his friend's rant. The blonde glances at it in surprise before he shakes it off, turning his back to Izuku. You fucking idiot, Kaken says, voice thick. You stupid fucking shitty dumbass. I'm sorry, Izuku replies, numb. He doesn't know what else to say. I'm sorry, Kaken snorts, back still to him. Where did you go? He asks. Where did you go, Deku? Why don't you remember? Why were you gone for 5 months? He talks in a way that reveals he doesn't actually expect any answers. Not that Izuku has any to give. He's been asking himself the same questions. Wait, Izuku looks at Kaken, a thought forming in his head. Why was I gone for 5 months? The blonde spins around, confusion clear in his red-rimmed eyes. What the fuck are you talking about? He continues to stare as if Izuku lost his mind. Since you didn't well you know. Kaken glances away, but Izuku can fill in the blank. Since you didn't, then someone had to have kidnapped you or some shit, right? You said it yourself. That's what the police think. Izuku ignores him, absently waving his response away. Because this is something that Kaken won't be able to help him with. This is important. He doesn't know how yet, but it must be. The forest. Izuku mumbles to himself. I was missing for 5 months, and then I woke up there. Kaken scoffs. A forest? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Izuku frowns. I wrote those the day I disappeared. He explains, gesturing to the notes in Kaken's hand. And yet I came back 5 months later. Why the jump in time? He doesn't say what he really wants to, but he thinks about it. If the other Izuku had died on the day the notes were written, then why did he show up when he did? Whatever brought him to this world? Would it really wait that long? Why did he appear after so much time? Was it even related to the other Izuku at all, like he had assumed? It doesn't make sense. The other Izuku is dead. He has to accept it, but maybe, I need to go. He tells Kaken, moving towards the door. Kaken beats him to it and blocks it with one hand. Go? He inquires, voice low. Go where? Izuku tries to pull the knob without pushing the blonde away and it doesn't budge. He turns to Kaken, sniffling away the last of his tears. To Aldera, he explains, because he is on the verge of something. He can feel it, and he needs to go so he can figure it all out. Kaken knocks him away from the door. Aldera, he asks, volume rising. What? Why? And Izuku frowns. Not quite sure why Kaken sounds so agitated. Izuku needs to retrace his steps. In light of this new information, he has to consider everything in a different way. I'm trying to figure this out. Izuku reasons. I'm going to retrace my steps on that day. He moves towards the door again and opens it easily when Kaken offers no more resistance. Whether the other Izuku is dead or not, he has to see this through. Until he finds out whatever waits for him at the end of it all. He reaches the front door of Kaken's house before the blonde speaks up from behind him. I'm coming too. Izuku whirls around so fast he almost runs into the blonde. What? He chokes out. Why? Kaken narrows his eyes, his lips set in a grim line. So you don't do anything stupid. Now let's go. He pushes past Izuku, knocking shoulders with him before Izuku can process what he said or even protest. He hears Kaken yell something at his mother about going out, which snaps him out of it. He follows his friend hastily out of the Bakugo home after the blonde leaves first. Kaken, if you're gonna tell me to stay, then save it. I already said I'm coming with you. He relays matter-of-factly. His hands are shoved in his pockets and he doesn't look at Izuku, just walks in the direction of their middle school. Izuku wrings his hands, not quite sure if this is a good or bad development. He doesn't necessarily hate the idea of someone accompanying him. He definitely doesn't want to be alone right now, but he fears what Kaken could discover while Izuku is so rattled. They walk in silence and he pulls out his phone to shoot a short text to his mother. He tells her he's going on a walk with Kaken, which isn't a lie. She responds a moment later with an okay sweetie and a heart. Izuku stares at the heart for a long few seconds. He thinks of the note addressed to his mother, the one that she never got to read. He can't deny that he's thankful that she never saw it, however unintentional it was on Kaken's part. It really would have broken her heart if she knew. Anger surges through Izuku at his other self for even doing such a thing. Why would he go through with it? It's not long before him and Kaken arrive outside the gates of Aldera Junior High School. Izuku looks up at the building, somehow much more foreboding at night, and takes a deep breath. You know, he says, trying to see exactly how long Kaken will follow him for. You could get in trouble for trespassing. He sneaks a glance at Kaken, who simply scowls and then uses his quirk to blast himself over the gate. Izuku sighs. Right. Later, they walk side by side down the halls of the school after Izuku expertly picks the lock of the building. It's dark to the point where they can only see shadowy outlines of each other and unnaturally silent. Izuku feels on edge, his heart racing, even when he's done things much scarier than going to an empty school at night. So what are we doing here exactly? Kaken whispers, his voice still so loud in the hallways that it makes Izuku jump. He presses a hand over his heart as if that could quiet its beating. We're going to the classroom. Come on, he whispers back. Kaken grumbles something, but follows obediently anyway until they arrive outside their classroom. Izuku makes quick work of this lock too and slides the door open. Since when could you pick locks? Kaken asks, and although Izuku can't see him, he can hear the frown in his tone. Izuku offers no explanation and walks into the classroom first. The desks are all arranged in neat rows, exactly as Izuku remembers. Moonlight shines through the windows, illuminating the room and giving the pair far more light than they had in the hallways. Izuku meanders through the desks until he reaches his own, brushing his fingers over the lacquered wood. On the day he disappeared, he had to get a new desk. Kaken blew up his old one because of the high school applications. He wasn't happy Izuku applied to UA. Then, after the bell, there was the incident with the notebook, and then Kaken said. He closes his hand into a fist and inhales deeply. What now? Kaken inquires, staying rooted to his spot by the door. His eyes are on Izuku, watching his every move through a narrowed gaze. Izuku bites his lip, casting a look over the classroom. This is it. The last place you saw me. He walks towards the window and opens it. Hey, Kaken shouts, crossing the room in an instant to tug Izuku away by the back of his shirt. What the fuck are you doing? Izuku blinks. I'm just looking out the window. At the koi pond. That's where my notebook ended up when you tossed it out the window. Kaken stills. He lets Izuku go but hurries forward to shut the window with shaking hands. Fuck. Whatever, we can walk down to it. He doesn't look at Izuku. Shit just fuck, let's just go. Izuku nods, a lump in his throat, and decides he doesn't want to ask about it. Once they stand before the koi pond, Izuku watching the fish swim in mesmerizing patterns. Does he really get started? Okay, I saw you. We talked. You threw my notebook out the window, which thanks for that by the way. Kaken glares, but Izuku continues on. And then I came to get it once you'd left, which was the last time you saw me. He confirms, establishing the timeline. Kaken scuffs the toe of his shoe in the dirt. This is fucking stupid. Izuku ignores him. And then I walked home. He looks towards the gate, rushing off a second later with a disgruntled Kaken on his heels. They vault the gate once again and Izuku leads the way down the route he took home that day. The streets are mostly empty, except for a few cars driving by. Izuku arrives at the overpass with a small sense of trepidation. He walks under it and stands over the sewer grate. He remembers the slime villain crawling out. It looks expectedly normal. Kaken skids to a halt beside him. He looks around with furrowed brows and clicks his tongue. Why did we stop? Izuku brings his fingers to his chin. This is his next known location, confirmed by the signature in his ruined notebook. Considering All Might signed it, he had to have taken care of the slime villain first, which means Izuku hadn't died to it. But that was about the only thing he knew. Deku, why the fuck are we here? Izuku faces the blonde, his mind still occupied by his swirling thoughts. On that day, I ran into a villain here. It almost killed me before All Might showed up to save me. Except, he bites his lip. Except he doesn't really know what happened after that, does he? This could be where the timeline changed. In fact, Izuku is sure that it did. He just doesn't know how. Except what? Kaken questions, one eyebrow raised. Izuku sighs. Except I don't know which memories I can trust. I remember something completely different happening, and so it's just hard. Kaken frowns in thought. So what do you remember? The wind blows and Izuku shivers. Well, All Might saved me, and then he tried to leave. But I grabbed onto him when he jumped because I wanted to talk to him. He rubs the back of his neck in embarrassment at the memory. I asked him if I could be a hero and he trails off. And, Kaken prompts, listening attentively for perhaps the first time ever. Izuku sighs. And he told me I couldn't. He shakes his head. But it turns out the slime villain escaped when I grabbed All Might's leg and it went after someone else. The next person it caught, was actually you, so I hurried to the scene to help. I didn't do much, but I stalled it until All Might came back and everyone was rescued. In the end, All Might ... well, he found me again and took back what he said. He said I could be a hero. He steals a glance at Kaken. And then, well, everything was normal. I went to school, trained to get into UA, and then woke up to find that it didn't happen like that. My memories ... they're different. Kaken absorbs the information silently, his face clearly screwed up in thought. Izuku waits to hear what he has to say. A villain attack, huh? He mutters. What the fuck? Why rewrite your memories to include that? Izuku shrugs. I don't know. He lies. But I know the slime villain did appear. And All Might did save me ... but I don't think it escaped for a second time. Which must mean I didn't grab All Might's leg. Or I did and somehow the villain didn't fall this time ... but no, I couldn't have grabbed his leg or else I'd know. Never mind. And then All Might should have recognized me when. Why not ask All Might then? Kaken suggests with a roll of his eyes. I plan to, Izuku reveals. But he hasn't shown any indication that he remembers me. He sighs, which is really just his luck. Kaken snorts. The #1 hero can't be expected to remember everyone he saves. A quirkless shit like you. Definitely not. Izuku scowls, ready to retort, and then deflates. Maybe not. But it still doesn't explain. Notes, he points out, swallowing thickly at the reminder. The blonde goes silent. The air stretches between them, each lost to their own thoughts. There has to be some event, something that would have convinced the other Izuku to ... kill themselves. Sure, the words from Kaken at the school. Izuku remembers how much that hurt, but it shouldn't have been enough. It hadn't been enough for him at least. What could have made him? What if, Kaken starts, what if All Might never said you could be a hero? He gives Izuku a meaningful look, his arms crossed. Izuku thinks about it. He was hurt when he heard All Might's words up on that rooftop, perhaps even more hurt than with Kaken, but would it really have ended up like this? Would he have really? I don't know. He answers honestly, gnawing on his lower lip. But I couldn't have grabbed onto his leg, so he wouldn't have told me I couldn't be a hero in the first place, so. You don't know that. Kaken points out. You said it yourself. You don't know how it actually happened. Maybe All Might said it to you without jumping away. And then you never got a chance for him to take it back. He huffs. That would definitely feel pretty shitty. As much as Izuku dislikes the scenario that Kaken is setting up, he can't deny that it has some merit. The situation with All Might on the rooftop happened because Izuku didn't get to ask his question to the hero, and then he learned of All Might's secret. He'd assumed that because All Might didn't recognize him, the other Izuku never found out about the secret, and therefore the rooftop conversation never happened. But what if ... what if Kaken is right? What if in this timeline, the other Izuku asked his question quickly and had it answered? Would that make a difference? This big of a difference? Assuming you're right, Izuku begins, his stomach twisting itself into knots. Then afterwards I must have either written the notes or went home. He doesn't look at Kaken when he starts off again, taking the route back to the Bakugu's home. It's easy to pick up the pace and run from his problems, drown his worries as he has been doing, but the weight in his heart is hard to ignore. No matter how fast, how light his feet are, the burden doesn't ease. Why? Why would he? Why did he? How? Why? What was so horrible, so inescapable? What hadn't he? Just why? It didn't make any sense. He wouldn't do something like that. Kaken's house comes into view and Izuku slows to a stop. The blonde isn't far behind. So this is when you taped that fucking thing to my door. Thanks for that, by the way. He sneers. Izuku shoots him a half-hearted glare. He turns his attention to the door. Maybe, he responds, ... or I could have gone home first and then wrote them. He presses his lips together, uncertain. But does it even matter when the other Izuku did either of those things? What really matters ... is where he went afterwards. Kaken said he hadn't found anybody at the school, and Izuku can't say he knows many suicide spots. Where did I go? He mutters to himself, pinching his chin in contemplation. Kaken grunts. Are we done with this stupid little scavenger hunt yet? There isn't shit to find. You were sad, and now you're not. We don't fucking need to know why. Izuku whirls around. He's not usually one to give in to emotion, but he's stressed and tired and wound up so tight, and Kaken has no right. I didn't ask you to come along. He snaps, rage clawing up his throat. You could at least pretend to care. Half of the why was probably you anyway. Kaken flinches as if he's been struck, but Izuku can't bring himself to feel guilty about it right now. Besides, the shock doesn't last long. He watches as the blonde's face twists into its usual visage of anger. What? Kaken hisses. Izuku glares back. Oh, come on. You insulted me for years. You hated me, bullied me, when all I wanted was to be friends. I know. He tugs at his hair, groaning. I know it isn't like that anymore, but do you know how frustrating it is that you don't even acknowledge it? Why do you even think you got that stupid note? Because you were one of two people, one of the only two people I actually cared about, and you didn't even care about me. His breaths come quick, his throat feels raw, and his cheeks are wet again. He knows he'll regret saying all of this later, probably even try to take it back, but right now he doesn't want to. You're trying to blame this on me. Kaken rages. Maybe if you fucking listened to me. Right, Izuku interrupts, voice dripping with venom. Just like I listened to your advice to take a swan dive off. Kaken launches himself at Izuku, cutting him off as he steps out of the way to dodge. Shut up, Kaken screeches. You can't be a hero. You're weak and quirkle. Izuku punches him in the jaw. Weak. He grabs Kaken's shirt and flips him over his shoulder. Quirkless. He plants a foot on the blonde's chest before he can stand up. You keep saying that I never listened to you, but you never listened to me. All I ever wanted was to be a hero. Why couldn't you accept that? Kaken tries to push Izuku's foot off him, but when it doesn't budge, he uses his quirk to blast Izuku away and get out from under him. Izuku steps away to avoid the explosion, but still gets caught up in the smoke. He coughs, his eyes watering from both the smoke and his tears. Accept it, Kaken snarls, when even All Might took one look at you and said you could never be a. This time, Izuku lunges at the blonde, tackling him to the pavement. The asphalt scrapes against his clothes and any exposed skin. Somehow, One for All has been activated without his notice, although he doesn't bother to rein it in. Kaken and him exchange quirk-infused blows right outside the former's house. It's easy for Izuku to see that he has the advantage, however. Even without the added percentage of his quirk, his punches and kicks are stronger than Kaken's. He's faster, and he can read the blonde's moves practically as well as his own. While Kaken still puts up a ferocious fight, hitting Izuku multiple times with his quirk, it ends rather quickly with Izuku pinning him face down to the pavement, arms twisted behind him and off to the side. Kaken curses in between heaving breaths, and it takes a second for Izuku to find his voice as well. Adrenaline may still course through him, but the anger is slowly fading. I'm going to be a hero, Izuku states, with no doubt. I'm going to be the #1 hero. Like hell, it's over, Kaken, Izuku says curtly. I'm going home. Before the blonde can protest, Izuku breaks away, releasing Kaken. He keeps his eyes on him though, just in case he tries to start again. But Kaken only stands, glaring hot daggers at Izuku, and then stomps back into his house, slamming the door behind him. Izuku can hear Mitsuki-san screaming something he can't make out, likely about the noise. He sighs. That was stupid, he decides. Very, very stupid. The Kaken from his own time would probably laugh in his face if he ever heard about it. Izuku ignores the overwhelming sense of longing that consumes him at the thought. He heads home. He responds to stilted conversation with his mother. He eats dinner. He can't finish it. He goes to bed. He doesn't sleep. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.